dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 322 The Demons Can Play. Zhu Tingyun and the others also reacted, and hurried to follow. They wondered in their hearts, generally speaking, although the mushrooms can leave the original place, they will not go too far. They have run out of more than 100 miles, why are they still chasing after them? Is this a fight with them? Do they have to be turned into nourishment? Now it's up to who can run faster. Everyone ran out for more than 100 miles in one breath, and finally got rid of those mushrooms. Before he could catch his breath, a group of people ran across. Everyone felt a little familiar. Isn't this us? What the hell? That's right, these people who came here actually looked exactly like them, even their expressions and movements were exactly the same. Fang Shi glanced at Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen nodded. The two teams quickly met together. Without saying a word, Fang Shi killed Zhang Wen who was opposite him. An imitation is an imitation, it has no soul at all. Not to mention anything else, there is no clear stupidity like fifth senior brother in his eyes at all. Zhang Wen followed closely and killed Fang Shi who was opposite. Grandma has a leg. How dare you pretend to be my little junior sister? Even if you study for 100 years, you won't be able to learn my little junior sister's sluggish energy. After the two fakes died, they turned into demonic energy and dissipated. They moved quite fast, but the others were not as fast as them, and the people on both sides quickly got mixed together. It is impossible to tell who is real and who is fake. When they disagreed, they started fighting. Even the weapons transformed by magic energy are exactly the same. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen retreated to the side, watching with worried faces, but in their hearts they felt, it was fun. All the demons can play. Look at how exciting this secret place is. The Blood Patriarch and others outside the secret realm were full of sadness. Many of them have entered this secret realm before. Although the difficulty is indeed greater than the other two, it is definitely not as difficult as this time. This is not a trial, this is trying to kill everyone. But now I can only watch helplessly, hoping that these young people can turn the dangers into blessings and return safely. Protruding from the lonely small tomb in the distance was a large, transparent head with an unshaven beard. Ha! There seems to be something wrong. Could it be that when he sent those two little guys in, he superimposed other secret realms? So that the two secret realms merged into one, the difficulty increased a lot. Can't you? He is a very reliable person, and he will not make such mistakes. Correct. It must have nothing to do with him. At this time, in the secret realm, Zhu Tingyun shouted to Fang Shi. Blood worry free. Kill him for me, he's fake. Another blood court who was fighting with him said angrily. Don't listen to his nonsense, I'm the real one. Before, Brother and Fang and I mentioned things about your childhood. Zhang Wen scratched his head, he really couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. He could only look at Fang Shi. Junior sister is omnipotent, she should be able to tell the difference, right? Fang Shi couldn't tell the difference either. The time she has been in contact with these people is very short, and these fakes are very realistic, how can they tell the difference? However, she has a way. For example, if you call out suddenly that the ancestors have appeared, the real blood family members will definitely show surprise. No matter how strong the imitation ability of counterfeit goods is, they will hesitate a little bit. For another example, when she shouted that the mushroom was chasing after her, it was the blood family who ran away subconsciously. A little hesitation is a counterfeit. But she doesn't intend to use these methods, because there are simpler and more crude methods. Thunderstorm. If it can't even tell the truth from the fake, why would it attack anyone? Why don't they engage in unjust, false and wrongly decided cases there all day long? Ji-Lei can indeed tell the difference. In its eyes, those counterfeit products are just a burst of magic energy. It was waiting for Fang Shi to beg it. In the end, after waiting and waiting, Fang Shi did not move. Didn't she know it could tell? So, there was a slight tremor. Fang Shi still ignored it. Ji-Lei was almost dying of anxiety. Why did Feng Gu suddenly become so stupid? Can't think of such a simple thing. Just when it was agitated, Fang Shi touched the hairpin with his hand. Ji-Lei is happy. Feng Gu finally remembered me. It can't take care of taking Zhou anymore, it's so excited that it's about to twist into a twist. Fang Shi waved to the two Zhu Tingyun, you two come here, I will ask carefully. The two blood courts immediately came to her. Rushing to show that you are real. Fang Shi took out a sword from the storage ring, and said with a smile. I have already distinguished which of you is real and who is fake. If you can trust me, don't resist both of you, I'll just kill the fake one. The two blood courts were stunned for a moment. After a while, the Zhu Tingyun standing in the south gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Huyu, I believe in you, you can do it. Zhu Tingyun from the north quickly said, I believe you too. Fang Shi nodded, walked behind them, and gestured a few times with the sword. The back of the man in the south was a little tense, and he even trembled slightly. The back figure in the north clearly presents a defensive posture. At this moment, Ji-Lei above his head moved. Before Fang Shi made an agreement with it, if the person in the south is true, it will move once, and if the person in the north is true, it will move twice. Of course, the agreement was to use code words that only the two of them understood, and they were not afraid of being heard by others. Fang Shi curled her lips, in fact, even without Ji-Lei's reminder, she could use these simple tricks to spot fakes. Just a bit of a waste of time. She raised her sword and slashed at the man in the north. The man suddenly jumped forward, trying to avoid Fang Zai's attack. It's a pity that Zhang Wen has been waiting there for a long time, and the big knife transformed by the magic energy splits it in half. The corks instantly turned into demon energy and dissipated. Zhu Tingyun's body was soaked in cold sweat. He is gambling with his life. Fortunately, he won the bet. His voice trembled a little, how do you know he's fake? Fang Shi curled her lips slightly, because we are relatives connected by blood, you can see that there is warmth in my eyes, but he does not. Zhu Tingyun was stunned. Warmth. Does he have it? Not long ago, he forced her to leave the grotto after 2 hours. But she saved his life twice regardless of the past. For a moment, the whole person was overwhelmed by guilt and emotion. Sister Wu Yu, I won't say anything unnecessary, you will be my real sister from now on. Junwen. Go away. I am the younger brother, the only brother. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 323, you guess. Zhu Tingyun didn't know that Junwen was going to die of acid, but what he said was the truth. The 2 life-saving braces are enough to make him feel grateful. Of course, Feng Zai's words also accounted for a large part of the reason, which magnified the guilt in his heart. Feng Shi said with a smile, Brother Yun, we are brothers and sisters, and this is what I should do. Let's talk again when we have time, and get rid of these fakes first. Zhu Tingyun nodded hurriedly and said, when I was fighting this imposter just now, I discovered that he could predict my moves and seemed to be able to perceive my thoughts. So, even though I tried my best, I still couldn't beat the opponent. Feng Shi has long seen this. This is also the reason why Zhu Tingyun was clearly in the middle stage of the magic pill but couldn't defeat the fake, but Junwen was able to kill him with one move. There is no way to beat the opponent on your own, only the help of others. At this moment, Zhu Tinglian shouted, Zhu Tingyun, come quickly and help me kill this imposter. Zhu Tinglian no, said angrily, you are a counterfeit. Zhu Tingyun, kill him. Zhu Tingyun hurriedly said, come here, both of you, and let Sister Wu Yu distinguish. Zhu Tinglian no, was obviously stunned for a moment, but he still came over with Zhu Tinglian no. Feng Shi smiled and said to the 2 blood courts. Each of you call me Sister Wu Yu. Zhu Tinglian no, immediately yelled with a smile. Zhu Tinglian no, clicked his mouth twice, and then called out, but his voice was very low, and he spoke very fast, as if these 4 words were burning his mouth. Feng Shi didn't need Jili's reminder to see that Zhu Tinglian no was real. Fake goods have no emotion, even if they have the ability to imitate instantly. Fakes are fake after all. Feng Shi made a gesture with his hands behind his back, and Junwen and Zhu Tingyun attacked Zhu Tinglian no. At the same time, beheading him instantly. Zhu Tinglian no turned into a wave of demonic energy and dissipated. Zhu Ting took a long breath and asked the same question as Zhu Tingyun. Zhu Wu Yu, how do you know I'm real? Feng Shi smiled and said, yes. Zhu Tinglian. Feng Shi didn't have time to talk to him, so she called the 2 Zhu Ting over. Soon, there were only 2 blood court armors left fighting each other. Zueting armor no, shouted, Zhu Wu Yu, I am real, you kill him quickly. Immediately afterwards, blood court armor no, shouted, Sister Wu Yu, I am the real one, you killed him. Feng Shi looked at the 2 of them and covered her head with her hands. Oh, my head hurts so much, it seems like it's going to explode. Then, dizzy, fell down. You heard a cry. Sister, what's wrong with you? Wake up. It must have consumed too much spiritual consciousness, so the spiritual consciousness was overdrawn. Zhu Tingyun and the others all surrounded him, their faces full of concern and guilt. It's all their fault. Zhu Wu Yu wouldn't have passed out from exhaustion if it wasn't for helping them. So, they took out the pills and treasures of heaven and earth and handed them to Junwen, asking him to give Feng Shi some medicine. Junwen's heart blossomed with joy. No wonder the little junior sister said that the demons are stupid and rich, they're really little fat sheep. Blood court armor no, roared angrily. Don't patronize her, come and save me. Hurry up and kill the counterfeit opposite. Blood court armor no, said. Don't be fooled by him, I'm the real one. Brother Hao Clan, when we were young, we played in mud once. Junwen's eyes flashed. He felt that blood court armor no was real. Because what he said was in line with his wolf-hearted virtue. I don't know what would happen if I killed him. Forget it, let's wait until the little junior sister wakes up to talk about it. It's not suitable for him to use his brain. After a while, Feng Shi woke up leisurely. His little face was pale, and he looked weak at first glance. The first thing she said was, call Brother Kai Clan over here, let's help to distinguish it together, so as not to hurt the real Brother Kai Clan. When everyone heard it, they were quite moved. Everyone knew that she had a rift with Zhu Tingkai, but she didn't expect that she would want to help him regardless of the past. Sister Wu Yu is so kind. Zueting armor no, frowned and urged, hurry up, he's a fake, kill him. Blood court armor no, also said the same thing. Feng Shi curled her lips, you guys erase the consciousness on the storage ring and give it to me. Zueting armor no, asked suspiciously, what do you want my storage ring for? Zhu Tinghao, who was standing on the side, said impatiently, take it out as soon as I tell you, why so much nonsense? You can't be fake, can you? Zueting armor no, gritted his teeth, wiped off the consciousness on the storage ring, and handed it to Feng Shi. Blood court armor no, turned around and ran away. It's a pity that Junwen had been staring at it for a long time. He raised the knife and cut it in half. The corpse immediately turned into a demonic energy and dissipated. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Is this okay? Zueting Kai said impatiently to Feng Shi, the counterfeit is dead, return the storage ring to me. Feng Shi looked at him and smiled. I saved your life twice, don't you even say thank you. I despise you very much, but because you are a blood family member, I can't just let you die. Because this is my conscience and bottom line. But that doesn't mean I'm being taken advantage of, so this storage ring is the reward for saving you. Continue at 5 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 324. The corner of the mouth has a mind of its own. The blood court armor was stunned. In any case, he never thought that Feng Shi would occupy his storage ring openly and above board. Immediately afterwards, he became angry from embarrassment. Zhu Wuyu, you are an obvious robber. Feng Shi nodded. Blood court armor. Hurry up and return the ring to me, or I'll be rude. The blood court armor said that it was about to do it. Before Feng Shi could speak, Zhu Tingyun and others protected Feng Shi behind him. Blood court armor, what are you doing? Sister Wuyu is right, you have no gratitude at all for saving you twice, you are simply a wolf-hearted dog. What happened to your storage ring? Your life is not worth as much as your storage ring. Ellipsis. The blood court armor is almost vomiting blood. However, he could also see that Zhu Tingyun and the others were all on Feng Shi's side. If he insists, there will definitely be no good results. So, gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Wuyu, I am not an unreasonable person. How about this, you return the storage ring to me, and I am willing to give you magic crystals as a reward. Feng Shi chuckled, 10,000 magic crystals. Your life is really cheap. Zhueting Kai was so angry, then how much do you want? Feng Shi curled her lips, all of them. The blood court armor almost died of anger. But he also knew that he was alone and helpless, and there was no way to fight Feng Shi head-on. I had to grit my teeth and agree. So, Feng Shi kept the more than 200 million magic crystals in his storage ring and returned the storage ring to him. Feng Shi said with admiration, I didn't expect you to be quite rich, keep working hard and save more. Blood court armor. Save some more for you to spend. Zhu Wuyu, you wait for me. Feng Shi said to Zhu Tingyun and the others. Brothers and sisters of the family, I am not greedy for money, nor do I even want to lose face because of this little magic crystal. I just feel wrong. I don't ask for anything in return for saving people, but at least I have to have an attitude, right? But the blood court armor is too chilling. I won't keep these magic crystals for myself. After they go out, I will hand them over to the patriarch for confiscation. Zhu Tingyun and the others were all stunned. Some people couldn't help showing shame. When they saw Feng Shi threatening Zhueting armor just now, they had some thoughts in their hearts. Only now do I know that they are the ones who judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. They're too narrow. Outside the secret realm, the Blood Clan chief nodded uncontrollably. Zhu Wuyu is a good kid. Not only is he courageous and resourceful, the key is to have a good character, but also a sense of family. No wonder the ancestors blessed her, this child is indeed attractive. Others praised him repeatedly, and even the second and third elders didn't have the nerve to say anything bad. Zhu Wuyu is indeed good, this is a fact that does not need to be questioned. Although the demons don't have the rules and regulations of the human race, and sometimes the right and wrong are a little vague, but who doesn't like such an excellent junior? Although her cultivation level is indeed a bit low, but given her age, and she has been wandering outside, she can't go wrong with careful training in the future. Zhu Tianjue tried his best to control his facial expressions, but the corners of his mouth had thoughts of his own, and kept turning up. But thinking that such an outstanding granddaughter is a human race, the corners of his mouth drooped slowly. The mirror and the moon are all gone. At this moment, within the secret realm, Feng Shi and the others did not dare to stay too long and continued on their way. Because the secret realm is very special, the entrance and exit are not at the same place, so you have to go straight ahead to get to the exit. Feng Shi and Junwen have fully integrated into the team this time, everyone is talking and laughing, very harmonious. The blood court armor was isolated. No one ignored him. He simply hated Feng Shi to death. The hatred in the eyes is about to overflow. Zhu Tingyun frowned, and talked to him alone, probably meaning to let him be more open-minded and not to resent Zhu Wuyu. Not to mention anything else, Zhu Wuyu saved him twice, this is a great kindness. Zhueting Kai agreed with his lips, but he didn't think so in his heart. Zhu Wuyu didn't save him specifically, but just incidentally, why should he be grateful to her? If she is willing to save, she deserves it. And NBS greater than there is also Zhu Tingyun, what kind of old man are you pretending to be? How dare you not let Zhu Wuyu blackmail 200 million magic crystals? It really hurts to stand and talk without back pain. Seeing that it was getting dark and the crowd couldn't move anymore, the three of Zhu Tingyun decided to find a place to stay overnight. Finally, I found a soil slope and stationed on the side sheltered from the wind. Everyone was exhausted and fell asleep after eating something, except for the person in charge of the watch. In the middle of the night, there was singing. Everyone was awakened. Although the singing is very melodious and pleasant to listen to, it makes one's scalp tingle at this moment. Feng Shi focused on the lyrics. Although the tune is mellow, the lyrics only have 2 words. Gui Shi. Is this called the soul in the middle of the night? What Feng Shi is most afraid of is pretending to be a ghost, because a truly capable person can't afford to use this to exaggerate the atmosphere. Therefore, everyone was waiting for it, and she took out a handful of melon seeds and started eating, and said to Junwen. Brother, with this level of singing ditty, how can it be worth a magic crystal in a tea house? There was a momentary pause in the singing. Then, went on to sing. Junwen also took out a handful of melon seeds. 1 magic crystal is less, and the height is worth 2 magic crystals. This is much better than the sound of soaring wood. The singing paused again, then resumed. It's just a little, out of tune. Being interrupted by the 2 of them, Zhu Tingyun and the others were not so nervous and afraid. However, still very vigilant. Suddenly, a woman in a red wedding dress appeared in front of them. She also had a red hijab covering her face. Seeing this strange scene, Zhu Tingyun and the others couldn't help but shudder. Then I heard Feng Shi say, Grandma Ghost, are you here to find the bridegroom? It just so happens that my grandfather is also yelling all day long that he is lonely and cold, so how about I lead you a thread? Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 325 Born to Thunder, Follow the Light. Hearing Feng Shi's words, the figure of the woman in the red wedding dress froze for a moment. Let alone her, even Zhu Tingyun and the others were stunned. Sister Wu Yu is really filial. It's this time, and she's still thinking about finding a wife for her grandfather. Unexpectedly, the great elder always has a straight face on weekdays, and there is still love in his stomach. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Tianjue almost died of anger. Especially seeing the strange eyes cast by everyone. He really wanted to yell, I didn't miss my wife. But he knew it was useless, no matter what he said now, it would be more and more black. He hates it so much. Feng Shi, you little girl, even I dare to make up a movie, just wait for me. Seeing that his face was green with anger, the blood patriarch coughed. Warren's girl must have said that on purpose, just to disrupt the rhythm of the woman in red, and also to make the companions relax. This kid is really quick-witted. Zhu Tianjue's face looked better now, and then he looked at the shadow transmission stone. Inside the secret realm, the woman in the wedding gown whispered. I ask you a question, if you can give me a satisfactory answer, I will not only let you go, but also reward those who answered correctly. Otherwise, you can stay here with me. Everyone looked at her, waiting for her question. The woman seemed to be immersed in some kind of thoughts, and after a long time, she said. I fell in love with Tan Lang, but he abandoned me on the wedding day, why? Blood Court Armor said first. It's not easy, either he has a change of heart, or he doesn't like you at all. That's why I regretted it on my wedding day. He felt that this answer was impeccable, and it was nothing more than a drama of a heartbroken man and an infatuated woman. Reward him decided. The woman chuckled and waved her sleeve casually. The Blood Court Armor screamed, curled up on the ground, and twitched violently. Zhu Tingyun and the others were startled, they didn't expect to be punished for giving wrong answers. The woman said lightly, don't worry, it's just suffering, it won't hurt his life. After all, I have to let you stay with me through countless lonely days. For a while, no one spoke. Because no one knows what the correct answer is, they're likely to be punished after speaking. The woman was a little impatient. If you can't give the correct answer within half an hour, then all of you can stay. Zhu Tingyun gritted his teeth and said. He has a last resort, in order not to implicate you, that's why he did so. The woman shook her head and waved her sleeves. Zhu Tingyun also suffered the same punishment as Zhu Tinghama. Then Zhu Tinghao said. You should have done something sorry for him and he found out, that's why he abandoned you on the wedding day. Still punished by the woman. Next, everyone said many reasons, all of which were denied by the woman. In the end, only Zhang Wen and Feng Shi were left. Zhang Wen saw that Feng Shi didn't move, so he said, because you're ugly. Feng Shi. The woman in red. Undoubtedly, Zhang Wen was also punished more severely than others. Feng Shi raised her forehead, she thought that the fifth senior brother had been reborn, but in the end he was still the same bear. The woman said to Feng Shi, now you are the only one left, you can tell me. Feng Shi smiled, Grandma Ghost, she's just a man, why don't you care about him? Just find another one. I mean seriously, my grandpa is really good, just be my grandma. You old couple are sweet and sweet, spending the rest of your life together, how wonderful. The woman in red said angrily, presumptuous. She waved her sleeves. In the end, Feng Shi still stood there smiling. She waved again, Feng Shi was still standing there. She didn't give up, and continued to wave her sleeves, almost turning them into Hot Wheels. Feng Shi still stood there perfectly. The woman's voice trembled a little, why are you all right? Feng Shi chuckled, do you want to ask me why I wasn't bewitched by your singing? Or why I wasn't poisoned? The woman gritted her teeth, why? Feng Shi smiled even sweeter, guess. The woman trembled with anger, her sleeves instantly swelled, and she rushed towards Feng Shi. While dodging, Feng Shi turned his devilish energy into thunder and slashed at the woman. The woman exclaimed and hurriedly backed away. You, how can you transform into a tribulation thunder? Because I was blessed by Lord Demon God, I am the chosen one, the auspiciousness of the demon world. You fight me, you will not end well. If you don't want to lose your soul, run for your life. The woman sneered, you dare to speak nonsense on the 9th floor of Qi Gathering, just die. The two fought together again, and Feng Shi fell into a disadvantage. But her mouth was not idle. Grandma Ghost, I really have to persuade you, you said you became inhuman and ghost for a man, is it worth it? 818 novels. There are tens of thousands of men in the world, let's change them if they're gone. Besides, we cultivators don't need to fall into love and love, it's great to be devoted to the Tao. Look at me, I never thought of that. Woman. Are you trying to say that I'm still young? Wrong, even if I'm years old now, I don't think so. I just want to practice hard, and achieving a positive result is my lifelong pursuit. Lord Demon God guides me. I want to be the light of the family, the light of the demon clan, and the light of the Northern Territory. While she was beeping, she suddenly felt her feet move. Looking down, a string of bulges appeared. Several colorful small mushrooms came out. Don't worry about anything else, just be the light of our breeding. Our mushroom family is born to thunder, and we follow the light. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 326. Feng Shi's heart sank. She didn't care, the poisonous spores released by these little mushrooms couldn't do her any harm. But those people twitching on the ground can't do it. You must defeat the woman in the red wedding dress as quickly as possible, and then free up your hands to get rid of these small mushrooms. It seems that you can only use the big brick of spiritual consciousness. Just as she was about to release the large brick of spiritual consciousness, those little mushrooms suddenly rushed towards the woman in the red wedding dress. Instead of releasing spores, they attacked the woman with mycelium. Fangxi. Although she wondered why these little mushrooms wanted to help her, she certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. So, also joined the battle group. If you have a helper, you don't need to enlarge the tiles first, and use it at critical times. Over time, more and more small mushrooms emerged from the ground. Although their combat effectiveness is average, they cannot hold up for a large number. The woman in the red wedding dress couldn't bear it anymore. She was angry and anxious. Where did the poisonous mushrooms come out? Why did you help this dead girl opposite? Not only she was puzzled, but everyone outside the secret realm was also puzzled. Could it be these little mushrooms? Protect the food. Afraid that the prey would be a piece of the pie by the woman in the red wedding dress, that's why you did this. Or is there something else? In the secret realm, Fangxi saw that the little mushrooms were fighting in a disorderly manner, so she simply withdrew from the battle group and began to command those little mushrooms. Those little red mushrooms, attack her. Those little yellow mushrooms, attack her left leg. Those little blue mushrooms, attack her right leg. Ellipsis. Mushroom army, the whole army is attacking. Everyone twitching on the ground. You can really play. With Fangxi's command, the attack power of the little mushrooms increased several times, and soon tied the red wedding dress woman into rice dumplings. With her little hands behind her back, Fangxi TSK'd her twice. Grandma Ghost, it's people like you that I despise the most. It's normal to talk about love, but there's no need to make yourself a ghost for a man, right? What's the matter? You can't live without him. This demon race has changed. Is this northern territory collapsing? Anyone who leaves can live, why bother to hang on this crooked neck tree? Do you have nothing else to pursue besides this love between men and women? Just talk about me. I want to be filial to my grandfather. I want to be friendly to my fellow clansmen. I want to strive to be the glory of the demon clan. How can I have time to think about romance? Instead of wasting time on these petty loves, why not practice hard? Just like Lord Demon God, he doesn't have these messy thoughts, that's why he can become the supreme demon god. If you don't have a man in your heart, your cultivation is naturally strong. If you don't have a woman in your heart, you will become a god tomorrow. At this moment, Fangxi felt a little cold, looked around, and found nothing unusual. The woman in the red wedding dress didn't listen for a moment, but these people twitching on the ground were all thoughtful. Especially Junwen. The little junior sister is so right. Instead of talking about love, it is better to practice hard. Women will only delay the speed of my sword drawing. Seeing that the woman in the red wedding dress was silent, Fangxi continued. Forget it, I guess you won't listen to what I have to say. If you hand over the antidote, I'll let you go right away, or I won't be polite. The woman in the red wedding dress snorted coldly, but was speechless. Obviously he didn't want to hand over the antidote. Fangxi said with a smile. If you don't hand over the antidote, I will let the blood court armor lift your red hijab. According to the common saying, here's your Tan Lang. The twitching blood court armor. Zhu Wuyu, you are not human. The woman in the red wedding dress was obviously very angry, and her whole body was trembling. Gritting his teeth, he said, I promise you, but you have to tell me why you weren't bewitched by my singing, why weren't you poisoned? With her little hands behind her back, Fangxi said proudly, because I'm a person blessed by the demon god, of course I am blessed by the demon god. Your low level means are useless to me. After she finished speaking, she shivered. Grandma is a bear, can't she have a fever? Exclamation mark. Otherwise why the sudden chills? Although the woman in the red wedding dress didn't believe Fangxi's nonsense, she found the steps and handed over the antidote. She doesn't need to take this antidote, she just needs to smell it to detoxify. Although Junwen and the others were detoxified, they were still very weak and kept sweating. They all stood behind Fangxi. This is completely subconscious behavior, as if when in danger, the chick will definitely hide behind the old hen. Fangxi Wuxia thought about this, she was thinking about how to deal with this red wedding dress woman. Kill or let go. When she was weighing the pros and cons, the woman in the red wedding dress suddenly laughed. Laughing and laughing turns into crying. You don't know, do you? Tan Lang is dead. I love him so much, but he refuses to marry me, so I have no choice but to lock him up. But he chose to self-explode the magic pill, and he would not even leave the corpse to me. I don't believe he just lost his soul, I want to get his soul back. Come back, come back, come back, come back. This time the singing is no longer as melodious as before, but extremely mournful. Junwen and the others only felt a splitting headache. Even the tiny mushrooms hold their caps with hyphae. Fangxi just frowned slightly. The woman in the red wedding dress looked at her. Little girl, what you said is right, but everything can be reasonable, but feelings can't. One day, when you meet someone you like, you will know what is affection and what is love. Lovesickness to the bone, love and hatred become demons. Fangxi was about to speak, but the woman in the red wedding dress turned into dots and disappeared. Fangxi waved her hand. Grandma Ghost, have a good journey. What a pity, my grandpa still has to be an old bachelor. Open black lens bracket continue it, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 327. It seems that idiots also have value. Fangxi pursed her lips. Love to the bone, love to hate. Is it not good to earn spirit stones, or is it not good to cheat people? She is the light of the 9 nether continent, how can she have time to talk about it? At this time, the ground trembled, and dozens of life-destroying ground crack mushrooms drilled out from the ground. No way, it is big and drills slowly. Zhu Tingyun and the others raised their voices. Although those colorful little mushrooms helped them just now, who knows what their intentions are. Maybe it was because he was afraid of getting a piece of the pie from the woman in the red wedding dress, so he did this. Fang Shi also wondered about the motives of these mushrooms, but they didn't seem to be hostile. Could it be that they were asking for something? So, tentatively. Do you want anything from us? The mushrooms nodded. She asked again, what do you want us to do? The mushrooms are in trouble. After a while, a small black mushroom began to dig a hole with mycelium, buried a spore inside, and frantically waved the mycelium. If other people were exhausted, he wouldn't be able to guess what little mushroom wanted to express, but Fang Shi guessed it. Because she has done a lot of things to spawn mushrooms. Are you trying to use the power of lightning to expel the spores? The mushrooms nodded frantically. Fang Shi was worried that their mushroom caps would be thrown away. However, here comes the problem. The tribulation thunder she transformed with demonic energy is just a fake, and there is no way to spawn spores. There was a tribulation thunder lying on top of her head, but the lightning power it carried was very limited, and it couldn't stimulate many spores at all. Besides, it's still useful for her to keep Geely, so it can't be wasted on it. But if you don't help them expel the spores, it is estimated that they will always be relentless, and even become angry from embarrassment. It's a pity that Josejifuden is not suitable for mushrooms, otherwise it will save trouble. What should I do? When she rolled her eyes, bad water came up. So with his little hands behind his back, he said, okay, then I'll help you once. When the mushrooms heard this, they immediately burrowed into the ground, crazily burying their spores. When they were all buried, Fang Shi pretended to release a tribulation thunder transformed from demon energy, and began to smash the ground. Crackling and dusty. The scene is quite similar. However, the ground struck by the thunderbolt was all scorched black, and nothing happened after Fang Shi struck. She let the Geely above her head leak a breath of Geely, and then said, after all, my tribulation thunder is not a real robbery thunder, so its effect is worse than that of real robbery thunder, and the germination time will be later. Normally, it only takes 1 night for Tianlei to be triggered, but it takes me 10 days. During this period, you must take good care of it, and it is best to stay close to avoid accidents. Remember. The mushrooms nodded frantically. They can be buried in the ground and stared at as long as they can breed pups. Fang Shi warned several times, and then said, cultivate your offspring well, and we will say goodbye first. Then, he left with Zhu Tingyun and others. Far away, you can still see those mushrooms waving mycelium farewell. Fang Shi's conscience returned instantly after being away from home for many days. She even lied to mushrooms, it seems a bit wicked. But there is no way, if you don't do this, those mushrooms will definitely not let it go, and you will have to fight to the death. 818 novels. Better to tell a white lie, win-win. Besides, these mushrooms can kill. Don't be fooled by their silly appearance. Sure enough, good-looking things are deceptive, just like her own height. When Fang Shi was writing a small composition in her heart, Zhu Tingyun asked, Sister Wu Yu, the singing voice of the woman in red has the ability to charm. But I didn't notice any discomfort. The others were also very puzzled. The poisoning was real, but the consciousness didn't seem to have any effect. Fang Shi said with a smile. No effect. The question she asked, whether the answer is correct or not is a matter of her words, isn't it clear that she is cheating? If your consciousness is not affected, why didn't you attack her? Instead, answer her question obediently. And one after another, one after another. And NB, greater than everyone was taken aback. Yes. They seemed to have gotten into a dead end just now. They only thought that they had to answer the correct answer, and they never thought that there were other solutions. Even if the woman in red waving her sleeves to make the blood court armor twitch is really dreadful, but it's not that she doesn't have a little bit of resistance. Zhu Tinghao looked at Fang Shi, then why aren't you affected? Fang Shi said with a smile. Because I have been blessed by the demon god. Therefore, I have the protection of the demon god's light, which is invulnerable to all poisons and sticks to my heart. Everyone. Although what you said was serious, why did it sound like a lie? Fang Shi was stunned for a moment. Because she felt a little cold again. You won't be really sick, will you? But this time, Zhu Tingyun asked again. Sister Wu Yu, is what you said to those mushrooms just now true? After 10 days, can their spores really germinate? You are not fooling them, are you? Fang Shi smiled without saying a word. Everyone, got it. The blood court armor snorted coldly. Even if you fool them now, they will react soon, and they must come to us to settle accounts by then. Fang Shi chuckled. Then you have a better way. Or you go back and deal with those mushrooms yourself. The blood court armor was suddenly as quiet as a chicken. Jun Wen snorted coldly. If there is no better way, don't beep. My little sister saved you twice just now, shouldn't you show it? Either take something to pay the debt, or pay an IOU, you choose. Fang Shi glanced at Jun Wen appreciatively. Jun Wen breathed a sigh of relief. His consciousness was affected just now, that's why he said such stupid things. Finally found love from the idiot blood court armor. It seems that idiots also have value in existence. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 328. These mushrooms are quite fine. Of course Sueting Kai didn't want to be sorted by Fang Shi again, so he pretended that he hadn't heard anything, and hid in despair at the end of the line. Fang Shi didn't bother to break up with him. This kind of low-level role was not worth her trouble. But he was right about one thing. Although those mushrooms were a little stupid, they might realize that they were cheated soon, so they had to hurry. Zhu Tingyun and the others also thought so, and everyone speeded up. It's a pity that Zhu Tingyun and others were poisoned before. Although they were detoxified, their bodies were still a little weak, and they can hold on after running for a while. Seeing this, Fang Shi had no choice but to let everyone rest where they were, otherwise if there was still danger ahead, they would be sent to death in this state. You all rest, I will watch the night. After a few words of politeness, everyone agreed. After all, among these people, only Fang Shi was alive and kicking, the others were very weak. When Fang Shi was on duty, a small bag bulged under her feet. A small black mushroom popped out. Immediately afterwards, a small blue mushroom appeared, and a small yellow mushroom. Fang Shi. React so quickly. These mushrooms are so good. Don't do anything, let's get rid of these little mushrooms before those life-destroying mushrooms come over. She didn't wake up Jun Wen and the others, and suddenly grabbed the cap of the little black mushroom, and then tied its hyphae into a dead knot. Followed by small blue mushrooms, small yellow mushrooms. These little mushrooms did not resist, but the spores they sprayed were of no use to Fang Shi. Mycelium is useful, but Fang Shi's attack is too fast, and it seems that something is hitting their consciousness, making them unable to react. Soon, Fang Shi caught a bunch of small mushrooms, and because holding them was in the way, she simply tied all their hyphae together and hung them on the tree. Then keep grabbing. At this time, Zhu Tingyun and the others were also awakened. Seeing the scene in front of me, I felt that I might be in a dream. When they reacted and wanted to help, Fang Shi had already clapped her hands and called it a day. It's just picking mushrooms. What a simple matter. She said to Zhu Tingyun and others. It is estimated that dozens of life-destroying ground crack mushrooms will also come, you should be ready. Only then did everyone recover from the shock and nodded their heads one after another. They have almost recovered, and without these poisonous mushrooms making trouble, they're still sure to deal with those life-eating mushrooms. Zhu Tingyun asked, Sister Wu Yu, what are you going to do with these little mushrooms? Have you killed them all? Fang Shi blinked her eyes. I plan to subdue these little mushrooms and form an army of mushrooms for my use. When she thought of a bunch of small mushrooms behind her, she felt very cool. Zhu Tingyun frowned. 818 novel. You mean to contract them? It is difficult for the mushroom family to make a contract, especially this kind of mushroom whose intelligence is not too high. Because they couldn't bear the spiritual pressure of the contract, they might explode directly. In addition, they cannot leave the original place too far, let alone leave the secret realm. Fang Shi shook her head. I don't intend to take them out of the secret realm, as long as they can move around within the secret realm. I am not intending to contract them, but to make them willingly follow me and obey my arrangements. Zhu Tingyun was even more confused. How to subdue them without a contract? But Jun Wen guessed something. Little sister, have you thought of a way to help them stimulate the spores? Fang Shi shook her head. Not yet, but maybe I will think of it soon. Jun Wen. Zhu Tingyun and others. Fang Shi collected some spores scattered on the ground and looked at them carefully. The spores of these small mushrooms can be recovered by the mother body, but because those small mushrooms were caught by Fang Shi and sealed the magic energy, they were left on the ground. After watching for a while, Fang Shi began to experiment. Cut with a knife, bake with fire, flood with water, soak with medicine. The little mushrooms hanging on the tree all turned red with anger. She treats the young cubs so cruelly. Desperate, not as good as pigs and dogs. Fang Shi soon discovered that these spores had a very hard outer shell, and it was difficult for her to break it even after all the tossing. No wonder these spores had to borrow the power of lightning and electricity to germinate. If there is a way to get rid of this layer of shell, then the problem will be solved. But how? Although it can take a certain amount of time to open, a mushroom has a lot of spores, and they may not be able to finish the spores of a mushroom even if they're exhausted. It is best to have a huge burst of power in a short period of time. Maybe a talisman would do. So, she asked Zhu Tingyun and the others, which one of you has an explosive magic talisman? It's better to have a better effect. Zhu Tingyun said, I have the cracking magic talisman. After speaking, he took out a cracking magic talisman and handed it to Fang Shi. Fang Shi buried the spores in the soil, then let the crowd disperse, and threw the cracking magic talisman over. Boom. A large crater was blasted out of the ground. Fang Shi hurriedly asked someone to help find the spores, to see if any of the shells were cracked. While most of the spores were unscathed, several of them had their shells cracked. Fang Shi held the few spores in front of the group of little mushrooms. Is this considered a successful trigger? Can it germinate? Those little mushrooms are all red again. This time it is exciting. Nodding desperately. Fang Shi suddenly laughed from ear to ear, and glanced at Jun Wen. Jun Wen immediately said, Little sister, you are so smart. That's why you can come up with such an inhuman way. Fang Shi. It seems that the influence of spiritual consciousness has not passed yet. Still don't know how to speak human words. Zhu Tingyun and the others were also very happy until Zhu Tingkai said. So what if it's useful? The splitting talisman is an earth-level talisman, and we all don't have a few of them together. It's not enough to stimulate the spores. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 329 I'm such a waste. Zueting Kai's words were like a basin of cold water pouring on everyone's hearts. That's right, they didn't have a few cracking magic talismans on them. There seems to be no difference between this method and whether it is not. Zhu Tingyun said. Is a lower level explosive magic talisman okay? I have some here if I can. Plus, I can make some on the spot too. Fang Shi said in surprise. Brother Lian, are you a talisman maker? Zhu Tingyun nodded. Well, but I'm only a mysterious level talisman maker, so I can't draw earth level talisman seals. While talking, he handed Fang Shi a few explosive charms of Wang Ji and Xuan Ji for her to experiment. Others took some out too. Fang Shi immediately took these talismans to experiment. Unfortunately, the effect of these magic talismans is far worse than that of cracking magic talismans. Not even a few spores added together can trigger a single spore. Zueting Kai sneered, "Don't waste your time, just kill these poisonous mushrooms. Return the mushroom army, what a beautiful idea." Fang Shi ignored him, but asked Zhu Tingbian, "Brother Lianzu, do you have blank talisman paper and talisman ink?" Of course there is blood. However, you wondered why Fang Shi asked such a question. Do you really want him to draw an explosive magic talisman on the spot? The point is that even if he doesn't eat or drink for a day, he can't draw a few pictures. After seeing him nodding, Fang Shi said with sparkling eyes, "Brother Lian Clan, teach me how to make talismans." After I learned it, the two of us drew together, and the speed increased. Zhu Tingbian. I teach you talisman making. Although it is fine to teach you, is this the right time and place? That stuff can't be learned overnight. Not only did he think Fang Shi's request was outrageous, but people outside the secret realm also felt that it was outrageous. The third elder finally found something to criticize, and immediately said, "Wu Yu is fine, but he's a little drifting. Let's not talk about how unreliable the idea of subduing those poisonous mushrooms is, just say that she wants to learn the talisman. Can it be learned in a short time? People, you still have to keep your feet on the ground. Great Elder, when she comes out, you have to educate her well, so as not to go astray in the future." Although Zhu Tingjue knew that Fang Shi was doing well in the human race, he only heard about it, and he really didn't know about Fang Shi's seal-making talisman. Therefore, he also felt that Fang Shi was messing around. But he can scold him all he wants, but he can't listen to other scolding. So, with a sullen face, he said, "Don't bother you, I have my own measure." The third elder wanted to say more, but the blood patriarch coughed, and he choked back. He thought to himself, if the sky is full of blood, just keep your mouth shut. After a while, I was slapped in the face. Although Zhu Tingbian felt that Fang Shi was fooling around, but because he saw that Fang Shi had her own filter, he hesitated for a while before agreeing. After a while, she couldn't learn it, so she retreated naturally. Thus, the small class of armor-making talismans in the blood court started. He originally thought that Fang Shi had some basics, but this one didn't know anything. He had to start with the simplest. After half an hour, Fang Shi said, "Brother Lian Clan, I think I have almost learned it. You lend me a talisman-making brush, and I will try to draw one." Zhu Tingbian. I'm afraid you want to fart. But he still took out an idle talisman pen and gave it to her. Zueting Kai's mouth is about to turn into a ladle. Zhu Wuyu, you are completely wasting everyone's time. With this time, we can travel a lot. Zheng Wen sneered at the side, it's a long way to go. Are you going to go to the Wangquan Road of Reincarnation? Blood Court Armor. He wished he could strangle Zheng Wen to death, but now that everyone isolated him, he had no choice but to endure it. Zheng Wen glanced at him contemptuously, then glanced around calmly. Stupid demons. You guys don't know anything about my little junior sister's abilities. Although the junior sister has never drawn a magic talisman, he dares to bet with the head of the Blood Court Armor that the junior sister must have learned it by now. I can even draw the cracking magic talisman. Fang Shi did learn it. In fact, the principle of the talisman of the demon race and the talisman of the human race are similar, as long as one can memorize the lines of the magic talisman and infuse the magic energy evenly. She calmed down, poured magic energy into the talisman-making pen, and started to draw. Although everyone felt that it was impossible for her to draw successfully, they still held their breath and watched, for fear that the loud panting would affect her. After half a quarter of an hour, Fang Shi finished writing. Brother Lianzu, help me take a look, it's my first time painting, I don't have much experience, the magic energy is poured in unevenly, it doesn't seem to be very good. Zueting was speechless. Eyeballs stared like copper bells. The same goes for everyone else. In the dead silence, Zheng heard a cry. Little sister, you succeeded. You actually succeeded in drawing for the first time. After half an hour of study, you will be successful. You are simply a talisman genius. Do not. Genius of geniuses. Girl, you are so amazing. Fang Shi was very satisfied, although the fifth senior brother's performance was a bit exaggerated, but who doesn't like to hear rainbow farts? Only then did Zhu Tingbian and the others come to their senses, and they all looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. The first time I drew, not only was it successful, but it was also a middle-grade talisman. Are you a human? By the way, they're not human, they're demons. Zueting Armor gritted his molars and said, maybe a blind cat ran into a dead mouse. If you have the ability, draw another one. Fang Shi was quite obedient, and immediately drew another picture. Not only did it take less time this time, but it was also a top-grade talisman. The teeth of the Blood Court Armor are about to be crushed, it's just the simplest flame talisman, if you have the ability, you can draw some complicated ones. Fang Shi nodded, okay. She drew a few more yellow rank talismans, and then began to try to draw black rank talismans. After a while, she put down the talisman pen and sighed. Half an hour has passed, and I have only drawn a dozen or so talisman seals. What a waste I am. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 330. Fang Shi also asked Zhu Ting Lian with a face full of thirst for knowledge. Brother Lianzu, isn't the speed of my talisman drawing very slow? Zhu Tinglian has lost his language function. Slow. Did you know that I can only draw one picture in half an hour? Not necessarily successful. You can draw more than a dozen pictures in half an hour, and they are all top grade, but you say you are trash. Then what am I? Is it mud that is not even comparable to waste? Seeing that he was silent, Fang Shi continued, I've almost finished practicing now, so I'll try to draw the cracking magic talisman. To be honest, I really have no idea. It is estimated that the first one can draw a middle grade, but not a top grade. Zueting Kai finally found his own voice and sneered. You blow it. Only the magic pill stage can draw the earth-level magic talisman, so stop dreaming. Fang Shi only thought he was puffing, and didn't even give him a look. She took a deep breath, then picked up her pen. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a cracking magic talisman appeared in front of everyone. Fang Shi shook her head. Sure enough, it's middle class. It seems that I really don't have the talent to draw symbols. Zhu Tinglian and the others. They've already stitched their stunned faces to their faces. Even the blood court armor opened its mouth wide and stared at its eyes with an expression of disbelief. He didn't beep this time. When you are too much stronger than your opponent, he loses the courage to hate you. Fang Shi continued to draw, this time speeding up. Even the hands have after images. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Shen couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. Not to mention the joy in my heart. Back then, Zhu Tianjue said that he was the only one in the Blood Demon clan, and even the patriarch had to give him 3 points. But after 100 years of dormancy, he returned to the Blood Demon clan again, and his power had almost been divided between the second elder and the third elder. He was holding his breath, otherwise he wouldn't be crazy enough to let Fang Shi pretend to be his granddaughter. Although this girl Fang Shi is a bit damaged and a bit of a dog, she really gives him a face. Not to mention saving Zhu Tingyun and others over and over again, he is still a genius at making talismans. Seeing the 2 elongated donkey faces of the second elder and the third elder, he was almost overjoyed. After laughing a few times, he felt that he should be more reserved. So, secretly pinched his thigh, and then suppressed the raised corners of his mouth. He coughed. Third brother, how are you doing? As I said just now, you have to try it to know if it works. Your vision is too narrow. That's right, you've always been nestled in your comfort zone, so you're naturally narrow-minded in seeing things. You have to learn from me, and wander around on the territory of the human race when you have nothing to do. Are you still worried that Wu Yu will go astray? Even if she has no way, she can find her own way out. The third elder's nose is going to be crooked. He kept smacking his mouth, but nothing came out. Say what? Zhu Wu Yu's talisman-making talent is really excellent. Even if he and Zhu Shen never deal with each other, he can't deny this. He couldn't help scolding Zhu Tianjue in his heart that he was really lucky to have such an excellent granddaughter. In the secret realm, Fang Shi has been drawing the cracking magic talisman. Several of her elder sisters served her attentively, some wiped her sweat, some fanned her, some fed her pastries. They didn't do this at first, after all, in their opinion, the talisman making must be done in a quiet environment. Until I saw Fang Shi drawing a talisman with his right hand and gnawing a fruit in his left hand. Genius is really different. Zhu Tinglian and the others were not idle either. Some people are in charge of vigilance, and some people are staring at the small mushrooms tied to the tree. Zhang Wen is the conductor with his hands behind his back and gestures. It's good to follow my junior sister. Even if you come to pretend to be a grandson, you can still enjoy the treatment of an uncle. Fang Shi drew a thick stack of cracking magic talismans before stopping to rest. She's human too, and she gets tired. In fact, she can draw with both hands at the same time, and she can also be engraved and stamped. But she wasn't about to do that. Good things are worthless if you take them out all at once. She has to show these abilities slowly and refresh the Blood family's perception of her at all times. Junwen came over. Little sister, it's been a long time, and I haven't seen the life-destroying mushroom come over. They won't be still in the soil, waiting for the spores to be released. Fang Shi yawned and said, I guess we found those little mushrooms were caught by us, so we hid them underground and didn't dare to show them. I'll call them out after I've drawn enough cracking talismans. After all, my mushroom army only has small mushrooms that are not powerful enough. Not to mention anything else, those life-destroying mushrooms are big enough to be used as mounts. Junwen. This is the first time I heard that mushrooms are used as mounts. The key point is that this thing is used to burrowing in the soil. Could it be that you want to be a mouse? Fang Shi rested for a while, and drew another thick stack of cracking magic talismans. She can continue to draw, but Zhu Tinglian's storage ring doesn't have so many blank talisman papers. She had to give up. She rested for a while, then stamped her feet. Come out, let's talk about a deal. In the next moment, dozens of life-eroding round crack mushrooms emerged from the ground. Fang Shi said slowly, I have tested it before, the impact of the explosion of the cracking magic talisman can break the hard shell of your spores. Even if some of them are not broken, it will be much easier to break the shell later. So my method is no worse than Geely's method. But there is no good thing in the world that you can reap without paying, so you have to pay a certain price. How about this, you will be my attendants to escort me, and before leaving the secret realm, I will help you expel the spores. What do you think? Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 331. Mushrooms have their own way of communicating, and soon the little black mushroom said it had something to say. Of course, it cannot be said. However, it can be played. It's just acting very abstract. Zhu Tingyun and the others were confused and didn't see what it wanted to express at all. But Fang Shi made a rough guess. You mean, let me stimulate some of the spores first, and then some of your mushrooms will take these spores home, and the rest will follow me. When the task is completed, I will help you stimulate the other half of the spores. The mushrooms kept nodding their heads. No wonder she can be the master of Jile, she is smarter than everyone else. Others can't find Jili, their mushroom family is very sensitive to the breath of sky thunder, they have already discovered Jili on Fang Shi's head. Unexpectedly, these days even Jili is considered a spiritual pet. It seems that the outside of the secret realm has changed. If Jilei knew what they were thinking, he would probably be pissed off. After all, it has always considered Fangxi to be its spiritual pet. Fangxi felt that the mushroom's request was not too much, which was equivalent to paying a part of the deposit first, and then paid the balance after the completion of the project. She weighed it and agreed. Immediately afterwards, she made people let go of the little mushrooms and let them bury their spores in the ground. Originally, Zhu Tingyun and the others were still a little worried, for fear that the mushrooms would go back on their word. But soon they realized that they were worrying too much. Those mushrooms are desperately digging pits to bury their spores, and the Hyphae are about to fly off the edge. Fangxi used this time to catch up on sleep. She has been on duty before, and she has drawn the cracking magic talisman for a long time, so she needs to take a good rest. When she woke up, the mushrooms had already buried the spores. In fact, it was buried long ago, but I didn't dare to disturb Fangxi. This is the breeding light of their mushroom family, so I can't afford to offend him. Fangxi told everyone to disperse, and then began to throw the cracking magic talisman non-stop. The continuous explosions made everyone's ears buzzing, and the ground was trembling non-stop. Junwen walked to Zueting Kai and whispered, "Tell me, what would happen if my sister threw all these cracking talismans on you? Surely I can send you on your way early, right?" Zueting Kai's face turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought that his cultivation base was higher than Fangxi and Junwen's, so even if he offended them, there was nothing to be afraid of. But it's different now. That Zhu Wu can make talismans, and can draw Earth-level talisman seals, and his speed is very abnormal. It would be too easy for her to take revenge on him. Not to mention, a talent like her will definitely be valued by the clan. If she targets him, his life will be difficult. Junwen was very relieved to see his face change. This is the fate of offending my little junior sister. If you don't die, you will be scared to death. After Fangxi activated half of the cracking magic talisman, it stopped. Then, he led the crowd to wait aside. She didn't worry about the mushrooms going back on their word at all, because breeding was a huge attraction for them. Sure enough, after checking the situation of the spores, some mushrooms moved the spores away, and the rest surrounded Fangxi, waiting for orders. Fangxi purposely let the little black mushroom stay, because it was obviously a little higher in intelligence than the other mushrooms. It is more convenient to communicate. Fangxi let the mushrooms hide in the ground and come out when needed. However, he left the life-destroying ground split mushroom on the ground, and then sat on its cap. Junwen, Zhu Tingyun and others. Do you really want to use it as a mount? Fangxi happily sat on the life-eating mushroom, waved her little hand, let's go. The mycelium of the deadly mushroom is generally used to attack the enemy, and is rarely used to walk. And NBSP, but when he thought of being able to serve the breeding light, he was immediately full of energy and desperately poured his Hyphae. Because I was too impatient, I tripped myself. Fangxi, who was sitting on the fungus cap and was chattering, fell into the mud. Fangxi, Zhu Tingyun and others. The patriarch and others outside the secret. This should be extreme joy begets sorrow, right? It would be embarrassing for others, but Fangxi got up from the ground as if nothing happened, and patted the deadly mushroom. It's inevitable that I'm a little uncoordinated when I walk for the first time, it'll be fine slowly. I believe you. The desperate mushroom was so touched that it almost burst open. It is indeed the light of reproduction, and it is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Fangxi pondered that too many Hyphae would easily mess up, so he let the desperate mushroom only use 2 of the thicker mycelium to walk, so that it would not be messy. Sure enough, after practicing for a while, the life-eating mushroom can run very fast. Fangxi sat on the mushroom cap again, and led the crowd to move forward. She felt that other mycelia were idle, so she began to find work for other mycelium. Some gave her a massage, some fed her fruit, and some fanned her. 818 novels. Several clan sisters. Are we just replaced? Sister Wu you have no heart. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 332 without it, the phoenix dog will die. Fangxi was still sitting at first, but later she simply lay down. It's better to eat than dumplings, and it's better to be upside down if you feel better. Still lying comfortably. Outside the secret realm, everyone looked at the scene and didn't know what to say other than outrageous. Especially Zhu Wu seems to be the leader of the team, you know she just came back a few days ago. When she was in the grotto before, she was still an outcast character, but now she controls the team's right to speak. Seeing her twitching on the life-destroying brown crack mushroom, many people wanted her to fall again. Of course, Zhu Tingyue was not among these people. No matter how he sees Fangxi now, how pleasing to his eyes, even when she fell into the mud before, he thought the way she fell was very unique. It has to be his granddaughter, even wrestling is different. In the secret realm, the blood court armor fell to the back of the team. Now no one pays attention to him at all, just treat him as if he doesn't exist. He didn't care about these things either, his mind was full of those words that Junwen threatened him. Now he has clearly realized that he can't fight Zhu Wu at all, and can only wait for her revenge in fear. I don't know if there is any room for redemption. Fangxi walked with Zhu Tingyun and others for about 2 hours, but the road was blocked by a towering tree. The height of this tree is not too unusual, but it occupies a very large area. A single tree is almost a small forest. The giant tree was shaking its branches constantly. Everyone thought it was going to attack them with branches, but after waiting for a while, there was no movement. When everyone was wondering, countless demon insects flew out from the lush branches and leaves, and their slender mouthparts glowed blue, obviously poisonous. Zhu Tingyun exclaimed, "It's the nether blood-soaked giant mosquito. Its mouthparts are poisonous, don't let it bite you. Attack with fire, quick, attack with fire." In addition to transforming magical energy into weapons, they can also cast some spells, such as fire spells. Groups of flames slammed into the blood-soaked giant mosquitoes. But there are too many giant blood-soaked mosquitoes in the netherworld. If one batch is burned to death, the next batch will fly out. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little anxious, and they all looked at Feng Shi. Isn't there an army of mushrooms? You should let them come out to help. The next moment, Feng Shi rushed into the crowd of mosquitoes with a howl. 818 novels. Body protection of the demon god. Impervious to all poisons. Suffer death. She kept waving her hands, and the tribulation thunder transformed by the devilish energy crazily struck at those ghostly blood-soaked giant mosquitoes. Feng Shi was already prepared to be bitten by the giant blood-soaked mosquitoes from the netherworld, so she took the opportunity to set up a character who would not fear death for the benefit of the family. As a result, those ghostly blood-soaked giant mosquitoes flew away in a hurry when they got close to her, without stinging her at all. Feng Shi guessed that Jilei might have done something, not to mention, this trash snack is still useful. After Feng Shi had the bottom line in her heart, she went crazy. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Feng Shi felt that Jilei, who had transformed into demonic energy, seemed to be much thicker than before. Relying on her own strength, she pushed back those giant blood-soaked mosquitoes from the netherworld, and even caught several large mosquitoes and strung them on the hyphae of the life-eating ground mushroom, who headed them for public display. Everyone. It's just that these mosquitoes are relatively big, otherwise this job is really difficult to do. The giant tree began to shake its branches and leaves violently, but the ghostly blood-soaked giant mosquito perched on the tree did not fly out again. Everyone can subdue robbery thunder. If they go out, they will die. Not to mention anything else, the corpses of their companions are still hanging on the mycelium. Jilei, who was squatting on Feng Shi's head, felt very good about himself. Since entering the secret realm, how much has it helped Fengu? Without it, Fengu would die. That's all for today. Don't be a man today, and be a good man tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 333 1 click, 1 click, 1 click. Seeing that the blood-soaked giant mosquito refused to fight, the giant tree shook its branches and leaves even more. There was even a strong wind blowing around. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance and stared at the giant tree closely. At this moment, the leaves of the giant tree turned into arrows and shot towards everyone. Everyone was shocked, because there were so many arrows, it was like rain. Everyone was forced to retreat again and again. Many people wondered why Feng Shi didn't call out the mushroom army as soon as possible. If things went on like this, they would all have to finish the game. However, looking at this posture, even with the help of an army of mushrooms, it can't beat the giant tree. After all, the poison of those small mushrooms has no effect on the giant tree, and its combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. What they didn't know was that Feng Shi had secretly turned his consciousness into a big brick and threw it at the giant tree. The giant tree didn't know anything about it, and was still immersed in the joy of victory. A group of small ants dare to be my enemy. I'm going to shoot you into honeycombs. Zheng Mei felt a dull pain in her consciousness. It was like being hit hard by something. Before I could react, I was smashed again. Again and again. The giant tree was smashed into a circle. So much so that it lost control of the leaves. The leaves fell to the ground one after another, forming a thick layer. Without further ado, Feng Shi put it into her storage ring, because these leaves have temporarily lost their spiritual connection with the giant tree, and their dead objects. Zhang Wen saw her doing this, so he quickly followed. I will do whatever my junior sister does, that's right. The little junior sister is the light on my path of cultivating immortals. Guide me all the way forward. Although Zhu Tingyun and the others were confused, they all followed suit. In an instant, the thick layer of leaves were all put away by Feng Shi and the others. Giant tree. No. In such a short while, I became naked. It's just going crazy. It started to fight back. It protected its own consciousness. Feng Shi was able to succeed before, largely because the giant tree was not prepared. After protecting the consciousness, the bare branches of the giant tree began to grow violently, and then plunged into the ground, like a cage, trapping Feng Shi and others inside. Black liquid dripped from the branches and fell to the ground, causing holes to be corroded in the ground instantly. One can imagine what the consequences would be if this fell on a human being. Moreover, this black liquid can also corrode the magic energy, and the magic energy defense propped up by everyone was quickly penetrated. Can only continue to repair. If this continues, the magic energy will soon be exhausted. Feng Shi raised her hand. Mushroom army, the whole army strikes. However, everyone did not see the mushrooms breaking out of the ground. Did the mushrooms retreat in spite of the difficulties? Ran. However, they soon discovered that the giant tree was trembling, and its branches were frantically beating the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone finally escaped from the tree cage. Feng Shi waved, go. Take advantage of its illness and kill it. Everyone immediately regrouped and launched a counterattack. They also now understand Feng Shi's layout. The real battlefield of the mushroom army is underground. The reason why she had been directing them to fight with the giant tree just now was to distract it, so that the mushroom army could approach the root of the giant tree from the ground. Then after the giant tree weakened, attack its roots, making it powerless to resist. They guessed right. At this time, the mushroom army was strangling several roots of the giant tree with mycelium. Once the roots were strangled, the giant tree would lose its vitality. The giant tree struggled desperately, but it had consumed too much demonic energy before, especially since the leaves had been put away by Feng Shi and the others. It couldn't absorb the magical energy in time. The giant tree regretted it. If it had known this earlier, it might as well have been as cowardly as those ghostly blood-soaked giant mosquitoes. At least you can save your life. Now those ghost blood-soaked giant mosquitoes have already taken advantage of the chaos and flew away. It is really like the tree fell and the monkeys scattered, without any morals at all. It's just that it can't figure it out no matter what. Why is that demon's spiritual consciousness so powerful even though it's only at the 9th level of chi gathering? Why do these mushrooms obey her orders? Why can she do the shameless act of sweeping the fallen leaves with the autumn wind? The giant tree hated Feng Shi to the core, and it felt that even if it was about to die, it would hold Feng Shi back. So, it spent the last bit of magic energy, gathered the black sap in the trunk, turned into a black poisonous dragon, and swept towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi didn't hide, but stretched out her small hand, grabbed the poisonous dragon's tail, and swung it up. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Your tree is so good, you know you're going to die, and you gave me a little toy to have fun." The giant tree was already at the end of its strength, and Feng Shi was so angry that it lost even the last bit of strength to resist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mushroom army completely cut off all its roots. The giant tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally fell to the ground. Zhang Wen hastily put the tree trunk into the storage ring. 818 novels. Junior sister needs to set up a person, so it's not easy to do this kind of thing. I come. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 334 join if you can't beat it. As soon as Zhang Wen put away the tree trunk, he saw his little junior sister give him an appreciative glance. Immediately felt happy. I can stand out among many senior brothers, but I have some real skills. Not to mention anything else, just this vision, who can compare with me? At this time, the mushrooms broke through the ground one after another, and brought up the strangled roots. They wrapped their roots with mycelium and sent them to Feng Shi. This is their breeding light. They must show their sincerity. Feng Shi was very satisfied. After accepting them, she praised them and let them continue to hide underground. At this time, Zueting Kai suddenly walked in front of her. No, Sister Wu Yu, these are the leaves I just put away. It's useless for me to keep them, so I'll give them to you. Feng Shi. Yo, is this enlightenment? Very fast. Zhu Tingkai didn't even dare to look at Feng Shi, his heart was beating non-stop, for fear that Feng Shi would not accept him. He felt that the time had become extremely long, and finally heard Feng Shi say, "Since Brother Kai Clan expressed his kindness, I will accept it, and I will not make an exception." The hanging heart of Zueting Armor finally let go. Feng Shi's acceptance of the leaves meant that the previous article had been turned over, and even if he didn't like it, she probably wouldn't retaliate against him. Moreover, Feng Shi's, not to be an example, is also a pun. On the surface, it seems to say that he will not let him give her anything again, but in fact it is to let him stop being stupid again. Zueting Kai took advantage of this step, rushing and said, "Sister Wu Yu, I was wrong before, I'm sorry for you. Don't worry, I will definitely correct my mistakes in the future and won't do it again." Feng Shi knew that Blood Court Armor didn't really want to reform, but just saw that the gap between him and herself was getting bigger and bigger, so she joined if she couldn't beat him. If it was someone else, they might take the opportunity to ridicule them, or they might simply say that they would not forgive. But Feng Shi won't. There is no eternal enemy with her, as long as it is not an enemy of life and death, she can use it for her own use. For example, the gluttonous emperor, such as Zhu Shenjue, such as Wei Rui from the southern region and others. The same is true for the Blood Court Armor. She said with a smile, "Brother Kai Clan, we are all brothers and sisters of our own family, and the big things are also family affairs. Let's talk about it and it's over. Let's have a good time in the future." After hearing this, Zhu Tingyun and the others felt that their sister Wu Yu was really a good person. The Blood Court Armor has repeatedly targeted her, but she can still be so tolerant, it is really rare. Even people outside the secret realm praised Feng Shi. Wu Yu is really a good kid, he was brave and resourceful when dealing with giant trees before, and he has the style of a general. Now facing the Blood Court Armor, there is room for others, and the future is limitless. Yeah, this kid still has family values, and he never forgets to protect the interests of the family. If he was found in the early years, he would definitely be better than he is now. Although she is the youngest in the team, she has a better perspective. No wonder Ting Yun and the others listened to her. Ellipsis. The second elder and the third elder were so sour that they were about to bubble. Although I really want to say two bad things, I can't find any point of defamation at all. The sorrows and joys of the demons are not the same, the two of them are sour. Zhu Tianjue is so happy. He kept telling himself to be reserved. In order not to let himself laugh like before, he kept stroking his beard to divert his attention. Just because I was too excited, I pulled out a few beards with too much force, and grinned in pain. Then froze. No, why did the giant tree suddenly lose control of its leaves? Did the mushrooms do something? Or what did this girl Feng Shi do? How did she do it? Ellipsis. In the secret realm, everyone rested for a while before continuing to set off. Feng Shi is still leisurely lying on top of the life-destroying ground cracker mushroom, it's still easy to have a mount. She couldn't help thinking of her spiritual pets, none of which could be used as mounts. Let's talk about the little black ball first, let's not talk about whether it can see the light, the key point is that she's okay riding a ball and jumping around, it's not impressive. Besides, the little chubby bird eats a lot of fire marrow, but it only develops horizontally. She may not wait for the day when it becomes an adult in this life. Don't talk about fire swallowing Shu, it's like Duke Joe is possessed, he just knows to sleep, and he's still whimpering and talking in his sleep when he's fine. Chankan Banner is a defective product, it has been recuperating there, and it is not known when it will be restored to its original state. Not to mention the two on the polar ice field, they can't practice if they leave the ice field, they can only be left behind strip pets. Those cubs of Schwanshnong can even be ignored. After thinking about it, she decided that if she had the chance, she would form a team of mounts, those that fly in the sky, those that swim in the water, and those that run on the ground. In this way, she can have a mount for any situation. While she was thinking about these things, a group of people appeared in front of her. Looks exactly like them. Fang Shi. Come again. However, she soon discovered that this time was different from before. Because there is no one on the opposite side, but a huge mirror. She was really surprised. Mirror. This mystery is a bit interesting. Zhu Tingyun and the others were also shocked, because the mirror was boundless, as if connecting heaven and earth. If there is no way to break this mirror, obviously there is no way for them to go any further. The blood court armor is eager to show now, and said quickly. Sister Wu Yu, I can't tell what material this mirror is made of, and it's too big. Do you think it will be a phantom array? Fang Shi was not too sure. When she was thinking about it, she found that Zheng Wen and the others were all in a daze, looking at the mirror stupidly. There is one more chapter, Calvin, it will be finished at about 6 o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 335 at this moment, it is extremely precious. Fang Shi looked into the mirror subconsciously, and found that the Fang Shi inside was slowly growing taller, and the curves of her figure became hotter and hotter. Not only that, but beside Fang Shi, there appeared a small black ball that could swallow hundreds of thousands of enemies in one go, a little fat bird that could spew out the fire of Nirvana at any time, a fire-swallowing beast that mutated into a fire unicorn, and various other monsters. Various mounts. Fang Shi hooked her lips. This is the idealized version of her. To be precise, it was her ideal self. However, she soon discovered that she was wrong. Because the appearance of the little black balls has changed a lot, it is not what she thought. She originally thought that the little chubby bird would be a round bird when it grew up, but it turned out that he was a very imposing and beautiful little phoenix. This should be her in the future. Her at some point in the future. It seems that she will do well in the future. Outside the secret realm, the Blood Patriarch and others were worried. Because they recognized the mirror. Yes, this is indeed a mirror, an interlaced mirror. Once time and space are staggered, a staggered mirror will be produced. It is too difficult to detect the interlaced mirror. Not to mention these young people, even they can't detect it. If you can't see through it, you will either freeze at this moment forever, or you will be engulfed in the torrent of time and space and destroyed. I'm afraid this time it will be more ominous than good. However, how could time and space intersect in the family secret realm? There are too many strange things in the secret realm this time. A large transparent head protruded from the barren grave in the distance, poking its head out. Zhu Bawan was panicked. This matter should have nothing to do with him, right? Could it be that when he forcibly brought those two brats into the secret realm, not only did he overlap the secret realm, but also messed up time and space? If this is the case, he doesn't seem to need to change the epitaph. Could it be that the trash who erected a monument to him foretold what happened today? Defined him in advance? No. If those trash had this ability, they wouldn't run on him on the matter of building graves and erecting monuments. Correct. This matter has nothing to do with him. He can't blame himself. He is innocent, he is innocent. However, no matter what, I still hope that those little brats can pass smoothly. After all, they are all descendants of the blood family. Especially the little girl, he still expects her to change his epitaph, so don't burp. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Fang Shi in the secret realm laughing happily. Zhu Baihuan's heart sank. It's over. Fortunately, he still thinks that this girl is pretty good, although her cultivation level is a bit low. She is brave and resourceful, quite like him back then. As a result, she fell into it before the others had anything to do with it. I can't help but boast. At this time, in the secret realm, Fang Shi looked at herself and her spiritual pets in the mirror. She does occasionally fantasize about what's in the mirror, but she's actually pretty happy with herself now. Only those with a weak heart will only see their own shortcomings and fail to see their own advantages. I only envy what I don't have, but I can't see what I have. No matter how good the future is, it cannot replace the current self. She suddenly understood that this was not a phantom formation, but an interlacing of time and space. Once you give up the self at this point in time, you will be engulfed in the torrent of time and disappear. There is really something in this secret realm. After Fang Shi realized this, she smiled at Fang Shi in the mirror. The Fang Shi in the mirror smiled as if feeling something, and gave a thumbs up. Fang Shi smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Whether she is working hard now or she will become better in the future, it is worthy of praise. The Fang Shi in the mirror gradually became blurred until it disappeared. Fang Shi has a new understanding of time. Although time can erase everything, it cannot erase the meaning of existence in the past. Because the past time points are combined, there is everything at a certain time point in the future. Without the past, there is no future. But what should be cherished most is the present. At this moment, it is extremely precious. Only by grasping the present will there be no regrets in the future. She felt something in her heart and began to meditate cross-legged. The brilliance of the body keeps flickering. Everyone outside the secret realm. Not only did she break through the interlaced mirror, but she also had an epiphany. This is too outrageous. Let's just say, what did she realize? Zhu Tianjue has such a proud face, she has to be my granddaughter. It's awesome. Just off the beaten track. If he hadn't considered that Zhu Tingyun and the others were still trapped inside, he would have laughed out loud. It doesn't matter whether you are reserved or not. Because he has a precious granddaughter, no one can compare with him. Then, he thought of a key question. This granddaughter is fake. Yes, this granddaughter is a fake. Why is it fake? Although the number of words in this chapter is a bit short, I think it is well written, haha. See you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 336 Gentleman One Sword World News. As excited as Zhu Tianjue was before, he is now as disappointed. The last moment was still in the clouds, and the next moment fell into the mud pit. Can't help sighing. Seeing this scene, the third elder gritted his teeth angrily. You fake old bastard. My heart is full of joy, but I pretend to be deep here. Damn, why don't I have such a good granddaughter as Zhu Wuyu? Zhu Bawan, who was poking his head over the grave in the distance, grinned widely. As expected of the person he likes, really good. He just said, the little girl looks smart and smart, how could she be trapped in the interlaced mirror and cannot get out? Originally, he thought that the token given to her from Lang Yinyuan was a waste, and if he entered, he would be eliminated. Now it seems that although her cultivation base is low, she may really be able to gain a firm foothold there. It's a pity, she has to take the 2 idiot with her to drag the oil bottle. He wondered, isn't he just a dog leg? There are as many of these things as there are, so I have to look for him. At this moment, the second idiot, the oil bottle, the dog leg, Zhang Wen is obsessively looking at himself in the mirror. With a sword strike, the huge mountain was split in half. With a sword strike, the river stopped flowing instantly. With a sword, a crack appeared on the ground. It's so arrogant. This is me who is a kendo genius. The more you watch, the more you love to watch, and the more you watch, the more you get into it. In a trance, he felt that he should be like this, he was himself, he was him. Just when he was about to enter a state of ecstasy, he saw that Zhang Wen, inside had an extra mount. The golden hair is shining, and the big eyes are like copper bells. Isn't this the golden retriever Suani? How could it be his mount? He didn't forget that when he wanted to sit on it, he was sprayed with a big mouthful of saliva. Zhang Wen woke up a lot in an instant. By the way, I was looking in the mirror. I am me, the one inside is a counterfeit. Ah. Want to lie to master, think beautifully. You have to use snacks to fake it. I can't see through such an obvious loophole, and I'm in vain as the closest and most important brother to my junior sister. Ha, what about my junior sister? Thinking of Fengshi, his heart shivered, and he took a sip at Zhang Wen, inside, you fake, get out. The Zhang Wen on the mirror gradually became blurred and finally disappeared. Zhang Wen looked around, and found that Zhu Tingyun and the others were obsessively looking at the mirror, while Fengshi was meditating cross-legged, his body was shining with brilliance, it was blinding. Little junior sister has realized again. Compared to my junior sister, I'm just a worthless snack. When he was feeling sorry for himself, he saw Zhu Tingyun and the others. The self-confidence and sense of superiority came back immediately. People have to recognize themselves clearly, not to be arrogant, nor to underestimate themselves, as long as they constantly break through themselves, that is the best version of themselves. For example, no matter how good the Zhang Wen in the mirror is, it is just a moon in the water in the mirror, and has nothing to do with half of my straight stone. I am me, different fireworks. Zhang Wen's sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, and he felt something in his heart, and he began to sit cross-legged in meditation, with brilliance constantly shining on his body. Everyone outside the secret realm. This Ning Anfang not only broke through the interlaced mirror, but also had an epiphany. Usually, I don't see any outstanding features, but I didn't expect it to be quite intriguing. The second elder and the third elder are almost sour. Zhu Tianju's granddaughter, Tianzong Wizard, is fine, but even her grandson is so good, why did all the good seedlings go to him? The two couldn't help looking at Zhu Tianjue, and saw him frowning tightly, with a look of bitterness and hatred. Pooh. It can be installed. Little did he know that Zhu Tianjue was really sad. Because these two outstanding babies are all human. His grandpa is fake. Zhu Bawan on the graveyard in the distance was not very happy because he was slapped in the face. Unexpectedly, these two idiots also have a bit of aura, maybe it's because the one who is close to the vermilion is the red and the one who is close to the ink is black, and they borrowed the little girl's light. The two of them broke through the interlaced mirror, what about the rest of them? If it was really swallowed by the torrent of time and space, it would be fine to simply delete the word, almost, from, almost caused a catastrophe, in his epitaph. No, this matter has nothing to do with me, I can't take responsibility on myself. Just as he was bouncing back and forth in the midst of carrying the blame and throwing the blame, Fengshi came to an epiphany. Her cultivation has also soared from the 9th level of qi gathering to the 3rd level of condensation. This speed is like sitting on a string of monkeys. Fengshi feels more and more that coming to the demon realm is an extremely correct decision. She practiced hard every day in Xuanshnong and made little progress, but her cultivation base gradually increased in the demon realm. Although it is not yet known how much the conversion to spiritual power will increase, but it will definitely increase. Just as she was thinking, Zhang Wen was caught in the corner of her eye. She was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. She was also worried that the 5th senior brother would be wiped out by the torrent of time, but she didn't expect that he not only came out, but also had an epiphany. It is true that stupid people have stupid blessings. The 5th senior brother is really a blessed general. She looked at Zhu Tingyun and the others, still obsessively looking at the mirror. If you don't want to help them, you probably have to finish the game. But how to help? This is not an illusion, and external forces should have no effect. Fengshi thought hard for a while, but couldn't think of any solution. And she didn't dare to do anything rashly, because a little carelessness would cause Zhu Tingyun and others to lose their lives. At this time, Zhang Wen also came to an epiphany. The cultivation base soared from the 3rd level of condensation yuan to the 5th level of condensation yuan. He is so happy. With the speed of cultivation, who else besides junior sister? I just asked who else. The 4 at home are incomparable to me. Even master and his elders have to give me a thumbs up. I have heard it, if you don't make a song, it will be a blockbuster. Sooner or later, I will practice the swordsmanship of the counterfeit. By then, the sword of a gentleman will be heard all over the world. Open black lens bracket continue at, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 337 Senior Brother 5 is as wise as a fool. When Zhang Wenzhang was so beautiful, he saw Fangxi. Immediately ran over in a hurry. Small, little sister, have you finished your epiphany? Fangxi nodded. Well, brother, do you have a way to wake up Brother Yun and the others? Zhang Wen immediately said, this matter is not very easy to handle, it mainly depends on one's own judgment and willpower. Let's just talk about me, although the counterfeit inside is very powerful, but I clearly know that it is all fake. So, I can wake up in time. I even gave him a sip. Fangxi, brother, that should not be a counterfeit, but you at a certain point in the future. Zhang Wen, impossible, absolutely impossible, that's a counterfeit, and it has nothing to do with me. Fangxi, as long as you are happy. You smell bad. The whole person is not good. He didn't even recognize himself, and even gave himself a sip. This is too stupid. No, if it's his future self, wouldn't that mean that the golden-haired Sunni has really become his spiritual pet? How is this possible? That thing is just a bastard. If it is possible to use it as a mount for the little junior sister, how can it be used as a mount? Could it be that the little junior sister lent him temporarily for appearance? He decided to save the face he didn't have much left, and laughed twice. It doesn't matter if it's me, it's not someone else anyway, just bar. Not to mention just spitting, even a slap is nothing, anyway, without me, there would be no him. Fangxi was taken aback. Say it again. You don't know why, but I repeated it again. Fangxi was thoughtful. Yup. Without the Junwen at this time, there will be no Junwen in the future. If the torrent of time destroys the current Junwen, then the future Junwen will no longer exist. Since the future Junwen exists, the Junwen at this moment will definitely not be destroyed. In other words, Zhu Tingyun and others will definitely not die, otherwise they would not exist in the future. Thinking of this, Fangxi heaved a sigh of relief. Junwen asked curiously, little sister, what did you think of? Fangxi recounted her guess. Junwen looked confused, and his eyes showed clear stupidity. It seems that I understand, but it seems that I don't understand. Forget it, don't bother thinking about it, let's leave it to my junior sister. Then how can we wake him up? Fangxi shook her head. I haven't thought of it yet, I have to think about it. After speaking, she fell into deep thought. Junwen saw that the life-eating ground split mushroom was also obsessively looking in the mirror, so he took over its work. Fanning Fangxi for a while, handing Fangxi the cut spiritual fruit for a while, and passing pastries for Fangxi for a while. This made him so busy that he wished he had 8 hands. Fangxi frowned in thought. This mirror is related to time and space, so it should be caused by the power of time and space, right? Just like before at the junction of the Man tribe, where the power of space was unstable, they were coerced into the trial site of Yueming Academy in the southern region. In other words, the power of time and space here is unstable, so there is such a mirror. If this is the case, find a way to make the power of time and space turbulent, and the mirror should disappear. Thinking of this, Fangxi immediately became excited. However, how can the power of time be turbulent? Preferably a massive energy blast. This point, she and Junwen will definitely not be able to do it. She thought of the remaining cracking magic talismans. Detonating these magic talismans should trigger the turmoil of the power of time and save Zhu Tingyun and others. By the way, the mushroom army can also be rescued. Although there is no way to fulfill the promise by doing so, but there are priorities, and I can't take care of so much. Fangxi considered it carefully again and felt that there was nothing wrong, so she stood up. Junwen asked in a pitiful voice, little sister, have you thought of a way? Fangxi immediately expressed her thoughts. Junwen rolled his eyes. Little sister, you seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. As long as the power of time and space is turbulent, it is enough, then it does not necessarily have to use the cracking magic talisman. Zhu Tingyun and the others have other talismans on them, which should also cause the power of time and space to turmoil after being aroused. What do you say? Fangxi. She is really smart and confused for a while. 818 novels. It seems that she really underestimated the 5th senior brother. This one is as wise as a fool. When Junwen saw Fang's admiring eyes, he was so beautiful that he couldn't find the north. Although junior sister is very powerful, I am also indispensable. However, he quickly thought of the question. Little sister, they are all trapped now, how can they get the talisman in their storage ring? Fangxi sighed. It can only be taken forcefully, although it may damage their spiritual consciousness, but the harm between the two powers is the lesser, so this is the only way to do it. However, my spiritual sense is relatively weak, and I may not be able to succeed. Junwen. Little junior sister is good at acting. Your spiritual consciousness is relatively weak. Does your conscience hurt when you say this? However, you don't seem to have such a thing. Fangxi walked up to the blood-caught armor, took off his storage ring, and then forcibly opened it with his spiritual sense. The blood-caught armor fell into the interlaced mirror, so he didn't notice it, and still looked at the mirror obsessively. Fangxi took out all the talismans inside, and then put the ring on the blood-caught armor on her finger. Followed by Zhu Tingyun and others. Fangxi found a thick stack of talisman seals, of various types and grades, but at this time, he didn't care about so many, as long as they were talisman seals. However, some conflicting talismans still need to be separated, so as not to cancel their effects, such as fire-type talismans and water-type talismans, etc. After Fangxi collected the talisman seals, she was afraid of accidentally hurting Zhu Tingyun and the others when the detonation happened, so she went out for a long distance. Anyway, this mirror is boundless, just choose any place. After getting ready, she and Junwen each took a thick stack of talismans and started to detonate. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 338 Could she be my grandson and granddaughter? With the detonation of Feng Shi and Zhun Wen, various attack methods were mixed together. Flames, wind blades, earth shields, thorns, ice arrows. The huge energy impact caused the ground to tremble. Seeing that the mirror was still there, Feng Shi guessed that the energy shock might not be enough, so she also took out the cracking magic talisman. That's why she chose to forcibly open the storage rings of Zhu Tingyun and others. Be prepared. If the energy of those talismans is not enough, there is still a magic talisman to break. Just when Feng Shi was about to detonate the cracking magic talisman, a crack appeared on the mirror. Immediately after, more cracks appeared, until they were completely broken and disappeared. Zhu Tingyun and the others fell to the ground one after another, and all passed out. Even the life-destroying brown split mushroom passed out with mycelium facing the sky. Feng Shi and Zhun Wen started to treat Zhu Tingyun and others separately. When Feng Shi fainted before, they gave Feng Shi a lot of pills to repair her spiritual consciousness, which just happened to come in handy now. This can be regarded as taking from the people and using it for the people. Or, the wool comes from the sheep. Zhu Tingyun woke up first, which was related to his identity as a talisman maker, and his spiritual consciousness was stronger than others. He was a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It took a long time before I regained my senses. By the way, he seems to have seen another self. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Tingyun and the others also woke up. Outside the secret realm, there was a burst of cheers. The Blood Patriarch's hanging heart finally let go. If Zhu Tingyun and others all died in the secret realm, he would have no face to be the Patriarch again. He is the sinner of the whole family. It is estimated that after his death, he would have to be buried alone in a small grave just like the ancestor named Zhu Bawan, with no one to worship. Fortunately, there is blood without worry, and fortunately, there is Ning Anfang. Thanks to Great Elder. If he hadn't brought these two children back, the Blood family's generation would probably be out of gear. Zhu Tianjue has been stroking his beard, his heart is racing. He thought about it. Whether it is a granddaughter or a grandson is not important anymore. Anyway, I said yes and that is it. No, it has to be. Blood relationship is important, but emotional cultivation is also very important. He and the little girl Feng Shi are destined to be grandparents. Thinking back in Xuanshnong's mind, when he saw her for the first time, he knew that this child was destined for him, so he whispered to her softly and was very kind. Zhu Bawan on the grave also thought so. He and the little girl are really destined by heaven. Only she can communicate with herself, isn't this fate? This little girl is really smart. Not only was he able to crack the interlaced mirror, but he also thought of a way to crack the interlaced mirror. This cleverness is so similar to me. Could she be my direct relative's grandson and granddaughter? As for the fact that he had no heir at all, he selectively forgot. After all, they have been dead for so many years, and their memory is almost normal. At this moment in the secret realm, Zhu Tingyun and the others were completely awake. Feng Shi told what happened. Everyone was shocked. The mirror turned out to be their future self. Some are happy and some are sad. Because what they see is not all good. Feng Shi smiled brightly. Brothers and sisters of the clan, you don't have to take what you saw before to heart. Nothing is set in stone, especially the future. In layman's terms, the future created by the power of time and space should have multiple possibilities, and every choice you make will form a future. Therefore, as long as you take one step at a time, practice steadily, and work diligently for your family, your future you will surely surprise you today. Although everyone knew little about Feng Shi's words, they felt a lot relieved seeing what she said with certainty. Sister Wu Yu is right, the most important thing is to do well in the moment. Let's talk about the future. At this time, Feng Shi said with an apologetic face. Brothers and sisters, the situation was urgent just now, so I rashly opened your storage rings and took out the talisman. Please forgive me. Zueting Kai hurriedly said, Sister Wu Yu, you took the talisman to save us, we are grateful to you before it's too late, how can we blame you? Don't say that you just took the talisman, you just keep the storage ring, we have nothing to say. Everyone. Let's just say, how did you improve so fast? However, his words also spoke out the hearts of the people. If it wasn't for Sister Wu Yu, they would definitely be in danger. If they blamed her for storing the ring, it would be too heartless. However, someone soon thought of a problem. Why can Sister Wu Yu open their storage ring? Could it be that her spiritual sense is stronger than theirs? Can't you? Isn't she only at the 9th level of Qi gathering? Only then did someone discover that Feng Shi's cultivation had soared to the 3rd level of condensed yuan, and Zhun Wen's cultivation had also soared to the 5th level of condensed yuan. How is this going? By the way, they seem to have an epiphany. Even so, Sister Wu Yu's spiritual sense should be useless to them. It should be that they were trapped in the torrent of time and space before, and their spiritual consciousness became weaker, so she was able to open their storage rings. 818 novels. Many people outside the secret realm also think so. After all, in their view, even if Zhu Wu Yu's spiritual consciousness is powerful, it has its limits. It can't be stronger than Zhu Tingyun and others in the middle stage of Jindan, right? Feng Shi didn't know this, she was a little troubled at this moment. The hosta on the melon on the head is trembling constantly, just like a small fallen leaf in the wind. What kind of monster is this full G-lay doing? Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 339 The demon god blesses Feng Shi again. Seeing that Jilei was still shaking, Fang Shi had no choice but to pretend to straighten her hair and took off the jade hairpin. Then I rolled the tribulation thunder on the hosta, just like rolling meat skewers. Then tuck it into the sleeve pocket. The whole process is smooth and flowing, very natural. So bystanders did not find anything abnormal. Only Jun Wen saw it. Fang Shi will not hide many things from Jun Wen, and the matter of Jili is no exception. Therefore, he knew that the pattern on the Fang Shi jade hairpin was actually a tribulation thunder. Jun Wen thinks that Jilei is an idiot. Be an undercover spy on the junior sister. Junior sister can play it to death. Now that Fang Shi put Jilei in his sleeve pocket, he knew that Jilei might have some trouble, so he purposely talked about the self he saw in the mirror. Of course, he couldn't tell the real scene, so he made up one himself. It's nothing more than a surge in cultivation, and he has made great contributions to the blood family, blah blah blah. He was talking lively, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Fang Shi took out a small tent and lay down in it to rest on the grounds that she had consumed too much spiritual consciousness. Even though she knew there was a tent covering her, she was still very careful. She lay on her side, put her sleeves close to her, and said in a very low voice. What are you shaking? Are you sensing danger? Jilei ignored her, still shaking and shaking. It thought Fang Shi would continue to ask, but in the end, Fang Shi said, since there is no danger, then it's fine, I'm going to bed. Jilei. Is this over? Do you have such a spiritual pet? However, it had no time to take care of these, and trembled again at the thought of what it saw in the mirror. Do not. Impossible. That broken mirror must be fake. I do not believe. Correct. Fengu just said that the future in the mirror is just a possibility, not necessarily true. Besides, I am Jilei, how could this broken mirror predict my future? I really scare myself. My majestic Lord Jilei was not frightened. 818 novels. Thinking about it this way, it stopped shaking. But he was still a little unhappy, so he secretly poked and crawled out of his sleeve pocket, and used the power of lightning to tattoo Fang Shi's wrist. Tell you not to care about my feelings, tell you not to care about my emotions, show you some color. Then, sneakily redisguised as the pattern of Hosta. Fang Shi slept soundly and didn't notice all this. If it was outside, the little black balls could help her keep an eye on them, but since entering the secret realm, Fang Shi temporarily lost contact with their spiritual consciousness. When she woke up, she saw a small lightning bolt on her right wrist. It was dark and tingling slightly. Fang Shi. Seeing her dazed look, Jilei almost died of joy. Fengu, are you dumbfounded? Mock up. Now you know how good I am, right? The next moment, Fang Shi rushed out of the tent like a whirlwind. Look, everyone, the demon god has blessed me again. I woke up with this tribulation and thunder mark on my wrist. Jilei. Can you still show some face? Are you addicted to false preaching? You even dare to arrange that one, I think you are bored. Naturally, Zhu Tingyun and the others didn't know all this, and they were all shocked when they saw the mark of robbery and thunder on Fang Shi's wrist, especially the aura of thunder still remaining on it. The demon god blessed Sister Wu Yu again. By the way, it was because of the body protection of the demon god that she was not afraid of the venom of the giant tree. How much the demon god likes her. Everyone outside the secret realm was also very shocked, to be blessed by the demon god even after sleeping, this is simply luck against the sky. The blood patriarch said to Zhu Tianjue, our Zhu family can have a rising star like Wu Yu, we are really lucky. Zhu Tianjue laughed from ear to ear, well, this child is fat and white, and looks like a blessing. The blood patriarch looked at Fang Shi who was thinner than girls of the same age. The great elder's eyes are worrying. At this time, within the secret realm, Fang Shi added a piece of clothing to herself. Because it feels a little cold again. She summoned the army of mushrooms again to see how they were doing. In the end, she was surprised to find that each of these mushrooms was redder. No, why did it change color? Wasn't it colorful before? Seeing the vivid explanation of the little black mushrooms, she realized that these mushrooms turned red because they were so happy. The reason is simple, they see in the mirror that their mushroom family is growing and thriving. I can't finish giving birth, no matter what, I can't finish giving birth, they are all cubs. Sons beget grandchildren, grandchildren beget sons, descendants and grandchildren are endless. Fang Execu shamelessly said to them, do you know why this happened? Because you met me. This is a gift from the demon god to you, and this is the arrangement of fate. After she finished speaking, she shivered again, and simply got herself a cloak, wrapped it tightly, and only exposed her small head outside. At this moment, Zhu Tingyun wanted to say to Fang Shi. Sister Wu Yu, I think there is something wrong with this secret realm. I heard from the elders in the family that there are many things in the secret realm, and the difficulty is much smaller than what we encountered. Not to mention the mirror just now, how could the power of time and space here be distorted for no reason? Something must have gone wrong. So, we have to be extra careful going forward. Fang Shi had actually thought of this a long time ago, but after hearing Zhu Tingyun's words, he pretended to think for a while and said, Brother Yun, what you said makes sense. But don't worry, everyone, I don't dare to say anything else, but I will never abandon any of my brothers and sisters under any circumstances. As long as everyone obeys my arrangement, all of us will leave the secret realm smoothly. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 340 What is grandpa's name? Fang Shi chatted impassionedly for a while, and the panic in everyone's heart eased a little. Especially when she saw the mark of Jili on her wrist, she felt more at ease. With the protection of Lord Demon God, we will be safe and sound. Fang Shi finished pouring the chicken soup for everyone, sat on top of the mushroom, and waved her little hand. Set off. As soon as they walked out for dozens of miles, a group of people came in front of them. There are men and women, about the same age as Zhu Tingyun and others. The most bizarre thing is that they are also wearing the costumes of the blood family. Fang Shi wondered, is there still a group of people in the Zhu family who are undergoing trials? It's not right. The patriarch said they were the only ones. She couldn't help but look at Zhu Tingyun and the others, and saw that they also had puzzled expressions on their faces. It's normal for her not to know each other when she just returned to Zhu's family, but if Zhu Tingyun and the others don't know each other, it's not normal. The people on the opposite side also showed doubts, and a young man who was the leader said, "Who are you? Why did you enter the Qingfeng secret realm of our blood family?" Zhu Tingyun and the others were even more confused. Qingfeng secret realm. Hasn't this secret realm collapsed long ago? At this time, outside the secret realm, the eyes of the blood patriarch and others almost didn't pop out. Especially Zhu Tianjue, who directly exclaimed, Isn't this my grandfather who is talking? Not only did he recognize it, but the second elder and the others also recognized it. Among those people were the grandfathers, aunts, uncles, and so on. Although these people are very young, they have seen some family photostones, so they can all recognize them. How did they appear in the secret realm? Also, why is it called Qingfeng secret realm? This is clearly the secret realm of Soul Valley. Reminiscent of the interlaced mirror before, everyone understands. It must be for some reason that the two secret realms overlapped, which caused the chaos of the power of time and space. Zhu Wuyu broke the interlaced mirror, so the two secret realms were completely connected. Only then did this meeting across time and space come about. Now the question is, the two secret realms are connected together, how do the little ones get out? At this time, in the secret realm, two groups of people were staring at each other. Fang Shi and the others took out the tokens and showed their identities. Another group of people seemed to be struck by lightning. They actually saw the great-great-grandson and great-great-granddaughter of the future. The person who spoke before was named Zhu Jinnan, who was Zhu Tianjue's grandfather. He looked at Fang Shi with an indescribable expression on his face. Because Fang Shi's cultivation base is much lower than others. He is a genius of the blood family, a leader among young people. Why is his great-great-granddaughter such a waste? But at least it's my own blood, no matter how disgusted it is, I have to pinch my nose and admit it. The other Jinzi generations are quite happy. Although they couldn't do Zhu Jinnan's job, their juniors were obviously very competitive, and they photographed Zhu Jinnan's great-great-granddaughter on the beach. Zhu Jinnan calmed down and said, "It seems that for some reason the two secret realms overlapped. Unless you can find the connection point of the two secret realms, you can find a way to return to the secret realm you tried before. Generally speaking, the connection point will appear in the place where the magic energy is the strongest, which is the core area of Qingfeng secret realm. We also just want to go there, let's go and see together." Zhu Tingyun and the others all looked at Fang Shi. Fang Shi said with a smile, "Grandfather Gao, we listen to you." Zhu Jinnan was a little surprised. His great-great-granddaughter wasn't very well cultivated, but she was quite popular. The other Jinzi generations were not in such a good mood, thinking, "We can't beat Zhu Jinnan and can only listen to him, why are you so disappointing? This little girl has small arms and legs, and she can lose her heirs in 2 strokes. Why do you listen to her?" At this time, Fang Shi greeted, and the life-destroying mushroom jumped out from the ground. When seeing Zhu Jinnan and the others, Fang Shi let it go underground to hide. "Grandfather, this is my mount, you want to ride on it?" Zhu Jinnan. Other brigade characters. Are the demons of later generations developing so rapidly? Can you tame mushrooms as mounts? Although Zhu Jinnan wanted to give it a try, he felt a little bit ashamed, so he refused. Fang Shi climbed onto the life-destroying mushroom by herself, leisurely. Zhu Jinnan and the others. "The grandpas of our grandpas have their legs on the ground, and you are sitting on a mushroom swaggeringly, is this appropriate?" But there is no way to say this. Only then did they remember to ask about the details of what happened before, and Zhu Tingkai volunteered and started talking. "As soon as we entered the secret realm, we encountered a maze, and then encountered mushrooms. Thanks to my sister Wu Yu, otherwise we would have died hundreds of times. Sister Wu Yu is not only good-looking, but also kind-hearted, tolerant and generous, not to mention her cultivation base. Once the mushroom army is out, she will be invincible and invincible. Junwen. You're growing up so fast, I feel like I'm going to lose my job." Zhu Jinnan and the others were stunned. The people of the brigade generation secretly scolded their juniors for not living up to expectations. It doesn't matter that we are shrouded in Zhu Jinnan's light, but you can't beat his great-great-granddaughter. Waste. A bunch of trash snacks. However, this kid named Zhu Tingkai spoke gesticulatingly, and it was watery at first glance, so he couldn't believe it. This Zhu Wuyu's age and cultivation are all there, how can he be so powerful? When something happens in a while, we old ancestors will teach her a good lesson. There is another chapter, it will be finished at about 6:30, some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 341 His great-great-granddaughter could be a mushroom. Everyone chatted as they walked. After all, Zhu Jinnan and the others wanted to know the current situation of the Zhu family and the blood demon race. Because they are their ancestors, Zhu Tingyun and the others naturally know everything and say everything. The little spy Fang Shi grasped a lot of core secrets in an instant. She seems to be a spy too easily. No need to do anything at all, the secret will be delivered to your door by yourself. At this time, Zhu Jinnan asked Zhu Tingyun, "How did you enter the Soul Valley secret realm? In comparison, the Qingfeng secret realm is more suitable for you." Zhu Tingyun hesitated for a moment, then said, "According to the records of the clan, when you were practicing in the Qingfeng secret realm, something happened. Although you all escaped, the Qingfeng secret realm collapsed completely. As for what happened, there is no record in the clan's classics." Zhu Jinlin and the others. Dare to feel that the secret realm of Qingfeng was destroyed by us. We really are a bunch of old prodigals. Because they knew that Qingfeng's secret realm would collapse, a shadow was cast over everyone's heart. Fang Shi was smiling as always, and even shamelessly asked Zhu Jinlin for a meeting gift. Zhu Jinlin. My descendants seem to have undergone an unspeakable mutation. I don't know which generation made the crime. Zhu Jinlin had no choice but to give Fang Shi an earth-level defensive magic weapon, and when he saw Zheng Wen looking at him eagerly, he threw him a bottle of black-level elixir. Zheng Wen. The difference is obvious. In fact, it's not bad for Zhu Jinlin, he is still a young man now, and he has no sense of substitution for these two extra great-great-grandchildren. Besides, he really doesn't have anything good on hand right now. The rest of Jin's generation gave Zhu Jinlin a meeting gift when they saw Zhu Jinlin, and for the damned desire to win, they also gave Zhu Tingyun and others a meeting gift. Zhu Tingyun and the others happily accepted it. Sure enough, there is meat to eat with Sister Wu Yu. While everyone was talking, the little black mushroom came out from the ground. Zhu Jinlin and the others were startled at first, then they relaxed when they remembered that Zhu Tinkai said that Zhu Wu Yu had an army of mushrooms. The little black mushroom started to gesture. Fang Shi said to Zhu Jinlin, Grandfather Gao, little mushroom said that there are monsters ambushing ahead, let us be careful. Zhu Jinlin. It just gesticulates a few times indiscriminately, and you understand. His great-great-granddaughter couldn't be a mushroom, could she? In any case, everyone has raised their vigilance. About half an hour later, the life-destroying mushroom that Fang Shi was sitting on shook the mycelium, and Fang Shi gestured to everyone. Zhu Jinlin immediately took out a talisman and threw it forward. In an instant, the flames burst into the sky. A group of demonic insects crawled out from the ground, but the flames were of no use to them, and they could even devour the flames. The complexion of the people of the brocade generation turned pale in an instant. The nether fire-eating ant. It turned out to be the nether fire-eating ant. Fang Shi had actually seen the introduction of this kind of monster insect from the jade slips in the Sea of Consciousness. This kind of monster insect can not only swallow flames, but also spray poisonous juice. Moreover, their bodies are covered by hard shells, which can defend against attacks by magic energy. This is nothing, the most important thing is that the nether fire-eating ants can alienate by devouring their companions. That is to say, if it is an emergency, they will devour their companions to help them alienate themselves. The alienated monster insects are called nether emperor ants. Attack power will be increased several times, and wings will grow. This thing is really tough. Looking at the darkness in front of them, one can understand why Zhu Jinlin and the others look desperate. Can't beat it at all. But things can only be fought now, because this is the only way to the core area. In order to help the great-great-grandchildren get out of here, they had to fight. Although they have no feelings for these great-great-grandchildren, the deep-rooted family mission makes them never hesitate. Just when Zhu Jinlin was about to order everyone to attack, Fang Shi weakly raised his little hand. Grandfather, don't worry, I'll talk to them. Zhu Jinlin. What are you talking about? These are magic insects, people will listen to you beep. Before he could speak, Fang Shi stood on top of the life-destroying mushroom and shouted loudly. Stop, stop, if you don't want your ant eggs to be killed by my mushroom army, stop all of you. The next moment, the little black mushroom burrowed out of the ground, and a few ant eggs of the ghost fire-eating ants were still wrapped around the hyphae. In order to match the momentum of Fang Zai's speech, it also deliberately shook the mycelium a few times. If you are disobedient, you will kill your little bastard. The nether fire-eating ants panicked immediately, and some of them immediately went back underground. It turned out that the ant nest was surrounded by a group of mushrooms. Although they should be able to win in a fight, after all, this is their territory, but damage is inevitable. At this time, Fang Shi said slowly. We just want to take advantage of the road, and we don't intend to be your enemy. Let us go, and I will let the mushroom army withdraw. How is it? The nether fire-eating ants kept touching each other's tentacles, presumably they were discussing. After a while, they moved out of the way. Zhu Jinlin and the others. This is it. No need to do anything, just a few words and it will be done. Fang Shi rode a mushroom and rushed to the front, with a wave of her little hand. Grandpa's grandpa, brothers and sisters, come with me. Zhu Jinlin and the others. How do you feel that we have become your little followers? Can you respect us elders? Who is grandpa's grandpa? Who is the grandson's granddaughter? But when he saw the dark fire-eating ants on both sides of the road, he followed them in a hurry. Let go of your seniority first, your life is important. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 342 Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. After everyone passed the ant colony, Fang Shi did not leave immediately, but said with a smile. I have something good here, do you like it? As Fang Shi spoke, he took out a leaf from a giant tree and threw it to the ant colony. Fang Shi wasn't sure if the ants would like it, but since those ghostly blood-soaked giant mosquitoes liked it, these ghostly fire-eating ants should be similar. After all, they are all from the nether generation. In an instant, several ghost fire-eating ants surrounded the leaves of the giant tree, sniffing around, and then hurriedly dragged the leaves back to the ant nest. Fang Shi guessed that it should be given to the queen ant. It seems that they like this thing very much. After a while, the ant colony made a commotion, touching the tentacles non-stop, and gathered towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi curled her lips. What's the matter? Want to grab it? Don't want your ant eggs anymore. If you want leaves, you can exchange them for something. I heard that you nether fire-eating ants have a companion magic plant called the snow juice echinococcus, and the fruit it produces is called the snow juice echinococcus. Use this for leaves. It is reasonable to say that my leaves are much more precious than the snow juice thorn fruit, but it is also fate that we can meet each other, so I will give you a 9981 discount. 1 snow juice echidna can be exchanged for 5 leaves. If you want to change it, take out the fruit immediately. There was another commotion in the ant colony, and then some nether fire-eating ants returned to the ant nest, and then came out with a small golden fruit. The two parties handed over the leaf with one hand and the fruit with the other, completing the transaction. The nether fire-eating ant also took out a purple ore to exchange. Zhu Jinlin was afraid that Fangxi would not recognize it, so he reminded in a low voice. This is purple pupil gold, a high-quality refining material. When Fangxi heard the words, he exchanged the leaves for dozens of catties of purple pupil gold. Of course, the leaves used for exchange are not only hers, but also those of Zhu Tingyun and others. After the exchange was over, Fangxi led everyone away. Fangxi sat on the mushroom and took out a spinach fruit with snow juice. The small fruit is only the size of the thumb cover, the whole body is golden yellow, and exudes an attractive aroma. Fangxi directly threw it into his mouth, and when he bit it open, the juice overflowed. It was delicious. She simply took out a handful and threw one after another into her mouth. Really delicious. Zhu Jinlin watched eagerly. Although they didn't know the snow juice acanthopanax, they knew it was a good thing at a glance. I thought my great-great-granddaughter would respect him more, but in the end she knew that she was showing off there. Unfilial things. Just as she was thinking about it, Fangxi handed over a handful of thorn fruit with snow juice. Grandfather, I tested it myself just now, and this fruit is not poisonous, you can eat it. Zhu Jinlin was immediately ashamed. It turns out that the great-great-granddaughter is testing poison. He misunderstood her. He took the fruit, picked up one and put it in his mouth. Really delicious. Just as he was about to eat the second piece, he felt a slight bloated feeling in his consciousness. He was stunned. This fruit can actually strengthen the consciousness. Although it is a good thing, if you eat too much, it is easy to make the consciousness swell, and even the sea of consciousness collapses. However, the great-great-granddaughter showed off quite a few times just now. Why is there nothing wrong with her? Zhu Jinlin raised his doubts, and Fangxi said with a smile. Because I am protected by Lord Demon God, not only is I invulnerable to all poisons, but also my spiritual consciousness is different from ordinary people. Zhu Jinlin. At this time, Zhu Tingyun and the others also honored the thorn fruit they had obtained to their elders. But because of the lessons learned from the past, everyone dared not eat more after taking one. Zhang Wen also ate one and felt that nothing was wrong. I ate another one sneakily, but it was still fine. After eating another one, I felt a little pain in my spiritual consciousness. He was simply beautiful in his heart. What does this mean? It means that his spiritual consciousness is stronger than everyone else present. Of course, little junior sister is an exception for non-human things. Because he was in a good mood, he took out 2 snow juice thornberries and gave them to Zueting Armor. Zueting Armor gave all the leaves to Fangxi before, so he didn't get anything. The blood-caught Armor immediately burst into tears of gratitude, and placed brothers one by one. Those who didn't know thought it was Zhang Wen's own brother. Although Zhang Wen knows that he is acting, what does it matter? Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. If it can be played for a lifetime, it is true. Everyone in the Jin family is in a complicated mood. Originally, he wanted to teach Zhu Wuyu a lesson, but he passed the level of nether fire-eating ants without any effort, and also changed to snow juice echinococcus and purple pupil gold. However, they soon found reasons to comfort themselves. This time it was just a coincidence, it just so happened that her mushroom army restrained the nether fire-eating ants, and she was not so lucky when meeting other enemies. At that time, they will have to rely on the efforts of their seniors. After all, they are all in the middle stage of the magic pill, or even in the late stage of the magic pill. Much better than her little trash of the 3rd layer of condensed essence. Sitting on the mushroom, Fangxi suddenly thought of Zhu Bawan, so she tentatively asked Zhu Jinlin. Grandfather, before I came in, I saw a small tomb next to our ancestor's grave. The tombstone on it shows that the owner of the tomb is Zhu Bawan. Do you know him? Zhu Jinlin immediately said, of course I know, speaking of which, he is from my great-grandfather's generation, and he is a well-known devil king. Although the cultivation talent is extremely high, but his temperament is violent and surly, he has repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the family, and even almost caused a catastrophe, so he can be said to be the black sheep of the family. When we were in the ethnology, the elders often used him as a negative teaching material, reminding us that we must abide by the clan rules and not follow in his footsteps. Outside the secret realm, Bloody Huan lying on the graveyard. Open black lens bracket continuate, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 343 there is a flirtatious beauty. Blood-biting Huan is almost going to cheat his corpse with anger. At any rate, the epitaph said, almost caused a catastrophe, but what did this bastard say? Said he was the black sheep, the anti-typical. What can be endured and what can't be endured? He must rectify his name. Although he said he did some stupid things, but they were all harmless, so why did he become a black sheep? Those trash must be jealous of his high talent and amazing talent, so they blamed him after his death. Shameless and obscene. Inside the secret realm, Fangxi asked Zhu Jinlin, then what disaster did he almost cause? Zhu Jinlin shook his head, I'm not sure about that. The elders of the clan didn't go into details, but just said that he was rebellious and stubborn. Let us take it as a warning. The blood on the grave was so angry that he didn't even have a crime, so he convicted me. This is bullying that I don't even have any offspring. Grandma is a bear. Row. Bullying that I have no offspring, right. I will adopt that little girl as my granddaughter. What kind of seniority is not seniority? Anyway, I am not stingy, I don't care about these. You all kneel down and call my granddaughter ancestors. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was good. As his granddaughter, it would be justified to reverse the case for him. And with such a smart granddaughter, he can wake up from the grave with a smile in his dreams. Thinking about it this way, he looks even more pleasing to Fangxi. I also feel that the small appearance is a bit, even like myself. Fangxi didn't even know her seniority, so she went up immediately. Even Zhu Jinlin had to call her aunt when he saw her. When Zhu Tianjue saw her, he had to call Grandma Gao Zhu. When Zhu Tingyun and the others saw her, they had to call Grandma Li Zhu. Accidentally mixed up with the ancestors. She asked a few questions on the sidelines, but seeing that Zhu Jinlin didn't know what to ask, she didn't ask any more. After turning a bend in the mountain, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. This is a sea of flowers. Bright red like fire, brilliant like clouds. Fangxi doesn't know this kind of magic plant, because there is no record on the jade sip of knowledge of the sea. She looked at Zhu Jinlin. Grandfather Gao, do you know what kind of flower this is? Zhu Jinlin shook his head. Although it is somewhat similar to the several magic plants I know, they're not. Have you found your mushroom army underground? Fangxi immediately summoned the little black mushroom. However, there was no movement for a long time. Fangxi couldn't help frowning. Something must have happened to the mushrooms, otherwise there would be no response. It seems that this sea of flowers is very strange. At this time, a breeze blew, and the air was full of sweet fragrance. Fangxi only had time to shout, "Be careful." Before the word, poison, was uttered, Zhu Jinlin and the others collapsed to the ground. Although he was still conscious, he could not move his hands and feet. On the contrary, Zhang Wen tightly covered his mouth and nose, and added a layer of magic defense to himself. He didn't have foresight, but he vaguely felt that there was danger, so he subconsciously took precautions. He himself admires himself. Let's not talk about anything else, who can compare with him in terms of this instinct of seeking good fortune and avoiding harm. Maybe he really is Tiandao's own son. Just as Fangxi wanted to check the situation of Zhu Jinlin and the others, the petals fluttered in the sea of flowers in the distance, and instantly turned into a magic plant. The stems and leaves are all black, but there is a bright red flower at the top. There is a coquettish beauty. It came towards Fangxi slowly. Like a peerless beauty. Open black lens bracket carven. This chapter is short, and the next chapter will be longer, around 7 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 344. Fangxi looked at the magic plant that was getting closer and closer. Still don't know. After all, only a few of the jade sips in her consciousness were lit up, and there were still many things she hadn't grasped. People outside the secret realm do not know each other. But Fangxi's grandfather, who was fresh out of the grave, knew him. Zhu Bawan kept smacking his lips. How did he meet this thing? It's a bit difficult to handle. This kind of magic plant is called rouge, which sounds nice, but it is an extremely cruel kind of magic plant. Unlike other magic plants that cannot leave their original place, it can walk freely. It can survive as long as there is soil. Not only can it turn into 100 acres of flowers, but it is also poisonous all over its body. This kind of poison is so overbearing that even poisonous magic plants or monsters cannot be immune. The little girl's army of mushrooms must have been poisoned by the roots of rouge. However, its poison is not fatal, it will only make the enemy lose the ability to resist. Because it likes to eat live prey. The seemingly beautiful red flower is actually its mouth, which not only can be used to eat prey, but also can bewitch people and make people intoxicated. Unless the mind is particularly firm, it is easy to be recruited. The most difficult thing is that since the rouge can turn into a sea of flowers, there are thousands of lives. You think that if you kill it, it will be resurrected immediately. Attacks that want to get rid of rouge are useless at all, unless they are attacked with spiritual consciousness. Zhu Huyu is only at the 3rd level of condensation yuan, so she probably hasn't started to learn attacking with divine consciousness yet. Ugh. He's probably going to be dead again. Inside the secret realm, Fangxi stared at Yan Ji who was getting closer, and said to Zhang Wen. Brother, why does this flower look so ugly? It seems that it is not as good looking as the dog's tail grass. Zhang Wen didn't dare to speak, for fear that he would be tricked, so he kept nodding his head in agreement. Fangxi was a little speechless. You have protected yourself with magic energy, do you still need to cover your mouth and nose with your hands? You are not afraid to suffocate yourself. She, the 5th senior brother, is smarter than anyone else when she is smart, but she is almost like a second fool when she is careless. Fangxi stuffed the defensive magic weapon that Zhu Jinlin gave her to Zhang Wen. Protect yourself. After finishing speaking, he walked towards Rouge. Zhang Wen was taken aback for a moment, and then almost cried. Little junior sister is so kind to me. For my junior sister, I will fight. He added another layer of magic energy protection to himself, released a big knife transformed from magic energy, and slashed towards Rouge screaming. Fangxi. Rouge did not hide, but gently shook her own flowers. Every petal is bright red like blood, and it is extraordinarily beautiful under the sunlight. Zhang Wen suddenly came to a sudden stop, his eyes were a little dull. Rouge's leaves trembled slightly, Fangxi could feel its pride and arrogance. It also does have this capital. The mushroom army was wiped out, and Zhu Jinlin and the others were all caught. Without her, none of them would survive. Thinking of this, Fangxi couldn't help being taken aback. According to Zhu Tingyun, Zhu Jinlin and others left King Feng's secret realm alive back then, but under such circumstances, how did they escape from ascension to heaven? Could it be because of her? She changed Zhu Jinlin's fate. Is it possible? Fangxi Wuxia thought about it carefully, because Zhang Wen was still sticking there like a wooden stake. If she didn't wake him up quickly, she might be poisoned too. At this moment, Zhang Wen woke up himself. You ugly monster, you still want to confuse the young master, even the future me can't fool me, what a fart you are. I killed you. Zhang Wen rushed to the front of Rouge very quickly, and the big knife transformed by the magic energy split Yanzi in two, and withered instantly. Zhang Wen didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and couldn't help feeling elated. Fang Shi felt that it must not be that simple, and shouted, brother, back off. Zhang Wen didn't think about it at all, the instinct of his body made him back again and again. At this moment, a bloody mouth appeared in the place where he was originally, and then Rouge drilled out from the ground. The bloody mouth also turned into magnificent red flowers again. After hearing this for a while, Zhang was afraid. Fortunately, there is a junior sister, otherwise he would be dead. Sure enough, I have to listen to my junior sister, otherwise I don't know how I died. Fang Shi let Zhang smell that Zhu Jinlan and others were guarding behind her, and then she walked in front of Yanzi. Rouge still shakes her flowers gently. Fang Shi smiled. Ugly, it's probably useless to me if you just shake the flowers, or you can give me a dance. Rouge was clearly irritated by her. The black leaves exploded, covered with jagged teeth, and rushed towards Fang Shi. After Fang Shi dodges, he releases a tribulation thunder transformed from devilish energy. Rouge's movements froze for a moment, probably startled by the evil energy and thunder. However, it soon rushed towards Fang Shi again. After dozens of rounds, Fang Shi seized a vacancy, and the devilish thunderbolt actually struck the flower of Rouge. The Rouge withered instantly. Fang Shi learned Zhang Wen's lesson and jumped aside. Sure enough, another Rouge plant emerged in an instant and rushed towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi killed Yanzi 3 times in a row, but Yanzi was all revived. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Tianjue and the others had their hearts raised in their throats. This magic plant is too difficult. Once Su Wuyu's physical strength was exhausted, they would die. Blood-biting Huan also had a look of sadness on his face. It's useless to attack without spiritual sense. No matter how capable you are, can you kill the opponent times? My granddaughter. Before I had time to call me grandpa, I burped. What a pity. What he didn't know was that Fang Shi had actually thought of the big brick of spiritual consciousness. But in order to verify one thing, it was useless for a long time. She felt that Rouge's situation was somewhat similar to those of the Tiancoming. They could not be killed and would be resurrected. Could this magic plant also belong to Tianc continent? Is it also the projection of the soul? Could it be that in addition to releasing a group of people, those people in the Tianc League also released some projections of primordial spirits such as magic plants or spirit beasts? Fang Shi has almost verified it, and has no patience to play with Yanzi anymore. She released a large brick of spiritual consciousness and threw it at Rouge. Again and again. The flowers of Rouge fell petal by petal, and finally withered. Then, a little dead air was released and disappeared. Fang Shi squinted her eyes, she was really the same as those people from Tiancoming. Thinking of Tianc League, she thought of General Yan and others, and her thoughts surged. She calmed down and came over to check on the situation of Zhu Jinlan and the others. Although it seems that there is no fear of life, but you have to find a way to detoxify. Fang Shi thought about it, and asked Zhang Wen to keep guarding him, while she ran to the nether fire-eating ant for help. The distance between the two sites is so close, but the nether fire-eating ant is safe and sound, there must be a way to restrain this kind of magic plant. After Fang Shi ran to the range of the ant colony, she directly took out a pile of leaves from a giant tree and explained her purpose. Nether fire-eating ants. You are a strange person. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 345 Good thing dug up. The ghost fire-eating ants gave Fang Shi some transparent liquid. Fang Shi guessed that it should be the formic acid secreted by them. The two sides exchanged leaves with one hand and formic acid with the other, and the cooperation was pleasant. It's not that the nether fire-eating ant never thought of robbing. After all, Fang Shi came alone, and hearing what she said, most of the little mushrooms were also poisoned. But I didn't dare. Because Fang Shi was full of momentum, she didn't look worried at all, and she was very confident at first glance. Besides, she was able to kill that elusive magic flower, so the means must be very powerful, so don't ask for trouble. Therefore, Fang Shi successfully obtained the antidote. From afar, she saw Zhang Wen stretching his neck and looking around. Seeing that she came back safely, Zhang Wen was obviously relieved. Fang Shi diluted the formic acid with water and poured it down for everyone. The effect was immediate. She couldn't help sighing. It's really mysterious that all things generate and restrain each other. After Fang Shi cured the life-eating mushroom on the ground, he let it burrow into the ground and detoxified the mushroom army. Zhu Jinlan asked Fang Shi, the last time you used your spiritual sense to attack. You actually know how to attack with your spiritual sense. Geniuses are naturally unique. Although paralyzed and unable to move, they still managed to piece together the truth with their claws. Fang Shi nodded. Well, my grandfather, your grandson taught me. Zhu Jinlan. Although there is nothing wrong with this statement, why does it sound a bit strange? Outside the secret realm, Zhu Shen must control it, and then control it, but not control it. The mouth is about to grin into a dipper. It has to be my granddaughter. Save the great-grandfather and the others. Zhu Bawan lying on the grave in the distance was happier than him. My good granddaughter, you are really capable. Not only did he slap Yanji to death, but he also thought of finding the nether fire-eater ant for an antidote. This little brain is really clever. Follow me. Definitely follow me. Fang Shi didn't know that she had an extra grandfather, and she was directing the army of mushrooms to search for treasures underground. She felt that Rouge was so capable, she must have saved a lot of good things. As a result, the army of mushrooms turned over and over, but found nothing. In the end, the little black mushroom had sharp eyes and found a black object. I can't tell what material it is, but it looks good. Moreover, only a corner is exposed, and most of it is still buried in the soil. Fang Shi suddenly regained her spirits and got rich, make a fortune. She immediately commanded the army of mushrooms to dig with everyone. After digging, everyone found that it was not a stone, but a statue. After the entire statue was dug out, Zhu Jinlin and the others all knelt on the ground. Demon. This turned out to be a statue of a demon god. Fang Shi also knelt down, her attitude was so pious. This guy is actually very willing to kneel in his heart. After all, this Lord Demon God has taken too many blames for her. It is estimated that the waist is bent. It's just a little bad. The statue of the Lord Demon God is the same as the one in the Jesu's place, with a mask on his face, so he can't see his face clearly. However, this did not prevent everyone from being in awe of him in the slightest. This is an unattainable look-up. Fang Shi felt somewhat guilty, and murmured silently in her heart. Master Demon God, I have no choice but to borrow your name. But my starting point is good. I also want to save the demons and Juyu continent. Your lord has a lot of things, you won't bother with me, right? This guy also played two roles, and after he finished talking, he even said something for the demon god. It doesn't matter. Focus on a psychological comfort. This chapter is short, the next 2 chapters will be longer. See you at 5. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 346 one block after another. After Fang Shi murmured in her heart, she began to wonder why the statue of the demon god was buried in the ground, and why was it still damaged. It must be related to that magic flower. Thinking of the broken statue of the demon god of the Ji clan, I had a guess in my heart. Mostly related to the Tiank League. This also shows from the side that Jiang Kumeng is very afraid of the demon god, otherwise he would not find a way to destroy his statue, so that he could not accept the power of faith of the demon and gluttonous tribe. Fang Shi pursed her lips. The things my enemies don't like are the things I like. In the future, I will repair the demon temple if I have nothing to do. Let the demon god help me take the blame once, and I will build a demon temple for him. One after another. So, after the kneeling was over, she said with a straight face. Everyone, although we don't know what happened before, we should do something for Lord Demon God. It just so happens that I have the purple pupil gold I obtained earlier, which can be used to repair the magic body of Lord Demon God. In addition, there is no shortage of wood and stone here, and we can build a demon temple as quickly as possible. Although it is not comparable to the carved beams and painted buildings outside, at least it can be used to shelter the Lord Demon God from the wind and rain, so that the creatures here have a place to worship the Lord Demon God. What do you think? Zhu Jinlin and the others were all surprised. They didn't expect Fang Shi to be able to think of these things at such a young age. No wonder she can become the leader of the court generation. The people of the demon clan have unconditional piety and respect for the demon god, so everyone naturally agrees with Fang Shi's proposal. So, Fang Shi divided the work among the people, and even asked the nether fire-eating ant to come over to help. After all, they have architectural flair. The ant nest was so well built that it extended in all directions, even the demon god would have to get lost in it. Nether fire-eating ants. Thank you for thinking of us in everything. However, they're still very willing to contribute to the demon god temple. Fang Shi had built the demon temple once in the Yan clan before, so he commanded it well. In just 2 days, a demon temple rose from the ground. Everyone invited the statue of the demon god into the hall, burned incense and knelt down to worship. Fang Shi and the others knelt at the front, followed by the army of mushrooms, followed by the nether fire-eating ants, and behind them were scattered kneeling monsters that came spontaneously. It's just that it's a little far away from the ant colony, and I'm afraid it will be killed accidentally. It can also be seen from this that the status of the demon god in the heart of Warcraft. Come and worship even if you risk your life. At this time, it was just at sunset, and the entire demon god temple was bathed in golden light. Fang Shi was surprised to find that the devilish energy in her body surged, and her cultivation base increased. Not only her, but also Zhu Jinlin and others. Even those monsters were aware of it. Blessed by the devil. This is the real blessing of the demon god. Outside the secret realm, the Blood Patriarch and others also knelt on the ground. Even Zhu Bawan, who was in the grave in the distance, knelt respectfully. He is not stingy, but he is not only disrespectful to Lord Demon God. After a long time, the Blood Patriarch stood up and patted Zhu Tianjue on the shoulder. Elder, you gave birth to a wonderful granddaughter. It is the good fortune of our blood family and the Blood Demon clan to have such an outstanding junior like Wu Yu. While Zhu Tianjue was happy, he was a little apprehensive. After all, when he was at the gate of the city, he helped Fang Shi lie. But after thinking about it, the demon god didn't care about that girl Fang Shi pulling tiger skins, so he probably wouldn't blame him either. After all, he can only be regarded as an accomplice at best. Inside the secret realm, everyone kowtowed devoutly again. It took a long time before they got up, all of them looked excited. Fang Shi was very calm. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, this was the 3rd time she had received the blessing of the demon god. However, she soon lost her composure. Because the tribulation thunder above his head began to shake again. When I found the statue of the demon god before, this thing was shaking, because the amplitude was not too big, Fang Shi ignored it. It's good this time, shaking desperately, almost shaking her little dick away. Fang Shi knew that it should be afraid of demon gods, and it had this virtue when it was in the Yan clan. I don't know if it's because I suffered from the devil's hands before, and the sequelae of being scared. Fang Shi had no choice but to leave the demon god's temple first, and Jilei stopped trembling so much. After a while, Zhu Jinlin's people also came out one after another. Although it was already evening, in order to hurry up, Fang Shi decided to leave immediately. She said to the nether fire eaters, "From now on, you are the guards of the demon god's temple, and guard the demon god's temple carefully in the future, don't be lazy." Nether fire-eating ants. Why should we listen to you? How old are you? After the arrangements were made, Feng Shi sat on top of the life-correcting mushroom, and waved her hand. Set off. Zhu Jinlin and the others followed subconsciously this time, without thinking about seniority at all. Because she has been directed by Feng Shi for the past 2 days, she is used to it. Habits are horrible. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi asked, Grandfather Gao, do you have any blank magic talisman paper? Give me some, I want to draw a talisman. Zhu Jinlin didn't take it too seriously, and asked someone to ask for 10 magic talisman papers and gave them to Feng Shi. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Shi finished painting. They are all high-grade cracking magic talismans. Zhu Jinlin and the others' eyes almost popped out. Great-grandfather, why are you so surprised? Is my drawing too slow? It's not my fault, after all, I only learned it after entering the secret realm, so I'm not very proficient. Zhu Jinlin. People of the Brocade generation. This Zhu Yu is a bit in need of a beating. However, they're also very pleased that the Blood family can have such an excellent junior. They took out blank talisman papers and gave them to Feng Shi, and also gave her 2 books on talismans. Feng Shi's eyelashes are about to bloom. The magic talisman paper is second, and the magic talisman book is a good thing. Many high-level magic talismans are untold secrets, and even many of them have been lost. She flipped through the 2 magic talisman books as quickly as possible, and memorized the contents inside. The reason for this is because she has concerns. This is the time and space of the past. Once they go out, the items here may no longer exist. That's why she was willing to use purple pupil gold to repair the idol of the demon god. Anyway, she is the god of wealth passing by, so it's better to brush up her favorability. Chevron _ left previous home index next Chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 347 Enemies can help us get rich. After Feng Shi used up all the blank magic talisman papers, she started chatting with Zhu Jinlin and the others. Talk about everything in a mess. Originally, Zhu Jinlin and the others thought they were elders, and they were a little reserved, but they couldn't stand Feng Shi's ability to chat. The owner and the West said everything. He even talked about a lot of gossip about other branches of the demon race. Feng Shi remembered everything in her heart, and she might use it at any time. To everyone's surprise, they didn't encounter any trouble for 3 days in a row. Even if they encountered a monster, the opponent would take the initiative to get out of the way. Feng Shi guessed that this had something to do with their construction of the demon temple. Lord Demon God's tiger skin is so useful. Therefore, she has to make the best use of everything, and if she has nothing to do, she will use the name of the demon god to come out. Borreless, another 10 miles away will be the core area of Qingfeng's secret realm, where the magic energy is very strong, and it is likely to be the place where the 2 secret realms connect. However, it is precisely because of the strong demon energy that everything has spirituality, even the most common grass may have spirituality. Therefore, everyone must be careful after entering to avoid danger. In fact, Zhu Jinlin and the others rarely enter the core area every time they come to practice, but this time they can only venture in to help the younger generation. Feng Shi nodded, and then distributed the various talismans drawn before to everyone for self-defense. The people of Jin's generation were somewhat embarrassed, but they also knew that now was not the time to be hypocritical, so they all accepted it. After getting ready, everyone entered the core area. The army of mushrooms is still lying in ambush underground. Feng Shi was afraid of scaring the snake, so the life-eating mushroom that was used as a mount also burrowed into the ground. In fact, it is unwilling to go down. How good it is to be on the ground. Not to mention prestige, the key is to gain insight. Not to mention anything else, it has finally become familiar with walking on 2 legs. What if it has been underground for a long time and forgot? It never thought that besides being used as a mount, it doesn't need to walk on 2 legs. As soon as they entered the core area, everyone felt refreshed. Because the magic energy here is very strong. Feng Shi thought to herself, it's a pity that she lost the connection with the little black ball's consciousness after entering the secret realm. If it was there, she would probably be rolling with joy. As she was thinking, she heard rustling voices. Looking up, I saw several very thick trees around, and the trees were covered with pod-like fruits. After the wind blows, the pods split open, and the seeds inside fall with the wind and fall to the ground. Feng Shi recognized this kind of tree. It was called Jinghuan tree, and it was a very common tree in the devil world. It was this kind of tree that they cut down when they built the demon god temple. Except, the trees they felled hadn't flowered, let alone pods. It is estimated that the magic energy is strong here, so the growth cycle is faster. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly saw a seed fall on the top of Zuetinkai's head. That seed germinated in an instant. Feng Shi suddenly felt bad, jumped to the side of the blood court armor, and swept the seed to the ground. The blood court armor was a little confused. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, countless pods began to burst, and the seeds fell like raindrops. When it fell on a human body, it sprouted instantly, and the roots desperately burrowed into the flesh. The most troublesome thing is that not only is the magic shield useless, but it will speed up the growth of the seeds. But Feng Shi didn't have a single seed on her body. Suddenly, the blind road seed fell on Feng Zai's body, and she immediately rolled down. Feng Shi guessed that it should be related to Ji Lei. This waste snack is still quite useful sometimes. Feng Shi originally wanted Zhu Jinlin and the others to leave here at a faster pace, but the seeds were too dense, there was no way for Zhu Jinlin and the others to pass through. It seems that we can only solve the problem from the root. Great-grandfather, use your spiritual sense to attack their mother tree. Zhu Jinlin and the others regained their composure immediately, and attacked those Jinghuan trees with their consciousness. Feng Shi also joined them. The big brick of spiritual consciousness was smashed. For the sake of fairness, take turns smashing trees. At the same time, the underground army of mushrooms also began to exert their strength, entangled the roots of those Jinghuan trees. Jing Huanshu was scared. The leaves do not shake, the pods do not split, the seeds do not float. Fang Shi also told Zhu Jinlin and the others to stop. She snorted coldly and walked in front of a Jinghuan tree. Give me some pods, I'm useful. The Jinghuan tree. What do you want my son for? Besides, there are so many Jinghuan trees, why do you have to ask me for them? In the end, he reluctantly gave Fang Shi a sack of beans. If you don't give it, you can't do it. Although Zhu Jinlin and the others stopped, the mushrooms in the ground are still entangled with several of it. Fang Shi came to the second Jinghuan tree again. Soon, Fang Shi made several sacks of bean pods. Zhu Jinlin, Wu Yu, what do you want this thing for? Fang Shi said with a smile. How good this thing is. Throw it when you meet the enemy, and let the seeds lead the way. It can not only help them expand their breeding territory, but also help us. It is a good thing for both parties to cooperate and win-win. Those Jinghuan trees almost died of anger. Expand the breeding territory. Are you sure you didn't want our little brat to die? This damn girl is completely damaged. If I knew this earlier, I might as well let them pass. Fortunately, this time, I gave the little boy away. Fang Shi gave out the pods to everyone while beeping. I usually don't take anything with me when I go out, because the enemy has prepared it for me. Just take it over. This is called local materials. Remember, it's okay to be poor, the enemy can help us get rich. Zhu Jinlin and others. Fang Shi asked everyone to rest for a while, and then continued to move forward. Throw a few pods in front of you after walking a few steps. If there is no response from the pods, it means there is no danger. She also plausibly said, others are asking for directions by throwing stones, but I am asking for directions by throwing pea pods. It's the same way. The few vitex trees in the distance were so angry that they shook their branches and leaves and cursed. It's a pity that scolding is in vain, Fang Shi can't hear it at all. Even if you hear it, you don't care. There are so many people scolding her, how many trees are there? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 348, do what you say. The bean pods thrown out at the beginning did not respond, until Fang Shi threw out the bean pods again, and the bean pods exploded. The splashed seeds landed on a clump of grass. When everyone was wondering, the grass moved. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding land swelled, and it turned out to be a monster with a strange appearance. It has no hair on its body, only a layer of rough skin that is very close to the ground. Strangely, the clump of grass above his head turned out to be real grass. Fang Shi threw a few more pods to the side, and, exploded, a few more of the same monsters. Zhu Jinlin said in surprise. It turned out to be ground lizard spotted grass. The ground lizard and spotted grass have a symbiotic relationship, and the spotted grass cannot move, so it needs to use the ground lizard to catch more prey. On the one hand, ground lizard needs spotted grass to help camouflage, and on the other hand, ground lizard needs the liquid secreted by spotted grass to relieve itching. It's just that the ground lizards and grass are things in the Wanzang Demon Abyss, how could there be in the Qingfeng secret realm? Fang Shi interrupted him. Grandfather Gao, what is the weakness of this thing? After talking for a long time, I didn't get to the point. The enemy is now, beep beep, a bunch of useless. Zhu Jinlin hurriedly said, attack the spotted grass first. After the spotted grass dies, the ground lizard will be unbearably itchy and its combat effectiveness will drop sharply. Hearing this, Fang Shi immediately said, listen to my orders, the brocade generation will attack the spotted grass, and the Tingzi generation will entangle the ground lizard, come on. Zhu Jinlin and the others. All right, you can do whatever you say. According to what Fang Shi said, some of them entangled the ground lizard, while others attacked the spotted grass. Fang Shi did not participate in the battle. Because it's not necessary. She can't do everything by herself, so she has to let the people below do it. She didn't let the army of mushrooms join the battle either, she had to let them conserve their strength, there must be tough battles ahead. She even sneaked in to show off a few snow juice thornberries to supplement the consumption of spiritual consciousness. While eating, she compared the strength of the Jin Z generation and the Ting Z generation. The two parties are about the same age, but the Jin generation is much stronger than the Ting generation. It's really not as good as one generation. The same seems to be true of the human race. Is it because the future generations are not up to date, or are there other reasons? Fortunately, the generation of the blood family produced a genius like her, so it can be regarded as smoke from the ancestral grave. While she was thinking wildly here, the battle was drawing to a close. On the one hand, it was because Zhu Jinlin and the others were superior in strength, and on the other hand, they had mastered each other's weaknesses, so naturally they could get twice the result with half the effort. Fang Shi is the master who plucks Yang Guo's hair, but she didn't take anything this time. The main reason is that after the ground lizard was killed, it turned into a pool of mud, and the spotted grass became a pile of withered grass, which was really not interesting. Fang Shi briefly commented on this battle. There is nothing wrong with everyone's mental outlook, they are all fighting the enemy bravely, you are worthy of being the elite disciples of my blood family. But there are still some things that need to be improved in terms of cooperation, especially the family members. Fang Shi babbled, and then led the crowd to move on. Outside the secret realm, the third elder couldn't help blurting out. Why do I feel that even grandfather and the others have become subordinates of that girl Zhu Wuyu? Everyone, did you just see it? You are too dull. Since the construction of the demon temple, Zhu Wuyu has become the leader of the team. Among other things, this girl really dares to do it. Even the people of the great-grandparents still order them. At this time, Fang Shi was throwing pods in the secret realm. If it doesn't explode, let someone pick it up and continue to use it. Zhueting Kai volunteered to take up the job. No way, he has a criminal record, so he has to work harder than others. There was no major trouble for the next half hour, but everyone remained on high alert. At this moment, a courtyard suddenly appeared in front of him. Pavilions, terraces and pavilions, exotic flowers and plants, gurgling water, it is a fairyland on earth. When everyone was surprised, two teams of gorgeously dressed people came out from inside. A group of handsome men in red clothes. A team of beautiful women in green clothes. All fellow Taoists, please. Zhu Jinnan frowned. Even a fool would know that this is not a good place to go. But if you want to move on, you have to pass this house. Just as he was about to tell Feng Shi a few words, he saw that Feng Shi was already smiling like a flower and chatting with those women. One mouthful of a young lady, boasting that the parents have fair skin and good-looking parents, the small mouths are like honey. Those women originally wanted to come over to chat with Zhu Jinnan and the others, but they were coaxed by Feng Shi. The men in that team were taken aback for a moment, and then they were about to come over to make friends with the female disciples of the blood family. As a result, Zhun Wen passed away with 8 teeth bared. Brother, I see that you have a dignified appearance and an imposing manner. You are a remarkable person at first glance. And this elder brother, with a face like a jade crown, eyebrows of many colors, and eyes like stars, I thought I was good-looking, but compared to you, I am really ashamed. Ellipsis. Zhu Jinnan. However, he quickly realized what Feng Shi and Zhun Wen were up to. Don't you guys want to use beauty tricks and beauty tricks? Then we will do the opposite, male to male, female to female, so that your charm will have nowhere to display. Let's just say, how did this girl's brain grow? How come the methods you come up with are different from normal people? Although he complained in his heart, he still winked at the others and stepped forward to help. Those people in the courtyard can't do anything in a hurry, because there is no chance to hook up with the opposite sex. It's useless to wink at a group of people of the same sex. There are still 2 chapters, and it is estimated that it will be finished by 11 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 349 We are all defective products. At this time, an old voice said, "The distinguished guest is coming, why don't you hurry up and invite him into the hall?" This voice could be heard from all directions, and the weaker members of the team suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Even Zhu Jinnan frowned slightly. 818 novels. But Feng Shi had nothing to do, and even stomped her feet lightly. I felt a slight tremor under my feet, and I felt confident. The army of mushrooms followed. The crowd followed the attendants, bypassed the rockery, and entered the hall. Zhu Jinnan and the others were taken aback when they saw the person sitting on the main seat. I saw that half of this person was red and the other half was green. Half is an old man, half is an old woman. It looks very weird. When they were in a daze, Feng Shi clasped her fists together. Junior Zhu Wu Yu has seen the 2 seniors, please forgive me for disturbing you. Only then did Zhu Jinnan and the others come to their senses, and they all cupped their hands. An old woman's voice sounded. Old man, these young people are so polite, they're attractive just by looking at them. Immediately afterwards, an old man's voice sounded, yeah, I just thought that these children are good, so I invited them in. You all stop standing, sit down. Zhu Jinnan only felt that the scene in front of him was extremely weird, but Feng Shi didn't think much of it. After all, when she was kneeling in front of the demon god statue, she played 2 roles. When necessary, she can support a play by herself, and it's no problem to act in 10 or 8. So, I thanked him with a smile and sat down. Seeing this, the others also sat down. The attendants immediately brought tea and fruit snacks, which were very rich. It was rare for Feng Shi not to eat. It's not that I'm afraid of being poisonous, the key is that I'm afraid that these things are the illusion of insects, which are disgusting. The owner here did not give in, but asked with a smile. Where do you come from? Where are you going? Feng Shi said with a smile, we came from the great Tang dynasty in the eastern land, and went to the western paradise to learn scriptures. The owner here nodded, I see. Feng Shi originally guessed that the owner here was not a demon or a human, but some kind of magical beast or magical plant, and now she is more certain. After all, Fan Fan has a little common sense and knows how wrong she said what she said. She is more inclined to Mo Ji. After all, many magic plants are androgynous. I don't know if the mushroom army has found its roots. At this time, the old woman's voice suddenly sounded, little girl, what do you think of my situation? Feng Shi blinked her eyes, I don't have any opinion. Half of a man is a woman, you can't be more normal looking. On the contrary, we are all defective products. If we want to prosper, we have to find the opposite sex, which is really too troublesome. If we could all be like you, maybe our demon race would have unified the northern and southern domains long ago. Zhu Jinnan and the others. How did you say such shameless words? Regardless of how she said it, the people in the chief seat were very useful. You little girl can really talk, no wonder you became the leader of this gang at such a young age. The old man and I have no children, and there is no one to inherit the huge family property, why don't you go to the west to learn Buddhist scriptures, stay and be our granddaughter? Feng Shi. Am I so hot right now? Even Moji wants to recognize me as his granddaughter. Zhu Jinnan and the others had run out of words and didn't know what to say. Feng Shi sighed. Old man, it stands to reason that I should readily agree, after all, it is my blessing to be liked by your elders. But I still have important things to do, so I can't stay here any longer. It's kind of you two to let us go there, and we will have a good relationship. The old woman's voice suddenly became sharp. So, you don't want to? Really ignorant of flattery. Well, so many people don't have to be you. Which of you would like to stay? If you are willing to stay, then you can live in this house with rich clothes and fine food. If you don't want to, then you can only bury it as fertilizer. Of course, Zhu Jinnan and the others were unwilling. Originally, they wanted to stand up and turn their backs. But seeing that Feng Shi was still sitting there, she didn't move. At this time, the old man's voice sounded, "Old woman, why are you bothering? If you can't force it, it's fine if you don't want it. Little girl, it is not difficult for you to use the road, you just need to leave your storage rings and you can pass." Fang Shi slapped the table and stood up. "It's fine if you want my life, but you want my money. It's too much." The owner of this room. Zhu Jinlin and the others. Let's just say, why are you so excited when money is mentioned? In fact, Fang Shi was waiting for the signal from the mushrooms. There was a slight tremor under her feet just now. She knew that the mushrooms had found the roots of this magic plant, so she dared to turn her face. Otherwise, she would make false claims with the other party for a while. The old woman sneered, "Are you planning to compete with us?" Fang Shi put her little hands behind her back, "Of course." Old woman. The next moment, all kinds of spiritual attacks attacked the person on the main seat at the same time. Fang Shi's hands behind her back were not pretending to be aggressive, but gesturing to Zhu Jinlin and others. The people in the chief seat obviously didn't expect Fang Shi and the others to do this, and forcibly withstood this wave of spiritual attacks. The next moment, the scene in front of Fang Shi and the others completely changed. They were surrounded by a huge vine, like a bird in a cage, with nowhere to escape. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 350 help if you can. The vines are constantly tightening. Once closed, Fang Shi and the others will definitely die. On the one hand, Fang Shi directed everyone to continue attacking with their spiritual sense, and on the other hand, let the underground army of mushrooms start to exert their strength. In addition, she asked Zhu Jinlin and others to take out the magic talisman. Throw out piles of piles. Fry. Blast. Even so, the vine is still tightening, which shows that the cultivation base of this vine is much higher than the magic plant they encountered before. This is why Zhu Jinlin said that the core area is very dangerous. The magic plant monsters here are far stronger and more ferocious than those outside. Fang Shi felt that going on like this was not an option. Even if they threw away all the magic talismans on their bodies, they would still have to be strangled to death by vines in the end. Ji Lei lying on Fang Shi's head was also very sad. If it consumes all the power of lightning, it should be able to tear a hole, with its clone completely dissipated. How do you watch dramas in the future? Monitor Fenggu. Besides, it just tore a hole, it can kill the magic plant, Fenggu and the others would still be caught up. So it doesn't seem to make any sense. It couldn't help but feel annoyed. Fenggu, it's a pity that you usually have a bad stomach. Why are you so impatient at this time? It's so disappointing. Just as it was thinking, it heard Fang Shi say to Zhun Wen. Brother, do you know why we demons don't have hermaphrodites? Zhun Wen managed to cut off a vine as thick as a wrist, panting and holding on. Why? Because one body can't accommodate two primordial spirits. No matter how close they are, they will have their own calculations. Just like the magic plant in front of me, sooner or later one of them will devour the other, and there are already signs of it now. The male has the upper hand. As soon as Fang Shi's words fell, the old woman's shrill voice sounded, "Why do you say it has the upper hand?" Fang Shi curled her lips. "Isn't this obvious? The left is respected, he occupies the left, just to swallow your mind. In addition, he was the one who called us in before, and he put on the chart of the head of the family. You are just an old woman who doesn't care about things." The old man said angrily, "Don't listen to her nonsense, she is trying to sow discord. We are male and female, where is the distinction between superiority and inferiority?" Fang Shi chuckled, "An explanation is a cover-up, the more anxious you are, the more guilty you are. I'm really not worth it for the old lady. It treats you sincerely, but you hide your heart and want to devour it. In our demon race, you are a heartbreaker. Maybe you have already hooked up with a nearby magic plant, just waiting for you to belch, old lady." Fang Shi is pure nonsense, but it is a coincidence that there is a female magic plant near this magic plant, and it often sends flowers from afar on weekdays. The female Lingxi of the magic vine has long been dissatisfied with this, and now she was provoked by Fang Shi, and immediately started to go crazy. The male Lingxi was so angry that he was half dead, desperately trying to explain. It's a pity that it doesn't know that there is a word called more and more black. The more it said, the more the female Lingxi felt that what Fang Shi said made sense. So, the magic vine fought by itself and twisted into a big marijuana flower. Fang Shi gestured to Zhu Jinlin and the others, and everyone launched a spiritual attack with all their strength. 818 novels. Fang Shi knew that this was the only chance. Therefore, the big brick transformed by her spiritual consciousness this time did not engrave Xiaobai, but Demon God. The blessing of Xuanwu. How can there be a blessing from a demon god? Regardless of whether it was a psychological effect or not, she felt more confident than ever before. In a trance, even the large bricks had a faint golden light. Boom. Due to internal strife, the two spirits of the magic vine were distracted, and everyone tried their best, and their spiritual consciousness was severely damaged immediately. The most direct manifestation is that there are loopholes in the defense of the underground roots. The mushroom army took the opportunity to strangle several roots. Only then did Lingxi, the female of the magic vine, realize that she had been fooled by Fang Shi, but it was too late. The victory has already been biased to Fang Zai's side. The male wisdom of the magic vine said, "We don't need to fight to the death, we let you go." Fang Shi sneered. "Let us go. Who knows if you will hunt us down? Only dead enemies can give people peace of mind." As she spoke, she smashed the big brick engraved with Xiao Barber at the magic vine. It's not that she doesn't want to continue to use the large bricks of the demon god statue, the key is that it's too difficult to transform, and it consumes a lot of consciousness. Now her sea of consciousness has started to vibrate, she should sit cross-legged and adjust her breathing immediately. But now I can't take care of so much, I can only hold on. The point is, what the hell, she's so cold. She finally figured it out belatedly. No wonder it was cold before, she must have been scapegoating the demon god, so she got retribution. It seems that she should stop using the demon god as a cover in the future. If she uses it too much, she might be frozen into an ice sculpture. Thinking of the demon god, she suddenly thought of the tribulation thunder on her head. She raised her arms and whispered, "Little Lile, scare them." In the chaos, no one paid attention to what she said. Even if they did, they thought she was speaking to the thunder mark on her arm. Jile lying on Feng Shi's head instantly released the breath of thunder. Anyway, it won't consume much lightning power. Help if you can. After all, the phoenix dog is my spiritual pet, so it's a pity to die. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 351, are you polite? The magic vine felt the breath of Jile, and trembled instantly. Although it soon discovered that Feng Shi was bluffing, it was already too late. The big brick transformed by Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness smashed hard on its spiritual consciousness, and the mushroom army took the opportunity to cut off its main root. Once the main root was cut off, the magic vine was powerless to recover. Feng Shi led Zhu Jinlin and others to kill the magic vine in one go. Branches scattered all over the place. Everyone didn't have time to experience the joy of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, because Feng Shi fainted. 7 orifices bleeding. Many people thought she was going to be calmer. After all, it looked too tragic. Everyone's faces were full of anxiety and sadness, and they were calling and feeding medicine. Although Junwen has the bottom line in his heart, he is more nervous than anyone else on the surface, and even his hands are shaking. Everyone was worried that he would faint because of his grief. Fortunately, Feng Shi woke up after taking the elixir for healing spiritual consciousness. Seeing that she was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and meditated one after another to adjust their breath. Although no one was killed, everyone died, and several were seriously injured. Everyone is full of worries about the future prospects. It is so difficult just entering the core area. Will it be more difficult in the future? Feng Shi rested for a while, seeing the low morale, stood up and said, "Now we are indeed facing difficulties, but the solution is man's idea. As long as we work together, we will be able to overcome difficulties. Think about the ancestors of our blood family, how difficult the situation was at the beginning, didn't they all come over? A person's whole life is a process of constantly solving problems. No matter how hard it is at the beginning, it will be the same when it passes. It's just a moment in memory. Those of you who were seriously injured, rest assured, as long as we have breath, we will never abandon you. You just need to rest at ease and heal your injuries, and leave the rest to us." With her babble, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit. Just do it. The big deal is death. After resting for 2 hours, everyone continued to move forward. Feng Shi called out the life-eating mushroom and let it carry the seriously injured people. The life-cracking mushroom is somewhat unhappy. It is the exclusive mount of breeding light, how can it carry others? But breeding light had to listen to what she said, so she could only reluctantly agree. Before Feng Shi left, she even put away the branches of the magic vine. Anyway, there was plenty of space for storage rings, and they might be used at any time. There is really no other use, just lighting a fire. Feng Shi had just walked out a few steps, and stopped. Everyone didn't know why, and looked at her suspiciously. Feng Shi took out the pods and threw them around. The pods soon burst open. Dozens of vines appeared in the bushes, much smaller than the previous magic vines, and the varieties were not the same. They crawled on the ground, trembling constantly. Zhu Jinlin asked in surprise, "Are these the attendants?" Feng Shi nodded. In fact, she was not sure whether those attendants were transformed by magic vines, or if there were other magic vines, so she tried it out. Feng Shi looked at those little magic vines and smiled. "You were bullied by that old magic vine, right? Now that we have killed it, you are relieved. So, should you thank me?" Before those little magic vines could answer, Feng Shi continued. "Thank you is not enough, you have to repay us with practical actions. Well, you escort us to continue walking inside. When we finish our work, I will hand over the body of that old magic vine to you, so that you can absorb its nutrients and improve your cultivation. What do you think? Of course, if you don't want to, I also respect your choice and directly arrange for you to reunite with the old magic vine. As a family, we must be neat and tidy." The little magic vines got out of the soil one after another, and stood in front of Feng Shi. They expressed their choices with practical actions, willingness, 100 willing, 10,000 willing. Definitely not forced. They are willing. Although the cultivation base of the magic vines will be weakened a lot if they leave the original place, but now who cares so much? Even the old magic vines are burping, if they don't agree, they will die. Feng Shi was very satisfied. It's just that she thought these little magic vines could talk, but she overestimated them. It seems that the previous transformation and speech were done with the help of the old magic vine, and the cultivation level of these little magic vines is much worse than that of the old magic vine. Make do with it. After all, there are seriously wounded people in the team now. When fighting, these magic vines can be used to form a vine cage to protect them. Feng Shi felt that the little magic vines were too eye-catching, so she asked, "Can you shrink down? Or just pretend?" In the next moment, the little vines all shrunk and wrapped themselves around the excess hyphae of the life-destroying ground cracker mushroom. Life-eroding ground crack mushroom. Are you polite? Although I only use 2 mycelium to walk now, this is not the reason for you to occupy my mycelium. Feng Shi thought it was good, so she waved her little hand, "Let's go." Zhu Jinlin and the others. They seem to have understood what Feng Shi said before, she doesn't need to bring anything when she goes out. Not only training materials, but she can even draw and pull her thugs. I pulled an army of mushrooms before, and now I have an army of vines. Next, don't necessarily draw any helpers over. Everyone was thinking about it when they heard Feng Shi sigh. If I had known that the core area was so dangerous, I shouldn't have disliked those ghostly fire-eating ants for being too ugly, so I should have fooled them over to help me. Everyone. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 352 It's all destroyed in the hands of the big horse monkey. Feng Zai's words were of course joking. The habits of the nether fire-eating ants determined that they would not leave their places easily, let alone come over to help her. Everyone also knew that she was joking, but seeing her sulky little face, they still felt a little unworthy of beating. After Feng Shi made a few jokes to cheer up the atmosphere of the team, he began to think about the matter of attacking with consciousness. During the fight just now, she was also in a hurry, so she changed the picture of Xiaobai to demon god. Of course, the time is tight and the task is heavy. The so-called demon god is just a simple outline. If she doesn't say it, no one will recognize that it is the demon god. It's still a good little bastard. She comes to life with just a few drawings. Demon god versus Xiao Wangba. Xiao Wangba wins. As soon as she thought of this, she shivered. He quickly got rid of the word, devil god, from his mind, and continued to think about the attack of the divine sense. Since she can instantly change the pattern on the big brick of spiritual consciousness now, it means that she still has the power to spare. Maybe she can try to transform 2 large bricks of spiritual consciousness at the same time. When the time comes, smashing 2 bricks at the same time will definitely be better than 1. Not to mention anything else, at least 2 enemies can be attacked at the same time. If 3 yuan, 5 yuan, 8 yuan. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and I couldn't wait to start verifying it. The idea is very good, but the reality gave her a break. Tried several times without success. She couldn't figure it out. She still had enough energy to draw a pattern. Why couldn't she create another big brick? She felt that she must have made a mistake in a certain link, but she couldn't figure it out for a while, so she had to give up temporarily. Bored, she began to scribble on the big bricks. Demon gods definitely can't be drawn, but you can draw a few more bastards. What a poor lonely one. A string of little bastards is fun. Besides, of course, the more blessings from Xuanwu, the better. Thinking of this, Feng Zai's heart skipped a beat. Before, she drew the demon god pattern on the big brick, and the power increased a lot. She thought it was the blessing of the demon god. Maybe she was thinking about it. The demon god's pattern is much more complicated than that of Xiao Wangba, so it naturally consumes more consciousness. That is to say, the more and more complex patterns are drawn on the big bricks, the stronger the attack power should be. Feng Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Although you can't win in quantity, let's go to the next level in quality. It's a pity that there is no test subject for the time being, so I don't know the actual power. At this time, it was already dark. But time was running out, and everyone continued to move on. Suddenly, those little magic vines began to tremble. Feng Shi sensed something was wrong and ordered everyone to stop. She threw out a handful of pods, but they didn't fry. Just as the blood-caught armor was about to pick it up, Feng Shi and Zhun Wen stopped him almost at the same time. Feng Shi looked at Zhun Wen in surprise. Brother. Zhun Wen scratched his head. I just vaguely feel that something is wrong, and I feel that there is something in front of me. Feng Shi felt more and more that she, the 5th senior brother, was not simple. He actually has the ability to seek good luck and avoid bad luck, which is a life-saving weapon. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Feng Shi took out an explosion magic talisman and threw it forward. The explosive talisman, which was supposed to explode, stagnated abruptly, and then fell to the ground. Now, everyone saw that something was wrong. The blood-caught armor was dripping with cold sweat. If he hadn't been stopped by Zhun Wen and Feng Shi, he might have died at this time. At this moment, creepy laughter came from the front, and the air was filled with a gloomy and bloody atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, a phantom appeared in front of everyone. Red hair, red and green face, a pair of green eyes, protruding mouth, blue fangs. It looks like a ghost, but it has only 1 leg. Zhu Jinlan exclaimed, yes, it's the demon mandrill. Why is there a demon mandrill here? Feng Shi frowned when she heard the word mobai. Because in the book, Shen Zhilan sacrificed Jiangji to the demon mandrill in the Wanzang demon abyss in order to obtain a heavenly herb. As a result, Jiangji's soul was scattered, and he can never be reborn forever. According to the records in the book, the demon mandrill likes to eat the primordial spirit of the human race or the demon race, which is extremely terrifying. But the demon mandrill will only live in the vast demon abyss, and should not appear here. That's why Zhu Jinlan was so shocked. Everyone outside the secret realm also had expressions of horror on their faces. How could there be a demon mandrill in King Feng's secret realm? It's a pity that after Zhu Jinlan and the others came out, they didn't mention anything about the secret realm. To be precise, they seem to have lost the memory of that period. So no one knew that there would be a demon mandrill in King Feng's secret realm. Of course, they may not have encountered the demon mandrill at that time. After all, they would not easily enter the core area. Alas, this is really the end of the game. That's the devil's mandrill. In terms of the strength of the divine consciousness, even the late stage of the transformation of the gods cannot match it. Let alone Zhu Wuyu and the others. Zhu Bawan, who was lying on the grave in the distance, kept beating his head. Blame me. Blame me. If I didn't want to test the little girl's ability and throw her and that silly boy into the secret realm, these things wouldn't have happened. I'm the black sheep, I'm the villain. My granddaughter. Grandpa is sorry for you. If you are eaten by the devil's mandrill, you will definitely be out of your wits, and we will never have a chance to meet again. Grandma is a bear. It's a pity that I can't enter into King Feng's secret realm, otherwise I would have strangled the big horse monkey to death. What kind of bullshit demon mandrill is a beast in Lao Su's eyes? It's a pity that I just adopted a lovely granddaughter, and it was all destroyed in the hands of the big horse monkey. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 353 Do You Believe in Light? Inside the secret realm, the demons sneered strangely, instantly making people feel as if they were in hell, where fear, despair, and various negative emotions dominated. Obviously it is good at the method of divine consciousness, which has affected everyone's judgment. At this moment, Fang Shi also laughed. It's just that her smile doesn't look funny. Quack quack. Ha ha ha. He he he. Hey hey hey. Guy guy gay. Ellipsis. The devil couldn't stop laughing. I always feel like my job is being robbed. Seeing that it stopped smiling, Fang Shi said with a smile. Are you a demon mandrill? It's quite insightful, after all, it's the first time we've seen a live demon mandrill. Tell me, what are you trying to stop us from doing? Do you want to give us a meeting gift or want to be my follower? Demon mandrill. It froze for a moment, then said in a very sharp voice. Leave half of the people for me to enjoy, and the rest can go. When it spoke, it also used the method of spiritual consciousness, and everyone only felt pain from the spiritual consciousness when they heard it. Actually, Fang Shi has nothing to do, but in order to get along with the group, he frowned, rubbed his temples a few times, and then said. You want us to keep half the people? Do you want a man or a woman? Old or young? Fat or thin? The demon mandrill interrupted her impatiently. You decide for yourself, I like to see the ugliness you hypocritical ants show most in order to survive. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Have you never looked in the mirror? I was wondering, where did you get the confidence to say that we are ugly? It's the same leg, look at how pretty the life-eating mushroom behind me is, and look at you, the red and green donkey face, the fangs are still emitting blue light. What's the matter, are you afraid that others won't be able to see your ugly face clearly at night? Fight openly if you have the ability, instead of sneaking around there and engaging in sneak attacks. You say you, if you want looks but no looks, if you want skills but no skills, what's the point of living? Do you need me to give you a rope, just hang yourself. Demon mandrill was so angry that his red hair stood on end. You wanna die? As he said that, he rushed towards Fang Shi. Stop, I haven't finished my sentence yet. What are you in a hurry for? Demon mandrill. What does it have to do with me if you didn't finish? Continue to rush towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi remained motionless as if she had been frightened into a fool. When Zhu Jinlin was about to step forward and drag Fang Shi, Zhang Wen stopped him. Little junior sister's courage is bigger than a millstone, will she be frightened? Stop talking. She has been irritating the demon mandrill, and she must be trying to break the water. If you try to drag her at this time, it will be a disservice. Of course, Zhang Wen dared to do this because he knew that there was a robbery lying on Fang Shi's head. Even if he made a mistake in his judgment, Fang Shi's life would not be in danger. At this time, Mo Ya was only a few feet away from Fang Shi. The demon mandrill was proud of himself, no matter how capable this little demon race was, wouldn't he still be fooled by it? I can only wait to be eaten by it. Not only will she be eaten, but none of these people will even try to escape. Even the mushroom is no exception. It was so beautiful, a gaudy big brick of spiritual consciousness fell from the sky and hit it on the top of the brain. The demon mandrill was smashed until his eyes stared at gold stars. Who I am, where am I, what am I doing? Fang Shi didn't care if it was in a daze or not, and smashed the big brick with all its might. And in the process of smashing, they kept drawing patterns on the big bricks. At first, they were small bastards, but later they were all circles to save trouble. Ha! It seems, the bastard laid eggs. The demon mandrill is not a vegetarian either. After the initial bewilderment, he lost his temper. He kept screaming, his eyes glowed green, and the surrounding trees broke instantly. Zhu Jinlin and others who wanted to come over couldn't move at all. People with low cultivation even fainted to death. They were only affected by the aftermath, and Fang Shi, who was targeted, suffered more attacks. Her sea of consciousness also began to vibrate continuously, with bursts of sharp pain. If she hadn't endured the pain and tempering of her consciousness all the year round, she would have passed out long ago. Enduring the pain, she continued to shoot the mandrill with a big brick. If you can't die, keep shooting. The demon mandrill was a little anxious, obviously the other party was a weakling, why was he so difficult to deal with? However, it still has a bottom in its heart. It's a devil's mandrill. The power of divine consciousness is unmatched by anyone. Not to mention that the little weak chicken in front of him has such a low cultivation level. Spiritual consciousness is like water in a tank. The tank is only that big, and there is a limit to how much you can hold it. In half an hour at most, it will win. When the time comes, it will tear open the head of this stinky girl to see what is going on with her sea of consciousness. The tribulation thunder above Fang Shi's head was almost dying of anxiety. It really wanted to release the breath of thunder, but Fang Shi didn't say anything, so it didn't dare to act rashly. Besides, the demon mandrill is not so easy to deceive. Even if it releases the breath of thunder, it may not be able to scare it. It's really difficult this time. Feng Gu's stomach is indeed bad, but Moba's spiritual sense is strong, and her tricks should be useless. Fang Shi was also in a hurry. She even tried to use the talisman again, but was still dispelled by the demon, and the talisman stopped abruptly after being activated. How does it do it? Could it be divine consciousness? In fact, Fang Shi still has a trump card, which is the underground army of mushrooms. The attack range of the demon mandrill is limited, and it cannot reach deep underground. But Fang Shi doesn't want to call the mushroom army for the time being, because the mushroom army only has one chance to attack and must come out at a critical time. If only I knew the weakness of the demon mandrill. Unfortunately, there is no record in the book. Zhu Jinlin didn't say it just now, so it must be unclear. She forced herself to calm down, and recalled the records about the demon mandrill in the book, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, she thought of one thing. The demon mandrill lives in the Wanzang demon abyss all the year round, and the Wanzang demon abyss is shrouded in fog, and the sun cannot be seen all year round. Will it be afraid of light? Reminiscing that it was Hei-chan at this time, he became more and more sure of his conjecture. So, she smiled and asked the demon mandrill. Big horse monkey, do you believe in light? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 354, I represent light to destroy you. Mo Yao was so angry that he was half dead when he heard Feng Zai's words. You are the monkey. Your whole family is a big horse monkey. What kind of shit doesn't believe in light? Does the smelly girl think I can't see the sun? How stupid. Soon, you'll be paying for your smarts. When Feng Shi was talking, she kept staring at the demon mandrill, seeing that it showed no signs of fear other than anger. Her heart sank. It seems that she was wrong. Living in a dark place all year round does not mean that it really cannot see light, just like the human-eyed blue moth under the deep ravine not only is not afraid of bright light, but prefers firelight. It doesn't matter, let's do the trick. Thinking of this, she had a smug look on her face. Big horse monkey, stop pretending. You must be very scared now, aren't you? Immediately, I will destroy you on behalf of the light. Demon mandrill. You seem like a fool. However, it still pretended to be apprehensive, but its acting skills were really clumsy. Even the robbery above Feng Shi's head could be seen. It was worried that Feng Shi didn't notice it, so it kept trembling. Feng Shi ignored her. She started to use the magic energy to cast the flame art, and in the flames, her little face smiled brightly. Moba sneered in his heart, Brat, when you think you have succeeded, I will strike again, and see if you can still laugh at that time. In order to be more realistic, it weakened the attack on Feng Shi's consciousness. In addition, the body is still a little wobbly. Sure enough, it saw the smug look on Feng Zai's face. This stinking girl is really stupid. Seeing that Feng Shi was getting closer and closer to it, it felt that the fire was coming, and when it was about to jump hard and give Feng Shi a fatal blow, something caught its ankle. Slap. Dropped a dog and chewed mud. Immediately afterwards, the big brick transformed by Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness was smashed down. Just now, Feng Shi was performing the flame method on the surface, but in fact, he had been drawing patterns on the big brick of spiritual consciousness. Let's put it this way, at least a few hundred bastards were drawn. Because she knew that if she couldn't seize this opportunity, there would be no possibility of defeating the demon mandrill again, so she spent all her money. Not only did it add fuel to the big brick of spiritual consciousness, but it also sent a signal to the underground mushroom army. She was afraid that this would not be safe, so she yelled, Master Demon God, lend me the power of lightning. Ji lay on the head of the melon. If you order me, you will order me. What kind of devil name is it? As if I were afraid of him. No matter how you say it, Ji Lei obediently released Ji Lei's breath. There is no need to really fight, after all its lightning power is still very precious. If the phoenix dog and the mushrooms are not strong enough, it will be too late no matter how hard it works. Mo Yao really didn't expect that Feng Shi had been acting before, and he was still dreaming of a one-hit dream. First, he was entangled around his ankle by the mycelium of the mushroom army, and fell down, and then he was hit by a big brick of Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness. The sea of consciousness was buzzing, but at this moment, it sensed the aura of tribulation thunder, and it was startled and frightened. As soon as it was timid, it immediately fell into a disadvantage in terms of momentum. One ebbs and another, Feng Shi's morale is high. She smashed big bricks desperately, and the mushrooms also showed their abilities. Zhang Wen also rushed up screaming. Before, he had a splitting headache and couldn't move at all, but now the demon mandrill's consciousness has been weakened, he has regained his energy. Zhu Jinlin and others also joined the battle group one after another. No matter what, the demon mandrill never expected that the battle situation would be reversed in just a short moment. It wants to fight back, but it can't do it. It roared angrily. Stop, I tell you to leave. Otherwise, if you push me into a hurry, I will blow myself up and everyone will die together. Feng Shi pouted. Do you think I'm as stupid as you are? If we stop and give you a chance to breathe, you will definitely get back at us. Don't scare me with self-explosion, I didn't scare you too much. However, meeting is fate, and evil fate is also fate. Or else, or this way, I think you are pretty good looking, and your legs and feet are quite neat, so you can be my follower. Don't worry, I will definitely terminate the contract with you before I leave the secret realm. We are just passers-by on the way of life, and there will be no more fetters. What do you think? The demon mandrill was so angry that white smoke rose from the top of his head. Fart, you fart. Will my majestic demon mandrill be your follower? I would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Feng Shi pursed her lips. People, you have to learn to be flexible. If you blew yourself up, you did preserve the dignity of the demon mandrill. But who would know, who would care? I heard that all of you demons live in the abyss of magic. You have finally seen the colorful world outside. Are you willing to blow yourself up like this? Do not be silly. Forbearance a moment, calm, take a step back, a brighter future. If you want to achieve great things, you have to endure humiliation that ordinary people can't bear. Besides, you signed a contract with me, it doesn't mean you give in or fear me, it's just a promise to me. When Feng Shi said this, she inadvertently brushed her hairpin with her hand. The demon mandrill wanted to yell at him, but suddenly it seemed as if someone had strangled his neck, and his eyes almost popped out. It stands to reason that it should have been able to detect the existence of Geely long ago. After all, as a demon, it is much more sensitive to danger than humans. But it is too underestimated. It didn't take Feng Shi seriously at all, even if there was a slight problem, it didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until this moment that it realized that there was a thunderbolt lying on top of Feng Shi's head. No wonder it sensed the breath of Geely just now. She subdued a tribulation thunder unexpectedly. How is this possible? Going home late, there are still 2 chapters to be finished around 11 o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 355 The demon mandrel was photographed as a magic cake. When Mo Yao was in a daze, Fang Shi said again. If I'm not wrong, there must be something in it that you are afraid of. You are no match for the other party on your own, but it will be different with our help. Kill the opponent, you are the king here. To be aggrieved for a while, in exchange for the rest of my life to be unscrupulous, what a bargain. If you don't make a sound, I'll take it as your default. The demon mandrel made no sound. Because Fang Shi talked about its heart. It stands to reason that it should occupy the best position in the core area, but because it is afraid of the opponent, it can only avoid its edge and occupy the territory here. With the help of this group of people, it might be possible to beat the opponent. There is another reason, that is tribulation thunder. It felt that even Jilei had been subdued by the stinky girl, and it didn't seem too shameful that it was temporarily contracted. Jilei is not afraid of losing face, what is it afraid of? Of course, the main reason is that it has no better choice now, so it can only swallow its anger. Seeing that it didn't make a sound, Fang Shi knew it agreed, and said with a smile. Since you agree, let's quickly sign the contract. Great-grandfather, I haven't learned contract warcraft yet, teach me. Zhu Jinlin. You don't know how to contract, how did the group of mushrooms come from? Ah, yes, it seems that there is no contract at all. Without a contract, why are those mushrooms so obedient? Simply outrageous. Besides, contract art can't be learned in a while. Not to mention that you are contracting a demon mandrel that is stronger than your cultivation base and divine consciousness. Don't fail to succeed in the contract, and you will pay for your life. But thinking of Fang Shi's abnormal ability to make talismans before, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. The point is that there is no better choice now. If the demon mandrel is really forced to explode, none of them will survive. I can only let my great-great-granddaughter take the risk. So, he told Fang Shi the magic trick of contracting monsters, and even demonstrated it. In fact, it is similar to the beast control law of the beast control gate, and Fang Shi understood it as soon as he heard it. Fang Shi beckoned a small magic vine to practice, and she succeeded after a try. She tried again to break the appointment, which also succeeded. Grandfather, this thing is not as complicated as you said, it's quite simple. Zhu Jinlin. I don't want to talk anymore. Fang Shi said to Moba, come on, my loyal ally, let's make a contract. Demon Mandrel's big green eyes were full of resentment, unwillingness and helplessness. It originally wanted to counterattack while Fang Shi was learning the contract art, but in the end, Fang Shi had 2 minds, and the big brick was always hanging on top of its head. As long as it moves rashly, it will fall down. However, it didn't take long for a good idea to come to mind. A contract is a contract, anyway, its consciousness is stronger than that of a stinky girl, and it will come back when the time comes. After killing the stinky girl, the rest of the people have nothing to fear. As for the tribulation thunder on the head of the stinky girl, it should be just a split, there is not much lightning power at all, and there will be no major troubles. This time it has learned from the previous experience and lessons, and its acting skills have improved a lot. Although he made up his mind to fight back, he gritted his teeth and said, the contract is fine, but we can agree, it's just a cooperative relationship, you can't bully me. And when we arrive at the destination, we will terminate the contract immediately. In addition, I am afraid that you will go back on your word, so please swear an oath. Fang Shi smiled and nodded in agreement. Demon God, I, Zhu Huyu, swear here, first, after I sign a contract with Demon Mandrel, I will treat it as a partner. Second, after the matter is over, I will terminate the contract with it. If I don't keep my oath, my magic pill will be shattered and I won't be able to practice. Anyway, I am Fang Shi, the poisonous oath made by Zhu Huyu has nothing to do with me. And I don't have a magic pill either. The Demon Mandrel didn't know about this, so he nodded when he saw her swear, let's make a contract now. Zhu Jinlin and the others raised their throats, fearing that the devil would play tricks. Ji Lei was also worried. Although the phoenix dog is vicious and smokes, it is its first pet after all, so it would be a pity if it burps. Bridge, greater than amid everyone's worries, Fang Shi activated the contract art. Outside the secret realm, Zhu Tianjue was sweating profusely. It is impossible for the Demon Mandrel to submit obediently, and he must have the idea of repelling his spiritual consciousness. This girl Fang Shi is really smart, she was confused all her life. Zhu Bawan on the grave also thinks so, the little girl is still short training. Such a simple conspiracy has not been seen through. However, there seems to be no better way without a contract. We can only see the good fortune of the little girl. Half a quarter of an hour later, because the Demon Mandrel cooperated very well, the contract was successfully completed. Seeing the smile on Fang Zai's face, Mo Yao sneered in his heart, brat, you are dead. In Fang Shi's sea of consciousness, when the shrunken version of the Demon Mandrel was about to devour Fang Shi's consciousness, a large brick was photographed. It was a solid shot. And there's no end to it. Again and again. The magic mandrel is about to be photographed into a magic cake. Outside, the Demon Mandrel rolled on the ground in pain. Stop, you stop, I signed a contract with you, why are you doing this? Fang Shi smiled happily. Because you know why. Don't you just think that your spiritual sense is stronger than mine, and you want to retaliate? You are also short-sighted, no matter how strong your spiritual consciousness is, this is in my sea of consciousness. The strong dragon still doesn't overwhelm the local snake. In order to make you sober, let me give you some lessons first. Dharma monkey, I advise you to be more honest, or you will not have good fruit for you. The Demon Mandrel was so angry and painful that he fainted abruptly. Feng Shi, didn't you say that this thing is very resistant? Why is it so weak? It can't be old, weak, sick, or disabled. Everyone. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 356 different generations, same granddaughter. Zhu Jinlin and the others didn't know what to say anymore. This is the first time I've heard people say that the demon mandrill is weak. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the demon mandrill was cured by Feng Shi. The same is true for the Geely above Feng Shi's head. It just said, Master Geely's spiritual pet is naturally extraordinary, how can it be compared with a mere demon? That is to say, it can control the phoenix dog, but no one else can. The demon mandrill woke up soon, his green eyes turned red with anger. You. Feng Shi kicked it. What are you? It was you who violated the covenant first, which was not good for me. What face do you have to accuse me? Originally, I wanted to treat you as a partner, or even as a friend. But you are wolf-hearted and have bad intentions, so I can only treat you as a spiritual pet. You asked for it all. The demon mandrill was so angry. Aren't you afraid that I will explode myself? Feng Shi smiled. If you really had the courage, you would have exploded just now. Big horse monkey, let's be smart and don't talk dark words. We are all masters who can bend and stretch, so don't play hard bones here. Don't worry, no one will laugh at you, because we are all the same kind of people. Only a fool will go to the end. Get up. I will take you to seek revenge on the enemy, and you will be the king here from now on. Mo Yao gave Feng Shi a hard look, and got up. Feng Shi nodded in satisfaction. That's right, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Do you want to be my mount or a pioneer to explore the way? The demon mandrill ran ahead to explore the way without saying a word. Feng Shi pursed her lips, she had already guessed what Mo Yao was up to, she had a good idea in her heart. In addition to the large bricks, there are also those jade slips in the sea of consciousness. From the last time I helped it remove the memory seal, it can be seen that these jade slips are not fuel-efficient lamps. The demon mandrill still wants to devour her consciousness. Go dream. With her little hands behind her back, she said to Zhu Jinlin and the others, let's go. Zhu Jinlin and the others hurriedly agreed. At this moment they were all dizzy, and felt as if they were dreaming. Not only were they not killed by the devil's mandrill, but they also contracted with the demon's mandrill. If this is said, who can believe it? Zhu Tianjue and others outside the secret realm would not believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Zhu Tianjue's mouth almost grinned to the back of his ears. 818 novels. My granddaughter. My granddaughter. This girl Feng Shi actually contracted with the demon mandrill. Not to mention that there is no one before and no one to come after, it's almost the same. The second elder and the third elder are almost sour. Let's put it this way, they won't have to buy vinegar for the rest of their lives. Zhu Bawan on the grave in the distance also shook his head excitedly. As expected of my granddaughter, she is amazing. Such a pity. I died early. If we live up to now, our grandparents and grandchildren will join hands and fight all over the northern territory without opponents. In the secret realm, Feng Shi didn't know that two grandfathers of different generations were shouting for her, proud of her, and bang on the grave for her. She is giving an ideological education class to Zhu Jinlin and others. Don't think that if I contract with the demon mandrill, everything will be smooth sailing. After all, this is the core area, and it cannot be taken lightly at any moment. In addition, the demon mandrill, this damn thing, was driven here, which means that there are more terrifying things inside. Everyone should be vigilant and cheer up. Zhu Jinlin and the others trembled, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. They have already put their seniority out of the blue, and Feng Shi can do whatever she wants. After Feng Shi beat them, she ran to chat with Moba. What's in it that makes you so afraid? The demon mandrill didn't want to talk to her. But I also know that if I want to win, it is better to say more, so I have to hold back my anger and say. The innermost one is Chaos Beast, which is very ferocious. It's not because I have its prestige, and we may not be its opponent together. Let's talk about it first. If the signs are not right, I will definitely run back. It's not that I'm afraid of losing my life. The key point is that Chaos is a pervert. After catching the prey, it will slowly torture it, and it will not eat it until it gets tired of it. Falling into its hands can be said to be worse than death. Feng Shi stroked her chin and said, you mean, as long as it runs out of a certain range, it won't chase it out? Correct. Why? The demon mandrill shook his head. Then I don't know, maybe there are some restrictions, or maybe it's lazy. Feng Shi blinked and blinked. Then we will do as you say, fight if we can, and run if we can't. For the first time, Mo Yao felt that Feng Shi could speak human language. It's really worried that Feng Shi is stupid and insists on desperately fighting with the other party. It doesn't matter if she dies or not, it hasn't lived enough yet. Because of the demon mandrill leading the way, the rest of the journey went smoothly. Even if he met Moshi in Warcraft, he didn't dare to provoke Feng Shi and the others because he was afraid of Modrel. The more Feng Shi looked at the demon mandrill, the more pleasing she was to her eyes. Although she was a bit ugly, she was capable. She felt very sorry. This is the past time and space, and it is impossible to take it out. Otherwise, it would be great to have such a soul pet that can fight. Or before leaving the demon realm, go to the Wanzang demon abyss to catch one and go back. When there was still more than a dozen miles away from the chaotic land, Feng Shi asked everyone to meditate on the spot and adjust their breath. The demon mandrill was obviously a little restless, and even retreated. Or forget it, let's not provoke chaos, no matter how we look at it, we have no chance of winning. Feng Shi said slowly, when I faced you before, our people also felt that I had no chance of winning. What is the result? Haven't you obediently become my magic pet? Demon mandrill. Just talk when you talk, it's no fun to run on people. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 357 What are you doing? The demon mandrill really wanted to slap Feng Shi to death with one paw, but he didn't have the guts. Because it has signed a contract with Feng Shi, and is subject to her. Besides, it has some extravagant hope in its heart. If it can kill that scorpion, it will be the king here. 818 novels. Thinking of the humiliation that Wu Wu suffered, it wished to tear down Wu Wu. After resting for 2 hours, Feng Shi led the crowd to continue walking. The demon mandrill was still walking in the front, and it was normal at first, but then it became a little trembling, and then it couldn't jump on one leg, so it got itself a crutch. Feng Shi. Look at you cowardly, you actually had the guts to threaten to blow yourself up before. Originally, she wanted to go to the Wanzang Miyuan to catch one back before leaving, but now that she sees it, pull it down. If this is in danger, he can run faster than her. The demon mandrill stopped suddenly, and said tremblingly. Lord Jiwu, here, these people have to use the way, I was forced to lead them here. Feng Shi was even more speechless. Do you still want to fight for the boss with this courage? Go fuck it. At this time, there was a roar of a beast in the distance. The demon mandrill fell to the ground in fright. Feng Shi. The ground began to tremble, as if something heavy had hit the ground. Feng Shi thought to herself, it seems that this Jiwu should be very big, otherwise there would not be such a big movement. Zhu Jinlin and the others had their hearts raised in their throats, but seeing Feng Shi's presence of an old god, they all pretended to be calm and motionless. After a while, a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. On the whole, it looks a bit like a tiger, with a human face, a pair of fangs around its mouth, and long hair and tail. Feng Shi has seen the Zhenpai beasts of the 4 major sects, each of them is very majestic, but compared with the Wu Wu in front of him, they are all a little bit less interesting. Not the size of the body, but the fierceness in the bones. This Tao Wu makes people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts when they look at it, no wonder the devil is so cowardly. At this moment, the demon mandrill was already trembling like a sieve. However, Feng Shi could tell that it was partly pretending, and judging from its posture, it was ready to run away at any time. Wu Wu glanced at Mo Yao contemptuously. What did you just say? Say it again. The demon mandrill repeated it tremblingly. Only then did Zhu Wu look at Feng Shi and the others. You want to use the road. Why? Feng Shi pointed at the demon mandrill. We will give it to you as a toll. Demon mandrill. What are you doing? What about allies? What about sincere cooperation? You are simply missing 8 lifetimes of virtue. I call you 8 generations of ancestors. No, I'm going to dig up your ancestral graves. It hurriedly said, Master Zhu Wu, don't listen to her nonsense, Before it finished speaking, Feng Shi preemptively said. What are you? Don't you want to serve Mr. Yu Wu? Are you trying to rebel? Let me ask you one last question, are you willing or not? Demon mandrill, I am willing. If it dared to say that it was unwilling, Zhu Wu would have to shoot it to death. Feng Shi looked at Qiao Wu. Lord Yu Wu, to be honest, the 2 secret realms were connected together by chance, and we guessed that the connection should be in the innermost part, so we wanted to use the path. I know this request is presumptuous, but we are forced to. In addition, if the 2 secret realms are always connected, the power of time will be very chaotic, and the final result is that both secret realms will collapse. For your safety and for the thousands of creatures in the 2 secret realms, please let us borrow the way. After we go out, we will definitely find a way to disconnect the 2 secret realms and resolve the crisis of the collapse of the secret realm. Wu Wu laughed loudly. Are you threatening me? Little ants, you may not know that I have been waiting for such an opportunity. Because only when the secret realm collapses, can I escape. So, I can't wait for this secret realm to collapse. As for whether other things are dead or alive, what does it matter to me? Don't even try to make excuses, I haven't had such a fresh toy for a long time, you all stay with me. The demon mandrill lying on the ground thought, yes. Tell yourself to be smart. Tell you to sell your friends and seek glory. Did you get your reward? But soon it became depressed. If the secret realm collapsed, Wu Wu could escape, but he couldn't. Can't we just wait to die? Feng Shi also didn't expect that Wu Wu wanted to use the collapse of the secret realm to escape. In this way, could the collapse of the secret realm be caused by Wu Wu? Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 358 Literary attainments by leaps and bounds. Feng Shi felt a little difficult. Hard hitting is definitely unbeatable. It was a fluke that they were able to defeat the demon mandrill before, and they didn't have the strength to fight against Zhu Wu at all. It seems that there is only another way. Master Yu Wu, according to what you mean, are you locked up here? Zhu Wu snorted coldly. Guaranteed. Who dares to shut me down? Who can shut me down? It's just bad luck to catch up with the power of time to cut the space. Although what it said was a bit convoluted, Feng Shi still understood after thinking about it. The so-called secret realm should be the space cut by the power of time, and the unlucky Zhu Wu happened to be trapped in it. Feng Shi looked at Zhu Wu with admiration. I always thought that the secret realm was just a place surrounded by barriers. After hearing what you said, I realized that the secret realm was originally a space cut out by the power of time and space. You are so talented. It can be said that listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. No wonder at my time, you became the only beast god in the northern and southern domains. You are well deserved. I should have saluted you the first time I saw you just now, but I didn't think the rumors might be true, so I tried it out. I am ashamed of my villainous heart before, please forgive me. Everyone is there, listen to my orders, and perform the worship ceremony of the beast god. After Feng Shi finished speaking, she bowed. Greetings to the beast god, may the beast god live as long as the sky and live with the earth. Although Zhu Jinlin and the others didn't know what Feng Zai's plan was, they somehow had a tacit understanding along the way, let alone Zheng Wen. Everyone hurriedly followed suit, shouting with their necks pulled. Zheng Wen shouted the loudest, with the most sincere expression. There is a feeling of tears in my eyes. Wu Wu was stunned. Beast god. I turned out to be a beast god. Or the only beast god. Is it possible? Really? After a long while, it asked, I am the beast god, what about Chao Chao, Cao Tai and Qiongqi, the three idiots? Feng Shi shook her head, although I have heard of the names, no one has seen him at our time. I only know about the beast god, but nothing else. Feng Zai's words made Zhu Wu laugh out loud, and the donkey brayed immediately after the laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew that those three were incomparable to me, and I was the leader of the beasts. No, I am the beast god. The only beast god. The demon mandrill lying on the ground cursed inwardly, you idiot. The stinky girl is clearly trying to fool you, so do you believe such a clumsy lie? However, it did not dare to beep. Leaving aside what Feng Shi will do to it, Wu Wu is on fire now, if he pours a basin of cold water on it, he will be the first one to kill. Ji Lei hiding in Feng Shi's hair also sneered in his heart, beast god. You deserve it too. Other than that, only I, Lord Ji Lei, can be called a god. Thor. Wu Wu, you idiot are not worthy of carrying my shoes. If it wasn't for the stinky girl who insisted on hiding me, I would have fought you for rounds long ago. When Wu Wu was a little calmer, Feng Shi said, Lord Beast God, I don't know if I should say something, I'm afraid you will think I have ulterior motives. Don't say it, I feel uneasy. Wu Wu is in a very good mood now, and said in a fairly good tone, speak, forgive your innocence. Lord Beast God, according to the original trajectory of time and space, the King Feng secret realm will also collapse, but we don't know why. According to the ancient records, several years after the collapse of the secret realm, you sorted all directions, commanded all beasts, and finally became the Beast God. However, now that the two secret realms are suddenly connected together, if left alone, the trajectory of time and space may be tampered with. Whether you will become a Beast God, this may not be certain. As you said, the other three beasts may also be waiting for an opportunity. Once something happens on your side, the position of the Beast God will be in suspense. Of course, my understanding of the power of time and space is not as thorough as yours, is it right, you are so tolerant? Zhu Wu's big eyeballs rolled around, and his big tail kept flapping on the ground, obviously feeling very irritable. Although it is not proficient in the power of time and space, it still has a basic understanding. Generally speaking, things in the past time and space have been fixed, and no one can change them. But there are exceptions. Although the probability is very low, it does exist. So the safest way is not to intervene and let it follow its original trajectory. Only in this way can it become a Beast God safely. Otherwise, it would be easy for those three idiots to take advantage of the loophole. But, is what this little girl said in the film true? You can't lie to it, can you? Thinking of this, it immediately released its coercion, enveloping Feng Shi. In fact, Feng Shi's spiritual consciousness was only a little uncomfortable, but on the surface, he looked in pain, dripping with cold sweat. Zhu Wu said harshly, what you said is true. Did you lie to me? Feng Shi said with difficulty, Sir, what a wise and powerful existence you are, how dare I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask my brothers and sisters, did the King Feng secret realm collapse that day? If you still don't believe me, I can swear a heart demon oath. Demon God, I, Zhu Wu, swear here that every word I say is true and there is not a single false word. If I break my oath, my magic pill will shatter, and I will be unable to practice forever. The demon mandrill lying on the ground said in his heart, pull it down. It's like farting for you to swear by the heart demon, and you don't obey it at all. Besides, those things you mentioned are all traps. Literally true. Can a single word be false? Not a single lie. It's all lies. Moba felt that since meeting this black-hearted stinky girl, its literary attainments have improved by leaps and bounds, making rapid progress. Chevron underscore left previous home index next Chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 359 Is it so natural for you to threaten me now? Mo Yao knew that Feng Shi was lying, but Zhu Wu didn't. It felt that the little girl in front of him was an honest person. It didn't even make her swear, so she took the initiative to swear poisonously. Yes, how old is she? The mind is not fully grown yet. Since it's true, let them pass. As long as they return to the original secret realm and the power of time and space rebalances, the two secret realms will probably be separated. In addition, although it said before that it wanted to use the power of time and space to destroy the secret realm, it was just talking. Forcibly destroying the secret realm, if you are careless, put its life in it, it's better not to take risks. After weighing the pros and cons, he said to Feng Shi, this beast god has agreed to your request, you can go over. Feng Shi was immediately overjoyed, and kept blowing rainbow farts. Zhongwen didn't even need Feng Shi to wink, and he took the initiative to come over to cheer him up. Zhu Tingkai and the others wanted to say something, but they were afraid of being flattered on the horse's hooves, so they all listened with their teeth bared. Feng Shi took advantage of Qiao Wu's dizziness and said, Lord Beast God, our cultivation base is low, I am afraid that we will not be able to find the connection between the two secret realms for a while, and you are different. You can definitely tell at a glance. So can you give us a hand? After we go out, we must go to the Beast God temple to thank you for your great kindness. Wu Wu Xian nodded generally. Okay, this Beast God will help you. Zhu Wu said that he was going to take them inside, but Feng Shi said, Master Demon God, wait a minute. My great-grandfather and the others are from this time and space, so we have to let them go back to their original track. How about letting the devil send them back? What do you think? Wu Wu wished that everything would be the same as before, so he immediately nodded in agreement, and even frightened Mo Yao with a few words. The demon mandrill obediently agreed. Fang Shi sent Zhu Jinan and others out for about 10 miles before standing down. Grandfather, although you will leave safely according to the trajectory, but to be on the safe side, you should wait at the exit early. Once the secret realm collapses, you will also have the first chance to escape. The fetters of blood relationship brought us this encounter, which is the favor of the demon god for our blood family. Don't worry, our blood family will become more and more prosperous in the future, becoming the #1 family of the demon clan. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she knelt down respectfully and kowtowed 3 times. The same is true for Zhang Wen and others. With tears in their eyes, Zhu Jinan and the others encouraged them, and then left with tears. With a descendant like Wu Yu, they have nothing to worry about. Under her leadership, the Zhu family will definitely reach a new level. At the time of parting, Fang Shi called Mo Yao aside. This secret realm will definitely collapse. If you want to save your life, there is only one way, and that is to please Zhu Wu and follow it. Although it is cruel and violent, as long as you agree with it, it will take you out with it when the time comes. I'll also say a few nice words for you. The premise is that you send my great-grandfather to the exit safely. Otherwise, you get the idea. Demon Mandrill. Is it so natural for you to threaten me now? Although he wished he could shoot Fang Shi to death, he still agreed. What if you don't agree? It doesn't want to die. Only this stinky girl can convince that stubborn donkey to take him out together. Fang Shi beat it a few more times, and then terminated the contract with it. Moba breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect this stinky girl to be quite trustworthy. In fact, Fang Shi disliked it too cowardly. In addition, the mandrill is a thing at this point in time after all. If she has a contract with it, she worries that she will not be able to return to the previous secret realm. After sending Zhu Jinan and the others away, Fang Shi came back to see Wu Wu. Wu Wu was getting impatient with waiting, but after Fang Shi blew a few rainbow farts, the big tail wagged happily. This little girl's words are still very pleasant. If it is not afraid of changes in the position of the beast god, it really wants to keep her by its side to relieve boredom. Master Beast God, after you go out in the future, you will always have a few errands by your side. Although that demon mandrill is a little timid, but its strength is good, why don't you take it out with you? There are also these little magic vines, although their cultivation base is not very good, but they're very suitable for visiting the nursing home. You can also bring them if it is convenient for you. The little magic vines didn't expect Fang Shi to still think about them, and they couldn't be more moved. She is so kind, she cried to death. Zhu Wu felt that this was just a trivial matter, so he agreed casually. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Lord Beast God, we will definitely visit you after we go out, but you in the future may not know about our past. So, can you give me a token? Hehe, to say something shameless, we are also your direct descendants, so you can rest assured that you will send us when the time comes, right? Wu Wu couldn't stop nodding, thinking what Fang Shi said was very reasonable. Although the cultivation of these little ants is not very good, it seems that their status is not bad, so there is no need for it. So he took out a fang from his storage space. This is the fang that I lost. No one in the world has this thing except me. You can come to me with it when the time comes. Every 10,000 years, the Tao Wu will grow new fangs, and the old fangs will fall off. Fang Shi happily accepted it. If you don't meet Wu Wu in the future, this thing can be worth a lot of money. If it has memory, then this thing is a testimony of past feelings. If it has no memory, it will be a good helper for her to fool it. What a clever little ghost she is. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 360, The Secret of Wu Wu. Just as Fang Shi put away Wu Wu's fang, she suddenly remembered that now is the past time, this fang may not be able to be taken out. After expressing her concerns to Zhu Wu, she said, Master Beast God, why don't you tell me a secret that only you know and no one else knows? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Wen asked everyone to block their 5 senses, including those magic vines and mushrooms. As the younger sister's brother, if he even has this kind of vision, then don't mess around. Although Wu Wu was a little impatient, she still said to Fang Shi, every time the old and new fangs coexist, I will feel very irritable because of the discomfort. Anyone who provokes me at that time will be courting death. Although Fang Shi didn't think it was a big secret, she also knew that it was impossible for Zhu Wu to be on guard against her, so it was impossible to say anything big. So he thanked him with a smile, and turned to talk about the other 3 fierce beasts with Zhuo Wu. Wu Wu is in good spirits now. Those 3 heads are more stupid than the other. Let's just talk about gluttony. That's a fool. He doesn't know if he's hungry or full after eating, and he has to eat as long as he opens his eyes. Once, when there was really no food to eat, this idiot ate half of his body. Do you mean stupid or not? There's also Kyongchi, who likes to be scolded by others, and the more you scold him, the happier he is. It will definitely not like people like you, because it likes bad guys, the worse the better. It likes the person who lacks Bashangzai the most. Chaos looks like a dog, he doesn't even have claws, let alone ugly. The key is that it is a solid mallet, and you don't understand any twists and turns. Hearing that the wind is the rain, silly, I don't even bother to light it. Ellipsis. Fang Shi kept these words firmly in her heart, and after blowing a rainbow fart, she said, Master Yu Wu, let's go inside now. Wu Wu nodded his head in agreement. Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen and the others to recover their 5 senses, and followed Zhu Wu forward. After walking a certain distance, Wu Wu said, the power of time and space where the 2 secret realms connect will be very chaotic, and the surrounding magic energy will form a small vortex. I saw that place when I was strolling a few days ago. It's just to the south, follow me. Then Wu Wu took Fang Shi and the others to the west. Fang Shi, my lord, it seems that this is the west side. Is that the south side? Wu Wu glared at her, nonsense. This is clearly the south. I'm a dignified Wu Wu, can't I even tell the east, west, north and south? Fang Shi didn't argue with it either, one didn't dare, and the other guessed that Zhu Wu might have made a slip of the tongue just now, and that he was going to the west. As a result, they followed Wu Wu for dozens of miles, and found that the front had come to an end, and there was no small vortex of magic energy at all. Zhu Wu scratched his head with his big paw. Maybe I misremembered, so let's go to the east this time to see. After a while, Fang Shi said, Lord Beast God, we seem to be returning the same way. Really, how come I don't remember walking this road? Fang Shi. She finally knew why the demon mandrill said that Wu Wu seldom went out to hunt down prey. What a fucking road, idiot. Not to mention east, west, north and south, you can't even find your home. But this one is still very conceited, and won't leave a scent on the ground, and only walks with its so-called memory. Fang Shi didn't poke it, but started chatting with it, and then quietly led it to the south. The result was the same as in the west. Fang Shi had no choice but to lead it to go north again, and finally found the place Zhu Wu said in the north. Zhu Wu also said, how is it? Let me say it's in the south. I'm sure I won't remember it wrong. 818 novels. I just wanted to test you, so I took you somewhere else on purpose. Fang Shi blew a few rainbow farts against her. Well, you can say whatever you want, as long as you are happy. However, Wu Wu was right about one thing. There is indeed a small vortex of magic energy here, which is probably the connection between the two secret realms. Just, what to do next? This chapter is short, chapter 3 is lengthened, see you at 5 points. Closed black lens bracket. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 361. The green hills do not change, the green waters flow. Fang Shi thought of the interlaced mirror before. Maybe he could repeat the old trick and use a lot of magic symbols to open the passage. She used the magic talisman paper provided by Zhu Jinan and the others to draw a lot of magic talismans before. Although it cost a little, there are still many. But Fang Shi felt that it was still not safe, so her eyes fell on Zhu Wu. Lord Beast God, you are well informed and have a lot of research on the power of time and space. How do you think we should get out? For the first time, Wu Wu felt that rainbow farts were not a good thing either. How does it know how to get out? But being framed here, I can't say I don't know, I can only pretend to be thinking about it. After a while, Fang Shi said, my lord, you just said that because of the unstable power of time and space, a vortex of magic energy was formed. In this way, if we find a way to cause the turbulence of the demon energy, will we be able to open the space-time channel? Zhu Wu's eyes lit up. That's right. That's what I thought, but you said it first. Fang Shi immediately praised her, and Zhun Wen quickly followed suit. When Wu Wu felt dizzy, Fang Shi said, my lord, those of us have limited cultivation, not to mention causing turmoil in the devil's energy, we can't even get out the devil's energy vortex. So it's up to you to do it. I also ask Lord Beast God to help me out. We will also take this opportunity to learn more and pay homage to the profound cultivation of Lord Beast God. Wu Wu agreed without even thinking about it. With a roar, all the long hair on his body exploded, and the small whirlpools of magic energy around him fluttered wildly like fallen leaves in the wind. Immediately afterwards, Wu Wu's tail hit the ground hard, and a bottomless crack appeared on the ground instantly. The fangs pierced into the void again, and a strong wind blew around. Fang Shi was afraid for a while. Fortunately, I didn't fight with Wu Wu, otherwise I don't know how I died. No wonder the demon mandrill was afraid of being like that, it wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes for Zhu Wu. She couldn't help but think of the god beasts of the 4 major sects, who thought they were pretty good at first, but now compared with others, they're just trash. Sure enough, there is no identification without comparison. It's a pity that now is the past tense. Otherwise, if you find a way to abduct this thing, who would dare to trouble her? This is just one ferocious beast. If the other 3 are also subdued, the Sky-Q alliance will be nothing. When Fang Shi was having a sweet dream here, a passage wide for one person suddenly appeared in front of her. The space-time channel actually appeared. Fang Shi hurriedly blows rainbow farts to Wu Wu. Sincerely. This stick is worth it. Zhu Wu was very proud. I didn't expect the power of time and space here to be so turbulent, I just used 3 parts of it. Now that the space-time channel has appeared, leave now. Lord Beast God, don't worry, after we go back, we will thank you as soon as possible. Lord Beast God, then let's go. The green mountains remain unchanged, the green water flows forever, we still have a chance to meet each other. Fang Shi also didn't want to delay any longer, it would be bad if something happened. Just as Fang Shi was about to enter the space-time channel, Zhun Wen took out a rope and tied himself with her. This is the rope he bought specially, it is extremely strong. Fang Shi. You've put all your little eyes on this. Fang Shi and the others entered the space-time channel, and the army of mushrooms followed. After a while, the space-time channel was slowly closed. Immediately afterwards, the small vortex formed by the magic energy also disappeared. Zhu Wu thought to himself, it seems that the 2 secret realms have been separated. Then it just needs to wait. When the secret realm collapses, it will be the day when its beast god appears. Just, how to go back? It seems that I can't remember how to get home. It's okay, the big horse monkey of the demon mandrill should come to look for it in a while, and those little magic vines will still be there. It was the little girl who was considerate and arranged these subordinates for it, otherwise it would take 10 or 8 days to touch it back. At this time, Fang Shi was looking around. Very familiar. That's where they broke the interlaced mirror. In other words, they seem to have broken the interlaced mirror, but in fact they have opened up the space-time channel. At this time, Jun Wen, who was hanging on her arm, also regained his sanity, and the first thing he did was to see if Feng Shi was there. Seeing that Feng Shi was beside her, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I'm with my junior sister, it doesn't matter where I teleport, there's nothing to be afraid of. As he thought about it, he untied the rope. The quality of the rope was good, and it was not in vain that he had spent 100,000 stretch stones. Expensive is a bit expensive, but compared with my life, it's not worth mentioning. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the brilliance on Feng Shi's body flickering, and it turned out that he had advanced again. In the past, it was only after an epiphany before advancing, but now it is directly advanced. Even the process is omitted. Feng Shi also didn't expect that she would advance. When I came in before, I was on the 9th floor of Qi Gathering. After enlightenment, I broke through to the 3rd floor of Condensation Yuan. After being blessed by the demon god in Qingfeng's secret realm, I reached the 4th floor of Condensation Yuan, and now I broke through to the 6th floor of Condensation Yuan. She herself was a little embarrassed when this cultivation base of Bu and Bu jumped up. How can this let others live? Just why is it advanced? Could it be because her previous epiphanies were all related to the power of time? 818 novels. So traveling through time and space has a blessing effect on her cultivation. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Wengui yelled, "Little sister, all the good things I saved in Qingfeng's secret realm are gone." Only then did Feng Shi remember this matter, and hurriedly checked her storage ring. It was the same. Even the big fang of Wu Wu was gone. She couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, she ate up the snow juice thorn fruit, and the purple pupil gold was also used to restore the statue of the demon god. No loss. I just don't know if the things that disappeared in the space-time tunnel, or will they be sent back to the secret realm of Qingfeng. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 362. Feng Shi pondered for a while, but couldn't figure out why. After all, she knows too little about the power of time and space, and she is not even as good as Wu Wu who can understand some superficial things. At this time, Zhu Tingyun and others woke up one after another. Everyone was happy for the rest of their life after the catastrophe, and then felt a little sad. Although they didn't get along with Zhu Jinan and others for a long time, they were elders who were connected by blood after all, and they would never have the chance to meet again in the future. Feng Shi asked everyone to rest in place for a while, then sat on the mushroom and led them to move on. Outside the secret realm, the Blood Patriarch and the others all burst into tears. I thought these young people were going to die in Qingfeng's secret realm, but I didn't expect them to return to Soul Valley secret realm safely. Thanks to Zhu Wuyu. Without her, Zhu Tingyun and the others would definitely be wiped out. This child is really a hero of the blood family, auspicious of the blood family. Zhu Tianjue secretly wiped away tears, thinking that he was going to lose Feng Shi, his granddaughter, but unexpectedly, she returned to the secret realm of Soul Valley safely. Zhu Bawan, who was lying on the grave in the distance, also let out a long sigh of relief. That girl can turn the fierce beast around, she really has 2 brushes. Not to mention anything else, this courage is just like me. Whoever he is, if you mess with me, just fuck him. Beat to death. What made him even more gratified was that the cubs were safe and the Qingfeng secret realm did not collapse, so the inscription on the inscription was wrong. You are wronging him. He has to ask his granddaughter to help him find a way to change it. However, he was a little curious about how the Qingfeng secret realm collapsed. Feng Shi was also very curious. Originally, she suspected that it was because of their traveling through time and space that caused the collapse of Qingfeng's secret realm, but she now denies this answer. There is no way to bring out the things in Qingfeng's secret realm, which shows that the past trajectory is difficult to change. How did it collapse? Tao Wu. Although it does have some abilities, it shouldn't be able to do it, or it would have escaped long ago. For some reason, Feng Shi thought of the statue of the demon god, and vaguely felt that the collapse of the secret realm might have something to do with it. After thinking about it for a while, I didn't come up with a clue, so I just gave up thinking about it and lay down on the mushroom with my eyes closed. She let her mind go, and soon fell asleep. Everyone was talking and laughing at first, but when they saw that she was asleep, they all fell silent. The life-cracking mushroom tried to walk as smoothly as possible, so as not to wake up the light of breathing. Even people outside the secret realm subconsciously quieted down. A strange emotion surged in Zhu Tianjue's heart. The granddaughter is still a child. She has been working hard to protect everyone in the team, she will be tired too. Look at that little face, is thin and pointy. When she comes out, make up for her. Feng Shi slept soundly this time, and it was already evening when she woke up. In the distance, there is a golden rice plant that is haloed by the setting sun, which is very beautiful. Feng Shi's eyes lit up. Soul Valley. This is the origin of the secret realm of Soul Valley, and it is also the treasure that Zhu Tianjue and the second elder are fighting for. Whether it's human race or demon race, after the cultivation base reaches the 6th level of the gods, it will enter a bottleneck period. Either encounter opportunities, or epiphany, or have to rely on several very precious medicinal pills to advance. The 3 souls and 7 souls demon raw pill is one of the pills. And Soul Valley is the main raw material for refining the 3 souls and 7 souls mosheng pill, and this strain can only refine 1 3 souls and 7 souls mosheng pill. This is also the reason why Zhu Tianjue took the risk of letting Feng Shi be his granddaughter. He really wanted to get Soul Valley. The reason why Soul Valley is so rare is that on the one hand, it has extremely strict requirements on the growing environment, and on the other hand, only the cloud-devouring demon bear can grow it. But the cloud-swallowing demon bear has a characteristic that it can only grow 1 plant at a time. Because this thing is so stupid. Even if a large area is planted, it will only take good care of 1 plant, and all the others will be neglected. That's why there is such a saying in the secular world, Shung Shazi breaks corn, breaks one, throws one away. Just as Fang Shi was thinking, the roar of a beast came from a distance. It is estimated that the cloud-swallowing demon bear discovered them, so they sounded a warning. Fang Shi yawned. Brother Yun, Brother Lian, Brother Hao, you take people to deal with that cloud-swallowing demon bear. Army of mushrooms, look for a chance to bring Soul Valley back. Go. Zhu Tingyun and the others did so without saying a word. The army of mushrooms also set off sneakily. Fang Shi watched the fun while gnawing on the fruit. Zhang Wen wanted to do something, but the life-destroying crackling mushroom didn't give him a chance at all. The mycelium has a clear division of labor. Some are fans, some are shoulder massagers, some are carrying fruit plates, some are carrying dried fruit plates, and even 2 mycelia are picking melon seeds for Fang Shi. Zhang Wen never dreamed that one day, he would compete with a mushroom for favor. 818 novels. Fortunately, this thing can't leave the secret realm to open the secret realm, otherwise the junior sister would have to contract it, and there would be no way for him to survive in the future. If only he could have such a spiritual pet. He couldn't help thinking of his future self, and wondered if the golden retriever Suani was his spiritual pet. Although that thing is a bit messy, it seems to be a good pet. But most of it was lent to him by my junior sister. While he was thinking wildly, Zhu Tingyun and the others had already fought the cloud-swallowing demon bear over there. If they had just entered the secret realm, Zhu Tingyun and the others would definitely be at a disadvantage. Cultivation is another matter. The key is that they all have their own selfishness, and they will not do the best at all, let alone cooperate with each other. But it's different now. After this period of experience and experience of life and death several times, even though they still have their own little calculations in their hearts, they will not be so stupid as to play tricks at this time. And after being blessed by the demon god, their cultivation has increased, so they gradually gained the upper hand. The mushroom army is even smoother here. It didn't take much effort to get the Soul Valley, and Pidian sent it back to Fang Shi. Fang Shi praised them, and then asked them to help Zhu Tingyun and others. A quarter of an hour later, the cloud-swallowing demon bear was bound into a rice dumpling by mycelium, and was dragged in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi sighed. You are also to blame for your bad luck. After finally planting a Soul Valley, we robbed it. We are not human. Cloud-swallowing demon bear. Hypocritical, shameless, shameless. Then I heard Fang Shi say. I can't help it, the law of the jungle is the law of the jungle, you have to follow the rules, right? But I'm a soft-hearted person, and I can't see this tragedy in the world. Not only will I let you go, but I will also give you some compensation, as long as we board your Soul Valley. What do you think? The cloud-swallowing demon bear is skeptical. Is this stinky girl really so kind? In the end, Fang Shi really asked the mushrooms to let it go, and even gave it a lot of pills. The cloud-swallowing demon bear froze in place. Seeing its silly appearance, Fang Shi couldn't help but think of Wu Wu, and didn't know what happened to that stick now. In the Qingfeng secret realm, Zhu Wu was bragging to the demon mandrill about how it opened the space-time channel, and it was hype. At this moment, a big fang fell from the sky and stuck on the root of its tail. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 363. With a cry of pain, Wu Wu slapped the demon mandrill, flying away with one paw. Demon mandrill, who experienced the feeling of flying for the first time. However, it is more concerned about why there are long teeth on the tail of the Tao Wu. Wu Wu originally wanted to get mad, and even wanted to destroy this secret realm. But thinking of the beast god Fang Shi said, and thinking of not being able to change the course of history, he forcibly endured it. It bared its teeth and asked the little magic vines to pull out its teeth. Fang Shi naturally didn't know all of this. She was giving an ideological education class to the cloud-swallowing demon bear. Weakness is the original sin these days, and you will be beaten. Just imagine, if you were a ferocious beast, would we dare to attack you? Certainly not. Therefore, you have to use your energy on cultivation instead of planting soul valleys. After you finish planting the crap, someone will take it away. Why do you plant it? Are you mean? The cloud-swallowing demon bear felt that what she said made sense. Don't grow such crap anymore. Whoever wants to plant it. I want to practice. Fang Shi continued. Cultivation requires cultivation materials. I can give you some for free, so that you have no worries. However, how can there be a business in this world that only makes money but does not lose money? You have to show it too. Anyway, you won't grow Soul Valley anymore, so you can teach me how to grow Soul Valley. Don't think that I am taking advantage of the bear's danger, taking advantage of the fire to rob. I am called mutual benefit. You got what you wanted, and I got what I wanted, so why not do it? Although the cloud-swallowing demon bear vaguely felt that Fang Shi was playing tricks on it, after thinking about it, it didn't seem to have lost anything. Teach it. It would be good if she learned it well, so that these people would not come in every now and then to mess around. Therefore, the cloud-swallowing demon bear readily agreed. Fang Shi said again, Little Shung, you speak Shungyu, I don't understand it. So, let's temporarily sign a contract, and when I learn how to grow Soul Valley, I will terminate the contract with you. In order to let you rest assured, I swear by the Heart Demon now. I have no blood worries. Zhu Tingyun and the others can now recite Fang Shi's Heart Demon oath, because it is the same every time, and there is no change. The cloud-swallowing demon bear didn't want to agree, but the bear had to bow his head under the eaves. I had to agree. Then, Fang Shi communicated with the cloud-swallowing demon bear, but no one knew what they said. Half an hour later, Fang Shi and the cloud-swallowing demon bear terminated the contract and released it. The cloud-swallowing demon bear really didn't expect Fang Shi to be so honest, so moved, he gave her a large piece of treasured golden linden honeycomb. Zhu Tingyun and the others' eyes went straight. because the preciousness of flowing color golden linear honey is no less than that of Soul Valley, and it is a large piece. Outside the secret realm, the eyes of the Blood Patriarch and the others almost popped out. 818 novels. When they first entered the secret realm, they had to work so hard to snatch Soul Valley from the cloud-swallowing demon bear. Let's look at Zhu Wuyu, not to mention getting the Valley of Soul easily, and learning how to grow the Valley of Soul. In addition, they also got a large piece of flowing gold linden honeycomb for nothing. Why is there such a big gap between people? Fang Shi didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. In return, she introduced the mushrooms to the cloud-swallowing demon bear, so that they could help each other in the future. Then, she used the explosive talisman to help the mushrooms stimulate the spores. What is promised must be done. The mushrooms were very excited to see the sprouting cubs, but when they thought that they would be separated from Fang Shi soon, their mushroom caps drooped down. Especially the life-eating mushroom that served as Fang Shi's mount felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Fang Shi was actually quite reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. The mushrooms couldn't leave the secret realm, and she couldn't take them out even if she wanted to. In the end, she shed tears and said goodbye. Fang Shi led the people through the territory of the cloud-swallowing demon bear, and arrived near the exit of the secret realm. Just wait for the secret realm to open again. Everyone sat on the ground. Fang Shi took out Pogu. Brother Yun, Brother Lian, Brother Hao, who do you think this Soul Valley should belong to? Zhu Tingyun belonged to the Patriarch, Zhu Tinglian belonged to the second elder, and Zhu Tinghao belonged to the third elder. Zhu Tinghao immediately said, Sister Wuyu, the great elder has endured humiliation in the human race for many years and made great contributions to our blood family. This Valley of Soul should belong to him. Zhu Tinglian quickly said, Yeah, the second elder said when I came in, if I can get Soul Valley, I will also give it to the first elder after I go out. After all, they're like brothers and sisters, and they all want to see the great elder's cultivation level go further. Blood Court Yun. You are suddenly so sensible, it makes it very difficult for me. After considering his words, he said, Sister Wuyu, the Patriarch actually meant the same thing. The great elder's achievements are obvious to all, and he is highly respected in the clan. This Soul Valley should belong to him. Outside the secret realm, the Blood Patriarch was a little speechless. The second elder and the third elder almost had their noses crooked. You bastards, you guys know how to be human, have you ever thought about our feelings? Zhu Tianjua's mood was even more complicated. He has done so many things for the clan without getting a word of respect, but after recognizing the little granddaughter of the clan, it has come true. Outrageous, isn't it? Just ask you, is it outrageous? Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 364 The way of using soldiers, attacking heart is the first. Fang Shi said with a smile. My grandpa would be very happy if he knew that the tribe recognized him so much. However, this Soul Valley was obtained by all of us working together, and it is not appropriate to give it to anyone. After going out, let the Patriarch and his old man decide. When Fang Shi said this, she paused for a moment, and then continued. My brothers and sisters, there are some things I wanted to say a long time ago. But I was not close to everyone before, so I dare not speak out rashly, but now we are as close as brothers, so there is no scruple. I know everyone is very arrogant, after all, being born in a blood family is our innate confidence. But after meeting my great-grandfather and the others, I don't know how you feel, I feel ashamed. At the same age, their cultivation base is a bit higher than ours. Not to mention the ability to cope with danger. The current situation is much more difficult than that of great-grandpa and the others. First, the Man clan was fooled by Fang Shi, who lacked great virtue, and stood on the side of the human clan. Second, the Southern Territory is eyeing our Northern Territory covetously. What they covet is not only the territory of the Northern Territory human race but also our demon realm. Third, there are many contradictions within our demon world, and many people want to pull our blood family down. In this case, if we don't work hard to cultivate, we will not be able to afford the future of the blood family and the blood demon family. In addition, healthy internal competition is good, but it would be too stupid to waste energy on internal friction. If you want to fight, you can fight. Fight outside. What is the ability to fight in the nest? Therefore, I hope that everyone can get along like brothers and sisters in the future, and stop engaging in intrigue and conspiracy. Only by twisting into one rope can we live up to the expectations of our ancestors and bring the blood family and the blood demon family to a higher level. After Zhu Tingyun and the others listened, they all lowered their heads and remained silent. In fact, Fang Shi didn't need to say it, they also saw the gap with Zhu Jin and others. As for internal friction, they really didn't think there was anything wrong with it before. After all, that's what their elders taught them. In the blood family is to fight. Do not fight for nothing. So the elders fight, and the younger generation also fights. Originally, it was just a matter of fighting over who had the higher cultivation level, but then it gradually changed, with rivalry and intrigue. Not only were they silent, but everyone outside the secret realm was also silent. Although the fig leaf was torn apart, I felt very embarrassed. But it's more about introspection. It stands to reason that what a little girl in Fang Shi said didn't have such a big effect, but they saw the performance of Zhu Jin and others. 818 novels. Although Zhu Jin and others in the secret realm are still young people, there is only healthy competition between them, and there is no conspiracy. Moreover, they are protecting the juniors of Zhu Tingyun all the time. When they encounter danger, they rush to the forefront. They really showed what is called elders and what is called family concept. The second elder vaguely thought of when he was young, when he and Zhu Tianjue had a good relationship, they practiced together and went out to practice together. Even Zhu Tianjue saved his life. Since when did it change? It seems to start with the right in hand. The third elder also thought of many past events. That girl Zhu Wuyu is right, fighting in the nest is nothing. If you have the ability, fight outside. Inside the secret realm, the blood court armor said loudly. Well said. Sister Wuyu said so well. We will devote all our energy to cultivation in the future, and don't do messy things. I don't care about others, anyway. I will listen to Sister Wuyu from now on, and I will do whatever she asks me to do. As he took the lead, other people also echoed, expressing that they would listen to Feng Shi's orders in the future. Feng Shi shook her head and laughed. We are all brothers and sisters, we listen to who we don't listen to, we discuss things when we encounter problems. Since the exit of the secret realm has not yet been opened, everyone hurry up to practice. Everyone agreed and began to meditate cross-legged. Feng Shi was very satisfied. The way to use soldiers is to attack the heart. Although people like Zhu Tingyun do not worship her blindly, they worship her, but at least they will listen to her orders for a short time. That's enough. She didn't practice, but she and Zheng Wen were in charge of vigilance. Don't relax your vigilance at any time. She was vigilant while thinking, the older Piao of Blood Bitter Huan should be very satisfied with her performance, right? If she is satisfied, there is nothing to say. If not, she has to find a way to fool him. Because she really wanted to get Lang Yinyuan's token. Her current cultivation is still too weak, and going to Lang Yinyuan may greatly improve her cultivation. In addition, Lang Yinyuan is the elite of the demons, and after they are subdued, they will be more confident in promoting the cooperation between the demons and the northern human race. One day later, the exit of the secret realm of Soul Valley opened. Zheng Wen tied himself and Feng Shi together again, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Feng Shi was already numb. If you want to tie it, tie it. After entering the exit, a burst of dazzling white light flashed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the secret realm. When Zhu Tingyun and others saw the Blood Patriarch and others, it was as if they had passed away. Unknowingly, the eye circles are red. Feng Shi ran up to Zhu Tianjue like a little swallow. Grandpa, I'm back. Bloody heart. Sweet, slightly sour, and somewhat distressed. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Zheng Wen hurried over and said, Grandpa, I'm back too. Zhu Tianjue didn't even look at him, and gave a perfunctory, Zheng Wen. Although I am your grandson, you should pay attention to me anyway. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron _ left previous home index next Chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 365 I have decided to adopt you as my granddaughter. How fine is Feng Shi? She was keenly aware that Zhu Tianabai's attitude had changed a lot. 818 novels. Is this old man in love? Do you really think of her as a granddaughter? It's okay to fake a show and do it for real, she's just as grandpa as she is. As long as he treats her sincerely, she will be filial to him. After everyone calmed down, Feng Shi took out Soul Valley and handed it to the Blood Patriarch. The Blood Patriarch first praised Feng Shi, and then said, the Great Elder's contribution to the family is obvious to all, and this Soul Valley should belong to the Great Elder. Second Elder, Third Elder, do you have any objections? Although the second and third elders were still a little uncomfortable, they still shook their heads, no objection. Therefore, the Blood Patriarch gave Soul Valley to Zhu Tianjue. Zhu Tianjue fantasized that he could get Soul Valley this time, but he never expected to get it in this way. At this time, Feng Shi said, Patriarch, the cloud-devouring demon bear told me the method of planting Soul Valley. Since it is a confidential matter, I will tell you privately after returning to the family. The Blood Patriarch had been thinking about this for a long time, but he didn't have the nerve to bring it up hastily. Now that Feng Shi took the initiative to propose it, she was naturally very happy. Worry-free, this girl knows how to do things. The matter of the secret realm came to an end, and the Blood Patriarch was ready to take everyone back. Suddenly Feng Shi said, Patriarch, I want to pay homage to the ancestor named Zhu Baihuan, please allow me. Although the Blood Patriarch doesn't agree, why do you worship a black sheep if you have nothing to do? However, Feng Shi is now a great hero, let alone worshipping a black sheep, even if he worships the human race, he will agree. So, Feng Shi came to Zhu Baihuan's grave. Zheng Wen also followed. Zhu Baihuan had already been lying on the grave and waiting. If it weren't for being too far away from Feng Shi, he would have used his spiritual sense to call her over. Feng Shi cut to the chase. Ancestor, are you still satisfied with my performance? Bloody Huan laughed loudly. Satisfied, of course satisfied. As expected of the granddaughter of my Bloody Huan, she is better than others. Feng Shi. Is this older Piao delirious? Otherwise, why call her granddaughter? Then I heard Zhu Baihuan say. How is it, are you surprised to hear me call your granddaughter? That's right, I have decided to adopt you as my granddaughter. From now on, you will be the little ancestor of those idiots. When they see you, they all kneel down and kowtow to say hello to you. Even in her wildest dreams, Feng Shi never thought that Zhu Baihuan would do such a thing. The violent and surly temperament written on the epitaph is not wrong at all. Adoption also has to consider seniority. How can there be a granddaughter who spans so many generations? Isn't this messed up? But she likes it. Who let the ancestors be wrong to be grandchildren? Thinking of Zhu Tianjue and others having to call her grandpa and aunt, she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Not to mention the bloody sky, if this is calculated according to seniority, the demons are all her juniors. Even the old boy demon emperor had to call her senior. Blood-biting Huan, this old RPO is so cute. However, although he was happy in his heart, he was troubled on the face. Grandpa, I am flattered to be loved by you, but firstly, this generation is not right, and secondly, you have already been buried, how can I convince the patriarch and the others? When Zhu Baihuan heard Feng's eyes, Grandpa, his heart was sweeter than honey. You don't care about his bullshit seniority. If I like you, I will accept you as your granddaughter, no one else cares. As for those little brats who are easy to handle, I will show up and tell them later. Fang Shi, Grandpa, since you can appear, why don't you tell them about changing the epitaph? My reputation is there, I said, can they change it for me? Fang Shi, you are quite self-aware. Besides, apparitions are too expensive to cultivate. After the apparition, I will probably sleep for a long time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Fang Shi's face was touched. Grandpa Grandpa, you are so kind to me. Zhu Bawan was about to be lied to by her soul-stirring yelling at her grandfather. It has to be a granddaughter. It's so dear. Under the excitement, it will appear immediately. Fang Shi hurriedly said, Grandpa, your uncle, don't worry, you tell me what you want to explain first, so that I won't be able to communicate with you after you fall into a deep sleep. Zhu Binhuan slapped his forehead. It's still your thoughtfulness. I will give you the token of Lang Yinyuan when it manifests in a while, and forget about the other treasures. It's not that I don't want to part with it, but that I'm afraid of arousing the covetousness of others. That is killing you. When you grow capable and have the power to protect yourself, it won't be too late for me to give it to you. If you can gain a foothold in Lang Yinyuan, changing my epitaph won't be a difficult task. I think back when I was in Lang Yinyuan, that was the boss. Do you know what boss means? It means the outstanding person, the champion, and the leading coquettish. You are my granddaughter, don't take my name for granted. Fang Shi said seriously, Grandpa, don't worry, I will practice hard after I arrive in Lang Yinyuan, so that when others mention Lang Yinyuan, they will think of us. Zhu Bawan nodded in satisfaction, and praised Fang Shi a lot. Now the more he looks at Fang Shi, the more pleasing to his eyes, and no matter how he looks at it, he resembles himself, as if he was carved out of the same mold. At this time, Fang Shi asked, Grandpa, actually, I have always wanted to ask, what's going on with you when the other ancestors returned to ashes after they died? Zhu Binhuan's eyes flickered. Naturally, I have a different chance than others, and I will tell you when the time comes. It's okay, it's nothing, you can go back there first, and I'll be there later. Fang Shi reluctantly said, Grandpa, I still want to talk to you for a while, even if I don't talk, I can just look at you. Zhu Baihuan's heart warmed, and he felt that this granddaughter was right. Fang Shi was thinking in his heart, this Zhu Baihuan looked reckless and wild, but there were subtleties in his roughness. He seemed to say everything, but said nothing. Mouth is very strict. In addition, he didn't give her the treasure because he was worried that she would not have the power to protect herself, but kept it as bait, lest she take the token of Lang Yinyuan and ignore the inscription. However, in any case, with the status of the granddaughter of blood-devouring Huan, she can be considered to have a firm foothold in the Zhu family. She couldn't wait to see Zhu Tianjue's expressions. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 366 This is a bastard. Fang Shi expressed her admiration from her granddaughter again, and then she took Junwen back. Because she communicated with Zhu Bawan with divine consciousness, Junwen had no idea what happened. But he knew that his little junior sister was a helpless master, and it was impossible for him to come again for no reason to pay homage to the black sheep of blood-devouring Huan. There must be something tricky about it. Although he wanted to know as if scratching his heart, he didn't ask anything. As a mature brother, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. As soon as Fang Shi returned to the team, she was surrounded by Zhu Tingkai and others, some handed her fruit, some handed pastries, some fanned her, and some peeled her sunflower seeds. Junwen. Have you all been possessed by that sycophant's life-eating mushroom? But he also wants to think about it. He has already passed this low-level stage. He has now advanced to the dog-headed military division of the junior sister, and started to play tricks. Let them do this kind of physical work. Zhu Tianjue was not very happy in his heart. He wanted to chat with his good granddaughter, but he just didn't squeeze in. These young people are really blind. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Blood Patriarch was just about to let everyone set off when a strong wind blew up on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a light curtain appeared out of thin air, and an old man appeared on it. Dressed in bright red clothes, with a long beard, not angry and majestic. Although Fang Shi was able to communicate with Zhu Bawan with his spiritual sense, he couldn't see his face, so it was the first time he saw his real face. Not to mention, who looks like a dog, who would have thought that this is a troublemaker? Zhu Bawan looked around at the crowd and shouted sharply. My ancestor showed up, why don't you kneel down quickly? The Blood Patriarch and others looked confused. Benzu, who are you? Fang Shi hurriedly used his spiritual sense and blood to bite Huan and said, Grandpa, you have to register first. Only then did Zhu Bawan think about it belatedly. There was no other way, since he had been lying in the grave for a long time, sometimes his mind couldn't turn around. I am a disciple of the character-devouring generation, and so is the blood-devouring Huan. As soon as he said this, many people exclaimed. Although many people didn't know about this person before, Fang Shi had asked Zhu Jinlin about blood-devouring Huan in the secret realm before, so everyone knew that this person was a black sheep, a typical negative. Why is this guy cheating? It's not going to be a moth, is it? The Blood Patriarch has seen the portrait of Zhu Bawan, and this is the ancestral grave of the Zhu family, so he has already believed in Zhu Baihuan's identity. He was in a panic, and for some reason he had an ominous premonition. He took a deep breath. Senior, excuse me, do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Zhu Bawan snorted coldly, and a jade badge of identity fell in front of the Blood Patriarch. The Blood Patriarch picked it up and saw that it was indeed the token of the direct lineage of the Blood family, with Zhu Baihuan's name engraved on the back. He hurriedly raised the identity jade badge above his head respectfully, knelt down and saluted. Meet the ancestors. Because Zhu Baihuan's seniority is too high, in order to make it easier for everyone to address him, he simply called him, old ancestor. Seeing this, the others quickly knelt down and saluted. It doesn't matter whether Zhu Qihuan is the black sheep or not, since he is buried in the ancestral mausoleum, he is still a blood family, and they cannot exceed the rules. Zhu Baihuan snorted coldly, you still know the etiquette, get up. Then everyone stood up. The blood patriarch hurriedly asked, old ancestor, you are. He didn't say anything later because he didn't know how to say it. Could it be that you're a fake corpse, or why didn't you die completely? Fortunately, Zhu Baihuan accepted his words. I can see clearly what happened in the secret realm. The child Wu Yu is doing very well. Therefore, the main purpose of my apparition this time is to adopt her as my granddaughter. Everyone. For a moment, they thought that there was something wrong with their ears, otherwise how could they have heard such outrageous words? What did he say? Bridge, greater than he wants to accept Zhu Wu Yu as his granddaughter. This seniority is not right either. If Zhu Wu Yu really became his granddaughter, what should we call her? Aunt Gaoju, Aunt Lai, Aunt. Simply bullshit. The blood patriarch bit the bullet and said, old ancestor, I can appreciate your love for talents, but Wu Yu is from the family generation, which does not conform to the adoption rules of our blood family. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Baihuan said angrily, put your dog fart, I am the oldest, and what I say is the rule. Do you still want to be disobedient and unfilial? The blood patriarch quickly explained, old ancestor, I didn't mean that, the main reason is that the generation is wrong. I'm right, so I'm right. If you disagree, let's discuss it in the grave. Blood patriarch. Is that a place to discuss things? Seeing that he was silent, Zhu Baihuan said impatiently, I'm not here to ask for your opinion, I'm just informing you. If you are disobedient and unfilial, I will dig up the graves of your relatives and ancestors. Blood patriarch. He figured it out, this guy didn't spoil the title of villain and black sheep at all. This is a bastard. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 367 He is not worthy, are you worthy? The blood patriarch was furious. But there is nothing to do with blood devouring Huan. Because he has no way to check and balance blood devouring Huan. One is based on seniority, and the other is a dead man. A barefoot person is not afraid of a person wearing shoes, and a dead person is even less afraid of a living person. But he really couldn't accept such an absurd thing. If it was to spread, it would have to make people laugh out loud. His heart was broken. Old ancestor, you are the elder, and I am the junior, so I dare not offend you. But this matter is absolutely unfeasible. If you insist on going your own way, I can only remonstrate with death. After hearing this, Zhu Baihuan laughed loudly. Little brat, you are quite kind. Are you forcing me to die? Come on, give me a dead look. It's best to come up with some new tricks to make my old man happy. You're too lonely to die alone, it's better to bring a few more together to make it lively. Blood patriarch. The original patriarch was so kind. Just like this, why don't you remove him from the family tree? And buried him in the ancestral mausoleum. Seeing that forcing him to death would not work, he had to change another method. Old ancestor, it's not that I don't listen to your arrangement, the main reason is that there has never been such a precedent in any honorable family. If this gets out, the Ying family and the Tsi family will have to laugh at us. Even if you don't feel sorry for us, you still have to think about the reputation of our blood family. Zhu Yanhuan curled his lips. They can make jokes if they want to, and it's better to laugh away at Daya. TSK, you said that you are the patriarch of this generation anyway, why did you grow a pig's head? Is the reputation built on these broken rules? Wrong. Is strength. If you are strong and your fists are strong, don't talk about messing up your seniority. Even if I recognize a little girl from the human race as my granddaughter, they won't even dare to fart. After all, you are too pedantic and incompetent. Fortunately, I have adopted a good granddaughter. Under her leadership, our blood family will definitely be able to kill all directions, and trample the other families under our feet. The blood patriarch's face was blue and white. It's also strange to say, knowing that Zhu Baihuan is making unreasonable words, but it seems that there is some truth to it. He still wanted to argue a few words, but he didn't know what to say. Bloody Huan snorted coldly. Okay, let me give you some benefits. Lest you feel wronged and wronged, like I robbed the women of the people by force. Blood patriarch. Is your analogy right? You found my father's tomb in the ancestral mausoleum, dug down 3 feet from the side, and there are some orphan copies I collected. There are alchemy, talisman making and formations, you can use them to learn. Everyone. You really know how to find a place to hide things. Not to mention, very filial piety. At this time, Zhu Baihuan said, my granddaughter is talented, if she stays in Zhu's family, she will be delayed. Therefore, I want to give her a token of Lang Yinyuan, and let her go to Lang Yinyuan for further studies. Fang Shi hurriedly reminded with her spiritual sense, Grandpa, and my brother. Although Zhu Baihuan doesn't like Zheng Wen, but people are not afraid of comparison, compared with Zhu Tingyun and others, it seems to be okay. Besides, since I promised my granddaughter, I can't break my promise. So, he continued, also, I think that Ning and Fang is also good, don't call it Ning and Fang, let's call it Zhu and Fang. Asking him to go to Lang Yinyuan with Wu Yu can be regarded as a help. The crowd exclaimed. The token of Lang Yinyuan. And still too. How could this black sheep have such a thing? You must know that Lang Yinyuan's status is detached, not to mention the blood family, even the demon emperor can't intervene. Every time Lang Yinyuan selects new disciples, he has to go through a rigorous selection process, and no one will try to force someone into them rather than lacking them. I have heard that Lang Yinyuan has a special token, which can be used to directly obtain the qualification to enter Lang Yinyuan. But the number of such special tokens is very small, let alone two, even one in this world will cause a sensation. How did you get the blood-devouring Huan? Also, it's fine to give Zhu Wuyu, after all, everyone can see her ability, so why give it to Ningen? Even if he is given a blood surname, he is still separated from the real blood family. The blood patriarch thought so too, there was nothing to say about Zhu Wuyu's one, and the other one should be given to a more suitable candidate. He immediately said, "Old ancestor, this candidate." Before he could continue, Zhu Buwan said impatiently, "What happened to the candidate? I will give my things to whoever I say. Is it your turn to beep?" Blood patriarch. He really admired the original patriarch. If it were him, he would have to be so angry that he died young. Bloody Huan continued. "Are you trying to say that kid Zhu Anfang doesn't deserve the token? He is not worthy, are you worthy? As far as you guys are counting, none of you is better than him in terms of cleverness. Although he is a bit stupid, at least he knows whose thigh to hug. Know when to talk and when to shut up. Junwen. Your words seem to be praising me and scolding me. But no matter what, this older Piao is still very good. Blood-devouring Huan is still outputting crazily. If I don't give it to him, who do you say it to? I said you have no brains and you still don't admit it. These little bastards present counted as one, and they were all the ones who were missed by Lang Yinyuan. If you fall in love, can you still stay here? Only my precious granddaughter and Zhu Anfang, this idiot, and new faces, people who have never been selected. I don't let them try, let a group of people who are destined to be eliminated try. In the future, if you have nothing to do, eat more pig brains and other supplements. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 368 arrogant enough, rascal enough. The blood patriarch blushed like a red butt. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and get in. He is the head of the clan after all, and now he is being trained like a grandson. But there is nothing wrong with it, after all, this is the ancestor. However, when he thought about it carefully, although Zhu Baihuan's words were ugly, they did make some sense. If Zhu Tingyun and others could be selected, they would have been selected away long ago, even if they took the token to go, they would have to be eliminated sooner or later. Might as well let Zhu Anfang try it. Zhu Buwan rolled his eyes. I'm not stingy, but I have a brain. Look at all of them as stupid as pigs. In other words, my precious granddaughter is a smart person. Although he still wanted to play with the prestige of his ancestors again, but his cultivation was almost unbearable, so he could only say, "Okay, that's it for now. Although I do things a little out of line, but everything I do is for the blood family, you listen to me right. I have been lying on the grave for so many years, so Wu Yu is a child who can be made. You are lucky to have such a little ancestor. Worry-free, come here." Fang Shi didn't say a word during this process, and looked at a loss. Hearing Zhu Buwan calling her at this moment, she walked to the front. Zhu Buwan had a cynical face just now, but now he smiled incomparably kindly. The face-changing speed is amazing. Good granddaughter, I know you are afraid that they will have opinions on you, there is no need for that. Our men have nothing to fear. If someone bullies you in the future, you can burn some paper for Grandpa, and Grandpa will give him nightmares immediately. Everyone. Good granddaughter, I know you are a kind child, and I am afraid that you will embarrass others by doing this. If you really want to be wrong. The higher the seniority, the greater the responsibility. What you have inherited is not only the treatment of the little ancestor, but also the responsibility of being an elder. In the future, if the blood family is in trouble, you will be the first to rush forward. Even if you risk your life, you must protect your family. Our blood family will count on you from now on. Grandpa is counting on you too. Come on, call Grandpa to listen. Fang Shi lowered her head and remained silent, looking at Zhu Tianjue with a sluggish face. Zhu Buwan frowned. Warless, are you planning to be disobedient? Or do you not intend to work for the blood family? If that's the case, you don't have to stay in the blood family anymore. I will expel you from the blood family immediately. Fang Shi finally raised her head. There were tears in my eyes. Grandpa, I listen to you. But before adopting, I want to kowtow to my grandpa. Zhu Buwan said with a cold face, go. Fang Shi walked up to Zhu Tianjue, knelt down, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Grandpa, I have to obey the orders of my ancestors. Forgive my granddaughter for being unfilial. Zhu Tianjue's mood was extremely complicated. It's okay to say how sad it is. After all, Fang Shi just got older, not calmer anymore. But when he thinks that his granddaughter has directly become Aunt Gaoju, he wants to die. Originally, he found a granddaughter from the human race and came back, but turned into a great-grandmother. How cheap is he? If it gets out, where will he put his old face? Might as well be dead. When he was having nothing to love, he saw Fang Shi winking at him. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think about it, Fang Shi had already stood up and knelt in front of Zhu Baihuan, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times, Grandpa. Zhu Buwan stroked his beard and said with a smile. Good boy. Then look at the blood patriarch. It's too late, remember to give Wu Yu 100 million magic crystals as change money when you return to the clan. Blood patriarch. Can you still show some face? Zhu Buwan continued, since the status has been decided, you all kneel down and kowtow to Wu Yu. Blood patriarch. But now, there seems to be no room for change. After all, Zhu Baihuan has promised benefits, and if Zhu Wu Yu and Zhu Anfang can gain a firm foothold in Langyunyuan, this will definitely be a great help to the Zhu family. His heart sank, and he knelt on the ground. I've seen Aunt Gaoju. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Some are called Aunt Gaoju, Aunt Tianzu, and Aunt Lizu. In short, Fang Shi's seniority has suddenly reached an unprecedented height. She was delighted. It's still good in the devil world. In the human race, she can only be an apprentice for others. When she arrives in the Yan tribe, she can only be a daughter for others, and in the demon tribe, she becomes a little ancestor. Although he was happy in his heart, he was a little at a loss on his face. Big, everyone get up. Because you will be hated if you are too loud. Sometimes you have to keep a low profile. At least not too ostentatious until you gain a foothold. At this time, Zubawan said, "Good granddaughter, Grandpa is leaving first. Remember what Grandpa told you, Grandpa is waiting for your good news." As soon as Zhu Baihuan's voice fell, the light curtain began to shatter until it disappeared completely. Fang Shi was somewhat disappointed, although Zhu Baihuan was using her, but there was still some sincerity in it. Besides, she likes the character of blood-devouring Huan very much. Enough arrogant, enough rogue. When she is strong enough, she will do the same. In addition, this old man's acting skills are also very good. She didn't need to teach her, but she knew what to say to make her situation less embarrassing, and it was logical for her to agree to be his granddaughter. That's right, he was chosen by Lang Yinyuan back then. How could he be a foolhardy and reckless man? When blood-biting Huan was around, the atmosphere at the scene wasn't too embarrassing. It was a little embarrassing when he left. Fang Shi was the first to break the silence. Patriarch, Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, seniority is seniority. I am young and have little knowledge. If there is anything wrong, you should say it. Don't give birth to me because of seniority. The Patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried about Fang Zai's role as an elder. If he were to be called a great-great-grandson, where would he put his old face? No wonder Zubawan insisted on recognizing her as her granddaughter, because her cleverness in dealing with the world is 100 times stronger than others. Just what should he call her? Aunt Gaoju. I really can't say it. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 369 from now on, you can call the wind and rain in the blood demon race. When the blood patriarch was in trouble, Fang Shi said with a smile, 818 novels. Patriarch, I have an unfeeling request. I don't know if I should say it or not. The blood patriarch felt a little displeased. This girl wanted to make a request after seniority. It's a bit too floating. However, he didn't show it on his face, and motioned her to continue. Patriarch, you can arrange an errand for me in the clan, and let everyone call me by my title. The blood patriarch was taken aback. He quickly understood the meaning of Fang Shi's words. She was doing it to avoid the embarrassment of the clansmen. After all, her seniority is too high, and some people may not be able to shout it out. Not to mention others, he and the three elders were in a difficult situation. But if she is given a name, then the matter will be solved. This girl really has a delicate heart. But what name is more appropriate for her? After all, her seniority is here, so she has to be given a decent name no matter what. The blood patriarch is really in trouble. Fang Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, Patriarch, what do you think of me as the fourth elder in the clan? Blood patriarch, it doesn't seem appropriate. Let's not talk about what the great elders think. The key point is that you, a little girl, don't match the position of an elder. Fang Shi nodded. I also don't think it's appropriate, or else I'll be the holy aunt of our blood demon clan. From now on, everyone will call me Shango when they meet. Anyway, I am everyone's ancestral aunt, and it is appropriate to be called Shango. Blood patriarch. The blood demon clan can't let you go anymore, so you want to be a son for the entire blood demon clan. However, apart from this position, there is really no more suitable choice. He looked at Zhu Tianjue and the other three. What do you think? Zhu Tianjue just wants to find a chance to talk to Fang Shi alone, and he has no interest in any holy aunt or grandma. The second elder and the third elder have a simpler idea. As long as they don't let them have nothing to do, just kneel down to Fang Shi and call them Aunt Gaoju. If she wants to be a saint, she can do it. Anyway, there is no real power, it's just a false name. Seeing that the three of them had no objection, the blood patriarch said to Fang Shi. Then it's settled. I will announce this to the whole family someday. Fang Shi nodded, thanked the blood patriarch, and obediently stood beside Zhu Tianjue. As if nothing had happened. The bloody heart was finally relieved a little. Seeing that Fang Shi didn't show the ancestor score, the others had a better impression of her. Fang Shi was also very happy in her heart. Originally, she could only dominate the blood demon clan, but now that she has become the holy aunt of the blood demon clan, she can call the wind and rain in the blood demon clan. Of course, it doesn't work now. She has to go to Lang Yinyuan to be plated with gold. Fang Shi suddenly froze. Because she belatedly thought of a very important thing. Blood-biting Huan beeped for a long time, but she didn't give her the token of Lang Yinyuan. Fang Shi was about to explode with anger. I wish I could go digging graves now. However, she soon remembered that Zubawan asked the blood patriarch to go to his father's grave to dig up the orphan copy, and it is estimated that the token was also inside. So, quickly remind the blood patriarch to dig treasure. The blood patriarch was also too shocked, and forgot about it. Everyone hurried to Zhu Baihuan's father's grave. Fang Shi knelt down in front of the grave with a plop. Great-grandfather, great-granddaughter Wu Yu kowtows to you. Regardless of any time, focus on being filial and polite. The mood is irritable and the state is not good, so many updates today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 370. The blood patriarch and others also knelt down on the ground. There is no way, the ancestors and aunts are kneeling, and it is not appropriate for them to stand. Zhu Baihuan's father has enjoyed this kind of treatment twice in his life, once when he was buried, and once now. The son didn't count on it, but he borrowed the light of his granddaughter after several generations. Fang Shi is still there, probably meaning the granddaughter. I don't want to disturb your peace, but my father and your son have buried good things here, and my granddaughter can only be disobedient and unfilial. After speaking, she dug the first shovel herself before letting others start digging. In fact, the place where he dug was still 3 feet away from Zhu Baihuan's father's grave, so it wasn't considered digging a grave. When digging to a depth of 1 foot, a box made of special materials was dug out, and a line of words was engraved on it. Zhu Baihuan is the great hero of the blood family and the great hero of the blood family. Everyone. Death is the most important thing, you can say whatever you want. After confirming that there was no danger, the blood patriarch took the box out of the pit. Then I found a problem and couldn't open it. There should be array discs inside this box. If they are opened by force, most of the contents inside will be destroyed, and there may be other countermeasures to give them a fatal blow. There is no need to doubt, that bastard in blood devouring Huan will definitely be able to do such a thing. What should we do now? Fang Shi rolled her eyes. Everyone read it with me. Zhu Baihuan is a great hero of the blood family, a great hero of the blood family, louder. Although everyone thought it was absurd, they still followed suit. No way, this is the ancestor. As everyone chanted loudly, the lid of the box opened slowly. Everyone. No wonder Zhu Baihuan accepted Zhu Wuyu as his granddaughter, the brain circuits of the two are the same. Is it true that a family does not enter a door? After the box lid was completely opened, a very delicate formation plate was found inside, with the words, blood-biting Huan, engraved on it. The second elder sighed. Although this old ancestor has a bit of a temper, he is a bit strange, but he does have great talent. Not only is his cultivation talent beyond ordinary people, but he also has certain attainments in qi refining, alchemy, and talisman making. It's a pity that. He didn't say anything later, but everyone knew it in their hearts, but it's a pity that he was such a jerk. Virtue is not worthy of talent. In addition to the formation plate, there are more than a dozen animal skin scrolls and 2 jade plaques inside. Before everyone could recover, Fang Shi closed the lid of the box and hugged it in her arms. Patriarch, I don't mean anything else, I just feel that my grandfather has made such a great contribution to the clan, so he can't just take things away so quietly. When we get back to the clan, let's hold a ceremony in front of the ancestral hall, and then I'll give you the things. The blood patriarch felt that this request was not too much, and nodded in agreement. Zhu Baihuan lying on the grave in the distance suddenly felt very relieved that this granddaughter was not in vain. The next moment, he fell into a deep sleep with peace of mind. As everyone knows, Fang Shi wanted to take advantage of the time difference to finish reading those animal skin scrolls, and it was just a way to help his grandpa. After returning to Zhu's house, the blood patriarch asked Fang Shi to change the yard. Fang Shi politely declined. It doesn't matter whether you change the yard or not, just give me the meeting gift of 100 million magic crystals as soon as possible. However, Fang Shi didn't mention this, because she believed that the blood patriarch would not break his promise. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Shi came to look for Zhu Tianjue. Zhu Tianjue looked at her with a complicated expression. Fang Shi, you are really capable. What he said came from the heart. Can't you bear it? He was originally a small spy of the human race, but now he has become the aunt of the blood family and the holy aunt of the blood demon clan. Simply outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that the great elder of his blood family is still an accomplice, the number 1 accomplice. Fang Shi said with a smile. Grandpa, no matter how capable I am still your granddaughter. Let's stop talking so outrageously. You also know in your heart that the ancestors recognize me as the granddaughter, and I can't refuse it in public or private. But don't worry, although I recognize a grandfather again, our seniority is a bit messy, but in my heart, you are my grandfather at any time. I will be filial to you as I was before and in the future. Outside, you call me a saint, but at home I am your little granddaughter. Let's talk about each other. Zhu Tianjue really didn't expect Fang Shi to say such a thing, he thought this girl would have to ridicule him. As a result, it turned out to be so affectionate and righteous. His nose was sore, tears almost fell down. But he snorted coldly, you can be whoever granddaughter you want to be, is it rare for me? Fang Shi said with a smile. You don't care, I care. I only care about you being my grandfather. How can the new grandpa have as deep a relationship as our grandpa? When the patriarch gives me the 100 million magic crystals, I will honor half of you. Zhu Tianjue was very upset in his heart, and laughed and scolded, you have a good mouth. That's enough, who cares about your little money, keep it for yourself. Forget it, although the granddaughter has become an aunt Gao on the surface, but at least the little girl still has him as a grandfather in her heart, and that's enough. Fang Shi took out the parchment again. Grandpa, let's see it first. After all, this is a good thing from our family. Hearing what she said, Zhu Tianjue felt more and more at ease. HMPH, bloody Huan, even if you snatch my granddaughter away, you won't be able to take away my granddaughter's heart. I am her true grandfather. The only real grandpa. Open black lens bracket continue it, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 371. The reason why Fang Shi is willing to play the role of grandfather and grandson with Zhu Tianjue is that on the one hand, she can see that Zhu Tianjue sincerely treats her as a granddaughter. On the other hand, although the banner of blood devouring Huan is easy to use, but after all, it is a piao, and Zhu Tianjue is more useful. She now has the title of a saintly aunt for nothing, has no real power at all, and is about to go to Langinyun soon, so she must save some backup. Therefore, Grandpa Zhu Tianjue had to win over him. Grandpa doesn't think there are too many things, he will recognize 1, and 2, even if he recognizes 100 or 80, it doesn't matter. Fang Shi quickly finished reading those animal skin scrolls, and memorized all the contents inside. Of course, many of them are half knowledgeable, especially the formation-related content, which can only be digested slowly in the future. She yawned, greeted Zhu Tianjue, and went back to her room to sleep. A day later, the Blood Patriarch held a handover ceremony in front of the ancestral hall, and praised Zhu Bawan out of conscience. Only then did Fang Shi hand the box to the Blood Patriarch. Of course she had a purpose in doing this. If she wanted to change the epitaph for Zhu Bawan, she had to first create public opinion and increase his favorability. Otherwise, who would agree to change the epitaph for a black sheep? The Blood Patriarch took this opportunity to include Zhun Wen into the family tree. From now on, he will be placed in blood. Although Zhun Wen walked all the way with Fang Shi, it still feels like a dream. He originally thought that after arriving in the demon realm, he and his junior sister would live a life of fear and sneaking under the fence. As a result, the little junior sister became the little ancestor, the holy aunt of the blood demon clan. Even his buy one get one gift has become a bloodline of the blood family, and he has to go to Langyuan, where the elites of the demon race can't get in. Thousands of words merged into 5 words, little junior sister is awesome. Let alone him, even Ji Lei on Fang Shi's head thinks that Fenggu has some skills. It's just a little bit worse than that. This is the gap between the master and the pet. No matter how troublesome she is, she has to obediently be its little pet. The next day, the head of the Blood Demon clan gathered all the respectable members of the Blood Demon clan, and told about Fang Zai's becoming a holy aunt. In fact, the Blood Demon clans matter. The Blood clan can be the master of percent, but it's just a formality. From this day on, the Holy Lady Fang Shi officially took office. Logically speaking, there should be a grand ceremony, but Fang Shi knew in her heart that it would be nice to give her a false name now. The ceremony is impossible. After she makes a name for herself in Langyuan, needless to say, the Blood Patriarch will go up and make a ceremony for her. Therefore, pulling tiger skins is important, but strength is more important. Although Fang Shi felt that she was a little sloppy as a holy lady, the news spread throughout the demon world as if she had grown wings, and also spread to the human race. Ever since Fang Shi went to the Mizu, Xiao Beidao was particularly concerned about the Mizu's affairs. Although he and Fang Shi could communicate, out of prudence, the two would not communicate unless necessary. Besides, he knew that Fang Shi was going to be Zhu Tianjue's granddaughter, so he just needed to keep an eye on Zhu Tianjue's movements. Then, he heard that Zhu Tianjue's granddaughter had been adopted as the granddaughter of Zhu Bawan, the ancestor of the Zhu family, and became the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan. Xiao Beidao. You said you went undercover, but you turned out to be an ancestor. However, he soon had fun. Zhu Qian must call his little apprentice Aunt Gaoju, so why not call him Master Tianzu? Don't say that the blood is gone, even the demon emperor has to care about his voice. I thought he had fallen down in this generation, but he didn't expect you to rise up again. The little apprentice is really caring. As for the 5th child, let's just make do with it. At least he didn't lose face as a master. Soon, another news came that Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang got the jade card to enter Langyuan. Xiao Beidao felt that this news was even more outrageous than the previous news. Langyuan. That was the most mysterious place of the demon clan, where even the demon emperor couldn't intervene, but his 2 precious apprentices could get in. Are you still going in openly? He didn't know what to say for a while. Out of words. The demons are now fried. Everyone is discussing this matter. What happened to the little ancestor of the blood family and the holy aunt before? Everyone took it as a joke, especially the other nobles. I think the blood family is really weird. There are still some granddaughters who have been adopted after several generations. There is no rule at all. But not calm now. WTF. Does the Zhu family have a token to enter Langyuan? Or 2? Where is it? Why give them blood home? I heard that Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang are both small wastes on the 6th level of condensation yuan. How can they get the qualification to enter Langyuan Abyss? Do they match? As a result, the threshold of the blood family was about to be broken. Every day, an endless stream of people come to inquire about the news, and there are even shameless ones who want to exchange benefits for a jade card to enter Langyuan. The Blood Patriarch is very upset. Fang Shi gave him an idea. Patriarch, you said that my holy lady has just taken office, so is it inappropriate for them to come with 2 empty paws? How about some congratulations? In the future, set up a gift table at the door and let them register the gift list before putting it in. If you haven't given a gift before, you can send them a post and ask them to make up a copy. Everyone is a shameless person, and they're too embarrassed not to give it away. Blood Patriarch. Can you do this? He once again affirmed Zhu Baihuan's vision. He is really vicious in seeing people. This is his granddaughter. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 372. Although the Blood Patriarch felt that Fang Shi's method was a bit shameless, he still did it. No one has trouble with money. Besides, if he can use this opportunity to make people retreat, he can also be quieter, otherwise he will be sore when he deals with these people every day. Fang Shi's bad idea is very effective. The blood family has changed from a crowded city to a sparsely populated one. After all, no one wants to be taken advantage of. They cursed inwardly. It was okay to look at Zhu Tianqi before, why is he becoming more and more shameless now? A few days later, it was the day when Fang Shi and Zhun set off. It's not that Fang Shi doesn't want to leave early, but the Langyuan is located on the Sea of New Moon, and it only emerges from the sea every 3 months. It's no use going early. The Blood Patriarch sent Zhu Tianjue and the 3rd elder to escort Fang Shi and Zhun to Langyuan. The reason why they sent 2 elders to escort them was because they were afraid that something would happen on the way. After all, Langyuan's token was too precious. Maybe someone will be distracted. Zhu Tingyun and others all came to see him off, many of them had tears in their eyes, and were reluctant to leave Fengshi. All the way to the gate of the city. If it wasn't for Fengshi getting on the flying boat, these people might still be able to send them off. Zhu Tianjue. You don't seem to have known each other for long, do you? After the incident in the secret realm, the relationship between the second elder, the third elder and Zhu Tianjue has eased, at least on the surface they are relatively harmonious. Coupled with Fengshi's mediation, getting along on the road is quite relaxed and happy. Fengshi also got a lot of news about Lang Yinyuan from them. Only a very small number of people in Lang Yinyuan will be released into the world, and most of them will stay in Lang Yinyuan to practice. Regardless of the fact that the human race and the demon race in the Northern Territory are evenly matched, that's because Lang Yinyuan didn't get involved. As for why Lang Yinyuan didn't make a move, the reason is very simple, they're afraid of the human race in the southern region. Once they get the northern human race down, the natural barrier will be gone, and the southern human race will inevitably attack the demons. Therefore, they would rather look aggrieved than make a move. Fengshi sighed in her heart, after a long time of trouble, only the people in the Northern Territory are useless. Both the human race and the demon race in the southern region use them as shields. Fortunately, with her as a model of the human race, the auspiciousness of the human race, and the light of the human race, she will soon be able to feel proud. On this day, they arrived at the Sea of New Moon. The reason why it is called the Sea of New Moon is that the moon cannot be seen in this area at any time. As for the reason, no one knows. During the daytime, the Sea of the New Moon is calm, and many monks will come to catch fish and shrimp, which is a peaceful scene. But once the sun goes down, the Sea of the New Moon will be rough, and there will be manic sea beasts everywhere. Even in the shallow sea area, high-level sea beasts will appear. Therefore, no one would approach the Sea of New Moon at night, let alone sail on the sea. Fortunately, Lang Yinyuan will appear during the day, otherwise how to get to the island would be a problem. There are still 3 days before Lang Yinyuan emerges from the water. Fengshi and the others settled down in the nearby small market town. Fengshi bought a lot of things for Zhu Tianjue to take back to give to the Blood Patriarch and others, so that they can experience the care from the Holy Aunt. In the process of shopping, Fengshi also chatted with the locals. When I got back to the inn, I would chat with the guys if I had nothing to do, and even went to the back kitchen to help choose vegetables. The most obvious benefit is that their meals are much better than those of other in-house guests. Big and fresh. The third elder couldn't help but sigh with Zhu Tianjue. Not to mention anything else, there is nothing to say about Shengu's popularity. Zhu Tianjue agreed perfunctorily, and smiled wryly in his heart. She has become the holy aunt of our blood demon clan by herself, so is there any need to talk about her popularity? On the first day of the new year, as soon as the sun came out, Fengshi and the others went to the beach. Under the rays of the sun, an island emerged from the water. Lang Yinyuan. This is the Lang Yinyuan that the demons yearn for. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder didn't dare to waste time. They quickly took out the ship from the storage ring and galloped towards Lang Yinyuan. The reason for hurrying is because they still have to get back before the sun goes down. Although it doesn't look far away, it is actually 200 miles away from the shore. Fengshi estimated that Lang Yinyuan can still be seen from such a distance, which means that the island where Lang Yinyuan is located is very large. 818 novels. But it's true, even a small place can't be used. Standing at the bow of the boat, Zhu Tianjue couldn't help but recall the scene when the three of them crossed the endless sea. As if it was just yesterday. At that time, he just wanted to use Fengshi's hand to get Soul Valley, but she was about to enter Lang Yin Abyss soon. He didn't know what to say other than outrageous. The third elder was also in a complicated mood. When he was young, he came to Lang Yinyuan once, and he came to participate in the final round of assessment. The result was eliminated. Not only him, Zhu Tianjue and the second elder were also eliminated. The entire generation of the blood family was wiped out. Speaking of which, there were not many people from several noble families who entered Lang Yinyuan, and not many people from the royal family, but many people from commoner backgrounds were selected. No one knows what Lang Yinyuan's selection criteria are, and it seems that he doesn't just value cultivation talent. Although Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang can enter Lang Yinyuan without taking part in the assessment, Lang Yinyuan does not raise waste, and they may be eliminated at any time. I don't know if they can gain a foothold in Lang Yinyuan. Don't just send people in today, and they will be returned after 3 months. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 373, I'm never afraid of retaliation. When the third elder was worried, he heard Fengshi say to Jun Wen, "Brother, I think Lang Yinyuan's food is pretty good, not to mention other things, there is plenty of seafood here." Jun Wen agreed with an expression on his face. It is estimated that there are still a lot of high-level sea beast meat. After all, the people in Lang Yinyuan have high cultivation bases, so it is not troublesome to catch a few. Third elder. It's okay, it's good to be heartless, and it won't be too shocking to be returned. Amidst the babble of Fengshi, the boat approached Lang Yinyuan and was stopped by a transparent barrier. Zhu Tianjue clasped his fists. I am Zhu Tianjue, the great elder of the Zhu family. 2 heirs of the Zhu family have entered the island with the Lang Yin token. Please pass it on. After a while, a gap appeared in the island guard formation, and a small boat rowed out from it. A monk in a grey robe stood on the boat, and behind him stood 4 monks in black clothes. The grey-robed monk nodded arrogantly at Zhu Tianjue, and then asked, "Where is the token of Lang Yin?" Zhu Tianjue immediately asked Fengshi and Jun Wen to take out the token, and handed it to the grey-robed monk. The grey-robed monk took a look at it, and then said, "I can't check the authenticity of this token. I have to submit it to the selection hall for screening. You can wait for 3 months to hear the result." Zhu Tianjue and the third elder were all stunned. What? Come back in 3 months to hear the results? It's not that I can't wait, the key is that there are long nights and many dreams. Who knows what will happen in these 3 months? The most important thing is that the token is not a named token, which means that whoever gets it is the one. In case there is something tricky in it, they have nowhere to go to seek grievances. The third elder said with a smile on his face, we have a long way to go, can you make it easier? Today. Before he finished speaking, the grey-robed monk said with a cold face. How do we, Lang Yinyuan, still follow your orders? Get back quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. After the grey-robed monk finished speaking, he ordered his men to turn the boat around and return to the island. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder were very annoyed. They were also powerful figures in the devil world, but here they were scolded like grandchildren. The key opponent made it clear that they were embarrassing them. But he couldn't afford to offend Lang Yinyuan, so he could only hold back his breath. At this moment, Fang Shi shouted, stop. The grey-robed monk frowned, presumptuous. Fang Shi snorted lightly, presumptuous. What a grand gesture. What I know is that you are a small head of Lang Yinyuan, but those who don't know think that the whole Lang Yinyuan belongs to your family. It will take 3 months to identify a token. You want us to do you a favor? Or are you deliberately targeting our blood family? TSK, I thought Lang Yinyuan was a paradise for cultivation and a home for hermits, but I never thought I would raise such a wolf-hearted idiot like you. Remember, we don't want tokens anymore. We will not enter this Lang Yin abyss either. But I remember you have to pay for it. Lang Yinyuan's status is indeed detached, but I don't believe that our blood family can't kill you, a little scum, with all the strength of the whole family. You wait for me. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she shook the photo stone in her hand. Not only will I kill you, but I will also spread the image of your arrogance, disrespect and intentional difficulty throughout the entire demon realm. Let you become famous in the devil world. The grey-robed monk's face turned green. He wasn't afraid of what Fang Shi said would kill him, but the photo stone in Fang Zai's hand. Although some things are well known to everyone, they cannot be brought to the surface. It's okay for someone from Lang Yinyuan to flaunt his might, but if it spreads, he will definitely have no good fruit to eat. His complexion was like a palette, changing back and forth, and finally said with a cold face. I said 3 months just now because Lang Yinyuan is only opened once every 3 months, not because it takes 3 months for screening. If all goes well, the results may be available today. Fang Shi clenched her lips. Then why don't you hurry? What are you doing here? Waiting for the people from selection hall to invite you. Grey-robed monk. He gritted his teeth, the picture stone. Fang Shi sneered, do I still need to listen to your instructions on how my holy aunt of the blood family will act? Grey-robed monk. This seems to be what he said just now. It's just that when did the blood family produce a holy lady? He still wanted to talk, so Fang Shi started to put the picture stone. The grey-robed monk left with a livid face. As his small boat sailed in, the island guard array closed up again. Fang Shi played with the photo stone and said to Zhun Wen. Brother, do you see it? Always remember to leave evidence. We don't want to deceive others, at least we can protect ourselves. Remember. Zhun Wen nodded hurriedly. Little sister, I remember. Zhu Tianjue looked at Fang Shi. Although you are relieved by doing this, but you have offended that person, what if he retaliates against you? The third elder also has the same concern. I offended people before entering the island. I'm afraid this life will be difficult. Fang Shi bared her small white teeth. First, if I don't do this, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to enter Lang Yinyuan. You can't just give up the chance to enter Lang Yinyuan because you are afraid of offending him, right? Second, I am never afraid of being retaliated, because everyone who wants to retaliate against me is dead. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder. The third elder felt that she was bragging, but Zhu Tianjue began to recall Fang Shi's great achievements. She seemed to be right. Even if she was a little waste with a damaged Danshan before, it didn't stop her from cheating. The one who cheated was him. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 374. This grilled fish is really delicious. After waiting for a while, the grey-robed monk came out. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder were a little restless and kept pacing on the deck. Fang Shi was sitting on the bow of the boat fishing with the old god, while Zhun Wen peeled melon seeds for her to eat. I don't know if it's because there are more fish around here, or because Fang Shi is lucky, she caught several in a short while. Then he directed Zhun Wen to grill fish on the boat. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder looked at each other speechlessly. This is so heartless. It's all this time, are you still in the mood to grill fish? Besides, can this shit be delicious? After a while, one person took one and gnawed there, it was so delicious. It's not that the two old men have no concentration, the key is that the fish is really delicious. The oil is very rich, and the oil will rise when grilled with fire. The fish skin is crispy, and the fish meat is tender and juicy. It is indeed a rare delicacy. Strange, they had eaten seafood at the inn before, but none of them tasted as good as this grilled fish. While they were belching, the grey-robed monk came back. You two can come in with me. Fang Shi said with a smile, it has to be our Lang Yinyuan, the work efficiency is high. Grey-robed monk. You know yin and yang. Fang Shi said to Zhu Tianjue and the third elder. I'm afraid that someone will retaliate against me, so I backed up dozens of copies of the photo stone. I keep half here, and I'll take the half for you. If there is something wrong with me, you can release the picture stone and let everyone know who killed me. Grey-robed monk. Originally, he still wanted to coerce her to hand over the photo stone, but now it seems that he can't even think about it. Then he heard Fang Shi say again. Go first, I'm afraid someone will trip you up. I'll go in when you're far away. Just to see the scenery. Grey-robed monk. Although Zhu Tianjue and the third elder were reluctant to leave, they did not dare to delay, because once the sun went down, they would never leave the Sea of New Moon alive. It wasn't until their figures turned into small black dots that Feng Shi said to the grey-robed monk. We can go in. Grey-robed monk. It's like I'm your subordinate. Just yell. Even if I'm afraid that the photo stone in your hand won't do anything to you, there are still some people who don't like you. Your good days are ahead. The boat sailed into the island protection formation. Feng Shi was surprised to find that the scene before her eyes was completely different from what she saw outside. What you can see from the outside is a lush island, but after entering, you find that there are many pavilions and pavilions in the distance, and there is a waterfall hanging on the mountainside, which is quite spectacular. In addition, the hidden abyss is far larger than imagined. It is roughly estimated that it is about 3 times larger than Xuanshnong. The boat docked at the pier, and the people from Shuangshentang were already waiting on the shore. The grey-robed monk said with a cold face, "You two go with the people from Selection Hall. Do you think that if you enter Langyuan, you will rise to the top? It's up to you." Just thinking about it, Feng Shi said in a whispered voice. "Don't tell others what we discussed before, so as not to be remembered by others." After speaking, he jumped onto the pier lightly. The grey-robed monk froze for a moment. What are we discussing? What's the matter? But he reacted quickly. Feng Shi was cheating him. What she said was vague, and she also said that she was worried that others would miss it, so it must be good or something good. Sure enough, those people in the selection hall looked at him with some intriguing eyes. But he just couldn't defend himself, because the description became darker and darker. Zhu Wuyu, you are completely damaged. You are deliberately making me a living target. Feng Shi didn't care what he thought, walked up to those people in selection hall, smiled and said a few polite words. Those people were very indifferent, but they didn't make things difficult for Feng Shi and Junwen, and took them to the selection hall. It's not walking, but walking with the sword. Feng Shi was a little surprised. As far as she knew, people from the demon race could walk in the air when they reached the demon core stage, and this was the first time they had seen Yu Jian. Is this ethnographic? However, it is not easy to inquire when you are a newcomer, so you can only suppress your doubts. Not long after flying out, I met a group of people in a panic. The person who was carrying Feng Shi asked one of them, "Senior Brother Wang, what happened?" Today, when the island protection formation was opened, there was a problem with the dragonfish pond formation, and many purple-finned dragonfish ran out, so we have to catch them back quickly. Time is urgent, so I won't tell you more. The man finished speaking in a hurry and left quickly. The expressions of those people in the selection hall changed immediately. The purple-fin arowana is the treasure of our Langyuan. If we can't catch it, the higher-ups will definitely be furious. Fortunately, it's daytime now, and there are no ferocious sea beasts around, and those fishing people dare not approach this side, so there should be no damage. Yes, the purple-finned dragonfish has special habits. Even if it runs out, it will not be too far away from Langyuan. It should be able to catch it back. Ellipsis. Feng Shi and Junwen looked at each other silently. The delicious grilled fish they ate seemed to have purple fins and 2 large whiskers. There are several Feng Shi storage rings frozen in icebergs to keep them fresh. Although the storage ring can also keep fresh, Feng Shi feels that it is more fresh psychologically when it is frozen in the iceberg. She was going to take these fish back for the master and several senior brothers to taste. It's just that I didn't expect that Lang Yinyuan ran out of this thing. She said how stupid those fish are, they come up as soon as they're caught, so they're used to being fed by people, so they have no defense at all. Therefore, no matter whether it is a fish or a human, one should pay more attention to it at all times. Don't let anyone give you some benefits, just hang yourself on the fish hook. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 375 The filter is broken. Feng Shi only has one worry now, and that is that Zhu Tianjue and the third elder will go back to find someone to brag about, saying that they ate delicious sea fish in the Sea of New Moon. That would reveal the truth. It's a pity that ordinary communication symbols cannot communicate with the outside world, so she has no way to tell Zhu Tianjue about it. However, she changed her mind. Zhu Tianjue and the third elder would have to wait a while before arriving at Zhu's house. During this period, the news about the purple-finned dragonfish probably spread. They naturally swallowed this matter into their stomachs. Taking a 10,000 step back, those 205 yelled about the matter, and she said they were bragging. Anyway, I didn't catch their current situation, so it's fine if I don't admit it. Feng Shi reassured herself, and selectively erased this matter. As for Junwen, he is heartless at all, seeing Feng Zai's appearance as if nothing happened, he also put the matter aside. Therefore, not only did the two of them not feel guilty at all, but they also listened to the discussion of those people in the selection hall with great interest. One of them glanced at them and sneered. You guys are really heartless. If the purple-finned dragonfish really makes a mistake, you don't have any good fruit to eat. Feng Shi looked confused. Why? Why, if you didn't want to come in, how could the island guard array be opened? If the island protection formation is not activated, the purple-finned dragonfish will naturally not run out. Feng Shi. Oh, it turned out to be venting anger. TSK, she thought highly of Lang Yinyuan before she came, and even added a few layers of mysterious filters. As a result, the filter is now broken all over the place. The same thing happened to Lang Yinyuan. First, since the grey-robed friar dared to make things difficult for them, it meant that this was not the first time he had done it, and he was reckless. Second, since the purple-finned dragonfish is so precious, the formation of the dragonfish pond should be strengthened and patrolled regularly. Even if the formation was a temporary flaw, it shouldn't have taken such a long time to discover it. Thirdly, since the people in the selection hall can say this, it means that Lang Yinyuan's internal affairs often vent their anger and shirk their responsibilities. Hey, Zhu Tianjue also told her that Lang Yinyuan is as solid as gold, and that with such a messy internal management, no outsiders are needed, and sooner or later he will be done with it. Seeing that Feng Shi didn't speak, the people in selection hall thought she was scared, so they curled their lips and didn't say anything else. If you want to blame it, it's your bad luck that happened to catch up with the purple-finned dragonfish. Half an hour later, they arrived at the selection hall. Hall Master Chi of selection hall sized Feng Shi and Zheng Wen, and then said, "It stands to reason that if you come here with Lang Yinyuan's token, you can become our disciples of Lang Yinyuan. It's just that I told the 7 peak masters about your situation just now, and no one is willing to accept you. Therefore, we can only expel you from Lang Yin Abyss. Considering that Lang Yinyuan is open every 3 months, you are allowed to stay here for 3 months. The next time Lang Yin Abyss opens, you all leave. In addition, we, Lang Yinyuan, don't support useless people, so you will act as handyman for these 3 months." After he finished speaking, he waited for Feng Shi and Zheng Wen to reply. In the end, neither of them spoke. Hall Master Chi coughed. "Since you don't have any opinions, let's do this. Come, take them to the miscellaneous hall to receive their errands." Feng Shi and Zheng Wen still didn't finish talking, they just saluted and left with others. Hall Master Chi shook his head. These 2 people are not only poor in cultivation, but also very timid, so it can be said that they're useless. How could the scourge of blood devouring Huan let them come to Lang Yin Abyss? Is it to disgust them on purpose? On the other side, Feng Shi and Zheng Wen were brought to the miscellaneous hall. Manager Liu is on duty today. I don't know if he was too busy, anyway, he just left Feng Shi and Zheng Wen there, busying himself with other things. It would have been embarrassing if it was someone else, but Feng Shi enjoyed it. How wonderful. There is no better place to collect information than miscellaneous hall. In just a short while, she has heard a lot of interesting things. Zheng Wen is even simpler. As long as I'm with junior sister, it's the same anywhere. At this moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the leaves began to shake in the windless weather. Feng Shi looked at the sun that was about to set, and guessed that Lang Yinyuan should be retreating into the sea. I just don't know if it's man-made or it's just like this. After regaining his composure, Wan Shilu said to the 2 of them. Dragonfish Pond punished a few handymen today. There are not enough people. You 2 should go to Longyu Pond to work as errands. As soon as these words came out, even Zheng Wen could see the other party's sinister intentions. In some people's opinion, the purple-finned dragonfish ran away because of their arrival. The people of Dragonfish Pond are hating him now. Letting them go to work now is pushing them into the pit of fire. No wonder they're called Lang Yinyuan, they are the masters of a pack of wolves. Half an hour later, Feng Shi and Zheng Wen were brought to the Dragonfish Pond. It is said to be a dragonfish pond, but it is actually a large lake. There are 2 rows of houses by the lake, which should be the place where the servants or deacons live. The people in Longyuchi didn't look good when they saw Feng Shi and Zheng Wen. Deacon Qian from Longyuchi scolded the 2 of them because his nose was not his nose and his face was not his face. If it weren't for the 2 of you who had to come in today, the island protection formation would never have been activated, and the purple-finned dragonfish would not have run out. You shouldn't have come. It's not that I don't like you, as far as your cultivation is concerned, who would want you? What's the result? Have you been assigned to be a handyman? You have self-knowledge, you think everyone is qualified to enter Lang Yin Abyss. Feng Shi hooked her lips. Stop beeping. Let's compete. If I lose, I will give you all the good things I brought from the blood family. If you lose, let us choose the specific errands, and my brother and I will have 1 day off and 2 days off in the future, that is, we will work 1 day and take 2 days off. Deacon Qian. 1 off 2. I really want such an errand too. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 376 I hit things with my left fist and north and south with my right fist. Deacon Qian felt that Feng Shi was daydreaming, but when he thought of the good things Feng Shi said, his heart moved. I heard that this girl is some kind of holy aunt from the Zhu family, so she must have a lot of good things in her hand, so don't let it go for nothing. After all, in his opinion, Feng Shi only has the 6th level of condensation yuan, so he is just a little waste. He stared at Feng Shi. What you said is true. If I win, will you give me all the things in the storage ring? Feng Shi nodded. Of course it is true, absolutely true. Deacon Qian asked again, how do you compare? Feng Shi said, until one party admits defeat, it means he is convinced. Deacon Qian's eyes flickered slightly. It's fine, but you can't use external force during the competition, such as magic charms, medicine pills, formation discs, magic weapons, etc. Do you agree? Feng Shi did not hesitate at all. I agree. Deacon Qian almost laughed out loud. This Zhu Huyu is really a fool. At this time, Feng Shi said, in order to ensure the interests of both of us, let's all swear an oath to the devil. I will come first. Demon God above, I, Zhu Huyu, swear here. Zheng Wen has already recited this heart demon oath to her fluently. He felt that the little junior sister could keep this heart demon oath with a recording stone, and play it directly next time. Deacon Qian didn't know about these twists and turns. He saw Feng Shi swear poisonously and he swore poisonously. Everyone gave up the place, and the 2 stood in the center. Feng Shi said to Deacon Qian, I'll warm up first. Deacon Qian curled his lips, okay. So, Feng Shi Huha practiced a set of boxing by herself. Practicing and boasting. Look at how exquisite my boxing technique is. I hit things with my left fist, and hit north and south with my right fist. I am unique in the world, and no one can beat me. Did you see it? What do you mean by being as fast as the wind, and as powerful as a tiger? I am that. Deacon Qian, with someone like you, I can kill 8 with 1 punch. Ellipsis. Deacon Qian. Is it useful for you to make these flower stands? What we are competing for is demon energy, not fists. He urged impatiently, are you finished? Can you compare? Fang Shi closed his moves, wiped the sweat off his brow, and said out of breath, I'll take a breath first. Seeing her like this, Deacon Qian felt more and more that he had the chance to win. Fang Shi rested for half an hour before saying, come on, let's fight for 300 rounds. Deacon Qian's mouth was about to turn into a scoop, and he released a long whip that turned into magic energy and whipped it towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi escaped dangerously. Deacon Qian, you are the Deacon of Longyu Pond, and I'm a handyman. I will give you a whip. Deacon Qian sneered, who cares about you, fight back quickly. Immediately after the second whip was drawn, Fang Shi managed to avoid it again. Deacon Qian, my seniority is much older than you, and I love the younger generation to let you whip me a second time. Deacon Qian hummed in anger, what do you mean you are older than me? You are taking advantage of me. Gritting his teeth, he whipped Fang Shi again, and Fang Shi dodged away in a panic. Deacon Qian, your willingness to accept my challenge shows that you are still a bit courageous, so I let you take the third whip. Now, I'm going to fight back. Deacon Qian said in his heart, as if you could beat me. In the next moment, his consciousness seemed to be hit by something, and his head buzzed. Fang Shi stepped forward, punched him on the bridge of the nose, and then kicked him into the lake. She stood on the shore and said with a smile, Deacon Qian, I just said that my boxing skills are good. How about it? Are you convinced? Deacon Qian's face was livid. You are cheating. You must have attacked my consciousness with a magic weapon. Fang Shi clenched her lips. Did you forget? We swore a demonic oath. How could I use a magical weapon? It's just an ordinary spiritual attack. Blame yourself for not being careful. Deacon Qian rolled his eyes. Zhu Wuyu, we agreed before the competition that one side must admit defeat, and I didn't admit defeat. Fang Shi bared her small white teeth. Yo. Play tricks with me. All right, then come up, let's continue the competition. Deacon Qian is proud of himself. You little girl can still play with me in movies. I didn't pay attention before. As long as I pay more attention, you will lose. The two started to fight again, but Fang Shi still gave him 3 moves. In the 4th move, Deacon Qian raised his vigilance and released his spiritual sense. Then, he saw a large brick of spiritual consciousness smashed towards him. What's weird is that there are little bastards engraved on that big brick. Deacon Qian subconsciously used his spiritual sense to block it, and the next moment he let out a scream and passed out. Fang Shi threw him into the lake like a dead dog. Choking on the water, Deacon Qian woke up. Fang Shi squatted on the bank, admit defeat. Deacon Qian gritted his teeth, no. Fang Shi nodded, okay, then you climb up, let's continue fighting. Immediately afterwards, the two competed 3 more times. Every time it ended with Deacon Qian falling into the water. Let's put it this way, Deacon Qian is full of water. In the end, he gritted his molars and said, I admit defeat. He knew that if Fang Shi hadn't deliberately played tricks on him, he would have died long ago. I didn't expect this little trash to have such a strong spiritual sense. Fang Shi said with a smile, I use my divine sense to defeat you, are you not convinced? How about this, let's compete again, this time I will defeat you with my devilish energy. Deacon Qian is very happy. You brought it on yourself. So, he crawled out of the lake, pulled himself together and stood together with Fang Shi again. Fang Shi still gave him 3 tricks, we are always polite and good girls. At the 4th move, Fang Shi released a tribulation thunder that transformed from devilish energy. The crowd onlookers exclaimed. She turned into a tribulation thunder. Deacon Qian was also taken aback, but he soon calmed down. Although it is rare to see the devil chi tribulation thunder, but Zhu Wuyu's cultivation level is there, it is not so powerful. As a result, he soon discovered that he was wrong, very wrong. He was forced to retreat again and again, and finally fell into the lake again. However, Fang Shi was still making sarcastic remarks there. Deacon Qian, you are worthy of being the Deacon of Longyu Pond. You love this lake so deeply. Deacon Qian was already very ashamed, but he fainted because of her anger. In the end, he was pulled up by the handyman. When he pressed his stomach, 2 small fishes spit out. The picture is quite lively. 818 novels. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 377. Let's rest today. Deacon Qian's eyes were dull. He wanted to die. He was repeatedly humiliated by a little trash on the 6th level of condensed essence. What energy is there for him to live? Fang Shi comforted him. Deacon Qian, you don't have to take it too seriously. There will be many people following in your footsteps in the future, and your heart will be balanced at that time. Deacon Qian, you know how to comfort people. Fang Shi handed him another small porcelain bottle. Here is the elixir made by our blood family, which can be used to nourish the spiritual consciousness. Let me apologize to you. The sweet dates given after slapping her were sweeter than honey. Deacon Qian took it down the slope and asked Fang Shi to choose the errands. Fang Shi rummaged through a bunch of errands for a while, and chose an errand to clean up aquatic plants. Deacon Qian's nose almost turned out of breath. Purple-finned dragonfish has relatively high environmental requirements, and some weeds will pollute the water quality, so it must be cleaned regularly. Since it is an aquatic plant, it has a growth cycle, and it is impossible to clean it all the time. Not to mention 1 day off and 2 days off, even 1 day off and 5 days off is fine. But after all the words have been said, I can only pinch my nose and admit it. Fang Shi and Junwen chose 2 courtyards next to each other, 1 for each person. It stands to reason that there are 4 people in a room for handymen, but no one dared to beep. Even Deacon Qian was kicked into the lake, who would dare to feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Fang Shi also said, my brother and I have already been persuaded to leave by Lang Yinyuan, we are just living here temporarily. Therefore, we are not serious handymen, and the rules here are strictly speaking useless to me. When something happens, you can talk about it and discuss it. If anyone makes me anxious, I don't care so much, just come and die. The handymen in Longyu Pond were all silent. Can't afford it, I can't afford it. Let's put it this way, they're not so afraid of Deacon Kian. After all, Deacon Kian followed the rules, so this Zhu Wuyu was a rascal. Fang Shi briefly checked the inside and outside of the house, and then went to sleep after washing. After all, it was already midnight. On the first night in Langyuan, Fang Shi slept soundly and dreamed of grilled fish. Really fragrant. After getting up the next day, she changed into the clothes of the dragon fish pond handyman, and she wandered out of the yard. Junwen heard that there was movement here, and hurried out. He got up early, but was afraid of disturbing Fang Shi's sleep, so he kept practicing in the room. Brother, let's go, I'll take you to breakfast. Junwen wondered, do you know where the canteen is? Well, I learned from the chatting of those people in Miscellaneous Hall yesterday, and I also know that among the 7 peaks, the food in Tianshu Peak where we are is the best. So, I was speechless yesterday when I heard that we were assigned to the dragon fish pond. Junwen. You were really promising. While speaking, Fang Shi saw Deacon Kian and said with a smile. Deacon Kian, good morning. Deacon Kian, morning. He really admires Zhu Wuyu. It was like that yesterday, and she acted like nothing had happened. Just thinking about it, I heard Fang Shi say. Yesterday my brother and I worked all day, today and tomorrow are off. Let's have breakfast first, then we'll walk around, and if you need anything, send us a message. Deacon Kian. Can you still show some face? Did you go to work yesterday? Don't talk about weeding, you didn't even touch the water, okay. However, he dared not say a single word. Watching Fang Shi and Junwen walk away talking and laughing helplessly. There was also Fang Shi's voice faintly. No wonder everyone says that Langyuan is a good place, even the handymen are so leisurely, isn't it a good place? Deacon Kian staggered and almost fell over. He persuaded himself, anyway, the evil star would be gone in 3 months, so he could bear it. Patience is a virtue. Fang Shi and Junwen quickly found the dining hall of Tianshu Peak, and they could smell the fragrance from a long distance. The dining hall is divided into 2 areas, one area for handymen, and one area for Langyuan's official disciples, and the meals served on both sides are different. The distinction is obvious. Fang Shi randomly chose 2 items in the handyman area, and then he and Junwen found an empty table and ate. While the 2 were eating, someone in the disciple area was laughing loudly. I heard no, yesterday 2 trash came with Langyuan tokens, wanting to become our disciples of Langyuan. The funny thing is that none of the 7 peak masters wants them because they only have the 6th level of condensed essence. In the end, he was driven to the dragon fish pond as a handyman. They don't even have the qualifications to be handymen, and they will be kicked out in 3 months. People, you must have self-knowledge. Do you really think you can become Langyuan's disciple with the token? Dream. If they hadn't had to come yesterday, they wouldn't have lost 12 purple-finned dragon fish. What bad luck. Ellipsis. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. After all, he is a newcomer, so keep a low profile. Junwen saw that Fang Shi didn't respond, so he kept silent and continued eating. Although the food of the handyman is far worse than that of the disciples, it is actually quite delicious, and it contains a lot of devilish energy. At this moment, a disciple saw Fang Shi and Junwen, poked his head and asked. Aren't you the handyman of Dragon Fish Pond? See those 2 idiots? Tell us about it. Fang Shi put down her chopsticks, slowly took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth, then said. The idiots you are talking about are nothing but mere fools. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 378. There was a dead silence. Then there was a roar of laughter. After a long time, you are those 2 idiots. Yo, you even ran to the canteen, you are really thick-skinned. Don't you know how to write the word shame? That's right, if I'd found a crack in the ground and burrowed in, and ostentatiously came here to eat, I'd really be shameless. Ellipsis. After Fang Shi waited for the discussion to subside a bit, she stood up. Have you said enough? It's my turn to say it. I don't understand, what reason do you have to laugh at us? The token of Langyun was issued by Langyuan, and it is very clear that as long as you hold the token of Langyun, you can become a disciple of Langyuan. Do we have a problem? Don't say that we are the 6th level of condensed essence, we are no problem at the 6th level of gathering energy. Logically speaking, even if there is no peak master to accept us, as long as we admit death, we can still rely on the title of disciple. But we know etiquette and know how to advance and retreat, so we accepted Hall Master Chi's decision to temporarily work as handyman in Longyu Pond for 3 months. When Langyun Abyss opens next time, leave Langyun Abyss. We think that we have taken every step with a clear conscience, and we have not violated Langyun's rules in the slightest. I don't know where your so-called lack of shame and thick skin come from. On the contrary, it is you, as disciples of Langyun, who are here to accuse us of crimes for not cultivating well. I know what you think, don't you just want to show your superiority by belittling us? Oh, by the way, your sense of superiority is not only reflected in this, but also in food. Isolate an area alone, eat delicious food and drink spicy food, and see that the food of the handyman is worse than yours, you are also superior, right? Your sense of superiority is really cheap. Today, I will teach you a truth for free. The real strong will never show any sense of superiority, because he himself is the existence that everyone looks up to. Also, forget it today, if anyone dares to beep in front of me in the future, we will see you on the stage of life and death. Although I, Zhu Wuyu, am mediocre, I can't stand the favor of my family. I have many ways to save my life. If you don't believe me, try it. As Fang Shi said, he took out a thick stack of talismans and set it on fire. Without him, it's just to enhance the atmosphere. With a wave of his hand, all the paper ashes fell to the side where the disciple was eating. Then, she left the dining hall with Junwen Shiren. There was a dead silence in the dining hall again. Suddenly someone said weakly. She seems to be burning paper money for us. Everyone. Immediately afterwards, some people clamored to go to Zuwu to talk about it, and others said they wanted to go to Zuwu to appear on the stage of life and death. But everyone who beeped was very happy, but no one really went to find Fangxi. The reason is very simple. The disciples eating in the dining hall are all outer disciples of Lang Yinyuan, and they're also the scumbags among the outer disciples. After all, a disciple who is obsessed with cultivation will not waste time on eating. Anyway, he has already bigu, and there is no need to eat at all. The magic energy increased by eating is better to use it for cultivation. Apart from their cultivation, these people were more or less concerned about what Fangxi said. She can use talisman seals as burning paper, so she must have a lot of life-saving things on her body. On the stage of life and death, maybe they will lose. They just don't like Fangxi, and they don't want to fight with their lives. On the other side, Fangxi and Junwen came out of the dining hall, and Junwen asked. Little sister, didn't everyone say that Lang Yinyuan is full of amazing talents? Why do I think that's the case with those disciples? Fangxi curled her lips. It's true that the outsiders recruit amazing talents, but if they can't hold back, the people inside will thrive. The cub that was born, should it be thrown out? Junwen. It seems to make sense. Fangxi continued. Besides, the third elder said that not all the people in Lang Yinyuan attract people's cultivation level, so it's not surprising that the cultivation levels of the people here are uneven. Junwen nodded. Little sister, where are we going now? Turn around. By the way, when I went to the island before, I saw a waterfall, which seemed to be on the back mountain of Tianshu Peak. Let's go there and have a look. The two walked around the back mountain, and soon saw the waterfall, like a white chain hanging on the mountain wall. The deafening crash of water was heard from a distance. The two couldn't help but quicken their pace. Through the dense forest, finally arrived in front of the waterfall. It's just that someone stopped him. This is the forbidden area of Tianshui Shenten, why don't you leave quickly? Fangxi stretched her neck and looked forward, and saw many people practicing in the pool. It can be seen from the clothes that these people are basically inner disciples and direct disciples. Fangxi didn't want to cause trouble, so after saying a few polite words, she prepared to leave with Junwen. What she didn't expect was that a strong suction force suddenly came from the pool, sucking her in abruptly and throwing her into the pool. Also dropped right below the waterfall. The huge impact almost made her vomit blood. With difficulty she swam out and climbed to the shore. Forget about the embarrassment. However, those disciples on duty were not willing to let her go, and they dragged her to the law enforcement hall when they came up. Fangxi's petulant temper suddenly came up. Aren't you blind? Didn't you see that I was sucked in? Want to take me to the law enforcement hall? It's good if I don't blackmail you. Not to mention anything else, my hair is all loose. Fangxi was stunned at this point. The head is empty. Hairpins are gone. Also missing was her Geely pad. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 379 it seems to have seen a light. Fangxi was confused. If you lose the hairpin, you lose it, but you can't lose the thunderbolt. Although this thing is a split body, and it doesn't have much impact if it burps, but it was kidnapped by her to the devil world, and she has to be responsible. There is also a trivial reason. It's so cool to have such a good thing. Although she was also furious at first, she still restrained herself, and now she is completely blown up. My hairpin. I lost my hairpin. It was given to me by my grandfather. It is more important than my life. Now gone. Gone. You must have deliberately set a trap to trap my hairpin. You are so shameless. If I can't find my hairpin today, I will never end with you. As Fangxi said, she turned around and jumped into the pool, diving into the bottom of the water. Those disciples on duty immediately wanted to catch Fangxi, but Junwen stopped them. He took out a thick stack of cracking magic talismans. Who dares to move? Those disciples on duty did not dare to move. Are you crazy? Are you not afraid of being severely punished for violating the island's rules? Junwen sneered. You all dare to cheat my sister's things with shady means, why wouldn't I dare? Besides, my sister and I have already been persuaded to leave. We are not from Lang Yinyuan at all. Your methods are useless to us. Stay away from me. If you get in a hurry, everyone will die together. Junior sister is here. I'm a little sheep. If junior sister is not here, I'm a wolf. I really think that I, the king, are easy to provoke. Before the little junior sister came, I and the golden-haired Suanyi were called the double masters of the Xuanshan sect. At this time, a personal disciple in the pool said lightly. Since she said that the hairpin is lost, let her look for it, and send it to the law enforcement hall when she finds it. The disciples on duty nodded quickly. Yes, senior brother Yizun. Junwen looked at Yizun calmly, and came to a conclusion that without him, he looks better. As for the fact that the opponent's cultivation base is higher than his, Junwen chose to ignore it. This is not important. Sooner or later he can surpass him. Now he is only worried about whether Fangxi can find those two idiots Jilei. You said that you were a tripulation thunder after all, but you were washed away by the waterfall. Do you want to lose face? A piece of trash. Jilei also felt that he was a little trash. At this point, it has been pulled into a rope. Most of them were sucked into a gap, and only a small half was still struggling. Phoenix dog. Come and save me. After all, I am your master Lei, you can't just leave me alone. Just when there was only a thread left, Fangxi arrived. Jilei seemed to see a light. Unexpectedly, Lord Jilei also had a day of looking forward to the light. Fenggu is really weird. Fangxi grabbed Jilei and pulled it out desperately. At the same time, he also released a large brick of spiritual consciousness to smash that gap. Don't care what's tricky in it, just smash it first. I don't know if it was the brick of spiritual consciousness that played a role, but Fang Shi pulled Jilei out all at once. However, Jilei has shrunk significantly, a circle smaller. Because it took a lot of lightning power when I was struggling just now. Fang Shi put it in her sleeve pocket, found the hairpin that had fallen aside, and surfaced the water. Zhang Wen's hanging heart immediately let go. He was really afraid of any danger in Fang Shi. After Fang Shi came ashore, she slowly dried her hair and clothes with a formula, and then put the hairpin back on her head. During this process, Zhang Wen kept holding the talismans, and stared vigilantly at the disciples on duty and the people in the pool. After Fang Shi was finished, he said slowly, "Don't you want to go to the law enforcement hall? Lead the way." Those disciples on duty were obviously a little confused. They seemed crazy just now. Why are they so cooperative now? "Do you know you are afraid?" Immediately, 4 disciples on duty escorted Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to the law enforcement hall. After they left, those disciples on duty also retreated to the periphery. Inside the water pool, the inner disciples and direct disciples were discussing immediately. Judging from what they said, those 2 should be the 2 wastes from the blood family. To actually dare to go to Tianshui Shenten to make trouble, it's really boring. What are you talking about not being bound by our Lang Yinyuan rules? What a joke. Since people are on the island, we have to take care of them. When they arrive at the law enforcement hall, they will look good. They must think that the blood family is amazing. They are really watching the sky from sitting in a well. Ellipsis. Yi Zun frowned. Tianshui Shenten is a place of cultivation, not a place for you to talk about right and wrong. If anyone doesn't want to practice, leave quickly. Everyone didn't dare to speak at once. On the other side, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were escorted to the law enforcement hall of Tianshui Peak. The 4 on-duty disciples of Tianshui Shenten were about to report Fang Shi's crimes, when Fang Shi let out a cry. They shuddered. At this moment, Fang Shi said with a face of grief and indignation, "I want to sue the disciples on duty at Tianshui Shenten. They colluded with others and murdered my life. It was because of the protection of the demon god that I saved my life. In my heart, Lang Yinyuan is a sacred existence, the supreme existence. I can't believe that such a thing happened. If I can't get fair treatment today, I will feel like the sky is falling." Faith has also collapsed. The 4 disciples on duty. This is the legendary villain who sued first, right? Deacon Huo was on duty in the law enforcement hall today, and he was stunned after hearing Fang Shi's words. Where is this going? He patted the desk case. What's going on? Fang Shi explained the matter in detail. The 4 disciples on duty were a little confused. Although what Zhu Wuyu said was the truth, he just felt that something was wrong. Even listening to them themselves, they feel that they are unreasonable and bullying the weak. Is this the charm of language? Open black lens bracket continue at, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 380 Fang Shi is going to hang himself. Deacon Huo frowned after hearing this. He didn't quite believe that Fang Shi was sucked in. After all, I have never heard of Tianshui Shenten sucking people into it. So, looking at the 4 disciples on duty, is what she said true? The 4 on-duty disciples, it's true. Deacon Huo. What is true, what is not, what is true? What do you ask me? Deacon Huo asked them to tell the story, which was basically the same as what Fang Shi said. But because he listened to Fang Shi first, he naturally had preconceived ideas and subconsciously followed Fang Zai's train of thought. To be cautious, he asked someone to bring over a few inner disciples who were practicing in Tianshui Shenten at that time. Although these people looked down on Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, they did not dare to deceive Deacon Huo and told the truth. Deacon Huo frowned. Judging from the confessions of these people, Zhu Wuyu was indeed sucked into Tianshui Shenten. How could this be? Is there any secret under Tianshui Shenten? After thinking about it, I feel that this matter is not trivial and must be reported. However, before that, we have to deal with Zhu Wuyu's complaint. In his opinion, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen are just 2 outsiders who are about to leave the island, so it's enough to be perfunctory. Zhu Wuyu, this matter was completely accidental, not the work of the disciples on duty. It is also their responsibility to stop you. Although their attitude is a bit harsh, it does not constitute any crime. The murder is purely fictional. Go ahead and work in Longyuchi properly in the future, don't wander around. Fang Zai's eyes flickered slightly. What he said was to make a big problem into a small one, and to restrain her and Zhang Wen by the way. Ah. Really think she is easy to bully? Fang Shi silently pulled out the jade hairpin from her head. Deacon Huo, this jade hairpin is a gift from my grandfather. Although it is not a good thing, it is a priceless treasure in my heart. However, it is now cracked. You said, who shall I ask for compensation? Deacon Huo's expression turned ugly. How much compensation do you want? Even if you pay me the entire Lang Yinyuan, it will not be able to make up for the trauma in my heart. However, if you insist on compensation, then 1,000 million magic crystals. Deacon Huo. 1,000 million magic crystals. You simply grab it. He said with a sullen face, you are also responsible for today's incident. If you hadn't run to the vicinity of Tianshui Shenten, there would be nothing later. Fang Shi smiled. Deacon Huo, it seems that you want to argue with me, so let me speak boldly. First, I am only temporarily acting as a handyman in Lang Yinyuan, and I am not restricted by the island's rules. Second, to take a step back, even if we are bound by the island rules, I checked all the island rules yesterday, and there is not a single rule that handymen cannot walk around the island. Third, it is true that Tianshui Shenten is a forbidden area, but we have not stepped into the forbidden area, so it is not considered a violation of the island rules. Based on the above 3 items, what are our responsibilities? To be precise, not only are we not responsible, we also have credit. If it weren't for what happened today, you might never know that there is a secret under the Tianshui Shenten in your entire life. But, this is in exchange for my life and the hosta. Shouldn't you compensate me for the loss? There were some things I didn't want to say at first, but I don't have any scruples when I'm forced to this point. My brother and I came here with the token of Langyan. You should accept us as disciples according to the agreement. As a result, you disliked our low cultivation base and refused to accept it. It's okay not to charge, we are guests from afar, so you should treat us well. The result was good, we were assigned to the Dragonfish Pond as handymen. Do you guys do things like this? We have cultivated well, so we don't care about you. Now, I lost half my life and took the treasure of our blood family. Instead of being grateful, you say we are responsible. It's too deceiving. Lang Yinyuan's status is indeed detached, but our Zhu family is not a waste snack that everyone rubs and squashes. If today's incident doesn't give me a reasonable solution, my brother and I will hang ourselves at the gate of your law enforcement hall. Fang Shi said, and took out a rope. Deacon Huo babbled, but he couldn't utter a word. As the deacon of the law enforcement hall, it was the first time that he was speechless when he was bullied. The key is that people really take advantage of it. Moreover, this Zhu Wuyu is the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan. Regardless of whether she has real power or not, she can't be easily dealt with. In the end, I had to say. You go back first, I will ask the hall master for instructions before making a decision. Fang Shi glanced at him. Let's just wait here, there happens to be a crooked neck tree at the door, so it's most suitable to hang yourself. Deacon Huo. Tomorrow I will cut down this broken tree. He ignored Fang Shi and Zhang Wen and left in a hurry. After he left, Fang Shi swaggered and sat on the chair, and said to the disciples in the law enforcement hall. What are you doing in a daze? Go get us some tea and snacks. Nobody moved. Fang Shi took out the rope and put it around Zhang Wen's neck. Immediately some disciples ran to prepare. After a while, tea, snacks and various fruits were served. Fang Shi eats first, Zhang Wen follows. Because he is afraid of being poisoned. With the arrogance of the little junior sister, he was really afraid that someone would poison them. At this time, Deacon Huo had already met the head Ouyang of the law enforcement hall. Hall Master Ouyang is serious, and some people even speculate that he may not be able to laugh by nature. No one had ever seen him smile anyway. After hearing Deacon Huo's words, he frowned and said, 818 novels. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with Tianshui Shenten. I will report this to the Peak Master immediately. As for Zhu Wuyu's side, what she said was somewhat reasonable, but it was a bit reckless. Such a person is difficult to become a master. Forget it, after all, he is not our disciple of Lang Yinyuan, so he shouldn't be too harsh. How about this, isn't her hosta damaged? If you let her go to the Zhenbao Pavilion to choose an Earth-level magic weapon, it is considered as compensation to her. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron _ left previous home index next Chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 381. The people in Lang Yinyuan really know how to play. Deacon Huo nodded yes, and returned to the law enforcement hall. Then I saw Fang Shi sipping tea, and there was an assortment of melon and fruit snacks on the coffee table. Deacon Huo. He wanted to reprimand a few words, but swallowed it back. It's better to get rid of this hobmeat quickly, lest she make a long speech. To be honest, his brain hurts hearing it. So, he repeated the words of Hall Master Ouyang. Fang Shi sighed, although an Earth-level magic weapon can't make up for my trauma, but since Hall Master Ouyang has said so, I can't say anything more. That's it. By the way, Deacon Huo, you seem to say that you don't want me to wander around, did I misremember? Deacon Huo, well, you misremembered, there is no such thing. Deacon Huo now just wants her to get out of here, seeing her gives her a headache. Only then did Fang Shi take Zhang Wen away swaggeringly. She made a fuss with reason and evidence, and she made a fuss with confidence. People in the world say how detached Lang Yinyuan is, they only know its appearance but not its interior. No matter how detached the status is, it has to rely on the entire demon clan. She didn't believe that they dared to slap her, the holy lady of the blood demon clan. That's why she got herself a little vest when she had nothing to do. This thing can really save lives in critical times. Besides, she is not making trouble out of reason. What is she afraid of when she is justified? She and Zhang Wen didn't go back to Longyu Pond, but went to Juobao Pavilion to claim the super magic weapon. It is true to get it, so as not to have long nights and dreams. There were many people pointing at them on the road, but Fang Shi and Zhang Wen didn't care at all, and they arrived at Juobao Pavilion at a pace that their relatives did not recognize. Juobao Pavilion is a 4-story building. The Juobao Pavilion is different from other departments. There are no disciples or deacons here, only 4 elders. Elder Feng, Elder Hua, Elder Snow and Elder Moon. Each person is in charge of a floor of the attic, corresponding to the heavenly rank, earth rank, mysterious rank and yellow rank magic weapon. In fact, it is easy to understand, there are treasures in the Juobao Pavilion, and there must be strong people to sit in it. After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen entered the Juobao Pavilion, they directly found Elder Hua who was in charge of the earth-level magic weapon. Elder Hua looks nothing like wire. Thin and bony, it has an extra layer of skin than a skeleton. The eyes are even more penetrating, making people shudder. Fang Shi said in her heart that Lang Yinyuan is quite good at using people. This one can be used as a door god just by sitting here. Fang Shi saluted with a smile. Elder Hua, I have received an order from the law enforcement hall to receive an earth-level magic weapon. As Fang Shi said, she handed Elder Hua the document that Deacon Huo had given her. Elder Hua took a look at it, waved his hand, and behind him appeared a portal that only allowed one person to pass through. Go in and choose one. Fang Shi didn't expect that she could choose this thing by herself. If so, the people in Langyunyun are actually not bad. She told Jun when to wait outside and walked in. The moment Fang Shi entered, she was a little dizzy, and could barely stay awake. It seems that this portal is a teleportation array. Also, who would be stupid? He really put the baby in that broken building. After a while, Fang Shi stepped on the ground and regained her sight. She looked around, a little surprised. There are shelves all around, and there are only some number plates on them. There is no earth-level magic weapon at all. When she was wondering, Elder Hua's voice came from all directions. You can walk through the shelves, take a number plate based on your feeling, and get the magic weapon with the number plate when you come out. Fang Shi hurriedly nodded respectfully in agreement. I thought, the people in Langyunyun really know how to play. He even played blind box guessing. By feeling. How can this thing feel? However, she still walked into the shelf at the far end and felt it carefully. Nothing happened. As she pondered, could it be that she sensed it with her divine sense? Therefore, the divine consciousness was released. Yo. Not to mention, I guessed it right. After releasing her consciousness, she clearly noticed that there was something on the shelf next to her, and she was still evasive. Fang Shi curled her lips and continued to walk forward. The result is still the same, still avoiding her spiritual sense perception. Fang Shi thought, the twisted melon is not sweet, so let's find someone who won't hide. However, she went through all 9 rows of shelves, but she couldn't find a magic weapon that didn't avoid her. Fang Shi even suspected that her method was wrong, otherwise she would just choose a random number, since they are all earth-level magic weapons anyway, and the difference is not much worse. Just as she was about to pick up a random number plate, a row of shelves in the distance collapsed, followed by other shelves. There was a crackling sound. The next moment, Fang Shi was teleported outside. Elder Hua's skull-like old face smiled like a white lotus flower. Zhu Wuyu, you knocked down the shelf, causing damage to pieces of ground-level magic weapon. Excluding the piece of ground-level magic weapon that should be given to you, the remaining repair costs will need about 1,000,000 magic crystals. I will collect this compensation from your blood family some other day, so go back. Fang Shi looked at him silently. Elder Hua, do you want to touch porcelain? Elder Hua smiled, but he didn't understand. Little girl, don't speak so harshly. I'm just repeating what you did before. These words imply that Fang Shi's so-called destruction of Yuzhen is completely self-directed and self-acted. Well, Yuzhen is indeed the crack Fang Shi made herself. But she lost the power of thunder and lightning. This is not an earth-level magic weapon that can be compared. It's just that she didn't expect Elder Hua to be as shameless as her. Ugh. It's really a strong player with its own strong player. While thinking, he took out the photo stone. Then, Elder Chonghua blinked. Elder Hua, what do you think this is? Surprised or unintentional? Is it unexpected? Elder Hua. The white lotus peeled off petal by petal and withered. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 382. Elder Hua looked at the photo stone in Fang Shi's hand, and was speechless for a while. Surprise. More or less frightened. He just never dreamed that Fang Shi would record the process of taking the treasure. What normal person would do that? Just when he was in a daze, Fang Shi sighed. Elder Hua, are you curious why I carry a photo stone with me? Because I was tricked by someone. When I went to a store to buy things, I was framed by the unscrupulous boss for destroying the items, and I couldn't deny it. Since then, I have become more mindful. Whenever property is involved, the first thing I do is to open the photo stone. In fact, most of the time it is not useful at all. After all, there are still many good people in this world. You say so. Elder Hua. Although there is no evidence, I think you are implicating me. Fang Shi blinked and blinked. Elder Hua, in fact, even if you don't have the photo stone, your words won't hold water. Those babies will break if you drop them lightly. That's not an earth-level magic weapon, this is porcelain, right? Or do you want me to take the blame for those earth-level magic weapons that were destroyed? If this is the case, TSK, things will explode. I have to report you to Law Enforcement Hall. What kind of crime is this called? Self-stealing is a bit serious, at least it is a disadvantage for the guards. I didn't expect it, seeing that you look so devoted to your duties, you turned out to be a showy. Elder Hua couldn't bear it anymore, it's a bunch of nonsense. The earth-level magic weapons are all in good condition, how can there be any damage? The words have also been spoken, and I know that I have spoken boldly. Fang Shi, oh tilde, so it's not broken. You said it earlier, which made me worry for a long time in vain. To tell you the truth, in fact, the photo stone in the treasure house is not easy to use at all. I have not succeeded in opening it for a long time. But now it comes in handy to record everything you say. Since the earth-level magic weapon has not been worn out, then you have really been framed. I didn't expect that you would use such a clumsy method to frame a little girl like me. It really opened my eyes. Elder Hua directly became an elder of Hua. The skull is blown away. He was tricked by a little girl. What a waste of life. What a shame. Seeing him, Fang Shi was about to go mad with anger, and took a few steps back. Elder Hua, calm down, it hurts your body. Besides, you and I, a little rascal, can't afford to fight against each other. Elder Hua. You have a very clear understanding of yourself. He asked Fang Shi with a gloomy face, what do you want to do? Fang Shi asked with a smile, are you thinking of business or private? What about public? What about private? If it is public, I will go to the Law Enforcement Hall to sue you. The prince broke the law and the common people are the same crime. I believe the law enforcement hall can give me a fair explanation. If it's private, you accept me as an apprentice. Our father and I hit it off, and we will definitely have a deep love between master and apprentice. Elder Hua is very happy. I accept you as an apprentice. I won't accept you even if I accept a pig. Just kill your heart. Fang Shi sighed. Okay, twisted melons are not sweet. Since you don't want to accept me as an apprentice, then use money to solve the problem. In addition to the ground level magic weapon from Law Enforcing Hall, you kindly gifted me 9 other ground level magic weapons. It will be perfect. Elder Hua really wanted to slap her to death. But thinking of her status as a holy aunt of the blood demon tribe, and thinking of her grandfather in the grave, she could only suppress her anger. Don't even think about the earth level magic weapon. I will compensate you with an additional 200 million magic crystals and 2 bottles of earth level elixir. If you want it, you want it. If you don't want it, get out. Fang Shi nodded numbly. Okay, that's it. Elder Hua, too much. But it's hard to change the words once they've been spoken. After he gave the magic crystal and the elixir to Fang Shi, he said, you didn't take the number plate just now, so just say a number. After thinking about it, Fang Shi must have a good thing in the first place, so she said, I want number 1. Elder Hua glanced at her. Okay. Then he entered the treasure house, took out a jade box, and handed it to Fang Shi. Fang Shi opened the jade box full of expectations, and saw an inkstone inside, with cracks on it and a corner missing. Fang Shi, Elder Hua, you didn't just take a defective product to fool me, did you? Is this an earth-level magic weapon? What is it for? Elder Hua snorted coldly, took out the treasure register and asked Fang Shi to read it by herself. Sure enough, Fang Shi saw this inkstone on the first page, which read, Mountains and Rivers Inkstone. It was originally a heaven-level magic weapon, but was later reduced to an earth-level magic weapon due to damage. Used to hold talisman ink, the yield and grade of the magic talisman have been improved. Fang's eyes heart skipped a beat. This thing seems to belong to the same family as her Shanhei Chankan brush and Chankan banner. All right, then put it away. While thinking about it, she wanted to turn back. She had to count the things in the treasure house, and she could just report the number when she picked it up later. She had a pretty good idea, but the register was snatched back by Elder Hua. The thing is in hand, get out. Elder Hua didn't even want to act anymore, he just wanted to drive Fang Shi away quickly. Fang Shi said with a smile, Elder Hua, then I will leave first, and I will come to you for tea and discussion some other day. Elder Hua. Talk about your grandma's legs. I never want to see you again in my life. However, when he thought of the Shanhei Chankan inkstone that Fang Shi had taken away, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Open black lens bracket continue it, a clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 383. Elder Hua took the register book and wiped it lightly with his hand, and a few lines of small characters appeared under the original record. The Shanhei Chankan inkstone was originally a spiritual weapon, but somehow it turned into a magic weapon. Vicious and domineering, he looks like a madman, and often damages the magic weapons around him. It needs to be suppressed with a raise to avoid damage to other magic weapons in the treasure house. That's right, this Shanhei Chankan inkstone is a disaster. Although a corner was missing when it was put into storage, there was no crack. But I can't stand this thing as a monster. With its own strength, it has harmed the heavenly magic weapon all over the place, and it has also made cracks all over its body. This was sent to the earth-level treasure house. Elder Hua just wanted to get this thing out quickly, so he ranked it number 1. It's a pity that no one has chosen it, and it has been left until now. It's okay this time, being taken away by that Zhu Wu, you two will harm each other. Naturally, Fang Shi didn't know this. After she left the Juabao pavilion, she brought Zhun Wen back to the Dragonfish Pond. The handymen in Longyu Pond were scared at first when they saw how silent they were, but now they're even more scared. These two even dare to blackmail the deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall and the elders of the Juabao Pavilion, who would dare to provoke them. Fang Shi intends to make a contract with Shanhei Chankan inkstone, so she asked Zhun Wen to protect her to avoid any accidents. She took the Chankan Shanhei inkstone out of the box, bit her index finger and dripped blood on it, and then started the contract. Halfway through the contract, Chankan Shanhei inkstone suddenly exploded and smashed towards Fang Shi's head. The gili hidden in Fang Shi's sleeve pocket jumped out, and it was a bolt of lightning facing Chankan Shanhei. You dare to do anything to my phoenix dog Shaoling pet, you are so tired of life. I can't beat those old guys in Law Enforcement Hall and Juabao Pavilion, and I can't beat you. In fact, the bolt of lightning struck by Gili is very thin, but it still has a deterrent effect, and the movement of Shanhei Chankan inkstone froze. Fang Shi took advantage of this opportunity to complete the contract, and there was a reduced version of the phantom of the inkstone in the Sea of Consciousness. When it was about to fight crazily, it was beaten up jointly by Shanhei Chankan pen and Chankan banner. Neither the little black ball nor the little fat bird grabbed the sot. The two little ones looked at each other silently, usually looking at those two things as if they were dead, especially the Shanhei Chankan brush hadn't made any movement, and it turned out to be so. Cruel. Too scary. After Shanhei Chankan Yan was beaten up, he became honest. In the future, it will be a brick of the owner, and it can be moved wherever it is needed. Because neither the Shanhei Chankan brush nor the Shanchan Chankan inkstone could speak, so Fang Shi asked Chankan banner. Tell me about your history. Qian Kun Ban replied concisely, I forgot. Fang Shi. Qian Kun Ban was afraid that Fang Shi would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. I'm telling the truth, I only know that the three of us came from the same source, but why we separated and why we ended up in different places, I really don't know. If you don't believe me, I can swear by the Heart Demon. Demon God, I swear by Chankan banner, if there is even half a lie in my words, I will be wiped out and my soul will be wiped out. Fang Shi. If nothing else, you demon swears that I won't believe a word. However, after thinking about it for a while, what Kian Kunbanan said should be the truth. It may have been erased from memory, or it may have been severely injured. Could it be related to the Tiank League? No matter how you say it, it is a good thing to get an inkstone for nothing. She couldn't wait to take out the Shanhei Chankan brush and Shanhei Chankan inkstone and start making talismans. Soon, she drew a cracking magic talisman, and there was a faint golden light flowing on the magic talisman. Junwen's voice is a little distorted. Yes, it's the ultimate magic talisman. Fang Shi smiled with eyebrows and eyes crooked. Well, this thing is really useful. She quickly drew a thick stack and handed it to Junwen. Brother, you take these first, I will draw more when I have time. Junwen was not polite, and put it in the storage ring in a hurry. If brothers and sisters give way, it will make people laugh. Fang Shi made a small fortune today, and she is in a good mood. Brother, let's have barbecue tonight. Junwen nodded. Okay, then I'll go back to practice first. When the Shanhei Chankan inkstone hit Fang Shi just now, he wanted to make a move, but Jilei preempted him. Thinking back on what happened today, he felt that he was still too weak. So you can't stop practicing. After Junwen left, Fang Shi also began to meditate cross-legged and practice. At night, Fang Shi called all the handymen together. Let's barbecue. No one objected, all nodded yes. As long as it's not their meat, it's fine. A bonfire was lit, and everyone sat around the barbecue and eat. Originally, because everyone was afraid, no one dared to speak up. However, under Fang Shi's guidance, they soon started talking and laughing. Deacon Qian watched all this secretly through the crack of the door. As if he was redundant. That girl Zhu Wuyu is the person in charge of this dragon fish pond. Just thinking about it, I heard the girl shout. Deacon Qian, do you want to have barbecue together? Deacon Qian didn't want to go, but the legs had their own ideas. Barbecue came second, but the key point was that Fang Shi was always gossiping there, and it was all gossip among the nobles of the demon clan. He was already itchy. He was a little uncomfortable at first, but he was quickly attracted by what Fang Shi said. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she led others to gossip. Even Deacon Qian contributed a few gossip. The atmosphere is so high that he would be too out of place if he didn't say something. When the show was over, Deacon Qian still had a lot to say. He thought to himself, in fact, Zhu Wuyu doesn't seem to have any other shortcomings except being lazy, domineering, and greedy for money. People are still nice. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 384. You are so easy to learn. Fang Shi only slept for an hour that night, and used the rest of the time for cultivation. Junwen was stimulated, and so was she. The few direct disciples I saw in the deep pool of Tianshui today have all reached the middle stage of the devil baby, and the Yizan has even reached the great perfection of the devil baby, only one step away from transforming into a god. She can only surpass them by working harder than them. Early the next morning, Fang Shi called Junwen out. Although cultivation is important, being familiar with the environment is even more important. Hang out during the day and work hard secretly at night. The two went to the dining hall to have breakfast first, and Fang Shi found that the servants in the dining hall treated her much more friendly than yesterday. When serving seafood porridge to Fang Shi, he deliberately scooped up some extra seafood and put them in the bowl. Let's put it this way, the seafood in Fang Shi's bowl is more than the rice in Junwen's bowl. Junwen. Forget it, numb. Fang Shi felt that the reason why these handymen changed their attitudes was because they knew she was not easy to mess with, and what she said in the dining hall yesterday might have relieved them. After all, they are both handymen, and they don't like the superior attitude of those disciples. After breakfast, Fang Shi first went to Juabao Pavilion to see Elder Hua. When Elder Hua saw her coming in, he thought she couldn't bear the harm of the mountains and rivers, so he came to settle accounts with him. As a result, after Fang Shi came in, she said some words of gratitude, and then praised the Shanhei Chankan inkstone as a flower. Elder Hua didn't believe a word. I think she just slaps a swollen face to pretend to be fat. At the end, Fang Shi asked Elder Hua, what fun places do we have in Langyunyuan? Please recommend it to me. Elder Hua's eyes flickered slightly. There is a sea of flowers in the northwest corner of Tianshui Shenten, and there is a clear spring inside. Disciples often go there for a small gathering. Why don't you go for a walk there? Fang Shi nodded. Okay, then my brother and I will try our best to avoid it. After finishing speaking, he walked away. Elder Hua. Although I really have bad intentions in recommending this place to you, it still makes me very angry when you say that. No wonder she was chosen by that old scourge of blood-devouring Huan. She is so congenial. After leaving the Juabao Pavilion, Fang Shi and Junwen discussed it and decided to go to the Dharma Plaza on Tianshui Peak. When eating barbecue yesterday, Deacon Qian said that there will be a public teaching class on the 15th day of every month, and even handymen can attend it. Go and listen to it, maybe it will be good for their cultivation. When the two of them arrived at the Dharma teaching square, the Dharma teaching class had already started. An old man on the high platform is teaching the Dharma, and he is talking about flying with a sword. Fang Shi was immediately discouraged. She already knew this thing. Although her level of Yujian is not good, but it does not prevent her from flying. But it's all here, so it's not appropriate to leave right away. So, she and Junwen found a place to sit cross-legged. After Fang Shi listened for a while, her eyelids began to fight. After all, she slept too little last night. She struggled at first, wanting to save it. But finally gave up. Anyway, no one paid attention to her. Let's talk about it after getting some sleep. It stands to reason that there are so many people, but no one pays attention to her. The bad thing is that she is too famous now. The people sitting around her had subconsciously moved the positions, and she and Junwen soon became isolated islands. It's hard not to pay attention to Elder Nangong, who is teaching the Dharma above. He immediately frowned in displeasure. That handyman in the northwest corner, stand up. Jun Wen thought he was being called, and immediately stood up. Not you, the one next to you. In fact, Fang Shi woke up when Jun Wen stood up. At this time, when Elder Nangong called her, she knew it was not good. If someone else would panic, this guy tilted to the ground, fainted, and fell down. When Jun heard this praise, he immediately understood, and said with a cry. Little sister. You were injured in Tianshui Shenten yesterday, so I told you not to come to the class today, but you didn't. In the end, or fainted. You were so easy to learn. Fang Shi silently gave Jun Wen a 360-degree praise. Fifth senior brother grows up really fast. Elder Nangong on the high platform. Are you two singing here? Are you fooling me like a fool? It really makes no sense. Just when he was about to have an attack, he saw Fang Shi, whispered, and said. Brother, if it's someone else's class, it's fine, but Elder Nangong is the most knowledgeable elder in Lang Yinyuan. When he teaches, the lectures are simple and easy to understand, which makes people enlightened and enlightened. It is not an exaggeration to say that listening to his class is worth 3 years of cultivation. It would be a pity not to listen. I just heard him say that the art of controlling the sword is to adjust the breath, hold the yuan and keep the unity, so that people can unite the sword, reciprocate and cycle, and live forever. Quickly help me up, I want to plead guilty to Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong's anger immediately dissipated by more than half. On the one hand, it was because of the high hat Fang Shi put on him, and on the other hand, what Fang Shi said was exactly what he said just now, which proved that she was not asleep. Little did he know that those words were recounted by Cohu to Fang Shi. The little black ball has a sense of crisis now. Among other things, it has seen that idiot Jilei will be abducted by an unscrupulous owner sooner or later. Although that thing is stupid, it is really capable. Its position as the #1 spiritual pet is in jeopardy. It has to be rolled up. Swipe at its favorability, so that the unscrupulous owner can't bear to abandon it even if he wants to mess it up. So, when Fang Shi was sleeping, it was always listening to the class. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not, just remember it. In case of questions. As it turns out, it was not in vain. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared ball. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron _left previous home index next chevron _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 385. Is a real dog. Chapter 385. Fang Shi is very satisfied with the performance of the little black ball. However, now is not the time to praise it. After all, there is Elder Nangong on the high platform. After she was helped up by Jun Wen, she felt guilty and uneasy. Elder Nangong, I'm sorry, although I did it unintentionally, I disturbed the classroom order, please punish me. Seeing her like this, Elder Nangong almost dissipated the remaining anger. Since you are unwell, sit down first. After Fang Shi saluted, she sat down again. Jun Wen also sat down. Fang Shi thought the matter was over, but Elder Nangong said again. You just said that you have a feeling in your heart, then you can talk about your feeling. Fang Shi. Sure enough, one lie needs 100 lies to cover it up. However, this is nothing to her who is good at writing small essays. She immediately said, Elder Nangong, what impresses me the most is the unity of human and sword. Although the art of controlling the sword is mainly for humans, if it can be in harmony with the soul of the sword spirit, the art of controlling the sword will definitely be greatly improved, and it may even be possible to fly with the sword without expending one's own magic energy. Elder Nangong kept nodding his head, and after Fang Shi finished speaking, he praised. You're right, many people mistakenly think that the magic sword is just an accessory, and they're left to be driven. But since the magic sword has a sword spirit, it is a living thing, not only needs to be nourished with devil energy, but also nourished with spirit. Only in this way can man and sword become one. Fang Shi listened very carefully, and in the process of listening, she also properly revealed expressions of doubt, sudden realization, admiration, and aberration. What I like most about being a teacher is this kind of students who listen carefully, give feedback at any time, and have understanding students. The same is true for Elder Nangong. Not only did he lose the previous displeasure, but he felt that this little handyman was very nice. Studious, motivated, and savvy. So, after this Dharma transmission class ended, he said. The two handymen in the northwest corner, follow me. Fang Shi and Jun Wen didn't know why, but they still followed along. Many disciples looked at their backs with envy and hatred, and felt that there was probably something wrong with Elder Nangong's eyes. Normally, all outstanding disciples were selected, but this time, 2 servants were selected, and they were the servants who would be expelled from the island in 3 months. Elder Nangong really didn't know the identities of Fang Shi and Jun Wen. After all, he was very busy and didn't have time to listen to gossip. When he was about to reach the place, he realized that these two were the 2 little wastes from the Zhu family. But it's all here, and it's not easy to return it. He led Fang Shi and Jun Wen into a courtyard and entered the first room to the west. The room was full of shards of the magic sword. It's really fragments, it's almost smashed into slag. Fang Shi noticed that some of the fragments had serial numbers marked on them, and there were quite a few sword molds. Is this to repair these magic swords? Elder Nangong explained, here are all fragments of the magic sword, and my job is to splice these magic swords together before repairing them. I think you two are smarter, give it a try. If you do well, I'll transfer you to me. Fang Shi and Jun Wen showed delighted expressions, but in fact they were 120 unwilling. How nice the dragon fish pond is. Leisurely and comfortable. Who wants to come here to fight for a broken sword? Next, Elder Nangong talked about the splicing method, which is very cumbersome, requiring careful observation of the fracture, and even perception with divine sense. After finding the correct pieces, put them into the sword mold for splicing. Thousands of trials and errors are required in this process. Fang Shi thinks this is looking for abuse. Only fools take this job. After Elder Nangong finished explaining the method, he asked Fang Shi and Jun Wen to try to splice it together. He continued with the work at hand. Jun Wen glanced at Fang Shi, and knew the junior sister was not interested in this job. Immediately, I knew what was going on. He got busy. I was very busy, but I didn't pay attention at all. It was a false busyness. The same is true for Fang Shi. I was busy with my hands, but I was thinking in my heart, the barbecue last night was good, but it was still far from grilled fish. It would be great if I could roast a few purple fin dragon fish openly. Thinking of the sea of flowers that Elder Hua said, the old man must not have a good heart, so he asked Deacon Kian at night, what is so tricky about it? This old Nangong doesn't know when he can let them go, it's so boring. Ellipsis. After finishing the work at hand, Elder Nangong wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and checked the progress of Jun Wen and Fang Shi. He walked to Jun Wen's side first, and shook his head involuntarily. Although the blood placement was very hard, and the body was even soaked in sweat, but there was no result at all, and it seemed that he had no talent. He walked up to Fang Shi again, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Fang Shi was still wandering in the sky, and grabbed a handful of fragments, some of them were thrown into the sword mold, and some were thrown outside. Standards are based entirely on mood. Whether he is or not, anyway, I have not been idle. The fragments in the sword mold were thrown in a mess, but with the experience and eyesight of Elder Nangong, it can be seen at a glance that these fragments can be connected together tightly. Almost 1/3 of a magic sword has been spliced. In other words, in just 2 hours, she had completed his month's workload. Elder Nangong was so excited that his lips trembled a little. Genius. Absolute genius. She has a natural keen intuition for the magic sword. Such talents must not be let go. Xiao Wu, you don't have to go back to raise fish in the future, just work as a handyman with me. No, I will go to the Peak Master right now and allow you to become Lang Yinyuan's inner disciple. And your brother, although he is a bit useless, he can borrow your light and become an outer disciple. Open black lens bracket continue o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 386. Fang Shi was dumbfounded for a moment. Is this Elder Nangong crazy? Then, his eyes moved to the sword model. Well, self-inflicted sin. The conscience of heaven and earth, she really just threw it in casually. People can't be too good, even if they want to be Loki. She is so difficult. She really didn't want to come to Elder Nangong's place to be some kind of inner sect disciple. How boring it is to play with these magic sword fragments every day. Not to mention anything else, there is no time to practice. But Elder Nangong is a big backer, so he has to be coaxed. After thinking about it, she showed a look of surprise and disbelief. Elder Nangong, what did you say? Elder Nangong said with a smile. You have a keen intuition for magic swords, so you can stitch them together quickly and well. You are born to be a good material for this job. A born swordsman. That's what you were talking about. Fang Shi. I feel like you're insulting someone. Elder Nangong now sees Fang Shi as pleasing to the eye, and even the unstable factor that she is the granddaughter of Blood Devourer doesn't think it matters. Immediately, he was going to find the Peak Master of Tianshu Peak to take Fang Shi into the inner gate. Fang Shi hurriedly said, Elder Nangong, I am very happy to be appreciated by you, you can even say that I am flattered. But you can't go to Peak Master, at least not now. Elder Nangong frowned. Why? Fang Shi sighed. Master Chi of the selection hall said that our cultivation base is low. The 7 Peak Masters are not willing to take us in, and they will expel us from Lang Yinyuan after 3 months. Forgive me for judging a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. I think the low cultivation level may be part of the reason. There must be other reasons why Lang Yinyuan can't tolerate us. You go to the Peak Master now. If he doesn't agree, he won't give you face. Agree? I'm still very embarrassed. Anyway, it's still 3 months away, and when the time is right, it's not too late for you to go find him again. If you like my craftsmanship, anyway, I'm in Longyu Pond for 1 day and 2 days off, so I can use the rest time to come over to help you. Do you think this will work? Elder Nangong really did not expect Fang Shi to say such words. This little girl is not only ice snow smart but also very considerate of others. 818 novels. He is a sensible boy. Her concerns were not unreasonable, and it would not be too late to talk about it after a while. It's just that she said to take a rest and 2 in the dragon fish pond. Is the handyman's job so leisurely now? At this moment, Fang's eyes face turned pale, and her body was a little bit crumbling. Only then did Elder Nangong remember that the little girl had been injured in Tianshui Shenten, so he hurriedly asked her to rest. It is estimated that Longyu Pond also took special care of her because of her unhealed injury. After thinking about it, he said to Fang Shi, You are injured, just come once every 2 or 3 days, and you don't have to work for too long each time, maybe 2 hours. Elder Nangong added, I won't let you do it for nothing. In addition to the job as a handyman, I will give you an additional job as an inner disciple. Fang Shi was overwhelmed with flattery, but Jun Wen was unlovable. Little junior sister, you agreed to touch fish, why are you working hard in a sneaky way? If I had known this earlier, I would have worked hard. I have already found 2 pieces to the right, and threw them out of the mold abruptly. At this moment, Fang Shi said, Elder Nangong, in fact, my brother is also very talented. He probably hasn't figured out the way just now. It will take a long time. Elder Nangong glanced at Junwen with a little disgust. Then let him come along, I'll make him a disciple of the outer sect. Fang Shi and Junwen hurriedly expressed their thanks, and Junwen also found the two pieces that were deliberately thrown out of the mold, and said that he was a little uncertain just now, and asked Elder Nangong to give some advice. The way Elder Nangong looked at Junwen suddenly changed. I thought it was a dog pea moss, but I didn't expect it to be a Ganoderma lucidum grass. I am very willing to give the disciples of the outer sect. Elder Nangong rewarded each of them with a bottle of elixir before letting them leave. After Fang Shi and Jun heard it, Fang Shi sighed. Brother, why do you think we have an extra job after attending a class? It is too difficult for an excellent person to keep a low profile. Junwen. He asked in a low voice, little sister, why didn't you let Elder Nangong go find the peak master? Fang Shi said quietly, what I said before is not a lie, they don't want to accept us, it's definitely not just because of our low cultivation. Elder Nangong went to say that it might not succeed, and the two sides would have a very unhappy fight. In this way, both the peak master and the Elder Nangong will have a grudge against us. Taking a step back, even if this thing can be done, how can we practice those broken swords every day? Junwen nodded, that's true, I'm still at ease now. When the 3 months are approaching, it will not be too late for Elder Nangong to find the peak master. Fang Shi smiled meaningfully. It's not convincing for him to go alone, we have to find a few more backers, and let them talk together when the time comes. I think Elder Hua is pretty good, and the Hall Master Ouyang of the Law Enforcing Hall who I haven't met is also good enough. Junwen. You said it so easily. Just think about it, these 1 or 2 seem to have a bad impression of you. Especially that Elder Hua, who wanted to dig a hole to bury you in the morning. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 387 You are here to be uncles. Seeing that it was still early, Fang Shi casually wandered around with Junwen to get acquainted with the terrain. After shopping around, Fang Shi came to Juabao Pavilion to chat with Elder Hua. Elder Hua, I didn't go to the Sea of Flowers you mentioned, I went to Chuanva Square to attend a lecture. You said it was such a coincidence that Elder Nangong fell in love with me and my elder brother, and asked us to help him every now and then. Ugh. Other handymen can do 1 job, but I have to do 2 jobs, or work across departments. Do you think it is too difficult for me? Elder Hua. That old bastard Nangong Shuhei is probably blind. So many disciples didn't choose, but chose these 2 things to help him. Elder Hua, do you need a handyman? If necessary, my brother and I are always at your call. Elder Hua glanced at her, get lost. Fang Shi said with a smile. You speak so nicely. Then my brother and I will get out of here mellowly. See you again another day. After speaking, he ran away with Junwen. Today, the news that she and Junwen were taken away by Elder Nangong must have spread, and they will have to go to work in the future, so there is no need to hide it. As long as you keep the case under wraps. This night, Fang Shi and Junwen still only slept for an hour, and the rest of the time was spent on cultivation. 818 novels. The next morning, when Fang Shi was about to go to the lake to clean up water plants, a handyman came over. You have never done such rough work before, you must not be used to it, let me do it for you. As soon as the words fell, another handyman ran over, I don't have much work today, so let me do it together. And I. Ellipsis. Fang Shi saw that there were too many people, so she simply compiled a schedule for them. For at least a month, neither she nor Junwen will have to work. Deacon Qian who witnessed everything. Are you here to be handymen? You are here to be masters. I'm not as relaxed as you are. Just as she was thinking, Fang Shi walked over with a smile on her face. Deacon Qian's heart suddenly jumped, what does this Su you want to do? Wouldn't it be asking him to help with the work? Deacon Qian, I heard that there is a sea of flowers next to Tinshui Shenten. Is it fun there? Deacon Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly said. You can't go there. The golden-eyed variegated bees raised in Tinji Peak next door often go to the Sea of Flowers to collect honey. Although the golden-eyed variegated bees are not very poisonous, they will cause rashes all over the body after being stung by them, which are painful and itchy, which is very painful. Fang Shi thought to herself, as expected, she knew that Elder Hua didn't hold back anything. She wondered, since it is the bees raised by Tinji Peak, why did they come to our Tinshu Peak to collect honey? No one chased them away. Deacon Qian whispered. It's not because our Peak Master is easy to talk, and he doesn't think it's necessary to have friction with Tinji Peak because of this matter. Anyway, you just need to stay away from there in the future. Fang Shi nodded, so that's what happened. She didn't want to go, so she didn't take it too seriously. Since she didn't have to go to work today, she came to Elder Hua after breakfast to get in touch. Elder Hua is annoying her to death. See her and drive her away. But I can't stand Fang Shi's thick skin. For a while, he helped sweep the floor, and for a while, he helped wipe the table, and made him a pot of good tea brought from Zhu's house. In the end, he also said that he wanted to talk to him about why Zhu Bawan accepted her as his granddaughter. Elder Hua was very interested in this, and reluctantly let Fang Shi stay. As a result, Fang Shi talked about things but didn't get to the point. Ziliu drank 2 cups of tea and ran away. Elder Hua almost died of anger. He felt that there was no need to ask, the reason why Zhu Bawan accepted her as his granddaughter must be because these 2 people are not doing human affairs. Fang Shi took Junwen to the law enforcement hall again. Deacon Hua of the law enforcement hall buzzed his head, why did this disaster come again? After Fang Shi saluted, she said with a smile. Deacon Hua, I'm here to thank Hall Master Ouyang. Thanks to him for upholding justice for me, I was able to obtain such a peerless treasure as the Shanhei Chankan Inkstone. Can you introduce me? Deacon Hua was taken aback for a moment, Shanhei Chankan Inkstone. Elder Hua is really hurtful. He actually gave her the scourge of Shanhei Chank and Inkstone. Isn't this cheating her? He suppressed his thoughts and said, Master Ouyang is busy with his affairs, so he doesn't have time to see you. Well, let me convey it to you. Fang Shi nodded, then there will be Deacon Lao Huo. After speaking, he took Jun Wen out. It was only when she passed the crooked neck tree that she stopped and walked around the crooked neck tree 3 times before leaving. Deacon Huo was a little puzzled. Why did she circle the crooked neck tree 3 times? What is the way here? In fact, after Fang Shi said that he had hanged himself that day, he wanted to cut down the crooked neck tree. But Hall Master Ouyang said that he made a fuss out of a molehill, and the tree didn't provoke him, so why cut it? Deacon Huo didn't dare to chop. In the afternoon, Fang Shi came again, walked around the tree 3 times, and then left. The more Deacon Huo thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange, so he went to Hall Master Ouyang to tell the matter. Hall Master Ouyang was thoughtful after listening. I heard that the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the law enforcement hall was transplanted by Zhu Qihuan back then. Could there be something hidden? Go and call Zhu Wuyu. Fang Shi was chatting with Elder Hua right now. Elder Hua, believe it or not, Master Ouyang of the law enforcing hall will come to invite me later. Elder Hua certainly didn't believe it. Don't put gold on your face. As for you, who hates dogs, who will invite you? Elder Hua now has no elder burden at all, anyway, he knows what the other party is good at, so it's fine to act in his true colors. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 388. You wasn't this virtuous in law enforcement hall before. Fang Shi smiled and said to Elder Hua. How about you make a bet with me? If I lose, I will never come here to hinder your eyes again. If I win, you let me look through the registry of the treasure pavilion. I've been addicted to my eyes. Elder Hua felt that this behavior was childish. When he is old, will he bet with a girl? Elder Hua, you don't dare to bet with me, do you? That's right, if I lose as a little handyman, I lose. If an elder as big as you loses, where will he put his face? People, once you have a certain status, the burden will be heavy, and you will be afraid of your hands and feet, and you will be afraid of being smashed to death when the raindrops fall. Elder Hua knew she was provoking him, but he still couldn't hold back. Just bet. He didn't believe that Hall Master Ouyang would find her little rogue in his spare time. As soon as the words fell, 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall walked in. Zhu Wuyu, we Yang Tang mainly see you, come with us. Hurry up, don't waste time. The attitude of these 2 law enforcement hall disciples is really not good, with their nostrils upturned. Fang Shi glanced at them. Are you here to invite people or to arrest people? If you come to arrest someone, show the interrogation certificate from the law enforcement hall. If you invite someone, then pay attention to your attitude. 2 law enforcement disciples. It's the first time I've seen such a crooked handyman. 818 novels. But thinking about what this person did, it doesn't seem too strange. Of course they didn't raise the document for interrogation, so they had to soften their tone. We were also in a hurry, so it was a bit offensive. Yang Tang mainly sees you, please come with us. Only then did Fang Shi stand up, and said to the dull-faced Elder Hua. I'll take a stroll around the law enforcement hall first, and I'll be back in a while. After finishing speaking, he took Jun Wen and followed the 2 disciples from the law enforcing hall. It took Elder Hua a while to recover. Hall Master Ouyang really wanted to see her. Is this one both crazy? Do you all regard this little rascal as a baby bump? Fang Shi was brought into Hall Master Ouyang's study, while Jun Wen was stopped outside. After Fang Shi entered the study, she was taken aback when she saw Hall Master Ouyang. Although he quickly regained his composure, Hall Master Ouyang and Deacon Huo both noticed. After she saluted, Hall Master Ouyang asked, why were you surprised when you saw me just now? Fang Shi bowed her head and remained silent. Hall Master Ouyang asked again. Fang Shi raised her head, her eyes were already full of tears. I think of my dad. Hall Master Ouyang. Deacon Huo. Let's not say that you are out of reach, the key is that Hall Master Ouyang is old enough to be your great-grandfather, you say he looks like your father. But the 2 of them thought again, she is the granddaughter of Zhu Baihuan, if they talk about it like this, it seems that Hall Master Ouyang is taking advantage. Fang Shi sobbed and said, I have never seen my father, but the father I imagined is what you look like. A gentleman is supremely virtuous, but like a metaphor, kisses without doing anything, and is powerful without anger. I know I was rude and offensive when I said this, sorry. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she bowed deeply, then wiped away her tears with her sleeves, and stood silently. Hall Master Ouyang was silent for a while, and then said, sit down and answer. Deacon Huo. Have you forgotten that she's just a little handyman? After Fang Shi thanked her, she sat on the chair, but she only sat a third of the way, her back was straightened, and her hands were slightly clenched into fists and put on her knees. Anyone who sees it will think that this is a well-behaved little girl. Deacon Huo. You didn't have this kind of virtue in law enforcement hall before. Hall Master Ouyang obviously had a good impression of Fang Shi, and asked in a moderate tone. I heard from Deacon Huo that you were very interested in the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the law enforcement hall. You would circle it 3 times every time. Why? Fang Shi said with some embarrassment. There is no reason, that I was almost wronged by the people in Tianshui Shenton the day before yesterday, thanks to you and Deacon Huo who helped me uphold justice. The crooked neck tree also helped me indirectly, so I think it is my precious tree, and I went around 3 times to express my gratitude. Hall Master Ouyang. Deacon Huo. They just never dreamed it would be like this. Hall Master Ouyang gave Deacon Huo a hard look, and said to himself, you should ask in person instead of coming to tell me. It's good now, after making such a move, I can't get off the stage. Deacon Huo was wrong too. What normal person would do such a thing? At this time, Fang Shi said with some anxiety. Master Ouyang, did you ask me to inquire about the Tianshui Shenten in detail? When I dived underwater to find the hairpin, there seemed to be a small gap underneath, but I'm not sure if it was my eyesight. So I didn't mention this matter with Deacon Huo. Did you have a new discovery? These words successfully resolved Hall Master Ouyang's embarrassment, and he immediately asked in detail. Fang Shi said something specious, and then brought the topic to the disciples on duty at Tianshui Shenten. Hall Master Ouyang, to put it bluntly, I really suffered an indiscriminate disaster that day. Since it is a forbidden area, it should be marked, even if it is a monument. It is good to have a way to solve the problem, but it is more important to prevent problems before they happen. Just like our law enforcement hall, law enforcement is important, but law popularization is equally important. Many disciples and handymen are not familiar with the rules of the island. Even if they know it, they only have a half knowledge, which is why they violated the rules of the island. I have an immature suggestion. Our law enforcement hall can set up a law enhancing team to do this kind of work. See you at 5 points. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 389 Wooden Sword Hiccups. Smiling face casual date is just a click away. Sign up and start meeting women in your area today. Singles near you. Hall Master Ouyang nodded frequently, and so did Deacon Huo. Deacon Huo thought to himself, I didn't expect this little rascal to be a bit of a showman. Fang Shi eloquently said a lot, and then said with some embarrassment. Master Ouyang, I made you laugh. I just expressed my feelings. If there is something wrong, please forgive me. Hall Master Ouyang nodded. Although some things are taken for granted, the overall idea is still very good. You are right, blindly punishing is not the original intention of our law enforcement hall, but preventing problems before they happen. It is indeed necessary to form a law-enhancing team to raise the disciples' awareness of the island rules. Do you have any specific suggestions? Fang Shi immediately babbled. It wasn't her bragging. She could publish a book on measures to popularize the law. After all, whenever she went to a new place, the first thing she did was study the regulations. Hall Master Ouyang couldn't help nodding, and looked at Fang Shi with a little more appreciation. Even Deacon Huo was impressed. The little rascal does have 2 brushes. Hall Master Ouyang praised Fang Shi, and then said, after you go back, organize what you said into a book and send it over. Fang Shi nodded in agreement, and then tactfully offered to leave. Hall Master Ouyang didn't ask her to stay. He waved his hand and let her go out. After she left, Deacon Huo said with emotion, no wonder Zhuba Wan accepted her as his granddaughter. This little girl is really capable. Hall Master Ouyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It's really interesting. Deacon Huo's eyes almost popped out. Hall Master Ouyang laughed. He actually laughed. Thousands of years of facial paralysis can actually smile. When he was in shock, Hall Master Ouyang said, that little girl probably circled the tree on purpose, just to see me. However, her suggestion is indeed very reasonable, so there is no need to argue with her about it. Deacon Huo actually guessed it, and said quickly, Hall Master, what do you think is the purpose of her doing this? I think it's mostly because I want to curry favor with you, and ask you to help say something nice in front of the Peak Master so that she can stay in Langyunyuan. Hall Master Ouyang nodded. I think so too. Let's see her follow-up performance. As soon as Deacon Huo heard it, he knew that Hall Master Ouyang had a good impression of Zhu Wuyu, and maybe he would really intercede for her. Obviously the day before yesterday he also said that Zhu Wuyu would act recklessly and it would be difficult to become a master. As a result, today's attitude changed drastically. Could it be because Zhu Wuyu said that he looks like her father? At this time, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen have returned to Juobao Pavilion. Elder Hua didn't want to see her at all, but he conceded the bet and handed her the treasure register. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen looked through it together. The two frequently exclaimed, little sister, look at this, it really suits you. Brother, I think this suits you quite well. Elder Hua. Do you think my place is a shop selling magic weapons? Also started to choose. After looking through it, Fang Shi returned the register to Elder Hua. Elder Hua held back his breath and asked her, what does Hall Master Ouyang want you to do? Fang Shi bared her small white teeth. You guess. After speaking, S.A. Yazi ran away. Elder Hua's skull was blown away again. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen walked around again, and then returned to the residence to practice. The next morning, Fang Shi brought Zhang Wen to find Elder Nangong. Although part-time, she still has a great work ethic. Elder Nangong was very happy to see them, and after saying a few words, he let them start working. Fang Shi is still resigned. She throws it into the magic sword mold if she thinks it is pleasing to the eye, and throws the one that is not pleasing to the side. In contrast, Zhang Wen is much more serious. His method is basically the same as Elder Nangong's. In addition to his intuition for swords, he also relies on his meticulous observation and patience beyond ordinary people. Elder Nangong kept nodding. Although Zhu Wuyu is a rare natural swordsman, Zhu Anfang is more tenacious and diligent. I didn't expect this gift to be quite good. At this moment, Elder Nangong asked Fang Shi and Zhang Wen to continue splicing the magic sword and then went out. After he left, Fang Shi began to behave badly. Zhang Wen continued to stitch together. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh. Although the fifth senior brother is out of tune, he is indeed very talented and resilient in the way of swordsmanship. She felt a little sleepy, and regardless of the fragments of the magic sword around her, she pulled out a clearing and lay down and fell asleep. After a while, the wooden sword sneaked out from the storage ring. It penetrated into the residue of the magic sword with lightning speed. Little black ball quickly woke up Feng Shi. Master, the bastard of the wooden sword has sneaked out. He got into the residue of the magic sword. Feng Shi was excited, and there was a vague premonition in his heart, so he hurried to pick up the remnants of the magic sword. Seeing this, Junwen hurriedly asked, "Little sister, what's the matter?" Feng Shi didn't have time to explain, so she hurriedly said, "Brother, hurry up, my sword has gone inside." Junwen was stunned for a moment. "Your sword? That broken wooden sword?" Although he wondered how it got into the residue of the magic sword, he still started to help Feng Shi pick up the residue. As a result, he saw that the residue of the magic sword lost its luster, and then turned into powder. A thought flashed through the minds of Feng Shi and Junwen at the same time. Big trouble. These magic sword residues are the lifeblood of Elder Nangong. If he knows that the residues are all destroyed, he must shoot him to death. At this time, the wooden sword emerged from the powder on the ground. It is quite different from before. The whole body is jet black, exuding a lustrous luster. Then I burped. Feng Shi. Junwen. Can the sword still burp? However, what is more important now is how to explain to Elder Nangong. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 390. Does the little junior sister have an auspicious face? When Feng Shi and Junwen were worried, the wooden sword flew to the high platform where the magic sword mold was placed. Feng Shi almost died of fright. You stop me. It's not that she doesn't want to restrain the wooden sword with her spiritual sense, but it's useless. Inside the sea of consciousness, the wooden swords rattled and killed, and the little black balls couldn't get close at all. This wooden sword is crazy. Totally crazy. Just when Feng Shi thought that the wooden sword was going to absorb the spliced magic swords, it made a buzzing sound. The brilliance of those magic swords in the mold flowed, and then trembled slightly. Just then, there were footsteps outside the door. The wooden sword swished back into Feng Shi's storage ring. Feng Shi winked at Junwen, and both of them fainted in unison. Elder Nangong walked briskly to the door and pushed it open. Then, the old man froze. He even suspected that he was in the wrong place. What about the residue of his magic sword? So what about the big pile of magic sword residue? Was eaten. However, seeing Feng Shi and Junwen fainted on the ground, they still chose to save others first. Both of them had pale faces and covered in cold sweat. They're not pretending. She acted in her true colors and was scared by the wooden sword. Feng Shi was the first to wake up, and then pointed to the high platform where the magic sword mold was placed and said in horror, "Elder, those swords, those swords." Elder Nangong buzzed his head, hurried to the high platform, and then froze, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Then there is ecstasy. He took out a handful of magic swords and caressed them, his mouth almost grinned to the ears. Seeing this scene, Feng Shi finally let go of her hanging heart. The wooden sword did something human. After a while, Elder Nangong excitedly asked Feng Shi and Junwen, "What just happened?" Junwen didn't say anything, because he was afraid of saying the wrong thing. This kind of thing is better to let the younger sister do it. Feng Shi was a little shocked and said, "After you left, my brother and I have been splicing magic swords together, when suddenly the magic swords on the high platform made a buzzing sound. There was a sharp pain in my consciousness, and then I didn't know anything. Elder, what is going on here? How did these magic sword residues turn into powder?" Elder Nangong stroked his beard and said, "Don't be afraid, it's a good thing. These spliced magic swords actually awakened the sword spirit and repaired the sword body independently. This is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Although the sword spirit can be produced after re-refining, the sword spirit produced in this way is very weak, far inferior to the self-awakened sword spirit. The reason why those demonic sword residues were turned into dust was probably because energy was absorbed by these demonic swords." Feng Shi tentatively asked, "Then, is that a loss?" Elder Nangong laughed loudly. "Silly girl, what are you losing? You've made a lot of money. The magic sword that automatically awakens the sword spirit, one is worth 100 ordinary magic swords. I have to say, you little girl is really lucky, you can even be called auspicious." Feng Shi thought, she angrily, "I almost became a scourge." Elder Nangong was still very excited, kept talking about how precious the magic sword that automatically awakened the sword spirit was, and praised Feng Shi as a flower. Junwen was a little speechless. "Leaving the facts aside, I am also in the room, why do you only praise junior sister and not me? Does the little junior sister have an auspicious face?" Elder Nangong babbled for a while, and then he was about to present treasures to the peak master, so that Feng Shi and Junwen could go back first. Feng Shi said, "Don't mention me and my brother's credit when you talk about it, it's not too late to talk about it when the time is right." Elder Nangong now sees that Feng Shi is extremely pleasing to the eye, so he naturally agrees wholeheartedly. Before leaving, she gave Feng Shi a storage ring, and left in a hurry. Feng Shi probed into the divine sense and saw that there were a full 100 million magic crystals and several bottles of pills inside. It seems that Elder Nangong is really excited. It's just that she can't. Only by putting a long line can you catch big fish, and you can catch big fish. However, the one thing she wants to do most now is to pack the wooden sword. So, she and Junwen went straight back to Dragonfish Pond. Before arriving at the Dragonfish Pond, I heard someone yelling loudly, "Deacon Kian is Deacon Kian, and I am me. When it comes to the day when I am on duty, you have to listen to me." 818 novels. Just now I just gave you a little lesson, let you know who is the person in charge here. Your errands also have to be redistributed. If you want light work, then you have to be sensible. Feng Shi frowned. There were originally 2 deacons in the Dragonfish Pond, but because of the loss of several purple-finned dragonfish, the deacon who was on duty on the day of the accident was transferred away. So Deacon Kian has been on duty for the past few days. Hearing this, it should be that a new deacon has been sent over. At this time, the new Deacon Zhu also saw Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, and said with a sneer. Yo, you guys are quite relaxed. It's just two little wastes, and they feel that they're great because of the cheeky blackmail. It's just that people don't care about you. From now on, you guys go to work obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Fang Shi was originally upset because of the matter of New Jian, but when he saw many handymen with bruised noses and swollen faces, his temper suddenly came up. She walked up to Deacon Zhu and pointed at the handyman. Did you beat me? Deacon Zhu sneered. Yes, I was the one who hit it, what's the matter? You still want the dog to meddle in the mouse's business. Nor look in the mirror at your own virtue. The next moment, there was a sharp pain in his consciousness, and he was kicked into the leg by Fang Shi. Fang Shi stood on the bank, condescending. Come on, beat one more time. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 391. You say this chapter is not afraid of being struck by lightning. Deacon Zhu really didn't expect Fang Shi to dare to do this, and even choked up when he didn't notice. He was absolutely furious. Zhu Wu, you are tired of living. Do you know that it is a serious crime for a handyman to beat a disciple of a deacon? I'm going to the law enforcement hall to sue you. Fang Shi curled her lips. It's obvious that you slipped and fell into the water, so what does it have to do with me? Do you think so? Zhang Wen was the first to cheer. Yes, you were framing it, and you fell into it yourself. The handyman thought that if they couldn't help Zhu Wu subdue Deacon Zhu, they would definitely have no good results, so why not take a gamble? So they all said. I saw it too. You fell into it yourself, and it has nothing to do with Zhu Wu. That's right, obviously you tripped over your left foot and fell in with your right foot. Ellipsis. Deacon Zhu was furious. It's all right to say that my feet are slippery, but you still say that my left foot tripped my right foot. My feet are newly grown, still playing with each other. Okay, you guys are going to rebel. Wait for me, all of you have nothing to eat. He climbed up the bank while talking, but was kicked back into the water by Fang Shi. Deacon Zhu's face turned green with anger. Tried to climb up again, but was kicked back by Fang Shi. Ellipsis. Fang Shi also kindly reminded, you can also summon the people in the law enforcement hall while in the water, let them arrest me. Just in time to catch a current one. Deacon Zhu was taken aback, yes. As soon as he picked up the identity jade badge, he heard Fang Shi say. However, I have to remind you. First, you must provide evidence for everything. Even if people from the law enforcement hall come, no one will believe what you say. Second, I believe that there must be a lot of dirty things on your body. Don't pull out the radish and bring out the mud, and shoot yourself in the foot with a stone. Third, I'm a narrow-minded person, and I will get revenge. If you dare to report me, I will kill you sooner or later, even strangle your little mouse who has not opened his eyes. If you don't believe me, try it. Deacon Zhu's expression kept changing, and he dared not send a message. He gritted his teeth and said, my lord has a lot of things that I don't care about with you, so let's forget about this matter and let me go up. Fang Shi chuckled, you'd better hang out again, and come back when your mind clears up. Deacon Zhu. If you keep the Green Hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood, and it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Deacon Zhu persuaded himself for a long time, and finally took the first step of confessing. Zhu Wu, this time I was the one who was outspoken, I apologize to you, you let me go up. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows, then what do you say about beating up my people? Deacon Zhu cursed inwardly, your people, how old are you? Exclamation mark, you are really shameless. But in order to get ashore quickly, he had to say. I was also impatient for a while, so I acted a little rough, and I will definitely change it in the future. Fang Shi looked at him coldly, then apologized to them. Of course Deacon Zhu was unwilling, and was about to speak when he heard Fang Shi say to Zhang Wen. Brother, what if someone guards and steals the purple fin arowana? Zhang Wen immediately said. Of course to catch him now. It is also excusable to miss and kill him for a while. Anyway, if he is a fish thief, he will die if he dies, and no one will hold him accountable. Deacon Zhu. You are a threat from Chiguguo. He squeezed out 3 words between his teeth, I'm sorry. Fang Shi shook her head, the voice is too low, try again. Deacon Zhu trembled with anger, and raised his voice, I'm sorry, I shouldn't hit you. The attitude is not sincere, try again. If you don't reflect thoroughly, start over. Ellipsis. Half an hour later, Deacon Zhu wrote the first small self-criticism essay in his life, full of emotion and tears. Those handymen were extremely moved. In Langyuan, who would treat the handyman as a human being? Not to mention being beaten a few times, even if he was beaten half to death, no one cares, his real life is worthless. But Zhu Wu helped them uphold justice, and helped them vent their anger. It also made them realize what dignity is. The eyes they looked at Fang Shi were full of emotion and admiration. No wonder they can become the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan. If they were members of the Blood Demon clan, they would also like to have such a holy aunt. At this time, Deacon Zhu finally went ashore. Fang Shi looked at him, actually, you were right just now, it's not appropriate for me to ask these handymen to help me with the errands of clearing water and weeds, after all, they all have their own errands. How about this, you can do the work of me and my brother in the future. Do you have an opinion? Deacon Zhu, no. Fang Shi nodded, it seems that you are much more awake now than before, and if you have any unrealistic thoughts in the future, just jump into the water and soak for a while. I have taught you so many principles of life, shouldn't you show something? Deacon Zhu almost burst into tears. Deceiving too much. It's so deceiving. But he couldn't beat him, and he didn't dare to complain, so he could only give Fangxi 10,000 magic crystals with heartache. Fangxi curled her lips. It's a little bit less, but I'm kind-hearted, so let's do it. Deacon Zhu. You are not afraid of being struck by lightning if you say this. Fangxi called the handyman together, and distributed magic crystals to each of them. Deacon Zhu will compensate you for your medical expenses. The handyman never dreamed that Fangxi would do this. I was moved to tears. In their eyes, Fangxi's image is extremely tall. Let's put it this way, he's just a little bit worse than the demon god. After all, the demon god is too far away, but Zhu Huyu is close at hand. She is the light that redeems them. Open black lens bracket continue it, a clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 322 let it know what is dangerous in the world. Fangxi briefly talked with the handyman, and then asked Zhang Wen. Brother, did you record the touching scene of Deacon Zhu's apology just now? Zhang Wen said in a pitiful tone, little sister, don't worry, nothing is missed, everything has been recorded. Fangxi nodded in satisfaction. Very good, this way, Deacon Zhu can work with peace of mind. Deacon Zhu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Killing hearts. This blood worry is too bad. With this handle in her hands, he has to be obedient even if he is not obedient. Otherwise, if it spreads out, what face does he have to face others? In the distance, Deacon Qian kept looking through the crack of the door, and in his heart lit a big candle that soared to the sky for Deacon Zhu. Should. Tell you to show off your might. Tell you to laugh at my weakness and incompetence. Has it been cleaned up? Don't even think about it. Why am I so accommodating to Zhu Huyu brothers and sisters? Am I the cheapest? It's not forced. Here, Fangxi has already returned to her room. Zhang Wen was worried and followed in. Fangxi said with a cold face, Mu Jian, get out. The wooden sword was really obedient, flew out, and circled around the room a few times. During the period, some difficult moves were also shown. The kite turned over, the cop stood up. It can be seen that it is in a very good mood. Fangxi looked at it coldly, and then said, let's break the contract. The wooden sword froze for an instant. Small body, big question mark. Why? Fangxi said lightly. You can enter and leave my storage ring at will, you can absorb the energy of those magic sword residues without my permission, and you can also awaken the sword spirits of those magic swords. You are too capable. My temple can't fit your big Buddha, so you should find another master. Although Mu Jian can't communicate with Fangxi with words for the time being, he can still convey some emotions with his spiritual consciousness. For example, at this time, the emotions it conveys are panic and a little guilty. The external expression is that this guy started to rub Fangxi's hand with the hilt of his sword, looking flattering. Unfortunately, Fangxi didn't buy it. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. Your cultivation base is not enough, I don't care if you fly crookedly. You caused a lot of trouble in Wanjanzong, and I chose to tolerate it. After all, a contract is also fate. But you let me down so much this time. If you want to eat those magic sword residues, you can tell me, I will find a way to make you eat it. But you were so good at making claims, which put me in a very passive position. Although you resolved the crisis later, it was just a fluke. What if you can't wake up the sword spirit? What if Elder Nangong has doubts about this? In the final analysis, you don't see me as your master at all, I'm just your pedal. My sea of consciousness is just your temporary residence. I don't raise such a wolf-hearted thing like you. Either terminate the contract, or tell me a way to restrain you, there are only two options, you choose yourself. Wooden Sword didn't want to choose either. Why are donkey dung eggs and little fat birds so miserable? Wasn't it because he was eaten to death by an unscrupulous master? It doesn't want to follow in their footsteps. But changing the owner is also impossible. Who? Could it be the second idiot standing next to him? It just drags. It dragged until she had to compromise. However, the next moment, it discovered that Fangxi had begun to terminate the contract. Only then did it know that Fangxi was not just pretending, but really wanted to terminate the contract. Mu Jian panicked. It fell to its knees. It's hard to believe that its sword body can still bend. However, Fangxi still did not stop the action of terminating the contract. Mu Jian was completely panicked. In desperation, he said intermittently with his divine sense. Sword, scabbard. Only then did Fangxi stop her movements. The scabbard. You mean if you can find your scabbard, you can be restrained? Where's the scabbard? Mu Jian began to play dead. In order to match his performance, the sword body returned to the appearance of the wooden sword before, and fainted. Fangxi. You were so cheap. She kicked the wooden sword. Just this time, don't make another example. As for the scabbard, if there is a chance to put it on again. Seeing that the crisis was over, Mu Jian hurriedly flew back to the storage ring. Then, it was violently beaten by the little black ball and the others. The little black ball yelled the most, beat it hard, tell it not to listen to its master, tell it to hit us before it hits us. Let it know what is dangerous in the world. What is good is rewarded with good and evil is rewarded with evil. Mu Jian was so angry that he was half dead, but he didn't dare to fight back. The unscrupulous owner finally let it go, so it must be Loki at this time, so as not to cause complications. Zhang Wen saw that the matter with the wooden sword was resolved, so he went back to his room to practice. Fangxi started to write a pamphlet for popularizing the law, and wrote several sheets of paper in a profuse manner, checked it again, and only started to practice after seeing that there were no omissions. The next morning, Fangxi Pidian came to see Hall Master Ouyang. Hall Master Ouyang did not expect that she would write the law popularization booklet so quickly. The steps and methods were clearly written, and even a time schedule was attached at the back. Hall Master Ouyang couldn't help but nodded. Not bad, well written. Fang Shi said with some embarrassment. I don't have much experience, it's all on paper, and I have to see how it works. If you need me anywhere, you can send someone to call me, and I will be there anytime. Hall Master Ouyang thought for a while and said, that would be too troublesome, why don't you go back to Dragonfish Pond, and transfer directly to our law enforcement hall as a handyman. Fang Shi was a little embarrassed. Master Ouyang, although I would like to be your servant, but Long Yuqi cannot do without me. Hall Master Ouyang. Dragonfish Pond cannot do without you. You can really put gold on your face. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 393 You, a little handyman, are busier than me. Fang Shi explained, we lost more than a dozen purple-finned dragonfish last time, so we are trying to find ways to increase the breeding rate of purple-finned dragonfish. I have a rough understanding of these, so I can't do without me there for the time being. In addition to Dragonfish Pond, I have to go to Elder Nangong to splice the magic sword, and I have to go to Juobao Pavilion to help Elder Hua. So, I'm really at my wit's end. Hall Master Ouyang. Good guy, you little handyman is busier than me. At first he thought that Fang Shi tried every means to get close to her in order to enter the law enforcement hall, but now it seems that he misunderstood her. But she edited this booklet, and there are some things that really require her to come. So he said, how about this, you are still working in Long Yuqi, come here every 2 or 3 days. I'll send you an extra copy of the handyman. Fang Shi said in her heart, you stingy. Elder Nangong directly gave me the records of inner disciples. Thoughts are in his heart, but on the surface he was flattered and said some polite words. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he said, Master, my brother is also responsible for this manual, so can you let him come with me? Hall Master Ouyang felt that this was not a big deal, so he nodded in agreement. Fang Shi came out from Hall Master Ouyang and came to see Elder Hua. Elder Hua immediately slapped her when he saw her. Get lost. Of course, he didn't use magic energy in this palm, it was just a show to scare Fang Shi. As a result, Fang Shi lay on the ground directly. Elder Hua. Never seen such a brazen person. Fang Shi got up from the ground all at once, and said with a smile, Elder Hua, I'm going to enter the law enforcement hall. Elder Hua. Of course he didn't believe it. Fang Shi babbled and told the story. Of course, she didn't mention the unilateral recognition of her father. The horoscope has not been written yet, so you can't be blind. Elder Hua only felt that his 3 views had been impacted. It seems that this girl has only been on the island for a few days, right? This is how many errands have been mixed up. If this is 3 months, can't he be busier than the Peak Master? Elder Hua, while I can still share a petal, quickly arrange an errand for me in the Juobao Pavilion. Otherwise, in a few days, you will not be able to grab this good thing. After this village, there will be no such shop. Don't miss this opportunity, never miss it again. Elder Hua. You know how to put gold on your face. He snorted coldly. After all, it's a hairy boy, he will wag his tail when he has some achievements. At most, you are just a handyman in the law enforcement hall, not even an outer disciple, so what are you so proud of? Fang Shi bared her small white teeth. I am willing. Elder Hua, get the hell out of here. This time Fang Shi rolled away in a hurry. Anyway, she has said all she needs to say, she still has things to do, and she has no time to coax the old children here. In her mind, it doesn't matter whether the handyman or the disciple is. Her ultimate goal is to show her face in front of Hall Master Ouyang and gain her favorability. Besides, how good are the handymen in the law enforcement hall? It is most suitable for the fox to pretend to be the tiger. Coming out of Juobao Pavilion, Fang Shi and Jun Wen came to look for Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong smiled until his eyes narrowed. Xiao Wu Yu is here, quickly try this snack, it's what I asked Fang for. Fang Shi thanked Elder Nangong, then took one piece out of the oil paper bag and handed it to Jun Wen, and took another piece herself. Elder Nangong glanced at Jun Wen. Your sister is really kind to you, you have to have a conscience. Jun Wen vaguely felt that Elder Nangong's words were a bit sour. But it doesn't matter, this snack is delicious. The skin melts in the mouth, and the inside is soft and sweet. It is indeed a good thing of the Peak Master. Fang Shi ate 2 pieces of snacks, and then took out the storage ring that Elder Nangong gave her yesterday. Elder, the things inside are too expensive, I can't take them. Elder Nangong waved his hand. Here you are, just take it, I usually tinker with these magic swords and there is nothing to spend money on. Fang Shi repeatedly refused and Elder Nangong also confiscated it. Fang Shi had no choice but to accept it. It seems that Elder Nangong is a sincere person, and he puts all his heart on the magic sword. She was also very thankful that Mu Jian took remedial measures yesterday, otherwise Elder Nangong would have shot her to death. At this time, Elder Nangong said, Xiao Wu Yu, you came just in time. Those magic sword remnants from before have been turned into dust, I have to get some more magic sword remnants back, come with me. Fang Shi was taken aback, and then went to get some magic sword residue. Hearing this means a lot. Before she could do anything, the wooden sword in the sea of consciousness was deceitful. Jumping and kneeling, and even performing 18 consecutive rolls for Fang Shi. Fang Shi, suddenly I don't want to go. As far as the virtue of the wooden sword is concerned, what should I do if I get into trouble at that time? So, she clutched her belly and said, Elder, I don't feel well in my stomach, so I won't go with you. Elder Nangong looked nervous. I'll take you to Elder Mu to have a look. He is proficient in medicine, and he will definitely cure his illness with the medicine. Elder, no need, I'll just go back and take a rest. Elder Nangong said eagerly, how can that be done? I am still in a hurry to get the residue of the magic sword. You must go with me. Feng Shi, elder, why do you insist on taking me with you? You are auspicious. With you, you will definitely get the magic sword residue that is easier to revive the sword spirit. Feng Shi. Feudal superstition is bad. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 394. Feng Shi tried her best to convince Elder Nangong that she was not auspicious, and that the previous incident was purely a coincidence. The more she said that, the more amiable Elder Nangong looked at her. Not arrogant or impetuous, modest and prudent, what a good boy. Seeing that Elder Nangong insisted on taking her there, Feng Shi had no choice but to say, I can go with you, but we can agree that if something unexpected happens, don't blame me. Elder Nangong's expression sank. What are you talking about? You were brought over by me, so even if there is anything, I should be responsible for it. It looks like your stomach doesn't hurt anymore, let's go. Feng Shi had no choice but to agree. Before going out, Elder Nangong hesitated for a moment, and then said to Jun Wen, you go with me too. Although the aptitude is not as good as that of Xiao Wuyu, it is not bad. After all, Xiao Wuyu is a natural swordsman, ordinary people can't compare. Jun Wen was rather flattered, and hurriedly followed. He was very curious about where Elder Nangong was going to get the residue of the magic sword, and Feng Shi was also curious. However, she still has more important things to do now, which is to beat the wooden sword. When you get to the place, be honest with me, if you dare to act without authorization, I will terminate the contract with you. Not only that, I will send you to Elder Nangong. You should know how obsessed he is with swords. When the time comes there will be plenty of ways to torture you. It might melt you down. Mu Jian was not as excited as before, and behaved fairly well. But Feng Shi always felt that it was an act. You have to figure out a way. She suddenly thought of the jade sip in the Sea of Consciousness. Yesterday when the wooden sword went berserk, all the little black balls in the Sea of Consciousness were beaten, but the jade sips were safe and sound. So, she said to those jade sips, you look at it for me, don't let it cause trouble. In the next moment, the jade sip fell to the surrounding of the wooden sword's consciousness, and finally put a cover on it kindly. Good guy, a coffin was built for Mu Jian in an instant. Feng Shi even found that her spiritual connection with Mu Jian was almost broken. These jade sips are really nothing but a blockbuster. Only then did Feng Shi's hanging heart relax a little. At this time, they had left Tianxi Peak and arrived at Tianji Peak. Elder Nangong explained, the sword market is on the mountainside of Tianji Peak, and the sword-casting elders from several of our peaks will come here every once in a while to fetch the residue of the magic sword. Feng Shi thought to herself, she thought only Elder Nangong was doing the work of splicing the magic sword, so it turns out that there are people in other peaks doing it too. Elder Nangong warned again, there are quite a lot of rules in the sword market, you two should be cautious in your words and deeds for a while, and don't make any troubles. Having said that, look at Junwen. I'm not worried about Xiao Wuyu. She is a well-behaved child. I don't know much about you and me. Please behave yourself. At this moment, Junwen seemed to see his master. Could it be that he has a face that is a scapegoat? Or is it that people's eyes are not so good after they get old? With which eyes did they see that junior sister was cute? While speaking, Feng Shi saw a stone tablet in front of it, with two bright red characters of Jiangsu written on it. Looking inside, I only saw a white mist, obviously blocked by an enchantment. After checking the identities of the three elders of Nangong, the disciples on duty were about to open the barrier when they heard someone say, wait a minute. Feng Shi turned her head to look over, and saw an old man walking over, followed by a young man wearing the clothes of a direct disciple. It was the old man who spoke. The disciples on duty hurriedly saluted, I have seen Elder Tong. Elder Tong is the sword-casting elder of Tianji Peak, and also the elder with the highest level of sword-making among the 7 peaks. Of course, this was before yesterday. Ever since Elder Nangong handed in 6 magic swords for awakening the sword spirit yesterday, Elder Tong's title of the number 1 master swordsmith is no longer worthy of the name. Elder Tong was very unhappy in his heart, thinking that Elder Nangong just got away with shit, and luck, and it was not a real skill. Coincidentally, the two met today. Elder Tong congratulated a few words insincerely, and then said, Elder Nangong, you want to bring 2 handymen into the sword market. Isn't this against the rules? Elder Nangong knew that he was sad and didn't want to argue with him, so he said with a smile. The sword market does not expressly prohibit the entry of miscellaneous servants, and these 2 children are talented, and they're likely to be promoted to official disciples, or even inner disciples. I also wanted to take the opportunity to inspect them when I brought them in. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them the whole time, and won't cause any trouble. Elder Tong clicked his tongue and said, after you made a contribution, your tone of voice is different, so I don't dare to talk too much anymore. Bring it in if you want. It's none of my business anyway. Elder Nangong felt that these words were harsh, but he felt that there was no need to waste time with a few quarrels, so he smiled and led Feng Shi and Jun Wen into the barrier. After they entered, Elder Tong snorted coldly. It's just that a blind cat ran into a dead mouse. I don't believe there are dead mice that can make you run into each other. The apprentice Ji Chunsheng standing behind him echoed. Master, you're right, people have to rely on real skills. Luck alone won't go far. By the way, you don't know, those 2 handymen are the second waste of blood. They will be kicked out of Lang Yinyuan soon, but Elder Nangong still wants to support them. I really don't know what he thinks. Not to mention anything else, as far as their cultivation base is concerned, there will definitely be no good results in the sword market, and Elder Nangong took care of them, so it is estimated that they will not get much magic sword residue. Open black lens bracket, continue it, o'clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next Chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 395. Elder Tong was taken aback when he heard Ji Chunsheng's words, and then said, "It's been a long time since no one from the Zhu family was selected for Lang Yinyuan, so I guess they were in a hurry and sent these two things over." Nangong Shuhei was also in a daze, and wanted to support them. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to meddle in his business, let's hurry in." At this time, Fang Xi and Zhun Wen were staring at the scene in front of them with dumbfounded faces. The sword market they thought was like the sword tomb of Wan Jianzong, with a large pool full of demonic sword residues. So what did they see? A mountain. A barren mountain. I didn't even see the shadow of the magic sword residue. Elder Nangong explained. The residue of the magic sword is hidden in the stone, so the stone must be quarried first, and then the residue of the magic sword is carefully peeled off from the stone. Be patient in this process so as not to damage the magic sword residue. In addition, the residue of the magic sword still has residual consciousness, which will violently hurt people after peeling off. At this time, you must first wrap it with demon energy, and then use your spiritual consciousness to erase the remaining spiritual consciousness on it. I'll demonstrate it to you first, and then you can try it. After Elder Nangong finished speaking, he took out a bunch of tools, shovels, chisels, scrapers, small brushes of various types. Fang Shi, it seems that we have arrived at an archaeological site. Elder Nangong first chiseled out a large rock with a big chisel, and then divided it into several small stones with a small chisel. Then I chose one of them, and carefully peeled off a small piece of magic sword residue with a scraper. At this moment, the residue of the demonic sword exploded, heading towards Elder Nangong's left eye. Elder Nangong wrapped it with demonic energy, and after wiping away the remaining spiritual consciousness, the residue of the demonic sword fell to the ground. Elder Nangong carefully cleaned it with a small brush before putting it into the storage ring. Fang Shi looked tired and didn't want to do it at all. It would take years of the monkey to make such a big pile in the house. They don't want to stay here for a few days and nights, do they? Zhun Wen asked in puzzlement, "Elder, can't you put the whole stone in the storage ring and take it back?" Zhun Wen realized that the question was a bit stupid after he finished asking. Elder Nangong is not lacking in thoughtfulness. If he can bring the stone back, why bother? Before Elder Nangong could speak, Ji Chunsheng, who had just entered, sneered coldly. "You really have no brains. Didn't you see that those magic sword residues can violently hurt people? This shows that they have some residual consciousness. Since it is a living thing, of course there is no way to put it into the storage ring." After speaking, he said to Elder Tong, "Master, let's stay away from here, lest they do any stupid things to hurt us." Elder Tong pretended to reprimand him a few words, and then said to Elder Nangong, "Although Chunsheng's words are not pleasant, I don't think these two handymen have any brains, so don't let them do it, you'd better do it yourself." Elder Nangong said calmly, "I know it well. You blind fool. You don't even know that Xiao Wuyu is a born swordsman. Even her brother's gift was a genius. Summer bugs are indescribable. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Elder Tong said something strange again, and took Ji Chunsheng away, but he didn't go too far. Because he still wanted to see Elder Nangong's jokes. Elder Nangong ignored them, but demonstrated it several times, until Fang Shi and Zhun Wen had learned it, and then said, "If you are new to your hands, you can chisel the stone first, and I will peel off the residue of the magic sword." Elder Nangong said this because there is almost no risk in chiseling stones, even if it is smashing a big stone into a small stone. Only after the residue of the magic sword is peeled off from the stone will it explode and hurt people. Fang Shi and Zhun Wen obediently agreed. Fang Shi really didn't want to do it, but she had to. Zhun Wen is the same. It would be great if it could be directly exploded with a magic talisman. However, this time he was not stupid and said it out loud. There must be a reason not to. He felt that chiseling big rocks must be more tiring, so he said to Fang Shi, "Little sister, I will chisel out the big rock, and you will be responsible for chiseling it into small rocks." Fang Shi nodded, "Okay." Zhun Wen had no experience in chiseling for the first time. It took a lot of effort to chisel down a big rock. Fang Shi took a chisel and began to divide the stones. After jingling for a while, the big stone was divided into 8 small stones. Suddenly, several magic sword residues flew out of the small stone, heading straight for Fang Shi's vital point. When Elder Nangong saw this scene, his head buzzed. Because Fang Shi was squatting, those magic sword residues were too close to Fang Shi. He didn't have time to do anything. Fang Shi didn't expect that these magic sword residues would not play cards according to the routine, but she kept vigilant all the time, so she was very calm. She released demon energy to wrap part of the magic sword residue, and at the same time released a large brick of divine consciousness, and threw it at the remaining magic sword residue. "Is there residual consciousness? Then hit you all over the face." The residue of the magic sword fell to the ground one after another, and Fang Shi stepped on it a few times. "Call you sneak attack. Tell you to gang up on me. I can't step on you." Elder Nangong heaved a sigh of relief, feeling frightened for a while. At the same time, he also looked at Fang Shi with admiration. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wuyu's spiritual sense attack ability is quite strong, and he can subdue so many magic sword residues at the same time. Although he can do it, what kind of cultivation is he, and what is Xiao Wuyu's cultivation? What a talent this kid is. Chevron underscore left previous home index next Chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 396 Lei sits at home, the pot comes from the sky. Elder Nangong was afraid that Fang Shi would be in danger again, so he didn't dare to let her work anymore, just let her watch from the sidelines. He observed Zhun Wen for a while, seeing that everything was normal on his side, so he didn't let him rest. At the very beginning, Fang Shi pretended to observe Elder Nangong's movements, but she felt a little sleepy just watching. This boring repetitive action is simply a hypnotic artifact. She had to stand up and walk around to relieve her sleepiness. Strolling here and there, he came to the vicinity of Elder Tong and the others. She bared her small white teeth, busy. Elder Tong and Ji Chunsheng thought she was talking nonsense. She's not blind, can't she see that they're busy peeling off the residue of the magic sword? Elder Tong was too lazy to argue with a junior, so he didn't say a word. Ji Chunsheng snorted coldly, you're just looking for something to talk about. Fang Shi looked surprised. Yeah, did you see that? You're pretty smart. Don't worry, I'm just saying hello to you politely, not trying to get close to you. I'm leaving, so do your best. After finishing speaking, he walked away with his little hands behind his back. Ji Chunsheng suddenly felt that she was like a foreman, and he was working for her. When he was distracted, a magic sword residue was ejected. Although he avoided it, he was still in a cold sweat from fright. Elder Tong frowned and said, concentrate. Ji Chunsheng hastily agreed and stopped talking to Fang Shi. Fang Shi strolled for a while, but was really bored, so she started to meditate. Within the sea of consciousness, Mu Jian is working hard to escape from prison. However, the stitching of the jade slips was so seamless that it took a long time without success. There is no way to eat delicious food right in front of your eyes. This is the most tragic thing in the world. The heart of the unscrupulous master is too cruel. Anyway, let me eat some. Anyway, there are so many, not bad for my bite. It's not that Fang Shi doesn't want the wooden sword to eat, but now is not the time. Originally, she hadn't gained a firm foothold in Langyuan. If something bad happened again, she wouldn't even want to stay. Besides, Elder Nangong was kind to her. If something happened, he would definitely be implicated as well. Therefore, she would rather lock up the wooden sword, lest it make a mess. Just after Fang Shi practiced for a short while, Ji Chunsheng shouted, hey, practicing is strictly prohibited here, be conscious. Fang Shi opened her eyes and glanced at him. Who says I'm practicing? I'm sleeping, I usually like to sit and sleep. Ji Chunsheng, you know how to argue with arguments. After he said this, Fang Shi couldn't practice anymore, so he took out a fruit and gnawed it. While chewing and figuring. It stands to reason that those magic sword residues would only attack her after they were peeled off, so I couldn't wait to beat her up. Could it be related to the wooden sword? But judging from yesterday's situation, the magic swords that awakened the sword spirit didn't seem to be hostile to the wooden sword. Unfortunately, the time at that time was very short. Before she had time to investigate, Elder Nangong came back. At this time, the little black ball said, Master, I think the culprit of this incident is Ji Lei. It must be that those demon sword residues sense the aura of robbery and thunder, thinking that the way of heaven is going to destroy them, so it is better to strike first. You were completely implicated by Ji Lei. Ji Lei hidden in Fang's eye's hair. Lei sits at home, and the pot comes from the sky. You bloody donkey shit. Knowing about blackmail all day long. What's the fuss about your soul pet? If it wasn't for Fengu's sake, Lord Jili would have killed you. Fang Shi was thoughtful after listening to Little Black Ball's words. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right, these magic sword residues have residual consciousness. How could she ignore this before? She thought of a way to improve the efficiency of splicing magic swords. Just as Elder Nangong finished peeling off a stone, Fang Shi hurriedly said, Elder, I have something important to tell you. Seeing the seriousness on her face, Elder Nangong hurriedly asked, what's the matter? Fang Shi glanced at Teacher Tong's apprentice in the distance. Elder Nangong immediately took out the isolation array, opened it and said, Tell me, what's the matter? Elder, since these demonic sword residues have remnants of divine consciousness, the divine consciousness aura of each demonic sword residue is different. That is to say, as long as it is the same kind of spiritual consciousness breath, it must come from the same magic sword. Before Fang Shi finished speaking, Elder Nangong interrupted excitedly. You mean that after the residue of the magic sword is stripped out, it is directly packaged according to the breath of the gods? When enough fragments are collected, it will naturally form a sword. Wonderful, wonderful. In this way, there is no need for laborious splicing at all. Elder Nangong was so overjoyed that he even started dancing. The isolation array only isolates the sound but not the image, so Elder Tong in the distance can see Elder Nangong shaking his head there, gesticulating, like a monkey. Still an old monkey with a bad mental state. This Nangong Shuhei is really gone. Elder Tong curled his lips and continued with the work at hand. Fang Shi waited for Elder Nangong to calm down and said, Elder, although this method is good, it requires relatively high spiritual consciousness. After all, the magic sword residue here may belong to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of magic swords, and it is easy to confuse them when they're packaged. Elder Nangong nodded. You are right, but you may not know that although the distribution of these magic sword residues is chaotic, there are still some rules to follow. The magic sword residues within a certain range belong to hundreds of magic swords at most. For our sword-making elders, there is no big problem. Elder Nangong's eyes turned red when he said this. At first, I thought that the sword market would never be cleaned up, but now I finally saw the light of day. When he looked at Fang Shi at this time, she was no longer a simple little girl. That is the auspiciousness covered in thousands of rays of light. And many more. It doesn't seem to be Xiaoguang, this girl seems to be really shining. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 397 one must be reserved. Elder Nangong looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. She had an epiphany. He is not someone who has never seen the world, nor is it that he has never seen others enlightened. But such an easy epiphany has never been seen before. It's so sudden. Elder Tong and Ji Chunsheng were also confused. Ji Chunsheng asked in a daze. Master, did the Zhu Yu suddenly realize? Elder Tong was silent for a moment. It should be. Ji Chunsheng murmured. How did she suddenly realize it? What did she realize? Elder Tong was also very curious, so he approached cheekily. At this time, Elder Nangong had already closed the isolation array, because he was afraid that the isolation array would affect Feng Shi's ability to absorb the surrounding demon energy. Elder Tong was also sensible, and he didn't ask questions right away. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so it wouldn't be too late to ask after Zhu Wuyu's epiphany was over. The brilliance of Feng Zai's body flowed, and his cultivation base changed from the 6th level of qi condensation to the 7th level of qi condensation in an instant, and then to the 8th level of qi condensation. Ji Chunsheng's heart was sour and bubbling. Why didn't he encounter such a good thing as epiphany? Among the people present, only Jun Wen remained calm and diligently chiseling stones. Little junior sister has epiphanies every now and then. What's so strange about it? You people who have never seen the world. After a while, Feng Shi came to an epiphany. Ji Chunsheng hurriedly asked, what did you suddenly realize? Feng Shi glanced at him, guess. Ji Chunsheng. He was a little annoyed and said, don't talk about falling down, isn't it just an epiphany? What a good show. Jun Wen whispered while digging stones. Then show me your epiphany. Ji Chunsheng. He was about to get mad when he heard Jun Wen exclaim. Why are there still red stones here? Elder Tong and Elder Nangong looked at each other, and they came to Jun Wen almost at the same time. There is a fist-sized red stone in the middle of a large piece of off-white stone, which is very eye-catching. Elder Tong and Elder Nangong trembled with excitement. Sword essence. It turned out to be sword essence. I knew that sooner or later a sword marrow would be born in the sword market, but I didn't expect that we would actually see it. Ellipsis. Jun Wen looked bewildered. The same is true for Feng Shi. Ji Chunsheng seemed to be struck by lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Wuyu's epiphany is enough to make people feel bad, but Zhu Anfang discovered the essence of the sword. Why do good things happen to them? 818 novels. At this time, Elder Nangong and Elder Tong had already begun to carefully peel off the red stone. Both of their foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat. The two cooperated very tacitly, and it was completely impossible to see that the two were still facing each other before. Finally, the red stone was stripped out. There is nothing special about it, the color is a little dull, without a little bit of light. Elder Nangong wiped the sweat off his head and said to the bewildered Jun Wen. Good boy, I thought Xiao Wuyu was auspicious, but I didn't expect you to be so good. Do you know what this is? This is the sword marrow. When forging the magic sword, put it into the sword casting furnace, the quality of the magic sword will be greatly improved, and there is a high chance of giving birth to a sword spirit. This is priceless. You were delighted to hear this. However, for the sake of his own image, he told himself to be reserved. Be reserved. Seeing Ji Chunsheng's envious and jealous look, he couldn't hold back his laughter. This chapter is short, chapter 3 is lengthened, see you at 5 points. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 398 Little junior sister's brain circuit is always so strange. Ji Chunsheng was overwhelmed by Jun Wen's smile. He felt like a joke. An hour ago, he had told Elder Tong that Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang were the two wastes of the blood family, but one of them had an epiphany, and the other discovered the essence of the sword. Is this the second waste of blood? It's her Ji from the blood family. Elder Tong is also sour, not ordinary sour. Nangong Shua's luck is too good. However, he was still very excited to discover the sword marrow. After all, the sword essence must be handed in, and several of their swordsmiths will have a share at that time. No, a sword is more exciting than him. The wooden sword is going crazy. It really wants to eat sword marrow. I really want to. Even a bite is fine. It started to rampage inside the Jade Jane coffin, and Feng Shi's sea of consciousness shook slightly. Feng Shi didn't want to talk to it at first, but now she couldn't bear it anymore and said to Mu Jian. It seems that you don't have a long memory at all, did you figure it out? Good, I will help you. After speaking, he said to those jade slips, let go of it. The jade slip immediately returned to its original shape, leaving only the wooden sword standing on the ground. It didn't move. It made a fuss just to let Feng Shi soften its heart and let it go out. It didn't really want to force it out. After all, the previous lessons are still vivid. It still knows the difference between a full meal and a full meal. What should we do now? The temptation outside is too great, it seems a little bit irresistible. But once it goes out, its efforts are in vain. Finally, it voluntarily flew into the pile of jade slips. Ask for a coffin. Shut me up. I'd rather be a living sword than be released from the contract. Feng Shi. Elder Nangong was very excited. Although it was a great thing to discover the sword marrow, what made him even more excited was the method of categorizing the breath of spiritual consciousness mentioned by Feng Shi earlier. He really wanted to tell Elder Tong about this method right away, but he didn't know what Feng Shi meant, so he held back and didn't say anything. Elder Tong was probably too sad to continue peeling off the residue of the magic sword, and found a reason to leave early. As soon as he left, Elder Nangong hurriedly asked Feng Shi, Xiao Wuyu, what did you realize just now? Feng Shi didn't hide it this time, and she had to thank Elder Nangong for her epiphany. Elder Nangong sighed before, I thought that the sword market would never be cleaned up, but now I finally see the light. Feng Shi suddenly felt that the long years experienced by the person concerned were just the flick of a finger in the eyes of later generations. Therefore, there is no absolute length or shortness of time, but relative terms. After listening to Feng Zai's words, Elder Nangong kept nodding his head. This little girl not only has a natural sensitivity to swords, but also has such a savvy, what a rare talent. It was a big mistake for the 7 peak masters to reject her. Fortunately, there is still a chance to save. Jili hidden in Feng Shi's hair is thinking that what Feng Gu perceives is related to time. It seems quite awesome. Also, she is my lord's spiritual pet, so she is naturally different from others. Elder Nangong looked at Feng Shi kindly. Xiao Wu, you have made a great contribution this time. There is no need to continue to hide it. At worst, I will not suggest to the peak master to convert you into an official disciple. Feng Shi nodded. I listen to you. Elder Nangong smiled from ear to ear. That's right. He couldn't wait to share this joy with the other swordsmith elders. Especially Elder Tong. By the way, Xiao Wu, what reward do you want? I'll help you fight for it when the time comes. Feng Shi hesitated for a moment, and said, I want some magic sword residue. Do you think it's okay? Elder Nangong looked embarrassed. I'm afraid it won't work, because the magic sword residue is the treasure of Langyuan, and no one can hide it privately. Don't talk about you, not even me. Feng Shi blushed. I was the one to be abrupt. Then, can I ask for some stones? Don't get me wrong, what I want is not the freshly mined stone, but the remaining stone after stripping. Elder Nangong was stunned. What do you want these stones for? These stones are just ordinary stones, useless. Feng Shi said with some embarrassment. I want to use these stones to build a house after I return to Zhu's house. It's not in vain to visit Langyuan Abyss. Elder Nangong felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched, but he understood in an instant. The little girl didn't want to embarrass him, so she made such a request that was not considered a request. What a sensible boy. He said immediately. You don't need to ask for instructions, I can make the decision, you can put it away now. Don't worry, besides this, I will fight for other rewards for you. Feng Shi shook her head. Even if it's a waste product, you should let it pass through, so that no one will make irresponsible remarks to you. Elder Nangong was even more moved to see that she thought of him so much. He looked at Junwen again. What reward do you want? Junwen scratched his head. Can my little sister and I go to the disciple area of the dining hall to eat? My little sister doesn't have any hobbies, so I'd just like to eat something delicious. The little junior sister only asked for some broken stones, so he had to follow this line of thinking and ask for some insignificant small requests. Elder Nangong couldn't help nodding. This blood placement is very good for my sister, and she is not greedy, she is a good seedling. Elder Nangong didn't have the mood to continue working because he had something on his mind, so he took Junwen and Feng Shi out of the sword market. After returning to Tianshu Peak, Elder Nangong hurried to find the peak master. Feng Shi and Junwen returned to their residence. Junwen asked, Little sister, why do you want those broken stones? Is it to reflect your good qualities of not being greedy for money and understanding righteousness? Feng Shi glanced at him. Am I that heartless? Those stones are marked with the residue of the magic sword. If you sell them, a small piece can fetch a good price. How much do you think you can sell that many stones for? Junwen. The little junior sister's brain circuit is always so strange. There is another chapter. I am not satisfied with the writing. I will change it and post it after I finish it. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Die 399 Zhang 1 Chan 2 De Chu, 3 Jiang 4 Hai Hen. Feng Shi continued. Brother, that request you made is not bad. What to eat is secondary, the key is to have the opportunity to deal with those disciples, and to get a lot of useful information. Brother, you are getting more and more thoughtful. Junwen. Am I thinking so? Well, that's what I thought. The two chatted for a while. Feng Shi mentioned the wooden sword, and cursed at it. Junwen rolled his eyes. Little sister, didn't Elder Nangong ask you to make a request? You can ask for a magic sword. In this way, you won't need to fly with Eugene in the future without that nasty thing. Feng Shi thinks this is a good idea, because the wooden sword is too disobedient, and it can't be seen in many cases, it's better to get another sword. The wooden sword in Eugene's coffin was so angry that he was half dead. Start drawing circles non-stop, you fool, I told you to come up with a bad idea, I will draw a circle and curse you. The same is true of the unscrupulous master. If you change the sword, you can change the sword. She is simply a scumbag who has always been chaotic and abandoned. Why can't it see the light? Is she the one who doesn't let it out? Coincidentally, Feng Shi asked Yu Jian to let go of it at this time. Because I left the sword market, I am not afraid of it getting into trouble anymore. The wooden sword jumped out directly from the storage ring, and once it came out, Feng Shi gave Feng Shi a silvery knee. There was a stream of sparks rubbing against the ground. Feng Shi. This picture seems familiar. Immediately afterwards, the wooden sword Bu turned into an ordinary magic sword. Now, can I always see the light? Then, it listened to the black ball's report. Master, you didn't let it come out, it ran out of the storage ring. This is openly shouting at you. You can't keep such a thing, so hurry up and terminate the contract with it. Wooden sword. Donkey Dung, I hate you every day, all over the world, you are the enemy of my life. Feng Shi nodded. The bastard is right, I didn't call you, why did you run out by yourself? Show off your patience, right? Or, did you take my words on deaf ears and didn't take them seriously at all? Mu Jian was angry and wronged. Annoyed that Xiao Heichu reported crimes, Feng Shi listened and believed. What is wronged is that it crawled underground for several days before finding Feng Shi, and entrusted her with her physical and mental life, but she treated it like this. Can those broken jade sips really stop it? It's just for her face. If you don't stay here, you have your own place to stay. If you cancel the contract, you will cancel the contract. Who are you scaring? Thinking of this, Mu Jian switched, and flew back to the storage ring. Well, just say it as you please. A good sword does not suffer from immediate losses. There is no better next home now, so let's do it first. It's fine with the unscrupulous master, Donkey Dung, just wait for me, sooner or later I'll poke you into a hornet's nest. The little black ball doesn't care what it thinks. Its happiness must be based on its pain. As long as it acts as the master's little military advisor well, its position as the #1 spiritual pet will remain firm. At this time, Elder Nangong had already met Peak Lord Duan of Tianshu Peak. He told Feng Shi's contribution in detail. Duan Fengzhu looked shocked. You said that Zhu Wuyu can splice 1/3 of the magic sword in 2 hours. You said that the ability of the 6 magic swords to revive the sword spirit is also related to her. She also proposed the method of classifying the breath of spiritual consciousness. She still had an epiphany at the sword market. Elder Nangong nodded. That's right, she is a born swordsman. Peak Lord Duan was silent for a long while, before he said, no wonder Zubawan chose her as his granddaughter, she is really different from ordinary people. How did the blood placement perform? Elder Nangong stroked his beard and said, there is nothing outstanding about him, except that he has better aptitude, tougher toughness and better luck than other disciples. By the way, he found a piece of sword marrow in the sword market just now. Not too big, just as big as a fist, not a rare good thing. Duan Fengzhu. Elder Nangong, you have changed. You used to be a serious person, but now you speak a little. Not to be beaten. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the sword marrow. Such a large sword marrow is really rare. The luck of blood placement is really good. Several thoughts flashed through Fengzhu Duan's mind, but they didn't show it on his face, he just praised that the sword essence was really good. Elder Nangong didn't have so many twists and turns in his heart, seeing that he didn't mention the reward, he said. Peak Master, the 2 of them have made such a great contribution, shouldn't they be rewarded? Duan Fengzhu said with a smile, what request did they make? Elder Nangong nodded, I mentioned it. Duan Fengzhu thought to himself, I knew it. They must want to become official disciples and stay in Langyunyuan. Although they have indeed made great contributions, they cannot be allowed to stay in Langyunyuan. Then I heard Elder Nangong say. One of them wants the stripped stones in the sword market, and the other wants to go to the disciple area of the dining hall to eat in the future. Duan Fengzhu, these 2 children are quite honest. The old face hurts a bit. Instead, he thought too much. Duan Fengzhu felt that these 2 requests were nothing at all, so he agreed immediately. Elder Nangong said, Peak Master, besides these, should we give them some rewards? Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Duan Peak Master pondered for a moment and said, I will discuss with the other 6 Peak Masters before making a decision. After all, everyone will benefit from it. Elder Nangong didn't say much, everyone is a shameless person, so he probably won't be too stingy. Sure enough, after the discussion, Feng Shi and Zhun Wen were awarded with an Earth-level magic weapon and 200 million magic crystals each. In addition, Feng Shi was rewarded with a Sky-rank pill and 10 Earth-rank pills. Not to mention rich. But Feng Shi's heart sank. Lang Yinyuan would rather give them such a generous reward than ask them to become official disciples, which shows that he is very unwilling to let them stay. After much deliberation, the problem must be caused by Zhu Bawan. Her cheap grandfather must have done something outrageous. It's a long way to go if you want to stay. Zhun Wen didn't think so much, he said excitedly. Little sister, last time we looked through the registration book, I saw that set of Balrog heart armor, so I can get it this time. Feng Shi was infected by his emotions, and said with a smile. I also happen to want those boots that walk on the cloud and plunder the moon. Let's go, let's find Elder Hua. Elder Hua of Jiubao Pavilion is still very well informed, he already knows the great achievements of Feng Shi and Zhun Wen. Therefore, it was not surprising to see Feng Shi and Zhun Wen coming in. Feng Shi said with a smile. Elder Hua, we have been optimistic about it before, so there is no need to trouble you to let us enter the treasure house to choose. I choose the number 28 Cloud Walking Moon Boots, and my brother chooses the number 39 Balrog Heart Armor. We are also optimistic about a few other pieces, and we will pick them up in a few days. Elder Hua. It's as if everything in this treasure house is yours. Although he complained in his heart, he still gave them 2 magic weapons. Zhun Wen couldn't wait, dripped blood to refine the Balrog Heart Armor, and put it on his body. Even if Zhun Wen's face-changing appearance is just a middle-of-the-road appearance, the human demeanor cannot be concealed. After putting on the armor, even Elder Hua couldn't help but praise him for his style. Zhun Wen was so happy in his heart that he urged Feng Shi to quickly put on the moonwalking boots. After Feng Shi dripped blood and refined it, she put on the boots of stepping on the clouds and plundering the moon. Because it is a speed-type magic weapon, you have to run to see the effect, and Feng Shi is outside Jiubao Pavilion. As soon as he took a step, the whole person jumped out. Many people only saw an afterimage and heard screams. Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 400 The bee swarm has become a crazy swarm. Wherever Feng Shi's figure passed, there was a lot of discussion. What happened in the past? Why do I seem to see a big grey mouse running past? You can pull it down. How can your mouse grow so big? Could it be some strip beast from the animal stable that escaped? By the way, there is a new bloodthirsty wind donkey in the animal stable recently. Could it be that donkey that ran out? Are you too deaf? Didn't you hear the cry? It's clearly a person. It must have been stimulated by something, and you're crazy. This speed is too fast. I'm afraid this cultivation base must be transformed into a god. Could it be some elder? Ellipsis. Feng Shi was very sad at this moment. The speed of the upper body is far behind the speed of the legs, so that the whole body is leaning back, and it is about to bend into a circle. She had a rather deep feeling at this time. Not everyone can be Neza. She suffered so much for wearing broken boots, if she stepped on too hot wheels, she would have to lie down and go out. While thinking wildly, she tried to use her spiritual sense to control the speed of the cloud-stepping moon boots, but to no avail. It is true that the boots of stepping on the cloud and lipping the moon have spiritual intelligence, but it is very superficial. It is estimated that the spiritual intelligence has not been born for a long time, even though Feng Shi's repeated threats have no effect. Feng Shi had no choice but to punish it with divine sense. It probably would have been obedient if it knew the pain. She thought well, but she didn't know that some things were inherently rebellious. As soon as the consciousness hurts, the speed of stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots is even faster. Feng Shi vaguely felt that sparks were sparking from the friction between herself and the surrounding air. Little Black Ball began to advise her. Master, you can just cancel the contract with it. As long as you cancel the contract, it will probably stop. The little fat bird who hadn't moved for a long time snorted coldly. Rescission of the contract. Now that there are contract restrictions, it's just a toss at most, and there won't be any great danger. But if the contract is terminated, it can do anything. In the future, don't talk about such a bad idea and make it embarrassing. The little black ball choked, and then said angrily, then what do you think? The little chubby bird said, of course it can't run anymore when it's tired. It won't be too late to find a way to deal with it then. Little black ball scoffed coldly, what you said seems to be nonsense. Nonsense is better than your random bad ideas. I despise you, the most conspicuous bag. Ellipsis. Feng Shi was already upset, so she let out a loud roar, and the two of them stopped. Feng Shi thinks that she is probably a physique that is designed to attract strange things. Whether it's a spiritual pet or a magic weapon, there's nothing to worry about. It's the same choice of magic weapons. The flame demon heart armor that the fifth senior brother picked is not a problem at all, but the crap she picked is a defective product. Maybe it's a waste product. Could it be that her place is a waste recycling bin? However, she has one advantage, that is, she can always find a positive side when looking at problems. He comforted himself, although the boots of stepping on the cloud and sweeping the moon were a bit disobedient, but the speed was really fast. Even the spirit boat is not so fast. As long as she has the wit, she will find a way to deal with it sooner or later. As for the present, it can run as long as it wants. She will be watching the scenery for free. Anyway, there's no need to waste her magic energy, let's go for a walk. It's a pity that this thing can only run on the ground and cannot fly, otherwise there will be no need for such a horrible thing as a wooden sword in the future. Self-conscious wooden sword. Just talk when you talk, what do you want me to do? Wasn't it more secure when I took you flying than it is now? When did I make you bend into a circle? At most it's just handstand. The speed of stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots is indeed astonishing, but within a quarter of an hour, Feng Shi had already run to the back mountain of Tianshu Peak. Seeing a sea of colorful flowers from a distance, Feng Shi couldn't help thinking of the sea of flowers elder who had told her about. By the way, Deacon Qian from Longyu Pond said that the golden-eyed bees raised by Tianji Peak often come to collect honey, so she won't meet them, right? Although she is not afraid of poison, it still hurts if she gets stung twice. Just as he was thinking, he saw a large group of golden-eyed spotted bees flying in front of him collecting honey. Feng Shi hastily activated several defensive magic talismans, and then propped up the defensive cover with magic energy. Then, something that surprised her happened. The boots of stepping on the cloud and plundering the moon unexpectedly bypassed the group of golden-eyed spotted bees. Feng Shi felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that this thing still knew the depth. The next moment, Taoan and Yueyu boots took her back and ran back, specifically to trample on the wildflowers that the bee swarm liked. I step on, I step on, I step on step on step. Feng Shi. Why are you so cheap? The boots of stepping on the cloud and plundering the moon successfully angered the golden-eyed spotted bees, and they all flew towards Feng Shi. The boots of stepping on the cloud and plowing the moon suddenly increased their speed to avoid the swarm of bees, but the speed increased so fast that it almost broke Feng Zai's waist. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots began to have fun in the sea of flowers. The petals are flying and the fragrance is overflowing. The scene is beautiful. Feng Shi didn't feel any appreciation at all, because the swarm of bees had turned into a swarm. They were chasing after them, and the golden compound eyes turned red with anger. Open black lens bracket continue it, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 401 Don't come here. What makes Feng Shi even more sad is that these golden-eyed bees can even shake people. More golden-eyed variegated bees flew over from the direction of Tianji Peak. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots are even more exciting, bringing Feng Shi to fill the sea of flowers in chaos. Feng Shi felt like the one who was eating melons everywhere, focusing on a seamless connection. Feng Shi had already made up her mind, and when there was really no way out, she would take out the black iron cover used to shut down Jilei and cover herself. That thing is very strong. No matter how angry the bee swarm is, they can't do anything to her. Stepping on the clouds and skimming the moon boots soon felt that stepping on the sea of flowers was meaningless, so he took Feng Shi and ran in the direction of Tianji Peak. The swarm of bees followed closely behind. The cloud-stepping moon boots can easily shake off the bee swarm, but it is fast and sometimes slow, hanging the bee swarm. Feng Shi didn't bother to scold it anymore. Do it. Sooner or later, even the principle and interest will be recovered. However, she quickly thought of a problem. What if a swarm of bees hurt someone? So, she took out the recording stone, scratched her neck and shouted. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The golden-eyed variegated bees are crazy. They're flying over. She was afraid that the volume would not be enough, so she activated the magic talisman for loudspeaker. The disciples of Tianji Peak were stunned when they heard Feng Shi's heart-piercing cry. Who is shouting? The swarm is coming. Isn't the bee colony kept in the back mountain all the time? Except for occasionally going to the back mountain of Tianshu Peak to collect honey, he never leaves the captive range, so why did he come to the front mountain? It wasn't until someone saw a large black mass approaching quickly in the distance that they believed that the bee swarm really came. And it seems to be chasing someone. A bee colony is really crazy. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, and got out of the way. Even if they want to save people, they're powerless, but that is a swarm of bees. Not to mention that they're not the opponents of the bee colony at all. The key point is that the golden-eyed variegated bee is the cash cow of Tianji Peak. What if they're accidentally killed? It's better to inform the bee garden and let their people handle it. Ji Chunsheng was about to go to Janjian Hall when he saw some disciples running over in a panic, and asked with a frown. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? He hasn't been in a good mood these days. The second waste of the Zhu family has made great contributions, especially the method of categorizing spiritual consciousness and aura proposed by Zhu Wuyu is highly respected. Even his master, Elder Tong, changed his previous attitude and praised her full of praise. It's not that Ji Chunsheng hates Feng Shi too much, after all, he doesn't have any grudges. It's just that there is some envy, jealousy and hatred in my heart, and some dissatisfaction. He is Lang Yinyuan's direct disciple, and he usually hears praises and praises, but he never thought that he would be crushed by a small handyman. Although it wasn't a duel in terms of cultivation, but for the disciples of Sword Casting Hall, he had already lost. He was irritable, so his face was not very good looking. One of the disciples said cautiously. The golden-eyed variegated bee is crazy, chasing a handyman crazily, coming this way. Brother Ji, hurry up and find a place to hide. At this time, Ji Chunsheng also heard Feng Shi's cry. He felt a little familiar. Why did it sound like Zhu Wuyu's voice? The person driven out by the swarm wouldn't be Zhu Wuyu, right? There's a good show here. So, he got out of the main road and stood in the bushes next to him, ready to watch a good show. Soon, Feng Shi ran over with the swarm of bees. Seeing that it was indeed Feng Shi, Ji Chunsheng couldn't help gloating and said, Zhu Wuyu, why did you provoke the swarm? You better run quickly, or you will be stung into a pig's head. Feng Shi didn't bother to talk to him. But I don't know if Tan Piaoyu Boots suddenly awakened the blood of the guardian, and rushed towards Ji Chunsheng with Feng Shi. Ji Chunsheng. Don't come here. He subconsciously ran away. Feng Shi followed closely behind. She didn't want to, but she couldn't help herself. In order not to misunderstand Ji Chunsheng, she said with a moved face. Brother Ji, it has to be you. I ran all the way, and no one helped me. Only you stand up and help me share the attack of the swarm. You are so kind. Ji Chun was so angry that he staggered and almost fell into the mud. Zhu Wuyu, stop playing tricks, get away from me. Feng Shi scratched her neck and shouted, Brother Ji, the wind is too strong, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Ji Chunsheng. Zhu Wuyu, you are missing 8 lifetimes of virtue. I've never seen such a bad person like you. No wonder the peak masters are unwilling to want you. Needless to say, Ji Chunsheng, as a direct disciple, ran very fast. Of course, the speed of the cloud-stepping moon boots has dropped a lot, otherwise he would have surpassed him long ago. Ji Chunsheng was in a hurry to escape, but Feng Shi still had time to chat with him. Senior Brother Ji, what do you think of the method of categorizing the spirit consciousness and aura I proposed? Ji Chunsheng said angrily, it's not that good. Feng Shi Tut, are you questioning the vision of the 7 peak masters? Be careful, I will sue you. Ji Chunsheng. If time could be turned back, you would say nothing to provoke this evil star. However, the more important thing now is to avoid the swarm. Fortunately, the alchemy pavilion is ahead, so he can go inside to hide for a while. Finally, when he arrived at the alchemy pavilion, Ji Chunsheng hurried in. Feng Shi didn't want to go in, but treading the clouds and plowing the moon boots had his own ideas, and followed Feng Shi into the alchemy pavilion. In the courtyard of the alchemy pavilion, there is a special giant alchemy tripod, which holds the spring water from the Tianshui Shenten, and the fire crystal charcoal is burning underneath. The courtyard was filled with mist. It's like a fairyland. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 402 Hide and Seek. Feng Shi heard Elder Suzazawa mention the alchemy pavilion, saying that their alchemy cauldron is just for pretending. The original words of Elder Hu are as follows. The group of people in the alchemy pavilion like to make flashy things. A dunning was also set up in the yard to burn the spring water there, in order to create mist and make them appear unfathomable. Let's not talk about anything else. The spring water in Tianshui Shenten is so precious, how about saving it for disciples to improve their cultivation? And the fire crystal charcoal burned below is also money. Isn't it just to make some pills? Look at those who make them feel awkward, they don't know how much they weigh. The reason why Elder Hu dared to say this was because his identity was there. Even if this word spread to the alchemy pavilion, he would not be afraid. There are rules for the naming of Lang Yinyuan, such as what kind of hall it is called, such as Law Enforcement Hall and Sword Casting Hall, which belong to each peak. What kind of pavilion is it called? For example, Juebao Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion are shared by the 7 peaks. There are also 2 types of elders. The first type is called by their original surname, such as Elder Nangong. The other is to name according to the way passed down, such as the 4 elders of Feng, Hua, Zhu, and Yue. The status of elders named in the second way is higher than that in the first way. Therefore, Elder Hua is of a higher rank than Elder Nangong. At this time, Feng Shi felt that what Elder Hua said was not true, because since entering the courtyard of the alchemy pavilion, she obviously felt refreshed, which must be related to the steaming water vapor from the alchemy cauldron. The boots of stepping on the cloud and plowing the moon suddenly stopped running. Instead, around Danding and the bee colony, Peak A Boo. The bee colony is a little afraid to approach Danding, on the one hand, because the water mist will wet their wings, on the other hand, they are a little afraid of fire. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots kept provoking the swarm of bees, and even Fang Shi couldn't bear to look at that cheap swishing look. However, she guessed that its energy should be almost exhausted, and I will settle accounts with it later. At this moment, a group of people came out of the alchemy pavilion. The leader was an elder, looking at Fang Shi with a gloomy expression. Fang Shi can understand the other party. After all, the things Tai and Chayu Boots did are too annoying. When she heard Ji Chunsheng calling the other party's Zui elder, she quickly explained. Elder Zui, my name is Zhu Wuyu, I. Before Fang Shi could finish speaking, Tai and Piaoyu Boots took her and ran towards Elder Zui. The swarm swarmed up. The drunk elder's face turned green. At this moment, Fang Shi felt that Mu Jian was actually quite well behaved. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots are really cheap. Fortunately, the drunk elder threw a handful of medicinal powder, and the bee swarm immediately scattered and flew away. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. And such a good thing. Fang Shi hastened to explain, I got this pair of cloud-riding moon boots in Juabao Pavilion, but I didn't expect them to be disobedient and bring me here. Elder Drunk interrupted her, go to the law enforcement hall and say this. Someone, send her to the law enforcement hall. As soon as the words fell, Tai and Piaoyu Boots took Fang Shi and ran away. Elder Drunk felt his dignity being challenged, snorted coldly, and chased after him. He thought he could easily take down Fang Shi, but in the end he was still a few steps away. The drunk elder frowned and speeded up. In the end, it was still a few steps away. The drunk elder didn't believe in evil, and sped up his speed again. As a result, the little girl in front ran faster. Elder Drunk was somewhat annoyed. He didn't want to be violent at first, but now it seems that he can only catch her with his hands. When he was about to start, there was a sneer from the opposite side. Oh, you're promising. Bullying the little baby is nothing. If you have the ability, you and I have two tricks. When Fang Shi saw the person coming, she was moved to tears. Flower tilde 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 long tilde 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 old. You are finally here, save me. This broken boot doesn't listen to me at all. Elder Hua had goosebumps all over his body. Useless stuff. This boot likes to listen to irony. If you let it run, it will stop naturally. Fang Shi. With the attitude of giving it a try, she said with her spiritual sense, run. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon's boots stopped suddenly. Fang Shi. Although, she still felt that the boots were intentional. Probably because he was afraid of Elder Hua, he pretended to be obedient. No matter how you say it, it finally stopped. Fang Shi couldn't wait to take off the broken boots, but she couldn't pull them off after a long time. She looked at Elder Hua for help, but it was a pity that Elder Hua didn't have time to talk to her now, and was exchanging words with Elder Drunk. Hua, what kind of big garlic are you putting here? Hurry up and go back to your Juabao Pavilion and be the gatekeeper. Drunk, you can't beat me, so you can only talk about it. You are really getting better and better. Wanting to do something to a little girl is really eye-opening. She broke into the alchemy pavilion privately, so what's wrong with me arresting her and going to the law enforcement hall? Besides, what does it have to do with you that she is wearing the costume of a dragonfish pond? Don't meddle in your own business with dogs and mice here. The boots she wears are from Juabao Pavilion. What's wrong with me helping to uphold justice? Besides, I just can't get used to seeing you bully the small with the big. I'm on the road to see injustice. Ellipsis. The two quarreled furiously, blushing in thick necks, but no one dared to step forward to persuade the fight. After all, the identities of the two were there. Seeing that the two of them were going to fight, Fang Shi had no choice but to scratch her neck and start shouting. The big river flows eastward, the stars in the sky are drawn to the Big Dipper. When the road is injustice, let out a roar, when it's time to act. Elder Hua. Drunk Elder. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 403 The Three Trials. Both Elder Hua and Elder Zui were confused by Fang Shi's sudden coquettish operation. The kid doesn't seem to be in a good mood. They were all arguing like this, and she didn't try to persuade him to make a move when it's time. Watching the excitement is not a big deal, is it? However, the two can keep arguing. Because the vibe is gone. Elder Hua glared at Fang Shi, and asked. Have you destroyed anything in the alchemy pavilion? Fang Shi shook her head. Did you break into any alchemy room? Fang Shi shook her head again. Did you beat any alchemist? Fang Shi continued to shake her head. Elder Hua has a bottom line in his heart. Drunk, did you hear that? This little girl didn't do anything except wander around the courtyard of your alchemy pavilion. Why are you so stubborn? The drunk elder sneered. She didn't do anything. If I didn't happen to have insect repellent powder on hand, I would be surrounded by the bee swarm she led over. Elder Hua said indifferently. Even if you don't have insect repellent powder, it's fine. You have such a thick skin that you can't even sting through it. Drunk elder. Fang Shi knew it was her turn to play. She walked up to the drunk elder and gave a deep salute. Elder Drunk, although it was an accident this time, after all, it was caused by me, I'm sorry. I not only want to apologize to you, but also to other victims. Thousands of mistakes are all my fault. Didn't you just want to escort me to the law enforcement hall? Don't bother you, I'll go by myself. I will bear whatever charges I deserve, no matter what. The drunk elder was taken aback, but this little girl was quite reasonable. If that's the case, then go to the law enforcement hall to accept the crime. Fang Shi was a little confused. Do you think I should go to the law enforcement hall of Tianshu Peak or the law enforcement hall of Tianji Peak? It stands to reason that I am a member of Tianshu Peak and should go to the law enforcement hall of Tianshu Peak, but I committed a crime on Tianji Peak, so it seems inappropriate not to go to the law enforcement hall of Tianji Peak. Why don't you come to a joint trial? Convict me well so that I can be a warning to others. Elder Zui felt that what Fang Shi said made sense, so he nodded in agreement. Elder Hua's eyes flickered, and he dared to guarantee with the head of Elder Zui that the little girl must have done nothing wrong. However, he was too lazy to poke it. Fang Shi followed Elder Zui to the Law Enforcement Hall on Tianji Peak. When Deacon May of the Law Enforcement Hall saw Elder Zui and Elder Hua coming, he quickly stood up to greet them, and said some courteous words. The drunk elder briefly explained the matter, and then said, "Send a message to the Law Enforcement Hall of Tianji Peak and ask them to send someone over." Deacon May's heart skipped a beat. Where there are people, there is conflict. Especially since Tianji Peak and Tianshu Peak are still next to each other, it is inevitable that people from the two peaks will compete with each other. This time is a good opportunity for the shabby Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall. So, he sent a message to Deacon Huo at the Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall. Deacon Huo was writing furiously at this time. Although Fang Shi took out the law popularization manual, there are still some places that need to be slightly revised and improved. He sighed while writing, Zhu Wuyu is really talented. At this moment, he received a summons from Deacon May. Shocked. What the hell? Zhu Wuyu angered the swarm. And ran to Tianji Peak with a swarm of bees to make a fuss. Let's just say that a place as big as Tianshu Peak is not enough for you to be a monster. Why did you go to Tianji Peak to make trouble? He hurriedly reported this matter to Hall Master Ouyang. Soon, I received a reply message from Hall Master Ouyang. Major issues to minor ones out. Deacon Huo. According to your previous behavior style, it should be said that you should be severely punished, but now you are starting to get along with each other. If she didn't know that you and Zhu Wuyu couldn't get along, she would have thought you were her real father. Deacon Huo rushed to the Tianji Peak Law Enforcement Hall while slandering him. At this time, Elder Hua and Elder Zui were fighting each other. Deacon May is acting as a peacemaker. Fang Shi is taking off her boots. After trying for a long time, I still couldn't take it off. She misses fifth senior brother very much at this time. If he is here, she can help to drag her. It's a pity that Jun Wen was temporarily caught by Elder Hua to take care of Juobao Pavilion for him, so he couldn't come here. Elder Hua really couldn't stand it anymore, and said in a sly way. Don't waste your energy, you can't take it off unless you subdue it completely, otherwise you can only cut off your feet. Fang Shi. The little touch that Elder Hua helped her out of the siege before was all fed to the dog. Knowing that this thing is unreliable, why didn't you tell her at the time? Isn't this an obvious joke for her? At this time, Deacon Huo arrived. As soon as he came in, he saw Fang Shi looking at him with tears in his eyes. Deacon Huo was originally a little annoyed that Fang Shi was causing trouble, but seeing her pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear it anymore. He also asked questions along the way. Zhu Wuyu didn't hurt anyone except for causing some commotion. Tianji Peak is making a fuss out of a molehill. At this moment, someone rushed into the law enforcement hall angrily. He glanced around, his eyes quickly fell on Fang Shi, he gritted his teeth and walked towards Fang Shi. When Fang Shi saw something was wrong, she slid and hid behind Elder Hua. Zhu Wuyu, it's useless for you to hide. Just because of your willful behavior, % of the golden-eyed variegated bees in the bee colony are on the verge of death. Did you know that these golden-eyed blue bees have been accumulated for hundreds of years in our bee garden? Our hard work is about to go to waste. Even if you die, you can't make up for the losses you caused. Deacon Huo's face suddenly turned pale. It's over. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 404 Don't say it, you really don't say it. Deacon Huo's heart felt cold. The golden-eyed variegated bee is the treasure of Tianji Peak. Its status is similar to that of the purple fin arowana on Tianshu Peak. Zhu Wuyu was wiped out in no time. No wonder Elder Fang of Bee Garden got mad. Hall Master Ouyang also let him make big things into small things into small things. This is simply impossible. Zhu Wuyu is probably going to peel off his skin this time. Elder Hua didn't expect the matter to be so serious, so he coughed. Old Fang, calm down. This girl didn't do it on purpose, it was all a disaster caused by her boots. Now that something has happened, let's sit down and discuss how to solve it. Normally, Elder Fang would definitely give Elder Hua some face, but now he is already mad. After hearing Elder Hua's words, he sneered and said, I don't care if she did it on purpose or not, I just know that she provoked the bee swarm, and she is the culprit. If you don't give me an explanation today, I don't care if she is a holy lady of the blood demon tribe or not, I will kill her. In addition, the losses caused must be doubled by the blood family. Elder Hua laughed and said, You're talking out of anger. The golden-eyed variegated bee is precious, but you can't kill it every now and then. Before he finished speaking, Elder Fang interrupted him. Elder Hua, if I remember correctly, you should be in Juobao Pavilion now, why did you come here to support Zhu Wuyu? Is it possible that this matter is also your share, or do you have any connection with the blood family? Fang Shi originally wanted to hang out for a while, but now that Elder Fang pointed the finger at Elder Hua, her face immediately became gloomy. Elder Fang, we are speaking publicly, and if we say some speculations, we will lose our dignity. The two deacons of Tianji Peak Law Enforcement Hall and Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall are both present. You, as the plaintiff, have a lawsuit, and I, as the defendant, naturally have the opportunity to argue. Please also abide by the door rules, and don't break the rules of the Law Enforcement Hall. Deacon May and Deacon Huo quickly smoothed things over, and only then reluctantly let Elder Fang sit aside. Deacon May and Deacon Huo exchanged a few words, and then sat down. Deacon May clapped the table. Zhu Wuyu, Elder Fang of the Bee Garden is suing you for provoking the swarm of bees and causing the swarm of bees to be on the verge of death. Are you guilty? The reason why Deacon May didn't mention other crimes was mainly because other matters were a piece of cake compared to the matter of the bee colony, and they could even be ignored. Fang Shi said lightly. An hour and a half ago, I went to the Juabao Pavilion to get this pair of cloud-riding moon boots, and because they were stubborn and out of my control, they brought me to the back mountain of Tianshu Peak. It was there that I was besieged by a swarm of bees. As we all know, golden-eyed spotted wasp is a kind of poisonous bee. If you are stung by them, you will get a rash all over your body, which is painful and itchy, which is very painful. If it weren't for the extremely fast speed of the boots of stepping on the cloud and sweeping the moon, I probably wouldn't have the chance to be the defendant here. I would like to ask Elder Feng, why did the golden-eyed blue bee in the bee garden appear on the back mountain of our Tianshu Peak? Why is it left unattended? Why are there no warning signs? Hey, Feng Yuan actually wants to sue me. I am the sufferer. I am the plaintiff. As soon as I reported it, the bee garden released bees beyond the border, which caused a major hidden danger to the personal safety of my Tianshu Peak disciples. Let me tell you again that the managers of the bee garden have neglected the duties, and it is because of their negligence in management that they have caused the disaster of the golden-eyed spotted bee. Let me tell you 3 times that the manager of the bee garden deliberately destroyed the relationship between Tianshu Peak and Tianji Peak, so we, the peak owner, are open-minded, and try someone else. I have had a bad relationship with you Tianji Peak for a long time. I sue 4 times that Elder Feng of Feng Yuan fabricated facts to slander me and Elder Hua, causing immeasurable damage to our reputation. In summary, I did not violate any rules of the sect, and Feng Yuan should give me financial compensation and a solemn apology. In addition, the bee colony has been grazing on our Tianshu Peak for several years, should also pay part of our Tianshu Peak's expenses. I heard that a can of golden-eyed variegated bee honey can be sold for magic crystals. You should at least compensate us Tianshu Peak with million magic crystals. There was a dead silence in the law enforcement hall. Not only the inside, but even the disciples watching the fun outside opened their mouths. Deacon Huo opened his mouth so wide that he could stuff a duck egg into it. Don't say it, don't you really say it. This girl's mouth is really powerful. Regardless of others, I think what she said makes sense. Makes sense, very reasonable. The Tianji Peak is such a large site, so we have to take the bee colony to their Tianshu Peak, and no one is watching it. Now that something happened, you know we are to blame. It's like your dog went to someone else's house to steal something to eat, but it was poisoned to death, and you want the owner to pay you money. Isn't this bullshit? After a while, Elder Feng said furiously. What nonsense. You are such a strong word. Feng Shi was not afraid of his eyes that seemed to want to eat people, and said neither humble nor overbearing. It is an undeniable fact that your bee farms released bees across the border, and it's not just a matter of a day or 2. In the final analysis, the bee garden is used to taking advantage of the advantages, and it has become a matter of course. On the contrary, as you said just now, it is debatable whether all the bee colonies are in a state of near death. After all, those golden-eyed variegated bees were alive and kicking when they were in the alchemy pavilion, and they wanted to attack the drunk elder. Drunk elder, right. The drunk elder felt a sudden shock in his heart. Although he was sure that the insect repellent powder would not do any harm to the golden-eyed wasp, but what if? Out of this subtle psychology, he nodded and said, indeed, the bee colony was normal when I was in the alchemy pavilion. There is one more chapter. After finishing writing, it will be posted at about 6:30. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 405. Why is my mouth so weak? Feng Shi immediately said, did you hear that? So it's hard to say why the bee colony is dying. After all, no one has seen it with their own eyes, so it's not just what you Feng Yuan said. Elder Feng was trembling with anger, pointing at Feng Shi. He gagged and couldn't utter a word. He is really angry. When the bee colony returned to the bee garden, something happened. How could it have nothing to do with her? At this time, someone hurried in. It was Elder Nangong. When something happened to Feng Shi, Zhang Wen summoned Elder Nangong. But Elder Nangong was working in Tianquan Peak at that time, so he rushed here. Seeing that Elder Feng was about to faint from anger, he quickly comforted him a few words, and then asked Feng Shi what was going on. After listening, he thought to himself, although Xiao Wuyu was right in principle, the bee garden suffered disaster after all. If Elder Feng's anger cannot be appeased, even if Xiao Wuyu can get out of the way this time, but she has completely offended the people of Tianji Peak, and it is impossible for her to stay in Langyuan again. What a shame. When Elder Nangong was worrying, he heard Feng Shi say, Elder Feng, do you feel very angry? Do you feel indisputable? Elder Feng. This yellow-haired girl is completely damaged. You've made me speechless with anger, and you're still pouring salt on my wound. Feng Shi continued. When you accused me just now, I felt the same way as you. You feel wronged, and I feel wrong too. In the final analysis, neither of us is innocent in today's matter, and both of us are at fault. Even without today's events, if the management of the bee colony is not in place, accidents will happen sooner or later. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Elder Feng was livid and speechless. Even if he didn't want to, he had to admit that the management of Bee Garden did have loopholes. At first, there was still people following, but nothing happened all the time, so the bee colony was allowed to go to the Sea of Flowers at the back of Tianshu Peak to gather honey. Still too careless. Feng Shi said again, I guess until now, you still think that there is nothing wrong with bee colonies going to the Sea of Flowers on the back mountain of Tianshu Peak to collect honey. The problem is that no one follows, right? Elder Feng was speechless. So, I think today's incident is actually a good thing. Don't rush to get angry, just listen to me. In your opinion, isn't it just going to the back mountain of your Tianshu Peak to collect honey? Those wildflowers are left alone, why not create some value? But, have you ever thought about what the people of Tianshu Peak will think if things go on like this? Seeing that your Tianji Peak is making a lot of money, they will feel unbalanced, and they will think that your Tianji Peak is bullying others. It's okay if there's nothing wrong, but once something happens, this crack will be infinitely magnified, and even lead to a battle between the two peaks. Tianshu Peak and Tianji Peak are at odds, and both sides will form cliques. The other 5 peaks can't stay out of it, and they will definitely participate in it. At that time, Lang Yinyuan will fall apart, and even be in danger of being destroyed. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Don't forget, there is a saying that the embankment of 1,000 miles is destroyed by an ant's nest. If a small matter is not handled properly, it will become a major event. If you don't believe me, you can ask people to scan and listen. Are the people in Tianshu Peak already dissatisfied with the bee colony in Tianji Peak? I've only been here for a few days, and I've already heard this matter mentioned several times. Elder Hua, what do you think? Elder Hua, yes. It seems that I mentioned Hua Hai to her and wanted to cheat her. Why is my mouth so low? However, what this little girl said made some sense. What Tianji Peak did was unreasonable. You can herd bee colonies, but you should give Tianshu Peak some sweets anyway. Well, you took advantage of it, but the disciples of Tianshu Peak didn't dare to approach the Sea of Flowers because they were afraid of the bee swarm. He thought Fang Shi had finished speaking, but Fang Shi said again. In addition, although the poisonousness of the golden-eyed spotted wasp is not strong, it depends on the situation. If one is attacked by a swarm of bees when one's practice reaches a critical point, the cultivation base of the light one will be damaged, and the severe one will be killed. Hua Hai is very close to Tianshui Shenten, and many direct disciples will go to Tianshui Shenten to practice. There are not only our disciples from Tianshu Peak, but also disciples from the other 6 peaks. If the bee colony goes crazy while they're practicing, the consequences will be disastrous. They're all the future and hope of Lang Yinyuan. If something happened, would you, Elder Fang, be able to afford it, or would you be God and be able to afford it? Elder Fang was dripping with cold sweat. When this stinky girl said it, he seemed to be a sinner of Lang Yinyuan, an unforgivable crime. So, the accident with the bee colony this time is a wake-up call for your bee garden, which is a good thing, right? Elder Fang. Although what you said seems quite reasonable, I still wish I could strangle you to death. Just at this moment, someone crawled in. Elder Fang, those dying golden-eyed variegated bees, they. In fact, Elder Fang was already mentally prepared, and said sadly. Dead is it. I knew they wouldn't survive. Well, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. The visitor kept shaking his head. No, they're not dead, they're not dead. They've all turned into trichogrammers. Elder Fang grabbed his neck. What did you say? Say it again. The visitor was almost strangled to death. Fortunately, he was rescued by Elder Nangong. Cough, cough, cough. I said those golden-eyed jalapenos have mutated into trichogramma. Elder Fang passed out with a choked sound. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 406. I'm such a joke. Elder Drunk quickly took out a small porcelain bottle, uncorked the bottle, and shook it under Elder Fang's nose. Elder Fang woke up quickly. Fang Shi looked at the drunk elder with sparkling eyes. This old man has something. Although there are many pills on the jade sips in the Sea of Consciousness, but I don't know if it's because of the age or some other reason, many medicinal materials recorded on it are extinct. Therefore, there are not many Dan recipes that she can use now. After Elder Fang woke up, he asked in a trembling voice, You said that the golden-eyed variegated bee has mutated into a blazing variegated bee. After getting an affirmative answer, Elder Fang cried, then laughed, and then cried again. Fang Shi was a little scared, and asked Elder Zui Wiki. Elder Fang, is he alright? Feeling crazy? The drunk elder glared at her, but ignored her. Fang Shi didn't care either, because from Elder Zhao's attitude, it could be seen that nothing happened. On the contrary, Elder Nangong was afraid that she would be worried, so he whispered. Elder Fang is so happy. There is only a small chance that the golden-eyed variegated bee will mutate into a flaming variegated bee, not even 1 out of. This time, % of the bee colony has been alienated into flaming variegated bees. Can he not be happy? Fang Shi had actually already guessed it, but she still asked, according to what you mean, the flame variegated bee is stronger than the golden-eyed variegated bee. Before Elder Nangong could speak, Elder Fang said excitedly with trembling voice. Much stronger. The honey of the flame variegated bee is several times more expensive than the honey of the golden-eyed variegated bee, and even the honeycomb and beeswax are also expensive. In addition, the flame variegated bee has a stronger adaptability, and it is easier to raise. The most important thing is that in the past, there were only 1 or 2 alienated flame variegated bees, and there was no way to breed offspring. Now that there are so many alienated, there must be a queen bee in the flame variegated bees. In this way, it can continue to breed. I really never dreamed that I would be able to see a swarm of flaming variegated bees. I would die without regret. Fang Shi thinks the people in Lang Yinyuan are very interesting. There are those who eat vegetarian food, some who are greedy and treacherous, some who are kind, some who do things well, and there are also people like Elder Nangong and Elder Fang who devote themselves to the professional field. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Lang Yinyuan continues to inherit. The more Elder Fang spoke, the more excited he became, and the eyes he looked at Fang Shi became extremely enthusiastic. Zhu Wuyu, thanks to you this time. Without you, it would be impossible for the golden-eyed variegated bee to transform into a flame variegated bee. You are a hero, great hero. Fang Shi thought to herself, people, how quickly they change. Obviously, you still yelled at me before. Now they call me a great hero. If it were an ordinary person, they might say a few sour words at this time, but Fang Shi would not do such a stupid thing. She smiled and said, Elder Fang, I don't dare to be greedy for merit, it's just a coincidence. Don't look at what I said before, in fact, I still feel very guilty. Now that there is a happy ending, you don't blame me anymore, I am happier than anyone else. Hearing Fang Zai's words, Elder Fang felt rather complicated. What a child. Why did I feel that she was not pleasing to the eye? What a jerk I am. Afraid of his embarrassment, Fang Shi took advantage of the situation and asked. Elder Feng, why did this golden-eyed variegated bee turn into a blazing variegated bee? Is it because I was too excited to play with me? Elder Feng. The main reason is indeed that some kind of change has taken place in their bodies because their emotions are too intense, but if there is such a thing, there is no way to alienate it. Another key reason is that they were brought to the alchemy pavilion by you, and they inhaled the mist evaporated from the spring water of Tianshui Shenten, which contributed to their alienation. It can only be said to be a coincidence, but if there is a change in the middle, there is no way to complete the alienation. The drunk elder thought to himself, maybe my insect repellent powder also worked. But he could only think about it, and he couldn't say it. Otherwise, he helped Zhu Wuyu to testify before, it would be a little unclear. After listening to Elder Feng's words, Feng Shi sighed a few words, and then said, Elder Feng, although the matter has been satisfactorily resolved, what I said before was from the bottom of my heart, so you have to take it to heart. Not to mention anything else, the flame variegated bee should be more poisonous than the golden-eyed variegated bee, right? You have to strengthen the management of the bee garden to avoid any accidents. Elder Feng nodded. Don't worry, I will remember what you said. I'm really worried about the bee colony. I'll go back to the bee garden first, and let's have a good chat after I'm done with other things. Fang Shi could also understand his urgency, said a few polite words, and sent him out of the law enforcement hall. Elder Zui was dissatisfied with Fang Shi's disguised threat to testify before, so he snorted coldly. The matter of the bee garden is over, what about the matter of our alchemy pavilion? Fang Shi said with a smile. Elder Drunk, I know you're joking. You've helped me speak before, can you still pursue my little recklessness? However, I am really sorry, I will be a free handyman for you for a few days. I am willing to do any tiring, dirty or hard work. Even if it is to give you a test drug. Open black lens bracket continue it, clock close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 407 Her mouth is definitely at the level of transforming gods. After hearing Feng Zai's words, Elder Zui immediately wanted to refuse. Because there are no handymen in the alchemy pavilion. Open black lens bracket 1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket small close black lens bracket open black lens bracket say close black lens bracket. The reason is very simple, many people have sharpened their heads and wanted to enter the alchemy pavilion, so many outer disciples and even inner disciples took the initiative to do odd jobs in the alchemy pavilion. So, Elder Zui thinks that Feng Shi is oversatisfied, so you are also worthy of entering the alchemy pavilion. At this time, Elder Hua said, Drunk, don't go too far. Lao Feng doesn't pursue the responsibility of the little girl anymore, if you pursue it again, it will be a bit of a shame. Besides, the little girl has to help me with chores every day, how can I have time for you? The drunk elder refused to swallow it, and nodded instead. Okay, then you will come to the alchemy pavilion to work as a handyman for me from tomorrow. The deadline, 7 days. Elder Hua was secretly happy. He knew that once he said that, Elder Zui would definitely let Zhu Wuyu go to the alchemy pavilion as a handyman. The old man was very proud. Finally, the hobmeat of Zhu Wuyu was driven away. She didn't have time to beep at him when she went to the alchemy pavilion. In addition, this girl is full of bad water, which happens to be an embarrassment to the drunk. He is called killing two birds with one stone. Fang Shi could guess what Elder Hua was thinking even with her eyes closed, but she was happy to see it come true. She hurriedly said to the drunk elder, 7 days is 7 days. However, I have to tell you in advance that if there is anything I need to do at Tianshui Peak, I will have to ask you for leave. The drunk elder nodded in agreement. Now that the matter is settled, there is no need to stay, so I got up and said goodbye. Elder Hua and Elder Nangong also stood up. Deacon May sent several people out of the law enforcement hall. Elder Hua thought Feng Shi would follow him, but Feng Shi said to Elder Zui, it's better to hit the sun than to choose a day. I'll go to work today. I won't go back at night, and I'll just stay in the alchemy pavilion. The drunk elder was suffocating, so he hesitated for a while before agreeing. So, Feng Shi followed Elder Drunk away. Elder Hua. Why is my heart still a little empty? Elder Nangong didn't have any idea, he smiled and said to Elder Hua. I just said that Xiao Wuyu is auspicious. Look, what happened today has further verified my words. Elder Hua curled his lips, she angrily. It's more like a troublemaker. Elder Nangong said with a smile. That's wrong. As the saying goes, good luck and bad luck depend on each other. Although she has caused a lot of troubles, she manages to turn bad luck into good luck every time. This shows that she is a person with great luck. Ellipsis. Deacon Hua listened silently, and felt that what Elder Nangong said made sense. That girl Zhu Wuyu was really lucky. Even their unsmiling hall master Ouyang smiled at her. By the way, he has to go back quickly and tell the hall master what happened, lest the hall master miss his daughter. Fang Shi didn't know that Deacon Hua had already identified her father for her, so she followed Elder Drunk and sent a message to Jun Wen with her identity token. Brother, the matter is settled. I will go to the alchemy pavilion to play for a few days. In the Juebao pavilion, Junwen, who is about to become the stone of Wangmei, said, Junior sister, you are so cruel. You actually left me and ran to the alchemy pavilion. How can you embarrass me? After Fang Shi sent the message to Junwen, she said with admiration, Elder Drunk, do you know why I pay my debts with my work? Because I admire you so much. Just a small handful of powder drove the bee colony away. Also, you took that little medicine bottle and shook it, and Elder Feng woke up, which is amazing. After all, I am also a holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan, so I have seen the world, but this is the first time I have seen an alchemist as powerful as you. So, I just want to get as close as possible to you with a thick skin. The drunk elder sneered. And, flattery is useless to me. Don't even think that I will forgive you. It is you who said to do the most tiring, hardest and dirtiest job, and I will let you get your wish. Fang Shi said with a smile, it takes hard work to become a master. You are cultivating me, I am too happy to be happy. Drunk elder. Among other things, her mouth must be at the level of transforming gods. The two soon arrived at the alchemy pavilion. When passing by the danding, Fang Shi praised sincerely, this tripod is not bad, it is a good tripod. It is very good, very good, very good. The reason why she said that was because without the spring water evaporated from the cauldron, the golden-eyed variegated bee would not be able to alienate, and the matter would not be resolved so satisfactorily. Therefore, this standing can be regarded as a great help to her. But the drunk elder felt that she was looking for something to say, so he ignored her. Because in his eyes, this standing is no different from a cauldron, it is just a tool for boiling water. Seeing Elder Zui coming back, many people in the alchemy pavilion came out to welcome him. Seeing Feng Shi behind him, everyone was a little surprised. The drunk elder glanced at the crowd, and beckoned someone over. Ji Hong, let her do odd jobs at your place. Train her well. Ji Hong is the deacon in charge of concocting medicinal materials in the alchemy pavilion, and he knew what Elder Zui said. The drunk elder is asking him to hone Zhu Wuyu. Immediately nodded yes. There are many ways to train people, Zhu Wuyu, you will feel better. After Elder Zui left, Ji Hong took Feng Shi to the courtyard where the medicinal materials were concocted. Ji Hong beat Feng Shi a bit, which probably means that you have the chance to enter the alchemy pavilion to do things after you have gone through shit, and luck, so you have to do your best. Feng Shi is like a well-behaved little quail, completely without the willful behavior that provoked the bee swarm before. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 408 I'll buy another pot. After Ji Hong finished beating, he took her to the place where the herbs were concocted. There is a long row of small compartments that come into view, some of which are still steaming. When I got closer, I found that there was a big pot in each small compartment, and there were disciples frying medicinal materials in it. Under the cauldron is burning fire crystal charcoal. In order to let the medicinal materials be heated evenly, the medicinal materials in the pot must be stirred constantly. Those disciples were all sweating profusely and panting from exhaustion. Ji Hong said, different medicinal materials need to be fried in different ways. What they are frying now is the golden needle buds, and they must use the frying yellow method, slowly frying on low heat, and frying for at least 2 hours. Just do this. I have to remind you, if the frying is burnt or the color is uneven, you have to compensate for the loss of medicinal materials, understand? Feng Shi asked cautiously, then, how much does this pot cost? 10,000 magic crystals. Oh. Ji Hong felt that something was wrong with her, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he led Feng Shi to the farthest cubicle. You fry it here. Then someone brought over a dustpan of golden needle buds, poured them into the pot, and lit the fire crystal charcoal. Ji Hong said with a cold face, let's start frying. I will come to check and accept in 2 hours. Finished talking and left. Feng Shi grabbed a handful of golden needle buds in the pot, smelled them, and threw them back into the pot. Fry a fart. She hated this kind of unskilled and infinitely repetitive work the most, and felt that it was a waste of time. Besides, this is not the secular world, so why do you concoct a medicinal herb? The little black ball said obsequiously, Master, your high level of alchemy naturally doesn't care about these things, but those trash can't do it. After the medicinal materials are processed, the properties of the medicinal materials are more stable, and the toxicity of some medicinal materials can be resolved, and the refining rate will be higher. It's a pity that you can't take off those boots, otherwise it is so willing to jump around, it is most suitable for it to mix medicinal materials. Not to mention one pot, it can fry several pots at the same time. The boots of treading the clouds and plowing the moon had just sprouted wits and was still a little ignorant. It thought that the little black ball was praising it, and one of them fell off Feng Shi's feet with a whoosh. Then, start jumping in the cauldron. The golden needle buds inside are like popcorn, splashing everywhere. The little black ball who just wanted to take advantage of the boots of stepping on the cloud and plundering the moon. It seems that you can't play routines against fools. It really can't hear what a lie. Feng Shi was also very speechless, she was too lazy to care about the moon boots. After extinguishing the fire crystal charcoal, she leaned against the wall of the cubicle and fell asleep after a while. Although walking on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots was the main force, she was also very tired. After bouncing around on the cloud and moon boots for a while, he felt that it was meaningless, and jumped out of the pot and returned to Feng Shi's feet. The little black ball didn't see how it was put on Feng Shi's feet, so he put it on with a whoosh. Forget it, a no-brainer is nothing to be afraid of. If you have this spare time, you might as well help the unscrupulous master to keep an eye on it. Seeing that there was no water vaporizing from Feng Shi's cubicle, Ji Hong felt that something was wrong, so he came over to take a look, and he was very happy. He raised his foot and kicked Feng Shi. Before he touched Feng Shi's consciousness, he felt a sharp pain, and then fell on his back. Feng Shi opened her eyes, and said in surprise, Guan Shiji, why did you fall down? You were too careless. Ji Hong vaguely felt that the severe pain of his consciousness was related to Feng Shi, but he also felt that it was unlikely. He is a middle-stage demon infant cultivation base. This Zhu Wuyu is only at the 8th level of condensed essence. Her consciousness is much weaker than his, how could she hurt him? Besides, she has no such courage. He stood up and said with a cold face, don't talk about these things, why are you lazy? What's the matter with these lily buds on the ground? Feng Shi said very naturally, I was afraid that I might not be able to control the heat well, so I extinguished the fire and practiced the frying technique. Don't worry, I'll pick it up right away and start frying. You don't have to worry about me. I see that your complexion is not very good. Could it be that you are not feeling well? Otherwise, go to Elder Drunk to help you take a look. Ji Hong originally felt that the pain in the consciousness just now was abnormal, but when she said this, she felt even more uneasy. After typing a few words, he hurried away. As soon as he left, Fangxi became broken. She came out of the cubicle with her little hands behind her back, and walked from cubicle to cubicle. Busy now. Get to know me, I'm Zhu Wuyu, Elder Zui seconded me to help, let me get used to Ji Guanxi's place first. Those disciples were all puzzled, what did Elder Zui second her as a handyman? I want to ask, but they're still busy, so they can only say the names. After Fangxi finished strolling around a few cubicles, she went to chat with other disciples. Originally, those disciples wanted to ask Elder Zui why he seconded her, but they were led astray after being vaguely spoken by Fangxi. The rhythm of the chat was completely controlled by Fangxi. When Ji Hong came back, Fangxi was sitting on the ponytail eating melon seeds and chatting. A group of disciples surrounded her, one mouthful and one Wuyu shouting, that's called kindness. Ji Hong. He seems to have only been gone for an hour, isn't it a year? Seeing him coming back, Fangxi sighed. Officer Ji, I don't have the talent for concocting medicinal materials, I ruined the pot of golden needle buds. This is 10,000 magic crystals, please keep them. Ji Hong froze for a moment, then put away the magic crystal. He said with a cold face, continue to fry the next pot. Fangxi took out another 10,000 magic crystals, I'll buy another pot. Ji Hong. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 409 experienced the dangers of the world at a young age. Ji Hong's face was a little ugly. Do you think I'm a medicine shop? Still want to buy another pot? Hurry up and fry the medicine, or don't blame me for being rude. Fangxi looked at him with a smile. You're being rude to me. How can you be rude? Steward Ji, I have to remind you that I was seconded by Elder Zui, and I am not from your alchemy pavilion. Do you know what secondment means? Just let me come and help. Is this right for you? I think you may have misunderstood the meaning of Elder Drunk. He asked me to come here to hone me. He wanted me to increase my experience, not for you to hone me. If you don't believe me, let's confront Elder Zui face to face. Ji Hong. Even if Elder Zui wants me to torture you, he can't admit it. Zhu Wuyu, don't force yourself here. Hurry up and fry the medicine, otherwise I will have to lock you into the charcoal roasting room. Fangxi has already learned from those disciples that the charcoal roasting room is a room used to dry medicinal materials, and the temperature inside is extremely high. If people are locked in it, one can imagine. Fangxi has the fire bead and is not afraid of the heat, but this Ji Hong took her magic crystal and beaked, which is too ignorant. Ji Guanxi, you just went out for such a long time, you won't really go to see a doctor, right? I gave you the opportunity to ask you to inquire about my background, it seems that you didn't understand. All right, then I'd be kind enough to introduce you. I, Zhu Wuyu, Holy Lady of the Blood Demon Clan. This identity may not be of much use in Lang Yinyuan, but I am the one under the protection of Elder Nangong and Elder Hua. The two of them did not hesitate to confront Feng Yuan and Elder Zui for me. What do you think I am in their hearts? Also, why did Deacon Huo of the Law Enforcement Hall of Tianshu Peak come here in such a hurry? Was it because he was afraid that I would suffer? As for the relationship here, I don't need to tell you. Don't say that I used money to buy the silence, even if I play tricks, you can't do anything to me. If you have to let me fry, I can fry too. It's just that, it will definitely be burnt, and it is guaranteed to make the entire alchemy pavilion billow with smoke. If you think this is appropriate, then I will fry it now. Ji Hong's face turned blue and white, and he muttered in his heart. That's right, for Zhu Wuyu to get out of such a big trouble, someone must be covering him. Whether it was Elder Nangong or Elder Hua, he can afford to offend them. Don't look at Elder Drunk instructing him to practice blood without worry, but if something happens, Elder Drunk may not speak for him. However, if he was so disheartened and cancelled, he would be a little bit embarrassed. Just as she was thinking about it, Fangxi laughed aloud. Guanxi Ji, what I said just now was just kidding with you. Just now I heard a few brothers over there said that there is something wrong with the frying process, so hurry up and have a look. Ji Hong said a little bluntly, really? Then I'll go and have a look. After finishing speaking, he left without picking up the 10,000 magic crystals that Fangxi handed over. At this time, those disciples who surrounded Fangxi also dispersed wisely. Fangxi began to study the boots of stepping on the clouds and plundering the moon. The little black ball was angry at it before, but it was so stupid that it really went to fry the medicine, so it can be seen that this thing is a 205. For this kind of 205, you have to coax it. She didn't believe Elder Hua said that the boot had to be turned backwards, it was just a donkey going downhill. So, with a smile on his face, he said to tie and Piao boots with his spiritual sense. I'm so happy to have such precious boots as you. I'll call you Bao from now on. The cloud-stepping moon boots were obviously very satisfied with the name, and excitedly spun around in circles. As it turns, Fangxi has to follow it. It turned dozens of times in a row. Feng, little spinning top, she is very satisfied with her balance ability. If it was someone else, it would probably be star-studded. Bao, I scolded you and punished you with my spiritual sense before, it was my fault, I apologize to you. You are so smart and sensible, little boots will not blame me, right? Although treading the cloud and lipping the moon boots can't speak, Fangxi can still sense from its emotions that it was successfully fooled by him. So, went on to say. Elder Hua said that you were born rebellious and only like to listen to irony. I think he is wrong, very wrong. My Bao is the most sensible and powerful little boot in the world, how could she not listen to my master? Come on, stop. Stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon's boots stopped suddenly. Fang Shi said again, come on, let's run to the gate of the yard and stop. As expected, treading the cloud and plowing the moon boots brought Fang Shi to the gate of the courtyard and stopped running. Fang Shi smiled like a flower. Oh, my baby, you are so amazing. How can there be such a good-looking, cute, sensible and powerful little boots like you? Quick, take it off, let me take a good look at you. Unexpectedly, the boots of treading the cloud and lipping the moon knew that there was a black-hearted master in front of him, and they immediately fell off Fang Shi's feet. Fang Shi carried it with her hand, and directly stuffed it into the storage ring. If you don't obey, you will be locked up. The poor stepping cloud and plowing the moon boots were beaten up by the Shanhei Chankan family as soon as they entered the storage ring. At a young age, I experienced the dangers of the world. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 410 Jun Wen made a poem. Fang Shi finished packing up the moon treading boots, and came to look for Ji Hong with her little hands behind her back. Ji Hong is communicating with someone to find out about Fang Shi. The golden-eyed variegated bee has mutated into a flame variegated bee. Not only was she right, but she also became a hero of the bee garden. No wonder you are so arrogant. Staff Ji, are you busy? Ji Hong didn't want to talk to her at all, so he hummed perfunctorily. Ji Guanxi, do you have to send the processed golden needle buds to the medicinal material warehouse in a while? I see everyone is busy, I'm the only idler, send me there. Ji Hong. Why are you so shameless? You go. Are you from our factory? He held back his breath and said, I already have a suitable candidate, so I won't bother you. Fang Shi said with a smile, whoever is bothering or not, they are all our own people. Now that there is a suitable candidate, I will be a little follower. Ji Hong really wanted to slap her to death, but he didn't dare. Originally, he wanted to send someone else to the medicinal herb warehouse, but now that Fang Shi insisted on following, he decided to go there himself, lest Fang Shi become a demon. After a while, Ji Hong put the processed golden needle Zuya into the storage ring, and took Fang Shi to the medicinal material warehouse. Along the way, Fang Shi's mouth never stopped. Ji Hong's consciousness was not very comfortable at first, but now his head is even more buzzing. Drunken elder, are you training her or me by sending her to the processing institute? Finally, we arrived at the medicinal material library. The disciples in the medicinal material warehouse were very surprised. Usually, the processing institute would send disciples here. Why did Steward Ji come here in person today? Because the quality of the golden needle buds needs to be checked and accepted, Ji Hong was asked to wait inside the room. With a heavy head, Ji Hong nodded and entered the room. Fang Shi stayed where she was, smiling and chatting with the disciple who accepted the medicinal materials. Staff Ji said that I'm new here and I'm not skilled enough, so he won't let me do anything. Although Elder Zui asked Steward Ji to take care of me more, but after all, I came to work, and I would be embarrassed if I didn't do anything, so I took the initiative to take the job of delivering the medicinal materials. Staff Ji was afraid that I would not know the way, so he accompanied me here. The same is true for Ji Guanxi. I am such an adult, even if I don't know the way, I have a mouth under my nose, and I still don't know how to ask. Ellipsis. Ji Hong inside the room. Are you not afraid of lightning when you open your eyes and tell nonsense? He wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. By the time he thought of saying something, Fang Shi had been yelling for a long time, and the disciples in the medicinal material warehouse were already yelling without worry. Ji Hong had no choice but to swallow the words that came to his lips. After checking and accepting the medicinal materials, those disciples stuffed Fang Shi with a lot of snacks. Many medicinal materials can be eaten, and if you are close to the water, you will get the moon first. If you don't violate the rules, you can still have many conveniences. The disciples in the herb library never lacked snacks. On the way back to the processing yard, Fang Shi took out a handful of dried fruit, ate it, and gave it to Ji Hong. Holding the dried fruit in his hand, Ji Hong felt as if he had been dreaming for half a day. When we returned to the artifactoring institute, it was getting dark. Fang Shi asked Ji Hong, Master Ji, where do I live? Originally, when Ji Hong brought her back, he wanted her to spend the night in the cubicle where the herbs were fried. After all, Elder Zui said he wanted to hone her. But now I dare not. Fortunately, there were still vacant rooms in the factory, so Fang Shi was asked to choose one. Ji Hong thought he could finally get rid of this dog skin plaster, but Fang Shi said again. Master Ji, can you help me find a handyman? I want to hire him to help me clean the room, and then help me pack a meal and come back. Ji Hong. You are a handyman. You are a handyman. You are a handyman. You still want to hire a servant to wait on you. Don't you think it's outrageous? Ji Hong really wanted to tear his face apart, but reason stopped him. In the end, someone sent a message to send over food, at least enough for Fang Shi to last for 10 days. Eat to death, you got it. As for the cleanliness of the room, he helped to clean it. He could have other disciples from the Artifactoring Institute come and clean it up, but he was afraid that Fang Shi would make trouble again, so he might as well do it himself. Besides, it's just a matter of a few formulas. Ever since Ji Hong became the steward of the Concoction Institute, he has never suffered such a useless attitude. He has only one wish now, and that is to send Zhu Wuyu, the god of plague, away as soon as possible. You can't be beaten, you can't be scolded, and it will be a disaster if you keep it. He was in a bad mood, but Fang Shi was in a good mood, and started to practice happily. Not long after practicing, she received a message from Jun Wen. Little sister is not at home. Brother tears flow. My heart is empty. Only hard work. Fang Shi. If she hadn't known that Jun Wen, these two idiots only regarded her as a junior sister, they would have thought it was a love poem. In fact, it is not difficult to get Jun Wen into the alchemy pavilion, but Jun Wen has no talent in alchemy, so it is better to go to Jujin Pavilion and help Elder Nangong. Fang Shi briefly chatted with Zheng Wen and continued to practice. She stayed up all night and was practicing. Anyway, being idle during the day is also idle, just to catch up on sleep. She will work hard secretly and amaze the world by then. Featuring a genius character design. There is one more chapter, which can be finished at about 6:30. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 411. Are you cooking soup here? Early the next morning, the artillery was busy. Fang Shi finished her breakfast slowly, greeted everyone one by one, and said to Ji Hong, "I'll go to the medicinal material warehouse." After that, he went out. Ji Hong. Which of us is the steward of the Fabrication Institute? Besides, what are you going to do in the medicinal material storehouse? He wanted to chase after her, but he felt that she must have a way to shut him up. It's hard for my head to stop buzzing, so don't ask for trouble. After much deliberation, he decided to go to Elder Drunk. Even if he was trained, he had to get this scourge out of the factory. Otherwise he will go crazy. As a result, when I went to the place and asked, the drunk elder retreated. His retreat is not for cultivation, but for concentrating on refining the heavenly elixir. From a few days to half a month. Ji Hong felt so bitter. Drunk elder, drunk elder. You don't retreat sooner or later, but you retreat at this time. Isn't this cheating me? Little did he know that Elder Drunk felt that Ji Hong would definitely try to grind Fang Shi, and he was worried that Fang Shi would come to him, so he simply retreated. There is no way for her to complain. Naturally, Ji Hong didn't know this. He was afraid that Fang Shi would poke Luzi, so he hurried to the medicinal material storehouse. When they got there, they found that Fang Shi was not there. He thought that Fang Shi had returned to the Concoction Institute, but the people in the medicinal material warehouse told him that Fang Shi had gone to the alchemy room. Ji Hong thought he heard it wrong. What? She went to the big alchemy room. That's right, the two senior brothers from the great alchemy room came to collect the medicinal materials, and I don't know what Wu Yu said to them. Anyway, she went with them. Ji Hong. At this moment, Ji Hong felt the lack of language. Because he didn't know how to describe his complicated mood at this time. There are two types of alchemy rooms in the alchemy pavilion. One is the exclusive alchemy room, and only elders are qualified to use it. The other is the large alchemy room, where a room is divided into several areas for ordinary alchemists to use. Even the big alchemy room has strict regulations, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Even disciples who belong to the alchemy pavilion's medicinal material storehouse, processing institute, etc., cannot enter without permission. So the question is, how did Zhu Wuyu get in? Are those two disciples crazy or stupid to bring her in? Ji Hong was afraid that he would be troubled by Fang Shi's troubles, so he hurried to the big alchemy room. At his level, he was still able to enter and exit the alchemy room freely, and he saw Fang Shi as soon as he entered. This guy is talking there. There is an alchemist in our blood family who has never used medicinal materials that have been processed before, and can be refined directly with herbs. Her words immediately caused a commotion. Impossible, you are bragging. It is impossible for any alchemist to do it. Even the drunk elders have to use processed medicinal materials for alchemy. That's right, what you are talking about is pure nonsense. Not only our demon race, but also the human race in the southern region must use the processed medicinal materials to make alchemy. After talking for a long time, who is the alchemist you are talking about? Fang Shi straightened her back. My grandfather's blood devours the world. He is amazingly talented, not only has a high level of cultivation, but also is proficient in alchemy, weapon refining, formations and so on. The old man told me personally that he never used concocted medicinal materials for alchemy. Pull it out of the ground and use it. Even the soil on the roots does not need to be removed, and the original flavor is the main one. Everyone. Are you making soup here? Restore the original taste. However, these people have never heard of blood-biting Huan, so they think Fang Shi is bragging. Many people started booing, telling Fang Shi to go out quickly and stop talking nonsense here. Ji Hong also understands now that the reason why Fang Shi let those two disciples bring her in is because she bragged that there are people who don't use prepared medicinal materials to make alchemy. The two disciples refused to accept it, so they brought her over to confront her. He wants to see how she ends up. Fang Shi sighed. Alright, if you don't believe it, don't believe it. I'm also to blame for my incompetence, but as long as my grandfather is 1% as good, it can prove that what I said is true. However, my grandfather also told me some alchemy experience and alchemy recipes, such as the 3 souls and 7 souls, the Devil's Birth Pill, the Soul Valley, all kinds of mess. If you want to hear it, I can share it with you. Of course, if you don't want to listen, then just pretend I didn't say anything, and I turn around and leave. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard the 3 souls and 7 souls washing pill. This is a heavenly elixir. With their status, they only came into contact with the pills of Xuan and Huang rank pills, and only occasionally came into contact with the pills of Earth rank pills, so don't even think about the pills of Heaven rank pills. So, someone changed their attitude immediately. Warreless, you said you were thirsty for a long time, right? Come and drink some tea. Warreless, you sit and talk, how tired you are standing. Warreless, here's some snacks, eat some before we talk. Ellipsis. Ji Hong. He could guess with his heels that Zhu Wuyu must be drawing cakes. It was impossible for her to say anything substantial. It's just that he didn't understand. Why did she find a way to sneak into the alchemy room? Could it be that you want to steal a teacher? If so, how naive. Not to mention other people, but just the miscellaneous disciples in the alchemy room, even if they're deeply influenced by it, it will take a few years to independently open the alchemy furnace. She couldn't even think about it. Maybe she was just trying to get close. After all, it is not surprising that many people want to curry favor with alchemists. At this time, Fang Shi also saw Ji Hong. Ji Guanxi, you came just in time. The colleagues in the Great Alchemy Room are so enthusiastic. I will play here for a while, and then I will go back to the Artifacting Academy in the evening. Ji Hong. Not to mention anything else, you are a handyman, and you have the nerve to call yourself a fellow. You don't want any face at all. Before he had time to refuse, those alchemists came over to intercede with Feng Shi one after another, and some even gave him a bottle of elixir. Ji Hong. God knows. He has been in the Concoction Institute for more than 10 years and has never received a bribe. Thanks to Zhu Wuyu, I received it. Is this a magical distortion or a moral depravity? Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 412, they're wrong too. In the end, Ji Hong walked away step by step. Before leaving, he gave Feng Shi a self-contained look, and Feng Shi returned him a very bright smile. Ji Hong felt that the day had passed extremely long, and it finally reached the evening. He rushed to the big alchemy room in a hurry. Seeing him, Feng Shi smiled and said, Master Ji, are you here to pick me up? You were so busy, you even came here to pick me up, which makes me feel embarrassed. Ji Hong. You can pull it down. With your thick skin, do you still know how to feel embarrassed? Besides, am I here to pick you up? I want to get the dog into the cage quickly, so as not to cause trouble. Feng Shi waved goodbye to the people in the Great Alchemy Room, and many people were reluctant to part. Ji Hong was speechless for a while. What she knew was that she was going back to the Artifacting Institute to rest, but those who didn't know thought she was going to die. Let's just say that you have known each other for less than a day. As for that. On the way back, Ji Hong couldn't help it, and asked Feng Shi, did you really tell them the formula of the 3 souls and 7 souls demon birth pill? Feng Shi blinked her eyes. I really want to do this, but unfortunately I don't know the formula of the 3 souls and 7 souls demon birth pill. Ji Hong, then what do you talk to them about? In fact, what he wanted to ask was, how did you fool them? I didn't talk about anything, I just talked about the love affairs between nobles, and the gap between ordinary alchemists and alchemy elders. They were all very nice, so I encouraged them. Ji Hong. Are you sure it's incentives and not rainbow farts? For the next few days, Feng Shi spent the day in the alchemy room. Ji Hong went to pick it up at first, but later saw that nothing happened and didn't bother to care about her. On this day, Feng Shi was helping an alchemist in the alchemy room, when an old man in elder clothes walked in. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the word, Xuan, was formed between his brows. What is particularly peculiar is that there is a jade pendant in the shape of a skull hanging around his waist. Everyone who was still talking and laughing suddenly shut their mouths, and the room was completely silent. The alchemist who was under Feng Shi's attack was even more distracted, and all previous efforts in a batch of pills were wasted. Although Feng Shi had never met the old man, she had inquired a lot about the alchemy pavilion in the past few days, and she guessed the identity of the old man as soon as she saw him. There are more than a dozen alchemy elders in the alchemy pavilion, but the most powerful are the 4 elders of Drunk, Life, Dream and Death. Elder Drunk, Elder Chang, and Elder Meng are a bit stricter, but they're still normal people. This dead elder was extremely strict to the point of abnormality. Alchemy must be done according to the standard, even if there is a slight difference. Because they did not meet the standard process of alchemy, several alchemists were driven out of the alchemy room by the dead elders. Therefore, when they saw him coming in, everyone was trembling. The dead elder said with no ups and downs, I want to refine the Kingshin breaking barrier pill, come and help me. No one moved. Who doesn't know that this is the king of Hades, it's the fool who moves in front of him. If you don't do it well, you will be kicked out of the alchemy room. Seeing that no one responded, the dead elder frowned even tighter. Just when he was about to appoint a candidate, a crisp voice sounded, Elder Dead, I'll help you. Feng Shi walked up to the dead elder while talking. Elder Dead looked at Feng Shi twice, handyman. He remembered that there were no handymen in the alchemy pavilion. Newcomer. If it were the other 3 elders, they would definitely ask about Feng Shi's origins, but the dead elders didn't think so. Because he didn't think it was necessary. When he came in, he saw that this little handyman was helping an alchemist, so he thought he was competent. So, he took Feng Shi and left. As soon as they left, the big alchemy room exploded. Hasn't the dead elder been retreating for alchemy all the time? Why did he leave the retreat all of a sudden? Didn't you hear that he was going to refine the Kingshin breaking barrier pill? It is estimated that someone is in urgent need of this kind of pill, so he left the level temporarily. Is the focus of your attention biased? Should we worry about Wu Yu's safety? Although she knows a little about alchemy, Elder Dead has strict rules, so she must be reprimanded. Then you go. The person who spoke before suddenly shut up. Although I was sweating for Zhu Wu Yu, but if a dead fellow Taoist is not dead, let her go. Then, someone said weakly, have you forgotten that Zhu Wu Yu is not from our great alchemy room? In case she stabbed Lu Zi, the dead elder will have to blame us. Many people were stunned. That's right, Zhu Wu Yu is not from our alchemy room. Then how did she get into the alchemy room? How did you become the one who helped us? The 2 disciples who brought Feng Shi in at the beginning tried their best to weaken their sense of existence, for fear of being held accountable. They are also very wronged. Zhu Wu Yu was indeed brought in by them, but when she came the next morning, no one kicked her out. On the contrary, you alchemists are pouring tea and snacks for her, so blame us now. But this time, Feng Shi had already followed Elder Dead to his exclusive alchemy room. I came back late, I hurriedly wrote a chapter, and updated the remaining 2 chapters around 7:30. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 413. The configuration of this alchemy room is much more advanced than that of the large alchemy room. In addition to the alchemy platform, there are several rows of wooden shelves on which bottles and jars are neatly placed. In addition, there are isolation array discs, gas gathering array discs and protective array discs. Because the chi gathering array was activated, the alchemy room's demonic energy was very strong. When Fang Shi was looking at it, Boss Sichang said with a straight face, "Light a fire." The so-called fire is to place the fire crystal charcoal under the alchemy furnace, and then use the formula to ignite it. After the temperature of the fire crystal charcoal stabilizes, the alchemist will start refining the elixir. Fang Shi was not in vain in the alchemy room these few days, and immediately started lighting a fire with ease. She felt that there was nothing wrong with what she did, but the dead elder picked a dozen problems for her. For example, the direction of placing the fire crystal charcoal is wrong, it must be placed in a north-south direction, and cannot be placed in an east-west direction. For another example, when lighting fire crystal charcoal, the ignition point must fall on the northernmost point. Fang Shi scolded him in his heart as a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, but on the surface he quickly changed according to what he said. Fang Shi thought that Elder Dead would start alchemy soon, but he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Fang Shi was startled, and quickly knelt down on the ground. The main one is to accompany kneeling. The dead elder said piously. The alchemy furnace is turned on, and the elder of the alchemy pavilion died wheeling praying for the blessing of the demon god. It was only then that Fang Shi realized that Elder Dead was praying for the blessing of the demon god, probably because he wanted to improve the success rate of the pill and the quality of the pill. Okay, this is his spiritual belief, and she has to respect it. She felt that she had to say something, or wouldn't she kneel in vain? Turn on the charcoal fire, burn the fire girl Zhu Wu you to pray for the blessing of the demon god. Dead elder. What is a burning girl? But no matter what, this little handyman is polite, unlike other disciples who just stand there stupidly. After the dead elder stood up, the temperature of the fire crystal charcoal also became stable. He took out the required medicinal materials and signaled Fang Shi to arrange them neatly. Fang Shi felt that she could still do a good job in this matter, and was trained by the dead elder for half an hour. The reason is nothing more than that the medicinal materials are not arranged in a straight line, and the roots are not smoothed in the same direction. A large piece of Huojing charcoal was almost burnt, and the dead elder was still admonishing her. Fang Shi felt that Elder Dead really deserved the surname he was given. A veritable dead set. Elder Dead was very dissatisfied with Fang Shi. If it wasn't for Fang's eyes kneeling numbness just now, he would definitely have kicked her out. The training was almost done, so Fang Shi added another piece of Huojing charcoal. Fang Shi kindly reminded him. Elder Dead, shall we pray for the blessing of the demon god again? After all, this is considered a reopening. Dead elder. Do you have to pray again if you add a piece of fire crystal charcoal? This little girl is really determined. He ignored Fang Shi and started to make seals. Following the pill seals, the medicinal herbs were put into the pill furnace one by one. Fang Shi couldn't help nodding. Although the old man was stubborn, his level of alchemy was much better than those of the alchemists in the big alchemy room. Fang Shi's next job is to keep an eye on the burning of the fire crystal charcoal, and add new fire crystal charcoal in a timely manner according to the temperature requirements of alchemy. Fire crystal charcoal is also divided into sizes, and different specifications of fire crystal charcoal can be added according to actual needs. Fang Shi felt that the demons seemed to have some brains. It doesn't matter that the medicinal materials need to be processed, but making a pill still requires so many fires. However, this is convenient for Fang Shi. Because these days, besides blah blah, the most important thing for her to gain a firm foothold in the alchemy room is that she is good at lighting fires. She is extremely precise in temperature control, and has won unanimous praise from alchemists. At this time, it is no exception. Even if the dead elder is very picky, he has to admit that this little handyman who was randomly brought in is very good at lighting fires. Could it be the blessing of the demon god? In fact, there is only one reason why Fang Shi can do this, and that is that she has been using her spiritual sense to perceive the changes in temperature. She has a strong sense of consciousness and can perceive subtle changes in temperature, so she can naturally become an excellent fire-burning girl. She focused on two things. While lighting the fire, she memorized the whole process of the dead elder's alchemy, including those extremely complicated alchemy seals. It took a full hour and a half to refine this furnace of elixir. The dead elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace. A medicinal fragrance permeated the air. Fang Shi immediately felt refreshed. She stretched her neck and looked into the alchemy furnace. There were 6 round pills and some medicinal residues inside. The expressionless face of the dead elder became vivid. The Qingshan breaking barrier pill is a heavenly elixir, and it is extremely difficult to refine. In the past, there was only % success rate at most, and it was very difficult to produce high-grade pills. Unexpectedly, this time not only has a % success rate of pills, but also a high-grade pill. He couldn't help looking at Fang Shi. You burn well. You deserve a reward. After finishing speaking, he rewarded Fang Shi with magic crystals. Fang Shi. 100,000 magic crystals for 1 fire. I can burn you for a lifetime. She immediately showed a grateful look, and at the same time thanked her. She blew a rainbow fart obliquely. Although the dead elder didn't care about this, but he is in a good mood now. Even if Fang Shi scolded him for being old, he should still find it very pleasant. Therefore, it was rare to smile at Fang Shi. It's just that because he seldom smiles all year round, this smile is uglier than crying. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 414 A handyman who can light a fire is a good handyman. The dead elder said to Fang Shi. In the future, if I do alchemy again, I will find you to light the fire. If you perform well, I can promote you to be an inner disciple. If I have time, I will remind you a little more. In 3 to 5 years, you should also be able to become an alchemist. Fang Shi was so excited that her voice trembled. Elder Dead, what you said is true. Can a little trash like me be an alchemist? Elder Dead waved his hand. Your words are wrong. One cannot underestimate oneself, although your cultivation base is a bit useless, but your understanding of alchemy is still good. All right, nothing to do, you go back first. Fang Shi hesitated and said. Elder Dead, I forgot to tell you something. I am actually not a handyman in the Great Alchemy Room, but a handyman in the Artillery Academy. The dead elder was taken aback. If it was replaced by the other 3 elders, it is estimated that the 8 generations of Fang Shi's ancestors would have to be questioned, but the dead elders didn't care about it at all. A handyman who can light a fire is a good handyman. He said indifferently, then transfer to the alchemy room. You go and tell them, just say what I said. After speaking, he threw the skull jade token on his body to Fang Shi. Take this and bring it back to me when you're done. Thanking Fang Shi 1,000 times, she walked out of the dead elder's alchemy room with a jade card. The great alchemy room didn't have a steward or deacon, so Fang Shi came to look for Deacon Jiang in the alchemy pavilion. After hearing Fang Shi's words, Deacon Jiang was speechless for a while. He knew that Fang Shi was here to use work as a substitute for punishment, so Elder Zui took her to the concoction yard, and wanted Ji Hong to grind her up a bit. As a result, she came here now with the token of the dead elder, and she is going to officially become a handyman in their alchemy pavilion. The only handyman. How did she do it? Although surprised, he went through the formalities for Fang Shi without asking Elder Zui for instructions. Because he would rather offend the drunk elder than the dead elder. That person said that if you turn your face, you will turn your face. After finishing the formalities, Fang Shi returned the jade token to the dead elder, and also sent a pack of tea leaves that she brought from Zhu's family. Although the dead elder did not miss her bag of tea, he had to say that he was still a little happy. Should I say it or not, this little handyman has a conscience. Coming out of Elder Dead, Fang Shi returned to the Great Alchemy Room happily, and said that she would be a handyman in the Great Alchemy Room from now on. Everyone. Relieved, they all gathered around, chattering away. Fang Shi didn't hide it either, she told what happened, but concealed the matter of her kneeling with her. After hearing this, everyone was a little envious but didn't have any other thoughts. One was that Fang Shi was very popular, and the other was a companion like a tiger. Dead elders are too difficult to serve. If I can reward you with 100,000 magic crystals today, I might be able to send you to the law enforcement hall tomorrow. Fang Shi chatted with everyone for a few more words, and trotted to see Ji Hong. As soon as they met, Fang Shi said with her little hands behind her back. Staff Ji, I've been transferred to the Great Alchemy Room as a handyman. Formal O. It's not temporary. Ji Hong. He thought he had misheard, and confirmed it 3 more times. God. She actually became a handyman in the alchemy room. Those who fight there are also inner disciples. How could she be the only handyman inside? How did she do it? It seems that he followed me to the medicinal material storehouse to deliver herbs. Fang Shi said with a smile. Although the concocting institute is very good, and you are also good to me, but now I am a handyman in the Great Alchemy Room, and I can only endure the pain in my heart to say goodbye to you. Ji Hong thought to himself, the farther you go, the better. Don't come to harm me again. But when he thought of Fang Shi's performance these days, he also said a few polite words, and returned to Fang Shi the 10,000 magic crystals that had punished Fang Shi earlier. Warreless, I just wanted to remind you at that time, how can I really punish you? You went to the alchemy room and worked hard, come back and have a look when you have time. Seeing that he was doing so well, Fang Shi also said a few polite words, then went to greet other people in the Artillery Academy, and then went back to the alchemy room. She didn't cock her tail because of the appreciation of the dead elders, she still smiled and helped those alchemists, and she did better than before. Who wouldn't like a sweet and hard-working little girl? Fang Shi was like a duck to water in the alchemy room. At this time, inside the Juebao Pavilion, Zhang Wen sighed. Ever since Fang Shi went to Alchemy Pavilion, he would come to Juebao Pavilion every day. In the words of my junior sister, emotional investment cannot be broken. Junior sister is not here, so he has to continue. Clean up, pour tea and water, chat with Elder Hua. Although most of the time, he would be ignored by Elder Hua. Hey, I don't know how little junior sister is doing in the Alchemy Pavilion. Did you eat enough? Did you sleep well? Did you feel angry? Elder Hua curled his lips when he heard his words. She has minds, can she be angry? If you have that skill, you might as well go back to practice quickly, don't be an eyesore here. Even though he said so, Elder Hua was somewhat worried. Fortunately, it will be 7 days in 2 days, and it's time for that stinky girl to come back. When she was there, she was chattering and chattering, but she was not used to it these days. The drunk elder who had locked himself in confinement was also counting the days on his fingers. He will be able to leave the customs in 2 days. That little girl Zhu Wu must be living in unspeakable misery, she might be secretly wiping her tears. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 415, this pretty little dead girl. 2 days passed in a flash, and the drunk elder left the customs. As soon as he left the customs, he saw Ji Hong, who had been waiting outside early. Elder Zui felt that Ji Hong was good at handling things, and knowing that he was eager to know the situation of Zhu Wuyu, he came over to report on his own initiative. However, he was not in such a hurry. So, just as Ji Hong was about to speak, he waved his hand. It's not too late to talk in the study. After entering the study, the drunk elder first drank a cup of tea, and then asked slowly. How is the situation of Zhu Wuyu? Have you been clamoring to see me? Ji Hong. You think too much. She is in the alchemy room like a duck to water, she probably forgot who you are. But that cannot be said. Elder Zhu Wuyu's situation is a bit complicated. She was taken by the dead elder, and transferred to the big alchemy room as a handyman. Cough, 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 Cough cough cough. The drunk elder was almost choked to death by the tea. Ahem, you, cough, what are you talking about? Ji Hong didn't hide it either, and told everything in detail. Elder drunk, at first I just didn't want to make things big, so I compromised. But I never thought that she just went with me to the medicinal herb warehouse, and it evolved into the current situation. I am ineffective, please punish me. The drunk elder's face turned red, and he didn't know whether it was from coughing or anger. After a while, he asked Ji Hong, Elder Dead said that girl burns well. Well, that's what Zhu Wu said. The drunk elder is skeptical. After dismissing Ji Hong, he went directly to the dead elder. The dead elder is admiring his masterpiece of the past 2 days. Ever since he got a burning girl, his level of alchemy has reached a new level. Because he was in a good mood, he rarely smiled when he saw Elder Zui. The drunk elder shivered. Please stop laughing. Horrible. He cut to the chase. I heard that you transferred Zhu Wu to the great alchemy room as a handyman. The dead elder nodded. It's true. To tell you the truth, I plan to investigate further, and if possible, turn her into an inner disciple, and give her some advice. The drunk elder thought he was crazy. Do you know that she is the granddaughter of Zhu Bawan? The dead elder was stunned for a moment. She is Zhu Baihuan's granddaughter. Isn't that right? Didn't Zhu Bawan die a long time ago? Besides, the age is not right. The drunk elder was speechless. However, he also knew that Elder Dead was not interested in alchemy other than alchemy, so it was normal not to know about it. So, he simply told the ins and outs. The dead elder didn't take it seriously after hearing this. Her grandfather is her grandfather, and she is her. I think this little girl is not bad, not only polite but also very understanding, especially the fire is very good. You see, this is the Qingshan breaking barrier pill that I refined recently. Not only does it have a % success rate, but there are also 2 top grade ones. And this Tiangang Peiyuan pill. The drunk elder felt that the dead elder was exaggerating, maybe his level of alchemy had increased recently, and it had nothing to do with that Zhu Wuyu. Seeing that he didn't believe it, the dead elder immediately said, I'll call Xiao Wuyu over, can you make a furnace of elixir on the spot and try it? Drunken elder, Xiao Wuyu. How long have you known each other? You just called Xiao Wuyu. The drunk elder even suspected that the dead elder was taken away by some ghost. Otherwise, why is the style of acting so different from the usual one? However, it's good to try. He wants to see what kind of ability Zhu Wuyu, a fire-burning girl, can do. The drunk elder was not used to using the dead elder's alchemy room, so he went to his own alchemy room. The dead elder also followed. Not long after, Fang Shi came over in a hurry. As soon as he entered the room, he first said hello to the dead elder, and then said to the drunk elder with a smile. Elder drunk, have you left the customs? Originally, I was a little regretful that we only had 7 days of fate, but now it's better, and we can be together for a long time in the future. Drunk elder, stop being silly, come over and start a fire. Then, he saw Fang Shi kneeling on the ground, and said devoutly, the charcoal fire is turned on, the girl who burns the fire is Zhu Wuyu and prays for the blessing of the demon god. Drunk elder. The dead elder standing aside nodded in satisfaction. How is it? Let me just say that this little girl is not bad, right? Praying to the demon god is an essential step, but unfortunately many people don't understand it. The drunk elder seemed to understand why the dead elder valued Zhu Wuyu. Because both of them have brains. Fang Shi stood up, placed the Huojing charcoal in a north-south direction, and hung the thread with his eyes to ensure that it was exactly south and north. The ignition point accurately fell on the northernmost tip of Huojington. The medicinal herbs are also arranged neatly, even the orientation of the roots are exactly the same. The drunk elder was speechless. No wonder Elder Dead likes her, this little dead girl. The drunk elder sounded a few words, seeing that the temperature of the fire crystal charcoal had stabilized, he began to refine the pulse replenishing Dan. The dead elder pouted. Gumai Duer Dan is just an earth-level elixir, it seems that Zui elder doesn't trust Xiao Wuyu's ability to burn fire. The dead elder guessed right. The drunk elder really didn't trust Fang Shi, and felt that the dead elder was exaggerating. This Zhu Wuyu is not even an alchemist, so how high is her level of burning fire? The herbs in the heavenly elixir are very precious, and if something goes wrong, it will be wasted. However, he soon discovered that Elder Dead was right. Zhu Wuyu's control over the temperature of the Huojing charcoal was very accurate. Hey, don't say it, don't you really say it, she is really a natural fire girl. There are still 2 chapters to be finished around o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 416 Fang Shi is a Duan Shui master. The drunk elder quickly restrained his mind and concentrated on alchemy. Fang Shi memorized the whole process of his alchemy while lighting the fire. The dead elder who stood aside had a panoramic view of this scene, but he didn't take it to heart. If you can watch it just by looking at it, then the world will be full of alchemists. The difficulty of refining earth-level elixir is much lower than that of sky-level elixir. Half an hour later, the drunk elder finished refining. He stretched out his hand to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace, and a burst of medicinal fragrance came to his nostrils. Elder Shi and Fang Shi also stretched their necks to watch. Elder Drunk and Elder Dead looked astonished, and Fang Shi also showed a look of astonishment in cooperation. Inside the alchemy furnace lay 10 round pills, 8 of which were high-grade pills. The dead elder patted the drunk elder's shoulder and said, How is it, am I right, Xiao Wuyu's fire is burning well. Elder Zui also had to admit that Fang Shi was indeed a good fire starter. Although he had a better record than this, it was done in excellent condition and the quality of the medicinal materials was also very good. This time there is such a result, the heat accounted for a large part of the reason. Elder Zui looked at Fang Shi with complicated eyes, this girl has some strengths besides babbling. After a long silence, he said, Then you should stay here first. Anyway, once the 3 months arrive, she will be kicked out of Langyuan, so let her burn in the alchemy pavilion for 3 months first. The dead elder is quite proud. Is there something wrong with the person he is optimistic about? He doesn't care about 3 months or 5 months. If the little girl has been doing well, he will keep her no matter what. The drunk elder tidied up the alchemy platform in a complicated mood, and then left the alchemy room. As soon as he came out, Deacon Jiang came to report that there were several groups of people coming to pick up Fengshi. The first group was Zhun Wen and Elder Hua. The second group is Elder Nangong from the Sword Forging Hall of Tianshu Peak. The third group is Deacon Huo from the Tianshu Peak Law Enforcement Hall. The fourth call is Elder Feng from Fengyuan. Originally, the 2 deacons from Longyu Pond also wanted to come, but they thought their weight was not enough, so they let Zhun Wen represent them. As soon as they met, Elder Feng of Fengyuan said first. Warreless, the flaming bee has already produced the first batch of honey. Come with me to the bee garden to taste. 818 novels. He actually wanted to come to Fengshi a long time ago, but he didn't come when he heard that Fengshi was going to work as a handyman for the drunk elder for 7 days. After all, he had to give the drunk elder face. Before Fengshi could speak, Elder Nangong said, "Little worry free, it doesn't matter if you eat honey early or late. There is a difficult issue at Janjiantang that needs to be discussed with you urgently. Come with me to Jujiantang." Ever since Fengshi proposed the method of categorizing spiritual consciousness breaths, Elder Nangong not only regarded Fengshi as a mascot. This girl has something. As soon as Elder Nangong finished speaking, Elder Hua snorted coldly. No matter how urgent your matter is, there are those pair of cloud-riding moon boots on her feet. Ha! Where are the boots? Did you take them off? Fengshi nodded. I put it in confinement, and I will release it when I am obedient. Elder Hua felt that the boots of stepping on the clouds and plundering the moon were really disappointing. How dare you hold on for 2 more days? Now, what reason do I have to call this girl back to Juabao Pavilion? He didn't really want her to go, but mainly wanted to ask what happened these few days. Right, that is it. Seeing that the 3 elders had finished speaking, Deacon Huo said weakly. Zhu Wuyu, the Law Enforcement Hall's Law Enhancing Squad has almost been formed, and there is still a lack of a squad leader. Hall Master Ouyang thinks you are more suitable. Do you have any opinions? Fengshi. She thought it would be good to be a team member. After all, she is a handyman. Didn't expect to let her be the team leader. Her unrelated father is really awesome. In fact, Hall Master Ouyang's original words are as follows. In the process of popularizing the law, it is inevitable that people will be offended, and some thorns will be encountered. It is not easy for our disciples in the Law Enforcement Hall to come forward in such matters. How about letting Zhu Wuyu act as the knife? She is eloquent, familiar with the rules of the sect, and she is not from Langyuan, so she is perfect for it. Fengshi didn't care what Hall Master Ouyang's original intention was. Anyway, she was very willing to be the team leader. Immediately smiled and said that he had no objection, and was a little flattered. The drunk elder thinks the world is too crazy. It's fine for 3 elders to fight for a handyman, but Tianshu Peak's Law Enforcement Hall actually asks her to be a small team leader. Is your Law Enforcement Hall so short of people? Must she? The dead elder looked at Elder Nangong and the others with a gloomy face. This is my burning girl. You grab a fart. Zhun Wen silently watched the scene. He didn't even get a chance to speak. In fact, he wanted to say, little girl, don't forget your job. Should you go to the Longyu Pond to order a dick? As Master Duan Shui, Fengshi naturally would not offend anyone, and he said a few words with a smile, which made Elder Nangong and the others feel quite at ease. Everyone thinks that they're her treasure. According to the priorities, Fengshi decided to go to the Janjian Hall first, and then to the Law Enforcement Hall. As for the Bee Garden and Juabao Pavilion, it's nothing important, just go for a stroll if you have time. The Alchemy Pavilion also has to come here every now and then, otherwise the previous efforts would be in vain. As for the Dragonfish Pond, I will take a look at it when I go back at night. Seeing that Fengshi was about to leave, the dead elder's already gloomy face became even uglier. But there was no way to stop it. After all, Fengshi's errands were all officially registered. He was puzzled. With so many handymen in Lang Yinyuan, why did he have to grab a burning girl from him? None of them are good things. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 417 It is going to run away from home. The drunk elder was in a complicated mood. An hour ago, he was looking forward to Zhu Wuyu crying and leaving. But at this moment, he was a little bit reluctant. It's not that he has a good impression of Zhu Wuyu, the key is that this burning girl is really rare. He was just about to refine a heaven-ranked elixir that had failed several times. If she was allowed to light the fire, the chance of success might be higher. Just thinking about it, Fengshi said with a smile, Drunk elder, dead elder, although I have several roles, you can rest assured that I will not forget that I am a member of the Alchemy Pavilion. As long as I have time, I will come back to work. If you two have any errands, send me a message at any time. Elder Zui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I have to say, this little girl really knows how to behave. The dead elder said with a sullen face, I don't care what other errands you have, you must come back once every 3 days at most, do you hear me? Fengshi agreed with a smile. Although the dead elder is obsessive-compulsive, but he is generous and has real talents. She still likes to help him. The drunk elder saw that the dead elder had acted as his substitute, so he didn't say anything else. Fengshi said a few more polite words, and then followed Elder Nangong and the others to Tianshu Peak. On the way, Elder Nangong asked curiously, Xiao Wuyu, why did you become a handyman in the Alchemy Pavilion again? Fengshi told the story again. Elder Nangong couldn't help but praised again and again, you little girl is really capable, the heat of the alchemy furnace is not something that ordinary people can control. Fang Shi said with a smile, I'm not an ordinary person, I'm an ordinary little genius. Elder Nangong couldn't help laughing. Elder Hua glared at Fang Shi, and snorted coldly. Being a fire girl is worth your tails. What a waste of money. Fang Shi bared her small white teeth, then I'll be a cleaning girl at your place. Elder Hua. Deacon Huo behind him was counting with his fingers how many errands Fang Shi had in total. He felt that after a while, one pair of hands might not be enough. The point is that these errands are separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Why do they all fall in love with her? Could it be that in addition to her father, she also recognized 3 aunts, 6 uncles and 2 uncles? After returning to Tianshu Peak, Fang Shi followed Elder Nangong to Jianjian Hall. Elder Nangong got straight to the point. Xiao Wuyu, according to the classification method you mentioned, the slicing speed of the magic sword is much faster, and I have already put together a magic sword. Although its fragments have residual consciousness, they can't be gathered into one body, that is to say, there is no way to wake up the sword spirit. We have discussed and discussed, but have not found any good solution. Do you have any good solution? As soon as the words fell, the wooden sword in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness began to somersault. Its meaning couldn't be more obvious. Let me go. Let me out. I can do it. I'm a little expert in awakening the sword spirit. Fang Shi ignored it. Some credits can be claimed, and some credits cannot be claimed. Release the wooden sword, the sword spirit of the magic sword awakened, how to explain? She couldn't understand the reason why it was a crime to conceive a boy. Fang Shi thought for a while and said to Elder Nangong. Do you want to scare it? Warn them that if they can't wake up the sword spirit, they will have to go back to the furnace and make another. Elder Nangong shook his head. This method has been used, it is useless. Fang Shi said with a smile. Of course verbal warnings are useless. You take it to the sword forging furnace and throw some other magic sword fragments into the sword forging furnace. Maybe the sword spirit will wake up. The 6 magic swords before have been wiped away, and the remaining spiritual consciousness can revive the sword spirit, which shows that the sword spirit is still very tenacious. Elder Nangong immediately decided to give it a try. But he can't act. He handed over this matter to Fang Shi. Fang Shi immediately took the magic sword to the sword casting furnace, and performed a show of killing a chicken for the monkey, and the sword spirit of the magic sword was frightened awake in an instant. Elder Nangong was so happy that he could not close his mouth from ear to ear, and praised Fang Shi as a flower. And then, greater than after boasting, she wanted to give Fang Shi the magic crystal, but Fang Shi said she didn't want anything. Seeing her resolute attitude, Elder Nangong had no choice but to give up, and then slapped his forehead. Look at my memory, didn't you say you want those abandoned stones in the sword market? I put it in this storage ring for you, so keep it. Fang Shi thanked Elder Nangong and put away the storage ring. Elder Nangong was anxious to find the other 6 sword-casting elders to announce the good news, said a few words in a hurry, and left. Fang Shi came out of the sword-casting hall and walked to the law enforcement hall. The wooden sword in the sea of consciousness was bulging with anger. It can be seen that the unscrupulous master is suppressing it. Don't let it eat enough, don't give it a chance to show its face. In her heart, it can't compare to that pair of broken boots. Not to mention anything else, she never called it Bauer. This home can't wait. It's leaving home. It will stand on another mountain. Fang Shi didn't know what Mu Jian was thinking, so she transferred the stone to her storage ring. If you put it in a storage ring alone, after a long time, you might forget it. This thing can only be sold at a good price in the demon race, and it has to be sold quickly after leaving Langyunyuan. Mu Jian was cursing silently, but suddenly froze. Smell good. It hurriedly jumped in front of the stone pile, and it was sure that the fragrance came from these stones. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 418 Magic Pill 6-4, but merely. The wooden sword got into the pile of stones, greedily absorbing the energy in the stones. As it was absorbed, the originally off-white stone turned pure white. Fang Shi knew nothing about it. The Shanhei Chankan family and Little Boots didn't know either. Because the wooden sword is good at learning, it got into the innermost part of the stone pile. It eats from the inside out, and no one can find out. It decided not to run away from home for the time being, until it was full. Fang Shi had already arrived at the law enforcement hall at this time, and she came directly to see Hall Master Ouyang. People appreciated her so much, she would be too ignorant if she didn't come to say thank you. Besides, the feelings are all from the source, she works hard, maybe her unilateral recognition of her father will become a two-way rush. Deacon Huo has already told Hall Master Ouyang about Fang Shi's great achievements. Therefore, when Hall Master Ouyang saw Fang Shi, he smiled and said, you are getting more and more part-time jobs, are you busy enough? Fang Shi said with a smile, as long as the arrangement is reasonable, let alone these few part-time jobs, even 180 jobs will be fine. Hall Master Ouyang only thought she was bragging, encouraged her a few words, and asked her to go to Deacon Huo. After seeing Deacon Huo, Fang Shi soon met the members of the law-enhancing team. Fang Shi could tell from their facial expressions that most of them were not convinced. This is also normal, these people are inner disciples, of course they are not convinced by her, the captain of the handyman. Fang Shi brought people to the dragon fish pond. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhu rushed forward to greet them, and trotted away, fearing that they would be outmatched by each other. You move the chair, I hand the hot towel. You pour the tea, and I peel the melon seeds. People in the law enforcement team thought, they seem to know what a secular eunuch is like. Fang Shi drank half a cup of tea and ate a small handful of melon seeds before saying to the two deacons. Call all the handymen from our dragon fish pond, I want to give a lecture. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhu rushed to call for someone. The members of the law enforcement team were even more confused. Is she the handyman or the deacon of Longyu Pond? After a while, all the people in Longyu arrived. Fang Shi stood up from the chair, and said slowly. I am now the captain of the Francophone team, and my players are not very satisfied with me. I called you here just to show you the excitement. After all, the days of fish farming are very boring, and there are no entertainment items. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she looked at the PFA team. Come on, you take turns fighting me one-on-one, and you will lose if you fall into the lake. At first, the members of the law-enhancing team suspected that Fang Shi was joking, but when they saw that she was serious, some of them couldn't help it. Captain, I will accompany you to do a few tricks. The person who spoke was Huo Likin, Deacon Huo's distant nephew. Deacon Huo's original intention was to support him, so he was incorporated into the law-enhancing team. It's a pity that Huo Likin didn't understand Deacon Huo's good intentions at all, and felt that his cousin's brain might have been kicked by a monster. Otherwise, why did he get him into some shit team? The most annoying thing is that the captain is still a little handyman. Or the little handyman who is about to be kicked out. Now when he heard that Fang Shi was going to fight one-on-one, he was the first to jump out. Just as Fang Shi was about to make a move, Zhang Wen said, Little sister, how can you kill a chicken with a bull's knife? Give him to me. Zhang Wen has been holding back this energy for a long time. Although he is not as good as junior sister, he is not a free eater either. Don't do anything, why did junior sister bring him here? Mascot. Fang Shi thought it would be okay to let Zhang Wen try, so she stepped aside. 818 novels. Huo Likin sized Zhang Wen up a few times with a look of contempt on his face. His cultivation is at the 6th level of the magic pill, while Zhang Wen's cultivation at this time is only at the 7th level of condensation yuan. He feels that he can defeat Zhang Wen with only 3 points of strength. He raised his chin, you do it first. Zhang Wen was not too polite, and the big knife transformed by the devilish energy slashed at Huo Likin. Huo Likin's devilish energy turned into a giant wolf, biting Zhang Wen's devilish sword with sharp claws. But in an instant, Zhang Wen's devilish sword almost dissipated. Huo Likin couldn't help curling his lips, and those members of the law-enhancing team also looked contemptuous. The people in Dragon Fish Pond looked worried. Fang Shi felt that it was inappropriate for her not to cooperate, so she showed a worried expression. Zhang Wen was forced back again and again by Huo Likin, and the two arrived at the lakeside without knowing it. Huo Likin felt that he had already secured the victory, so he somewhat took it lightly. At this moment, Zhang Wen's devilish sword suddenly became solid, and directly split Huo Likin's devilish giant wolf in half. Before the monster wolf had time to close up, Zhang Wen's monster sword came in front of Huo Likin. Huo Likin retreated instinctively, stepped on the ground, and fell into the lake. Zhang Wen stood with his hands behind his back. The magic pill has 6 levels, but it's only mediocre. Zhang Wen is very satisfied with his performance. In the past, he would only fight foolishly and recklessly, but now he has learned to outsmart. Huo Likin was going to die of anger. He is not convinced. Very unconvinced. Zhang Wen was quite easy to talk to, let him climb up, and the two fought again. Zhang Wen didn't use tricks this time, because he had already tested the opponent's strength. He felt sure of winning over the other. He thought to himself, since he can even defeat people at the 6th level of the magic core, if he switches back to spiritual power in the future, he must at least have the 6th level of the golden core, right? My darling, you didn't form a pill before you came here, and you just soared to the 6th floor of the golden pill after walking around. Sure enough, choice is more important than hard work. The most correct decision in his life was to follow the steps of his junior sister. Some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 499 just not reconciled. Zhang Wen and Huo Likin fought evenly. In fact, Zhang Wen can attack with divine sense, but he is useless. Because he wanted to use Huo Likin as a sharpening stone. After coming to Langyuan, he has never had the chance to actually fight, and finally got taken advantage of, so he has to make the best use of everything. Huo Likin didn't feel it at first, but then he felt something was wrong. Every time it is critical, Zhu Anfang starts to release water. What does he mean? You don't think I'm a sparring partner, do you? You are broken. Huo Likin was so angry that he jumped into the lake. I won't give you a chance to humiliate me. He has some doubts about life. Zhu An's cultivation base is so much lower than him, why can't he beat him? Why? At this time, Fang Shi waved her hand with a smile. I know you are still not convinced, you come up, I will fight with you. Huo Likin felt that his chance to stand up had come, so he climbed onto the shore immediately. Then, with a pain in his consciousness, Fang Shi kicked him back into the lake. It's not that he doubts life now, but that he has nothing to love. He used to think that although he was not a top person, he was more than enough than the top and the bottom. Is he actually such a waste? When he was feeling hopeless, Fang Shi kicked down another team member. When he saw the other party, he felt that he didn't feel so uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, the members of the law-enhancing team fell into the water like dumplings. Huo Likin felt that he could do it again. It turned out that it wasn't his trash, but Zhu Wuyu brothers and sisters who were too perverted. After some friendly exchanges, the French popularization team became very united and friendly. After Fang Shi lectured, he took them and the people from Longyu to have a barbecue. The handyman in Longyu never dreamed that they would have the opportunity to eat barbecue with the disciples of Law Enforcing Hall. Zhu Wuyu is too awesome. From the second day on, Fang Shi, the team leader, took office. She traveled all over the corners of Tianshu Peak, planting the seeds of popularization in people's hearts. During this period, she also found time to go to the bee garden and brought back a large jar of honey from the blazing variegated bee. After Fang Shi divided the honey into small bottles, he sent a small bottle to each of Elder Nangong, Elder Hua, Elder Zui, Elder Dead and Hall Master Yang. Another half-month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Shi was called to the alchemy pavilion by the drunk elder. I want to refine the Purgatory Nirvana pill today, but I have tried for several years without success. You did a great job with the heat, so I decided to give it another try. Well, if it fails again this time, it will be difficult to collect enough of these herbs. Fang Shi felt that her small shoulders could not bear such a big responsibility, so she hurriedly said that she had a stomachache. Drunk elder. Is it appropriate for you to pretend to be sick in front of an alchemy elder? Can you respect my profession? Fang's eyes were exposed and she had to follow Elder Zui to the alchemy room. She was surprised to find that the dead elder was also there. Elder Drunk explained, if my devilish energy is exhausted in the middle, Elder Dead can take over and continue refining. Fang Shi was a little surprised. It was the first time she heard that alchemy could relay. The demon race is really different from the human race. Before refining, Elder Dead and Fang Shi prayed to the demon god as usual. To their surprise, the drunk elder followed suit. It is estimated that it is also for psychological comfort. After Fang Shi ignited the fire, he arranged the medicinal herbs neatly. After the temperature of the fire crystal charcoal stabilized, the drunk elder took a deep breath and began to seal. While carefully controlling the temperature, Fang Shi memorized the elder's seal. The Danyan this time is more complicated than the ones seen before, no wonder the drunk elder has never been successful. An hour and a half passed in a blink of an eye, and there was still nearly half of the pills on the alchemy platform. The drunk elder's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and his demon energy was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to let the dead elder take over for him, and wait for him to take it easy before taking over again. The most important thing in alchemy is the beginning and the end, and it is not a big problem to relax a little in the middle. Fang Shi said in her heart, this alchemy is really hard work. It's just that it didn't take long for her to make alchemy. Every time she does alchemy, she doesn't care about the order in which she puts it in, she puts all her brains into the alchemy furnace, uses her spiritual sense to perceive the changes in the herbs in the alchemy furnace, and adjusts the alchemy seal accordingly. Why are the drunk elders working so hard? It may also be that the alchemy of the demon race is different from the alchemy of the human race. After all, she has not refined the magic pill before, so she may take it for granted. Half an hour later, the drunk elder came back and replaced the dead elder. Another half an hour passed, and the refining was finally completed. But whether it will be successful or not, no one has a clue. The drunk elder took a deep breath, and carefully opened the alchemy furnace. Inside was a mass of black medicinal residue, not to mention successful, it didn't even take the shape of the elixir. The drunk elder was already a little bit exhausted, so he slumped on the ground right now. The dead elder comforted, you got the recipe of Purgatory Nirvana pill by accident, maybe this recipe is wrong. Now that the materials are exhausted, you don't have to worry about it anymore. The drunk elder sighed, I'm just not reconciled. I have deliberated on this recipe several times, and there is nothing inconsistent with it, but it just doesn't work, alas. After a while, the drunk elder poured the medicine dregs from the alchemy furnace into the waste bucket, and then left with a long sigh. Elder Dead told Fang Shi to tidy up the alchemy platform, and followed him out. Although Fang Shi was good at speaking, she didn't interrupt just now because it was inappropriate to say anything in her capacity. 818 novels. She quickly cleaned up the alchemy platform, and she felt it was a pity to see the medicine residue in the waste bucket. These are all precious medicinal herbs. Moreover, these medicinal residues are not burnt, so they may still be useful. Thinking of this, Fang Shi put those medicine residues into the storage ring. I have something to go out, the remaining chapter will be updated around PM. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 420 Isn't this a sugar pill? Fang Shi came out of Elder Zhao's alchemy room and went directly to her residence in the big alchemy room. She was very popular, to be precise, she was valued by the drunk elder and the dead elder, so even though she didn't live here for a few days, the place was still reserved for her. Still a single room. After entering the house, Fang Shi fell asleep. She is also very tired. She has been using her spiritual sense to control the temperature, and she has to be distracted to memorize the alchemy process of the elders, can she not be tired? It was dark when Fang Shi woke up. After she simply ate something, she began to think about the alchemy formula of the drunk elder. Although she didn't see the alchemy formula, she witnessed the whole alchemy process, so she naturally knew the alchemy formula. She thinks Danfang should be fine. There is no theoretical basis, just intuition. There is no problem with the pill formula, and there is no problem with the refining method of the drunk elder. Why did it fail? She took out the dregs of the medicine. She pinched a little medicine dregs and smelled it, and it didn't smell burnt, and then put it in her mouth. Before he could taste anything, the 5 spiritual roots in his danshan were deceitful. One by one, they desperately stretched out of the danshan, just like seeing a dog with fleshy bones. Fang's heart skipped a beat. Although these medicinal residues are refined from precious medicinal herbs, they are waste products after all. It stands to reason that these 5 spiritual roots should not have such a big reaction. Is there something strange here? At this time, there was sweetness in her mouth, which was sweet. Even though he only tasted a little bit just now, there is such a strong sense of sweetness. Fang Shi had a vague guess in her heart. This time she pinched a ball of medicine residue and put it in her mouth. But in an instant, she felt that her limbs were being washed by waves of warm current, and the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan became thicker visibly with the naked eye. The corners of Fang Shi's mouth turned up slightly. It turns out that the Purgatory Nirvana pill is different from ordinary pills. Even if it is successfully refined, it will not turn into a pill shape. This pile of dregs is the finished product. She felt sorry for Elder Zui, who failed so many times before, and dumped them all as waste. What a prodigal. So, people cannot be bound by fixed thinking. Who stipulated that the elixir must be refined into a round elixir? It could also be medicine dregs, medicine juice, or even crispy rice. Fang Shi rolled her eyes, took out some honey and flour from the storage ring, and started rubbing the pills. The medicine dregs from Yidden furnace were kneaded into 20 black pills. After she took out 4 small porcelain bottles and divided up the pills, she came to see Elder drunk in a hurry. At this moment, the drunk elder was like an eggplant beaten by Shuang, his head was drooping, and he had no energy at all. It's not that he can't bear it mentally, it's mainly because he is unwilling. If his level of alchemy is limited, he will admit it. But there is no problem in any link, but it ends in failure every time. This time he even worshipped the demon god, but failed. He is really upset. When he was depressed, Fang Shi's voice came from outside the door. Elder drunk, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Drunk elder. What is your name? Come in. Fang Shi pushed the door and entered, and said with a smile. Elder Zui, haven't I been in the alchemy pavilion for almost a month? I think I'm already a mature alchemist. So, just now I gave it a try. Guess what? I did it right once. Still a % success rate. Drunk elder. When it gets dark, you start dreaming, right? If you can make alchemy after being a handyman for a month, then the raindrops will kill a lot of alchemists. He sighed, okay, I know you deliberately made jokes to make me happy, I'm fine, you go back. Fang's eyes small face sank after a click. Elder Zui, are you looking down on me? Think I'm talking nonsense? See for yourself. This is the elixir I refined. As Fang Shi said, she took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Elder Zui. The drunk elder was a little confused, he uncorked the bottle and smelled. The aroma of honey. A large black pill poured out. It's not a sugar pill, is it? Is this thing made from an alchemy furnace? Was it made by hand? Fang Shi urged, Elder Zui, take a piece and try it. Although Elder Zui didn't really want to eat it, but Fang Shi looked at him with shining eyes, and the aroma of honey was very tempting, so he ate one. He really wasn't afraid of Fang Shi poisoning him, because he had enough self-confidence. Besides, after getting along for this period of time, he still has a certain degree of trust in Fang Shi. He chewed the pill and swallowed it. Not to mention, it's quite delicious. There is even Huygen. He was about to send Fang Shi away, but he was stunned. The limbs and bones were washed by waves of warm current, and the magic pill was even more wrapped in warm current, making people feel so comfortable that they wanted to cry. This elixir can actually strengthen the magic pill, and even repair the magic pill. Isn't this the effect of Hell Nirvana pill? He looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. This pill, where did this pill come from? What's its name? Tell me the truth. Fang Shi blinked and blinked her eyes. I rubbed it with my hands. It's called the morning and evening pill. Drunk elder. Sooner or later to play. What the hell is this name? Open black lens bracket see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 421 The Unavoidable Fate. Elder Zui felt that Fang Shi was talking nonsense. Putting the name of the pill aside, the key is that this thing is really made by hand. If such a powerful elixir can be rubbed out with hands, what do alchemists need to do? He asked Fang Shi patiently, what's going on? Fang Shi said with a smile, Elder Zui, before I tell the truth, you have to be mentally prepared. It's best to prepare some first aid pills, I'm afraid you'll die soon. Drunk elder, thank you. He gritted his teeth and said, tell me, I can bear it. Fang Shi sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. I just sent a message to the dead elder, I will talk about it when he comes over. He can also come to your rescue if you are overstimulated. Drunk elder. As soon as the words fell, the dead elder arrived. Fang Shi gave Elder Dead a big pill. Try the sooner or later pill I made. The dead elder was much happier than the drunk elder, he just stuffed it into his mouth and smacked his mouth. This sugar pill is quite delicious. Then, I was stunned. Is this Purgatory Nirvana pill? Fang Shi thought, it must be a dead elder. Compared with people who are full of twists and turns, people who lack heart and lungs trust their intuition more. Fang Shi nodded, yes, this is the Purgatory Nirvana pill, the Purgatory Nirvana pill that the drunk elder has always dreamed of. The drunk elder was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He refined it several times but failed, so the little girl Zulu rubbed it out with her hands. Isn't this a joke? Seeing that the heat was almost ready, Fang Shi didn't want to keep her secret. 818 novels. Elder drunk, I think it's a pity that you discarded the medicine residue, so I put it in a storage ring. After returning to the residence, I recalled your heroic appearance during alchemy, and then recalled your superb alchemy level. I don't think you should fail. Besides, you worship the demon god before alchemy, how could it be unsuccessful? Out of trust in your strength and admiration for Lord Demon God, I took the risk of tasting a few drops of medicine, and then I discovered that it actually contained a strong medicinal effect. I was instantly enlightened. Who stipulated that the elixir must be refined into a round elixir? It can also be medicine juice, medicine dregs or any finished product. I'm afraid you think I'm whimsical, so I mixed honey and flour and kneaded it into big pills, which would be more acceptable. Don't think I'm teasing you, I just want you to know the truth step by step, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. The drunk elder had a dull expression on his face. The dead elder slapped his thigh. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? Medicinal herbs include medicinal soups, pills, ointments, and medicinal powders, and the elixir we refine should not be limited to one type. Old Zui, you have refined Purgatory Nirvana pill almost 10 times in these years, right? There must be half a barrel of medicine dregs you dumped, right? I feel sorry for you. The drunk elder passed out with a choked sound. Fang Shi was a little speechless. She invited the dead elder to come here mainly to prevent the drunk elder from being overstimulated and have an accident. The result was good, and he even sprinkled a handful of salt on his wound. Of course, she had other intentions in finding the dead elder. Although after this period of contact, she felt that the old man's character was good. But the human heart is complicated. What if he doesn't want to spread the truth about the purgatory nirvana pill and kill people to silence it? It is safer to have more than one person present. The dead elder first fed her elixir to the drunk elder, then took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it under his nose, and the drunk elder woke up leisurely. Just as the dead elder was about to speak, Feng Shi was afraid that he would hit the drunk elder again, so he said first. Elder drunk, the past is over, it's meaningless to think about it. Besides, you have never worshipped the demon god for alchemy before, and maybe you have not succeeded in refining it before. Taking a step back, we have made a major discovery this time, and it is worth paying a little price, right? Elder Zui was also furious for a moment just now, but in fact, his psychological endurance is not that bad. He sighed, you're right, I'm the one who got the picture. When he looked at Feng Shi again, he felt that the little girl in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Sharp teeth. That is quick response and outstanding eloquence. Low cultivation. That's Chanlong in the abyss, and sooner or later it will soar into the sky. No wonder she would come to the alchemy pavilion wearing boots back then, it was a preordained fate between them. Fate that can't be avoided. He just thought in his heart, the dead elder is much more straightforward. How is it? I just said Xiao Wuyu is a good kid. Let's not talk about anything else, who would dare to taste the dregs of the medicine stupidly? She dares. This guts are almost on a par with mine. Back then, I was the one who dared to taste poisonous pills. Also, her ability to name is not bad, you have refined it so many times without success, if she hadn't pierced the window paper, wouldn't you be finished sooner or later? Drunk elder. He somewhat missed the dead elder who didn't say a few words for a year. Continued at o'clock, some people died, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 422 I eat. Seeing that Elder CC was about to chat to death, Feng Shi said with a smile. Actually, I chose this name with consideration. What is late and what is early? In your opinion, drunk elder, it is too late to discover this truth. But for the later generations, you discovered the truth of Hell Nirvana pill early on, which saved them a lot of detours. So, it's too late for this pill to say, and it's too early to say. Sooner or later is just relative, it is just a moment in the torrent of time. When Feng Shi said this, if she felt something, she sat cross-legged, her body surrounded by brilliance. The dead elder's eyeballs almost popped out. Did she realize this? The drunk elder was a little dazed. Yes, right. After half an hour, Feng Shi's cultivation soared from the 8th level of condensed essence to the peak of the 9th level of condensed essence, which was only one step away from forming an alchemy. Feng Shi opened her eyes and smiled brightly. When she found out that the dregs of the medicine were the Hell Nirvana pill, she never thought of taking it for herself. She is indeed greedy for money, and even her conscience will run away from home occasionally, but she knows exactly what to take and what not to take. If the drunk elder is her enemy, then of course there is nothing to say, she can scrape 3 floors of his yard. But Elder Zui is an ally in the future, even a comrade in arms against the Tiank Alliance. It is too late for her to help him, so how could she be greedy for his things? It's just that I didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Sure enough, good people get rewarded, right? The wooden sword in the storage ring that was absorbing the energy of the stone snorted silently. Don't paint your face with gold. Do you have a conscience? You are not greedy for these medicinal residues just to put a long line to catch big fish. I understand the principle of a full meal, can you not understand? After I absorb all the energy in these stones, I will be able to debate with you in a hurry. See if I don't argue with you. I eat. Feng Shi naturally didn't know this, she was listening to the praise of the drunk elder and the dead elder. The 2 old men did not hesitate to praise Feng Shi, they almost praised Feng Shi as a flower. Excited, Elder Dead said, Xiao Wuyu, you are a good seedling. From tomorrow onwards, I will teach you alchemy. Hearing this, the drunk elder frowned. But Feng Shi was here, so he couldn't say anything. After Feng Shi left, he said to the dead elder. The 7 peak masters will not allow Zhu Wuyu brothers and sisters to stay, they will be expelled from the island in 2 months, you. The dead elder interrupted him. The 7 peak masters are stubborn. What is the relationship between the sins committed by blood-devouring Huan and Xiao Wuyu? After a while, I went to Lao Hua and the others to jointly intercede and let Xiao Wuyu stay. The drunk elder shook his head. Even if you jointly intercede, the 7 peak masters will not agree. The dead elder sneered. It doesn't matter if you disagree, I will let Xiao Wuyu come to the island every 3 months, and with her understanding, she can still inherit my mantle. Seeing that he was talking about this, the drunk elder didn't want to say more. However, when Elder Dead was about to leave, Elder Drunk stopped him. Count me in the joint name. The dead elder laughed. This old drunk, thinking that everyone else is drunk and I am sober, is actually already intoxicated. When Feng Shi returned to her residence, she thought of a question while she was excited. She doesn't have an alchemy furnace. In the storage ring, there is only the alchemy furnace with 1 leg missing. That thing is the alchemy furnace of the human race, so it can't be seen. If she had known this, she should have chosen an alchemy furnace in Juobao Pavilion before, instead of choosing the ugly thing like the cloud-stepping moon boots. However, the cloud-stepping moon boots are now much more cute. Because ever since it was stuffed into the storage ring by Feng Shi, the Chankan family beat it 3 times a day, and occasionally added a supper. Naturally rebellious. Just kidding, who wasn't rebellious back then? Aren't you obediently being someone's younger brother now? When we got caught in the rain, we had to tear up other people's umbrellas, and we had to step on them a few times. Fang Shi thinks that there is no alchemy furnace is not a big problem. I heard that Tianquan Peak has a market on the 1st and 15th day of the new year. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Just go and buy one after class. She felt how time flies. She and Zhongwen came to Langyunyuan on the first day of last month, and a month has passed. Early the next morning, Fang Shi came to see Elder Death. Dead Elder said, "Xiao Wu Yu, although I am very optimistic about you, whether or not this material is good depends on your performance. You should be familiar with some basic knowledge of alchemy. Today I will teach you how to refine the hemostatic pill. The hemostatic pill is the simplest of all elixirs, and it is also an introductory elixir for alchemists." The Dead Elder explained it in detail, and then demonstrated it himself. Fang Shi has already met. Let's put it this way, she knows what those people in the alchemy room know, and she knows what they don't know. But now she has to pretend, otherwise she is afraid of scaring the Dead Elder into a Dead Elder. So, she asked a few well-placed questions. The Dead Elder was quite satisfied, this little girl really had a sense of understanding, and then asked Fang Shi to practice. Fang Shi said with some embarrassment, "Elder Dead, I don't have an alchemy furnace yet, I'm going to buy one at the Tianquan Peak market after class." Elder Dead took out an alchemy furnace from the storage ring, and said to Fang Shi, "This is the alchemy furnace I used when I first learned alchemy. Although the grade is average, you can still use it to practice your hands. In the future, if the level of alchemy improves, just change to another one." Fang Shi hurriedly thanked her, and happily accepted it. There is one more chapter, it can be finished at about 6 o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 423-428. After Fang Shi refined the alchemy furnace, she began to prepare the hemostatic pill. The Dead Elder said, "I will control the fire for you." The so-called control of the fire is to burn the fire. Fang Shi felt that this was inappropriate and said, "Elder Dead, I'll do it myself." The Dead Elder was displeased when he heard it, and said, "It is the most important thing to avoid distraction when making alchemy, especially if you are still doing alchemy for the first time. In fact, many alchemists can also control fire while refining alchemy, but it will affect the quality of alchemy. Therefore, most alchemists will find someone to help them light the fire." Seeing that the Dead Elder was determined to help him light the fire, Fang Shi agreed. Well, she's also been his fire-burning girl for several days, and it's okay for him to be an old fire-burning servant for himself. In order not to frighten the Dead Elder, she decided to fail twice first. However, failure is also particular, and you can't make too low-level mistakes. Therefore, she has done very well in the past, and strictly followed the Dead Elder's obsessive-compulsive disorder standard. Until a danyin near the end, she made a mistake on purpose. When the alchemy seal hit the alchemy furnace, there was a muffled sound inside the alchemy furnace, and the next moment the alchemy furnace exploded. Fragments of the alchemy furnace and fire crystal charcoal scattered in all directions. Elder Dead reacted very quickly, and immediately went to grab Fang Shi to protect her. As a result, he saw that Fang Shi had jumped to the corner. Dead Elder. Among other things, this girl's ability to escape is really good. He and Fang Shi were fine, but the bottles and cans on the shelf were broken a lot. Fang Shi had a guilty expression on his face. "Death Elder, it's all my fault. It must be because I made a mistake when I formed the alchemy seal just now. Look at how much you lost, I will pay you back." The Dead Elder waved his hand. "It's not worth much, besides, this alchemy furnace was given to you by me, probably because there was a crack in it before, that's why it happened. However, there is indeed a problem with your Dan seal just now." Elder Dead corrected Fang Xi's wrong alchemy seal and said, "Okay, let's go here first today, you should hurry up and buy an alchemy furnace." Fang Shi nodded, but she didn't leave immediately, but left after cleaning the alchemy room. After she left the alchemy room, she sent a message to Zhongwen, and agreed to meet at the Tianquan Peak market in an hour. Putting away the identity token, she began to wonder, why did the alchemy furnace blow up? Is it true that as the Dead Elder said, there was a crack inside the alchemy furnace before? Even if there was a crack before, her danyin should have played a catalytic role. So here comes the question, is the danyin she made up so powerful? Other people's seals are all catalytic medicinal materials, but hers is a friar. Fang Shi rushed to Tianquan Peak while thinking. Tianji Peak and Tianquan Peak are next to each other, and there is a shortcut in the middle, so Fang Shi soon arrived at the market of Tianquan Peak. The market is very lively, selling everything, and even food stalls. Because Zhongwen hadn't come yet, Fang Shi sat down at a wonton stand and ordered a bowl of wontons. Fang Shi couldn't help but think of chaos while eating wontons, and when thinking of chaos, she thought of the Tao Wu that she saw in the past time and space. I don't know if this thing is still alive, and if there is a chance to meet again. However, Fang Xi's attention was quickly attracted by the conversation at the table next to her. "Hurry up and eat, let's go to Zanhuanhai to get some good things after eating. If I hadn't made an appointment with someone last time to trade in the market today, I would have gone there in the morning. I'm not pouring cold water on you. It's been taught that disciples can only get good things if they have the skills. When we go, we can only get some broken fish and rotten shrimps. What's the rush? You can't say that. If you were lucky, you might be able to pick up some good things. My third uncle's sister-in-law's uncle's father-in-law picked up a shell of a 7-star moon-stepping oyster and sold it for 100,000 magic crystals. Woolen cloth. That's right, idleness is idleness anyway, it's better to try your luck." Ellipsis. Fang Shi's eyes flickered, and she approached the stall owner to ask about Zanhuanhai. The stall owner said while wrapping wontons, "You also know that our Langyunyuan hides in the sea, and is separated from the sea by formations. Strange to say, every first day of the new year, the originally dry riverbed behind Tianquan Peak will be filled with seawater, which is called Zanhuan Sea. There are many good things in Zanhuanhai, but they are also extremely dangerous. There are many undercurrent vortices inside, and some extremely cunning high-level sea beasts. Many people died here. Therefore, only some direct disciples dare to swim to deep water areas, while other disciples only dare to pick up leaks on the shore or in shallow water areas. Fang Shi was surprised and said, since there is a barrier to separate, why can the sea water still pour in? The stall owner shook his head, then I don't know. However, I heard that Zhan Huanhai only appeared tens of thousands of years ago, and it didn't exist before. When Fang Shi heard this, she had a not-so-good guess in her heart. Could it be that her good grandfather did this to cut Huanhai? Listen to the name, Zhan Huanhai. Wasn't it the blood-biting Huan who cut it? What a deep resentment this must be. Her good grandpa couldn't have poked a hole in the island guard formation, right? If this is the case, it would be extremely difficult for her and Zhan Wen to stay. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 424 because of the main contrast. Fang Shi chatted with the stall owner for a few more words, then returned to her seat and continued eating wontons. At this time, the guests at the table who spoke before had left in a hurry, and they probably went to Zhan Huanhai to pick up the leak. Fang Shi waited for a while, and Zhan Wen hurried over. 818 novels. Little sister, are you in a hurry? I'm going to hurry up and come here at this time. Zhan Wen is also quite busy recently, spending most of his time with Elder Nangong. Although Elder Nangong was very optimistic about Fang Shi, he could tell that although Fang Shi was very talented, he was too busy. He often can't catch her figure, let alone cultivate her well. In contrast, Zhan Wen's gift is not amazing at first glance, but the more we get along, the more I realize that this is a good seed for swordsmanship. There is a misunderstanding in the demon world now, thinking that one's own magic energy can be transformed into an attack weapon, and the magic sword is just a means of transportation. Elder Nangong felt that this point of view was completely wrong. If the magic sword is used well, it will be several times stronger than the attack power of magic energy. The most intuitive example is the swordsmanship of the human race, especially the ultimate move. Therefore, in addition to restoring the magic sword these years, his remaining energy has been devoted to the sword technique of the magic sword. He also taught some inner disciples, but the results were not satisfactory. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wen gave him a big surprise. As long as he dials a little bit, Zhan Wen can understand, and even draw inferences from one instance. Therefore, Elder Nangong attaches great importance to Zhan Wen now. Fang Shi asked Zhan Wen for a bowl of wontons, and the two chatted while eating. Fang Shi briefly talked about Zhan Huanhai's matter, and then said, Brother, after buying the alchemy furnace, let's go to Zhan Huanhai to see the excitement. Zhan Wen naturally listened to her, but he was muttering in his heart, cut Huanhai. Why does it feel a bit like that old Upiao Sin? After eating the wontons, the two walked along the street. Apart from shops, there were many stalls on both sides of the street, and they soon saw a stall selling alchemy furnaces. Large and small alchemy furnaces were placed all over the floor. The stall owner is a dirty old man, even his beard is knotted. He was gnawing meat bones there, and a wine gourd was placed beside him. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. According to the law of time travel, the old man dressed like this must be a master of the world. Hugging his thigh, maybe she will reach the pinnacle of life if she doesn't pay attention. She said with a smile, Old man, how do you sell these alchemy furnaces? The old man took a sip of his wine and gave her a sideways glance. There is a predestined relationship between the furnace seller, and I have no predestined relationship with you, so let's go. Fang Shi. She silently took out a wine gourd, uncorked the bottle and shook it. Old man, is there any fate now? The old man swallowed, closed his eyes and ignored Fang Shi. Fang Shi took out another roast chicken, took a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine, and slapped his mouth back. The old man opened his eyes and said angrily, You are sincere, aren't you? Don't hinder my business here, go. Fang Shi sighed, All right, since you are determined not to sell it to me, then I'll look elsewhere. How offensive I was just now. This wine and roast chicken will be regarded as my apology for you. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she took out a wine gourd and roast chicken wrapped in oil paper and put them on the booth, and then took Zhan Wen away. Seeing her walking away, the old man hastily picked up the wine gourd and took a sip, his face full of intoxication. The people are not good, the wine is good. Fang Shi and Zhan Wen were walking forward when a tall and thin man approached and said, The two of you want to buy an alchemy furnace. Why don't you come to our shop to have a look? It's not far ahead. When Fang Shi was at the old man's stall before, she found that this man was always poking around, probably soliciting customers from the old man a lot. Fang Shi thinks it's okay to go and have a look. Although the shop is more expensive, it has more choices. So, nodded, okay. Seeing that Fang Shi agreed to go to the shop, the tall and thin man immediately smiled happily. When you come to our shop, you will know that there are not only many styles in it, but also the price is fair, which is 100 times better than that old chap had. Fang Shi asked curiously, What does that senior chai do? The thin and tall man chuckled happily. He's a celebrity in our Tianquan Peak. A well-known old trash in the artifact refining pavilion. I have never refined a decent thing in my life. Not only trash but also greedy and lazy. I heard that his ancestor was a famous craftsman, so it was not easy for him to be removed from the craftsmanship pavilion, so he was asked to set up a stall to deal with some defective products of the craftsmanship pavilion. So, you were right if you didn't buy what was on his booth, and you will regret it if you buy it. Fang Shi blinked and blinked. Is it possible that he is hiding his clumsiness? In fact, he is a master at refining weapons. The thin and tall man couldn't help laughing. You read too many storybooks, right? Just see a soppy old man and think he is an expert. He is a real drunkard old waste. He has not formed a pill at such an age. Once the old man ran out of money to buy wine, so he ran to Zhan Huanhai to pick up the leak, but he choked on water because he was too useless, and almost drowned. Since then, I have a long memory, and I dare not go to Zanhuanhai again. Hearing what he said, Fangxi became more and more sure that the slovenly old man was like a floor-sweeping monk. Because the main point is a contrast. The remaining 2 chapters can be finished around o'clock. Some people died, but not completely dead. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 425 She was tricked by that old guy. While talking, the 3 of them entered the shop. The tall and thin man began to introduce the alchemy furnace placed in the counter very attentively, talking about the hype. Fangxi felt that the alchemy furnace was just a tool, as long as it could be used, so she chose an alchemy furnace with a lower price. The tall and thin man was not unhappy because the alchemy furnace Fangxi bought was cheap. He was still very enthusiastic. When Fangxi was leaving, she saw a lot of defective products in the corner of the counter. Some had broken legs, some were missing a handle, and some had cracks. Fangxi asked the tall and thin one, "How do you sell these defective products?" "These can only be returned to the furnace and made separately. It's not worth much. If you want it, you can give me a cost price, 1 for 600 magic crystals." Fangxi smiled, "I want all of these. Please come up with a price that both of us can agree to." The thin and tall man thought for a while and said, "There are 12 alchemy furnaces in total here, so you should be charged 7,002, and I'll give you a change, so you can give 7,000. Fangxi smiled, "Cheaper." The tall and thin man gritted his teeth, "I see that you bought it sincerely, so you can take it home with 6,008. Fangxi stretched out 3 fingers, "Let's make a discount. 3,000. If you sell it, I'll take it. If you don't sell it, I'll leave." The thin and tall man. "You are not discounting, you are breaking a bone." The 2 sides bargained again, and finally Fangxi bought the 12 defective alchemy furnaces for 4,000 5,000. She bought these alchemy furnaces mainly to test the previous alchemy seal. Anyway, she bought them cheaply, so she wouldn't feel bad even if they exploded. After buying the alchemy furnace, Junwen bought a lot of snacks and some messy gadgets for Fangxi. After they finished their shopping, the 2 rushed to Zanhuanhai. Although the 2 don't know the way, they still know the general direction, not to mention there are many people rushing to Zanhuanhai, they just need to follow. Everyone was very excited, dreaming of picking up leeks. Turning a bend in the mountain, Fangxi saw a very wide river. However, unlike what Fangxi had expected, the river was very gentle, and there were not even any waves. Many disciples were looking for treasures in the river, and there were also many people looking down at the shallow water on the bank. Occasionally there are cheers. Fangxi noticed that there were many direct disciples standing on the bank, and they were staring intently at the upstream direction of the river. Fangxi chatted with someone casually, only then did she realize that the tide of Zanhuanhai hadn't come yet. If you want to pick up good things, the best time is when the tide comes. Of course, this is for those direct disciples. For ordinary people, the tide is too dangerous when it comes, and they can only pick up the leaks before the tide comes and after it recedes. After Fangxi found out, she concentrated on looking at the river, and suddenly heard a direct disciple say, "Yizan, the 2 of them are the second waste of the blood family, right? It's because of your Tianshu Peak's absurd behavior that they have a chance to embarrass them. If they were in our Tianquan Peak, they would have been punished by the rules." The one who spoke was Tao Xinglan, a direct disciple of Tianquan Peak, who had been competing with Yizan openly and secretly. Yizan still stared at the direction of the upper reaches of the river, and said calmly, "What's with me? Tao Xinglan. What the hell are you? The personal biography of Tianshu Peak? You said it has nothing to do with you." He was about to speak when there was a deafening sound in the distance. "The tide is coming." The disciples in the river hurried to the bank, fearing that they would lose their lives if they swam too slowly. Almost as soon as they landed, the tide came. Fangxi saw what a monstrous wave was, like a ferocious beast coming out of the gate, roaring with thousands of anger. In just an instant, the water surface rose more than 3 feet high. Under the impact of the waves, the stones on the shore kept rolling down, and even depressions appeared in some places. Looking at the rushing river, Fangxi thought to herself, if this chopping of Huanhai is really related to her cheap grandfather, he should really be chopped off. However, she quickly thought of a problem. If Zubawan really made such a big mess, why was he able to escape unscathed, and even got 2 tokens to enter Langyan Abyss? This is not normal. Either this matter has nothing to do with him, or there is something else hidden. However, one thing Fangxi can be sure of is that she was tricked by that old guy. I thought I had tricked him and got 2 tokens for nothing. Now it seems that he may have another purpose for letting her and Junwen come to Langyunyuan. His inscription, which almost caused the catastrophe, may not have anything to do with the blood demon race at all, but refers to Langyunyuan. Fangxi couldn't help but start to reflect on herself. She is undoubtedly a smart person. But it's inevitable that it's a bit drifting all the time, and Zhu Qi solidly taught her a lesson. She has to be more vigilant in the future. After a quarter of an hour, the water flow became calmer. Of course, this was relatively speaking, and it was still a rough sea. Tao Xinglan, a direct disciple of Tianquan Peak, said with a smile, "Everyone, let me cast stones for you to ask directions first. I'll go in and have a look." After finishing speaking, a fierce sun plunged into Zanhuanhai. Followed by Yizan, other personal biographers also jumped in one after another. In the beginning, they could still be seen occasionally surfacing, but then they remained silent. Someone said enviously, "They all have water-repellent beads, and it's okay to stay underwater all the time, unlike how they have to come out of the water from time to breathe. I don't know what good things they can find this time, maybe they can catch some big stuff. Let's not worry about others, let's go to the shallow water area and try our luck." Ellipsis. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 426 Fangxi is on an extreme underwater sightseeing tour. Although the wind and waves are very strong now, the shallow water area is not too dangerous, and many people jumped in to find leaks. Fangxi and Junwen felt that since they were all here, it would not be appropriate not to participate, so they also ran to the shallow water area to hunt for treasure. Even the shallow water area is nearly 10 feet deep, and there are many seafood that have been brought in under the water, but they are all ordinary seafood. For example, some shellfish or seaweed, and occasionally a few small fish can be seen. Jilei hidden in Fangxi's hair has been sleeping soundly lately because he feels bored. Now, it's off. There was that unlucky little fish who was electrified by Jilei as soon as he swam to Fangxi's side, and instantly turned white. Jilei felt that he was awesome and twisted into a wavy line. Fangxi, that's all you can do. She and Junwen thought it was quite fresh at first, but after picking up some seafood, they found it boring. When Fangxi was about to greet Junwen to go ashore, the spiritual consciousness of stepping on the clouds and sweeping the moon boots sent a message. Although it can't speak, Fangxi can also guess roughly. This guy figured it out. Fangxi felt that it had performed well recently, and she also wanted to see if it was useful in the water, so she took the cloud-stepping moon boots out of the storage ring. The cloud-walking moon boots automatically slipped on her feet. Then, Fangxi was launched out. It went out sideways. Swish. Junwen only had time to see a waterline. He couldn't chase after him even if he wanted to, because Fangxi had disappeared. I don't even know where I went. For the first time, he experienced the difficulty of master. Having such a junior sister is really worrying. Make trouble every now and then. Many disciples saw Fangxi. To be precise, they saw an unknown object swimming past them at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was terrified. The speed is so fast, it can't be some high-level sea beast, right? Although high-level sea beasts generally don't appear in shallow water, it's possible. Immediately frightened the claws, they swam to the shore one after another. This is cheap, you have heard it. Once they leave, he can pick up leaks in the shallow water to his heart's content. It's not worth the money, but it's a lot. At this time, Fangxi was on an extremely fast underwater sightseeing tour. Fangxi asked Tian and Luyu boots to take her to swim upstream. She wanted to see how the seawater got in. The boots of stepping on the cloud and plundering the moon are generally obedient. Fangxi let it swim upstream, and it will swim there. It's just that I often desert it during the tour. For example, when it sees a low-level sea beast passing by, it will run over and step on its feet. For example, when it sees shellfish, it will kick it and send it thousands of miles away. Fangxi didn't bother to care about it. Anyway, the Chang'an family must be keeping a small black account book, and they will settle the account with it at that time. The further you swim, the greater the resistance. So Fangxi wore the cloud-walking moon boots, otherwise it would be difficult to move an inch. Half an hour later, Fangxi discovered that the front had turned into an underground river. Just as she was about to continue swimming, her scalp felt numb, and she almost subconsciously turned around and ran away. The boots of stepping on the cloud and sweeping the moon were still very obedient at the critical moment, and directly launched Fangxi several tens of feet away. Fangxi turned her head and looked over. There were several tentacles protruding from the junction of the dark river and the bright river, and each tentacle was as thick as a house beam. The strange thing is that there is a red eye on each tentacle, staring at her coldly. The strange thing is that it didn't come to chase Fangxi, but just waved its arms and legs on the spot. Fangxi's heart skipped a beat. Could this thing be guarding the entrance of the dark river? Because she didn't know the origin of Zhan Huanhai, Fangxi felt that it was better not to act rashly. If she did something bad with good intentions, then this sea might be renamed Zhanyohai. Just as Fangxi was thinking, a black shadow jumped out of the sand on the seabed and rushed towards Fangxi. The boots of stepping on the cloud and plowing the moon suddenly accelerated, leading Fangxi to dodge the opponent's attack. At this time, Fangxi also saw clearly that the one attacking her was a violent moray eel more than 10 feet long. This thing is a lot of people's nightmare. Sea beast in the middle stage of transformation. It can release electric current and turn people over in an instant. Before Fangxi could do anything, the thunderbolt hiding in her hair was sneakily wrapped around her wrist. Jilei is simply in full bloom. It lost a lot of lightning power before, and was worrying. Someone came to deliver food on its own initiative. No wonder Fenggu said that Lang Yinyuan was good. It was really good. Even the sea beasts here are very sensible. Fangxi guessed what Jilei was thinking when she saw Jilei's actions, so she didn't run away. She looked at the violent moray eel. Little loach, you dare to chase me down. Did you think you could electrocute me? Do you know that I am the Lord of Thunder and Lightning? Jilei. You seem to say the opposite, right? You are the favorite of Thunder and Lightning. The reason why the violent moray was called violent moray was because of its extremely irritable temperament. It didn't have time to listen to Fangxi's bawling, and immediately an electric current went straight to Fangxi. Fangxi raised her hand to block the electric current. To be exact, it was eaten by Jilei. Fangxi curled her lips. Too weak. Come again. The violent moray eel became more irritable, and the electric currents attacked Fangxi one after another. Unfortunately, Fangxi is still alive and kicking. However, the violent moray eel's entire fish must have wilted because of its overdrawn cultivation base. How could she have nothing? Could it be that she is really the Lord of Thunder and Lightning? The more violent Murray thought about it, the more he panicked, and Sayazi ran away. Jilei hadn't had enough yet, so of course he didn't want to let it go, so he hurriedly urged Fangxi to chase after him. Fangxi immediately chased after her. Jilei was very satisfied. Fenggu is really obedient. As everyone knows, Fangxi wanted to get some truth from the mouth of the violent moray eel, so he chased after him. It has to be said that this is a clever misunderstanding. Open black lens bracket, see you tomorrow, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right.